The young man fleeing for his life was named Qian Yo-un, the protagonist of this very story. Running until he was completely out of breath, he ended up falling off a nearby cliff. With a broken leg, Yo-un could only watch helplessly as the men in black masks surrounded him. They sneered and spoke. "To think you only made it this far after half a day, you must have had a rough time." Seeing the scene before him, Yo-un could only blame himself for running out of energy at such a crucial moment. He asked them why. "I've already given up on entering that place, so why are you trying to take my life?" One of the men in black masks answered cryptically. "Whether you've given up your intrusion or whether you've learned martial arts, none of that matters. Did you not know, young Master Qian?" He readjusted his grip on the gleaming sword in his hand and continued, "We are merely following the rules of the Guardians, my lord," the man beside him chimed in. "Just give up your life quietly." Their next words stunned Yo-un. "No matter how painful it is to live with such lowly blood, we will set you free today," he frowned, his face contorted in anger. "Lowly blood, how dare you insult my mother?" Enraged, Yo-un drew a dagger and made his resolve. "So they're going to put me out of my misery. If I'm going to die anyway, I'll fight you with everything I have." One of the men in black masks furrowed his brow and asked, "Did you learn the escort warrior's martial arts?" Yo-un answered only in his thoughts, "No, I'm still clumsy. But his blood still flows through me." Seeing his fear, the man in the black mask scoffed. "No matter how talented you are, you won't last. This is what makes the hunt exciting." He ordered his men to attack. "Kill him." Yo-un was surrounded, one against many. A man in a black mask swung his sword high and brought the hilt down hard on his hand, then reached out and grabbed him by the neck, lifting Yo-un's entire body into the air. At that moment, the man in the black mask muttered, "Are you done resisting?" A dagger was already poised behind Yo-un's back. One of the other men spotted it and shouted, "Look out!" Yo-un coolly plunged the dagger down and the men watched, their eyes wide with shock. A sudden jolt of pain forced the man in the black mask to release his grip. Yo-un smirked and mumbled, "Perfect." The men in black masks were thrown into confusion. Impossible. "A brat who doesn't even know martial arts killed a member of the Bakma clan. Was that a feint?" One of them gripped his sword tightly, thinking, "In this situation, I have no choice but to use my most vicious technique." "But what if the kid really is skilled in martial arts?" The man in the black mask charged forward at a ferocious speed. "You son of a bitch!" He aimed a kick at Yo-un's jaw, and the grievously injured Yo-un spat out a mouthful of crimson blood. The man in the black mask's eyes scanned the area before he spoke in annoyance. "I'll make you taste pain." With that, he swiftly thrust his sword forward. Yo-un's agonized scream echoed through the mountains. He gasped for air, struggling to breathe. The man in the black mask stomped hard on his wound and asked, "How does it feel to have a hole in your stomach?" Yo-un clawed at the ground with his hands, thinking, "Damn it, I guess I could only trick them once. It's fine, at least I took one of them down." The man in the black mask suddenly stomped with all his might. "Die slowly and painfully." One of his comrades watched the scene in silence. He thought to himself, "I don't necessarily agree with this method, but one of our own is dead, so it can't be helped." Just then a flash of light burst forth and his eyes widened in terror. The man in the black mask who had been stomping on Yo-un was blown to pieces. He collapsed in front of Yo-un with only his upper body remaining, leaving Yo-un horrified. His comrades' eyes widened as they thought, "What was that light?" A single sneaker fell to the ground. One of the men in black masks spotted it, pointed, and yelled, "Behind you." The group whirled around in unison. A boy wreathed in lightning. He was dressed in modern clothes. The man in the black mask looked on, puzzled. "What? I've never seen clothes like that before." The boy's lips curved into a slight smile. One of the men in black mask charged recklessly. "Who's the next bastard?" But the young man remained perfectly still as he scoffed. Another flash of light erupted. The foolish man in the black mask was obliterated without a trace, and the group froze in terror. The young man's figure blurred before their eyes as he vanished in an instant. The men in black masks were plunged into chaos. What? He disappeared in the blink of an eye. A light foot technique? No. One of the men glanced at his comrade. His presence felt as transparent as water. He saw his comrade next to him get attacked and shouted, "Daiju?" Watching the moving light, he thought, "What in the world is that light?" The man in the black mask couldn't believe his eyes. Could this be the power of a master who has reached the highest realm? The light moved even faster. The man in the black mask gripped the hilt of his sword. "A master is helping that brat." He glanced at Yo-un, who was lying on the ground. "In any case, he'll die from blood loss soon enough. So our mission is accomplished." He then decided to return to their base. "Retreat." The man in the black mask hastily fled as the blood-stained young man's hand rose in an instant. He too followed his comrades into the afterlife. Witnessing this scene, Yo-un thought with great satisfaction, "Excellent." His eyes slowly closed just as they were about to shut completely. He heard a voice, "Hey ancestor, are you having fun lying on the ground like you're dead?" Confused, Yo-un struggled to open his eyes, thinking, "Ancestor? Who is this, showing up out of nowhere and spouting nonsense?" He could faintly make out the figure of a young man, but his vision was blurring, making it hard to see clearly. A chill spread through his body. Yo-un exhaled with difficulty, thinking, "Am I going to die like this?" The young man glanced at his watch and muttered, "I've been found already, damn it, I guess this is it." He pulled something out of his pocket. "I meant to come earlier to show you how to use this." He looked at Yo-un's pale face and said softly, "But now I'll have to hurry before you die." He then injected the contents of a syringe into Yo-un's neck. As his hand touched the wound on his chest, the boy winced. "That looks painful just looking at it." A moment later he smiled. "There," his voice echoed. "Ancestor," the young man whispered in his ear. "You must succeed and help your descendants." After finishing his words, the young man added a few more. "These nanomachines are the latest model, so they should be easy to use. You'll figure out how soon enough." And then he vanished completely. Yoan thought blankly, what has that weirdo been blabbering about this whole time? Suddenly, Yoan's eyes shot open. He heard a strange noise in his head. An alert sounded. Product number phone, Sky Corporation, 7th generation nanomachine. Activating. It is said that from ancient times the martial artists of the Central Plains trained in martial arts to protect themselves. Over time, martial arts evolved beyond simple self-defense and killing techniques into complex forms and moves that, combined with breathing techniques, became the foundation of internal energy. Warriors passed down their martial arts to future generations through oral traditions and secret manuals. Gradually, those with superior martial skills came to possess abilities far beyond ordinary people. They were called martial artists. As the number of those practicing martial arts grew, people who wished to become disciples of certain martial arts masters gathered and formed what came to be known as sects. However, with the flow of history, the sects split into the righteous faction, which followed the path of justice, and the unorthodox faction, which followed the evil path, both born in the same era. The two forces kept each other in check, pursuing dominance in completely different ways and revering only their own paths. The people of the world called them the Black Way, or the demonic cult, and the past of one man who stood at the pinnacle of it all. This is the story of Qian Yoan, a man born as an illegitimate child of the demonic cult who surpassed its lord to become the second heavenly demon. Yoan's eyes fluttered open. Startled, he shot up into a sitting position. After calming himself, he looked at his hands and muttered, I'm alive. I'm sure I was struck by the black-robed men's swords and died. Yoan touched his head, perplexed. Why on earth does my body feel so heavy? A sudden cough escaped him. Yoan looked at his stained hands. What's this, these black spots? He then examined his entire body. There was a terrible stench. His whole body felt sticky. Just then, a mechanical voice echoed, Master, you have awakened. Yoan flinched, stunned into silence. Before he could process it, the voice asked again, Master, have you awakened? Startled, he stood up and looked around. Who's there? Yoan's eyes darted around as he kept thinking, there's no one around. Is it a mental message then? No. I've heard one before, but this is completely different. The system spoke as if to reassure him. Master, please calm down. He finally calmed down. It's like it's ringing directly inside my head. As soon as Yoan thought, could that really be it? The system responded immediately. That is correct, Master. Yoan was gripped by extreme terror. Who in the world are you? The system introduced itself. I am a Sky Corporation nanomachine, 7th generation, connected to Master's brain. Confused, Yoan shouted, What does that even mean? Who did this to me? The system's mechanical voice repeated, I am a 7th generation nanomachine. He repeated to himself, my long-awaited demonic god. Then the system replied, that is correct. I am a nanomachine. Yoan's pupils contracted in shock. The demonic god, a being that is the very essence of the demonic cult. As the thought crossed his mind, Yoan dropped to his knees. He asked again in a trembling voice, Are you truly the demonic god? At that moment, a man spoke urgently. This way, please. The divine doctor, Dong Yu, frowned and asked, Was it really an assassination? The man replied gravely, Yes. Gogang gritted his teeth in anger. We've been underestimating assassinations for too long. I never thought we'd be hit like that yesterday. Dong Yu nodded, stroking his beard as he surmised. To be skilled enough to defeat a master like his escort warrior, it could only be the Bakma clan. For young Master Qian to have survived at their hands, it is truly the will of heaven. As he walked, Gogang shared his thoughts. It seems someone helped young Master Qian, but we have no idea who that benefactor might be. The old man beside him was slightly surprised. You mean even with your level of skill, you couldn't find any clues from their wounds? Suddenly, Gogang hesitated, recalling the incident. He had been greatly shocked when he went to find Yoan. He recounted, The scene I witnessed yesterday was truly horrific. The bodies were strewn across the cold ground, the corpses of the Bakma clan scattered everywhere. Gogang looked around to assess the situation, but there was one intact body. He recalled the man in the black mask and continued, It was the man who died with the very dagger I gave young Master Qian embedded in his neck. As I was searching the area, I heard labored breathing from somewhere, he continued with difficulty. Not far away, lying motionless in a pool of blood, was none other than young Master Qian. When he found him, Gogang had fallen silent. But back in the present, Dong Yu stroked his beard. You say there were no wounds on his body at all? Gogang replied, bewildered. Yes, he added. He was breathing like a man asleep. There were definitely sword slashes on his clothes, but young Master Qian's body was completely unscathed. The more Dong Yu heard, the more puzzled he became. Who on earth could have saved him? The lord of the cult would surely not involve himself in such a petty squabble. Gogang agreed with his sentiment. I was thinking the same thing. At this time, the two were walking together. Dong Yu laughed heartily. Well, this is an interesting turn of events. Quickly, guide me to young Master Qian's room. Back to Yoan's confusion, he cried out. Did you save me, demonic god? The system explained. I am not the one who dealt with those who tried to harm you, Master. However, if you are referring to the self-regeneration of your dying body, then yes, that was my doing. At those words, he stared blankly, not understanding. Self-regeneration? The system transmitted a minimal summary of information into the Master's mind, and he asked again, And what's this Master business? The system continued calmly. Initiating search and update to local vernacular. Master, I am not the demonic god you speak of. A thought crossed his mind. The way it talks has changed. Yoan muttered to himself. If you're not the demonic god, then what are you? The more he spoke, the less Yoan understood. The system proposed. I will transfer information regarding my description and usage to your brain. Do you permit it? He nodded in agreement. Fine. As soon as he spoke, an enormous amount of information flooded into Yoan's mind. His gaze sharpened. The sheer volume of information pouring in made him dizzy to the point where it was difficult to breathe. He vomited a viscous mass that rose from his stomach. The system informed him, this phenomenon may occur during the initial information transfer. From the second time onward you will not experience dizziness or nausea. Yoan clutched his head, panting for breath. I'm dizzy. What is all this? He muttered again. Nanomachine, the system replied. Yes, master. Yoan looked at his hands doubtfully. Are there really hundreds of thousands of machines inside my body right now? System obediently affirmed. That is correct. To be precise, 6,824,000 nanomachines have been deployed throughout Master's body. At that he sighed in disappointment. What, so you're not a person or a demonic god? Yoan sank to the floor. Can you leave my body if I want you to? The system sent its reply, transmitting information to Master. I am programmed to exit your body only upon your complete death. Thinking of his fate, Yoan's figure looked lonely from behind. My siblings and parents, they tried to kill me when I was powerless. And now some unknown thing called a nanomachine has entered my body. Sadness flickered in his eyes. Why does this only happen to me? Who on earth put you in my body? Just then, Gaugang knocked on the door from outside. Young master, the divine doctor is here. Startled, Yoan commanded, be quiet, he thought anxiously. Nanomachine, they'll think I'm crazy if they see me talking to a device in my head. The system reassured him. I can understand you even if you only think, master. Yoan hissed under his breath. I get it, so just be quiet. The system immediately switched to temporary mute mode. Gaugang and Dongyu entered. Gaugang muttered, it seems the young master hasn't woken up yet. There was no response. Spotting Yoan with his eyes open, Gaugang hurried closer. Young master, you're awake, are you alright? Then he flinched and made a sound of disgust. Gaugang mumbled, what on earth is that smell? Meanwhile, Yoan turned his head and sighed in relief internally. That was close. At this moment, Dongyu wore an intrigued expression. The old man approached Yoan and began to speak. Young master Qian, do you know me? Yoan looked at Dongyu and answered, yes, whenever my mother was ill you would come and treat her. How could I forget? Dongyu extended his hand to take Yoan's pulse, but Yoan hesitated. Well, the old man continued to persuade him. It's all right, give me your hand. As Dongyu's hand touched Yoan's wrist, the old man's eyes widened in surprise. Soon he muttered, this is truly a strange thing. Gaugang saw his ambiguous attitude and asked urgently, what do you mean? Is there something wrong with the young master? Just then Dongyu slowly explained, quite the opposite. It seems the young master has had some kind of fortuitous encounter. The more Gaugang heard, the less he understood. What do you mean by that? The old man frowned and slowly explained. All the toxins in his body have been purged and his qi and blood are circulating smoothly. Did the young master perhaps consume some kind of spiritual pill? This time it was Yoan who didn't understand. Pardon, what are you talking about? Dongyu stated his conclusion directly. What I mean is, this is the body of someone who has mastered martial arts. He blankly asked back, what? And then recalled the strange things that had happened to his body. So those black spots were toxins expelled from my body. Yoan inwardly asked Nano, did you do this? The system then asked Master, would you like to disable mute mode? He answered firmly, disable it. Nano, following his will, disabled mute mode. The system continued its explanation. The nanomachines deployed throughout Master's body have detoxified the toxins within, and have transformed your body into an ideal form that can maximize the motor functions of your blood vessels, bones, and muscles. The more Yoan heard, the more confused he became. What on earth are you? He mumbled again. You're not a demonic god, are you? The system slowly confirmed it once more. I am a machine, not a demonic god, master. The demonic cult, which reveres demonic martial arts, has numerous sects, of which the 6 clans of Sword Demon, Mystic Demon, Bakma, Saber Demon, Evil Demon, and Poison Demon are known to be the foundation. To win their favor, the lord of the demonic cult took the daughters of these 6 clans as his wives and promised to give them sons. According to long-standing rules, the sons of each clan are raised in their maternal family after birth, gain the status of young lords, and enter the demonic academy at a certain age. Once the cycle ends, the demonic academy opens once every 10 years. The academy's instructors are the top masters of the demonic cult, and their goal is to compete with the new students to push their martial arts to the limit. However, an incident occurred. There was a time when the competition was extremely fierce, which was when the successors of the 6 clans, the young lords, all entered the demonic academy. At that time, the followers of the demonic cult called it the power struggle of the young lords. Turning to the present, Yoan flinched at Dongyu's presence. He hastily turned his head away and thought, damn it, he's the divine doctor from the Poison Demon clan. I have to hide the nanomachines in my body. The system immediately reassured him. As it is cutting-edge technology, it will absolutely not be detected, master. Dongyu saw his expression and thought to himself, he must have received help from someone. The old man then frowned and said, there's nothing particularly wrong with your body, so I'll prescribe a tonic to replenish your energy. Gaugang, who was beside him, was delighted to hear that. Thank you. Seeing Dongyu about to leave, Yoan quietly asked, are you leaving now? I'll see you out. The old man replied coldly, that's all right, you just take good care of the young master. Dongyu, now outside, was still lost in thought. What a strange affair. Who on earth could do such a thing? The old man recalled Yoan's childhood. He was small when he was young and fell behind in his martial arts training. He still wouldn't be a match for the young masters of the other clans. Walking down the empty hallway, the old man continued his thoughts. He has inherited the Lord's blood from head to toe. He pretends to be indifferent, but he actually cares a great deal. Thinking this far, Dong Yu became intrigued. If the Lord secretly helped him, there's no need for me to pretend I know. I should act as if I don't. This year's demonic academy will surely be noisy in the room. Yoan sighed in relief. Thankfully, that old man isn't that sharp. He then turned his gaze to Gagang. I'm still alive thanks to Guard Zhang. Looking at his reliable back, Yoan felt grateful. The nanomachines healed me, but if Guard Zhang hadn't shown up in time, Yoan stood up abruptly and said quietly, Guard Zhang, thank you for save. Before he could finish, Gagang stopped him. Young master, I apologize. He covered his nose and reminded him, it would be best if you bathed first. Yoan understood his meaning and replied with an awkward smile. All right. A moment later, he was in the bathroom. He clutched his head and called out softly, Hey Nano. The system appeared immediately. Yes, master. Yoan wanted to know more about this machine. You said you healed my body earlier. Is that really possible? The system further explained its functions. It is possible to rapidly self-heal all wounds caused by chronic internal injuries or external shocks. The system added one more thing, however. Lost blood volume and severed body parts require cell division, which takes a considerable amount of time. Yoan heard this but still looked blank, not understanding at all. Really? Why do you keep using such difficult words? The system suddenly suggested. Why don't you test it yourself, master? Wanting to confirm it, he took a dagger and cut his own hand. Blood dripped from the deep wound. That hurts. The system sent an alert. Activating self-healing function for the wound on your hand. Immediately, a light shone from his hand and the wound began to heal slowly. Finally, his hand returned to its original state as if the deep wound had never existed. Yoan was so surprised he sat down in the bathtub. He still held a slight doubt. I can't believe it even after seeing it with my own eyes. How can I have a self-healing ability? The more he thought, the stranger it felt, so he asked the system, all that information you put into my head earlier, can I really use all those abilities? The system replied mechanically. All of that information has its own respective function. Curious, Yoan requested. Then show me after I finish washing up. After drying himself, Yoan noticed his hardened chest muscles. A six-pack was clearly visible. He was quite surprised by this change. Wait, nanomachine, is this what you meant? My body has become as firm as if I've been training for a long time. Did you do this too? The system boasted happily. Yes, I have reconfigured master's body. While Yoan was puzzled. Reconfigured? An old woman outside said. Young master, I will help you change your clothes. He briefly put his conversation with the system on hold and replied, all right. While dressing, the system chattered on. Scientifically, it is impossible to create something from nothing. However, reconfiguring the existing body and muscles is not a difficult task. He didn't understand a single word. You always pick the difficult words. Hearing you talk makes everything I've learned seem useless. It's all things I've never heard before, and nanomachine is too cumbersome. Can I just call you Nano? The system activated a memo, recorded the designation Nano. He sighed wearily. You're so rigid. A moment later, they arrived in a room and he said, this is the study. What should I do now? The system informed him. Master, if you look directly at each bookshelf, I can see them. Yoan was greatly surprised. I just have to look at them, the system replied obediently. Yes, after a moment's thought, he chose books about martial arts. There are only books on chi and blood circulation and cultivation methods here. The 3 talents heart method is a way to train the mind and body, but even with a lifetime of training, one can't even become a third-rate master. In that case, chi and blood would be more useful. He called the system. Let's start Nano. The system activated. Yes, starting now. Amazingly, his hand flipped through the pages at an incredible speed and his eyes widened, scanning the vast content. Yoan informed the system, I flipped through it all, Nano. The system also replied with excitement. Scan of the Chi and Blood book is complete. I will now transmit it to the user's brain, requesting master's approval. Hearing the strange term, he guessed. Scan, does that mean you copied the contents? System informed him. Correct. Do you consent, master? He nodded and replied shortly, yes. At that moment, it was as if light shot out of Yoan's eyes and an enormous amount of information poured into his brain again. Unable to bear it, he placed his hands on the desk. The system announced, transmission of scanned content to the brain is complete. Yoan tried hard not to vomit. The system reassured him, you will get used to it soon. Yoan flinched and asked quietly, are you worried about me? The system immediately shattered that thought. I am merely stating a fact. Yoan pretended to be sulky, no emotions, doesn't even know what worry is. Yoan then sat in a chair to rest. What now? The system suggested. Just as you did when you received the usage instructions, think about the information I have transmitted. He lazily rested his chin on his hand and recited automatically, Chi and blood play an important role in the blood vessels and meridians that flow through the human body, with pressure points and vital points being representative. At this point he realized something was strange, but continued to recite, the act of poking with a finger to temporarily paralyze an opponent is called a pressure point attack. When that knowledge ended, he was even more amazed. No way, isn't this cheating? I'm not just memorizing it, I understand the entire content, the system boasted proudly. Any errors in the book's content have been automatically corrected and transmitted to you, master. He asked back in surprise. Errors? There were mistakes? After a brief calculation, the system concluded. Based on the system's internal information, errors regarding the location of vital points have been corrected. Hearing that, he froze. What? Is that possible? That means I can learn any martial arts manual faster than anyone else. Thinking that far, Yoan was able to smile with confidence. As he went outside, the wind blew through his hair. The successors of the 6 clans have been learning advanced martial arts since they were young. I was only able to learn the 3 talents heart method under their surveillance. The martial arts library in the demonic academy has useful manuals and various manuals taken from the righteous and unorthodox factions. From that very moment, Yoan made a firm decision. My goal is to use this ability to become stronger and survive faster than anyone else in the demonic academy at that time. At the residence of the young lord of the Bakma clan, located in the southeast of the demonic cult's castle, a man questioned in an angry voice, "I told you to get rid of one annoying guy, and now you're telling me all 5 who went with you are dead?" The more he spoke, the more contemptuous he became. "Is that something you should be saying?" The man in the black mask knelt on the floor and explained. It seems an unidentified master intervened. Young Master Muck turned around in anger and shouted, "Who gave you permission to call me by that title?" The man in the black mask stammered, "I am sorry, young Master Muck." The air in the room grew even more sinister. "I thought he was nothing special since he has lowly blood mixed in." The more young Master Muck thought of Yoan, the more his anger boiled. "But it feels like he's hiding something. I managed to shake off his escort warrior, so who protected him?" Young Master Muck made up his mind. "I'll have to get my hands dirty, but I have no choice." He clenched his fists and smiled fiercely. "I will kill you myself in the demonic academy, Cheon Yoan." As the first rays of sunlight hit the mountain peaks, Yoan was still lying in bed. His face was pale. "I was so nervous I couldn't sleep a wink." At that moment, Yoan opened the window. The sky was still dark. He stood by the window and muttered to himself, "Today is already the day I enter the demonic academy." He suddenly noticed Ga Gang training below. His fist techniques were powerful yet fluid. After watching for a moment, Yoan thought, "I'd be better off learning Guard Jang's sword techniques." A look of determination appeared in his eyes. "But if I do that, the 6 clans watching me won't leave me alone. When my mother passed away, I vowed not to learn martial arts until I entered the demonic academy." Suddenly the system called out, "Master." He was startled and replied, "Ha." The system asked him a question. "Would you like to scan Guard Jang's training movements?" The more Yoan heard, the more surprised he became. "What?" he asked back seriously. "Can you scan other people's movements too?" The system replied in 2 words, "It is possible." Hearing that, Yoan frowned. "According to you, I can scan Guard Jang's martial arts training movements and transmit them into my head." The system revealed a few secrets to him. "That is correct. My system has a vast amount of martial arts data stored which can be transmitted to you right now." But seeing the diligently training Ga Gang, he felt conflicted. To steal Guard Jang's martial arts without his permission, Yoan immediately shook off the gloomy thought. "No, when the hour of the ox arrives, I have to go to the demonic academy without an escort. I don't have time to hesitate anymore if I want to protect myself." He commanded the system, "Scan it, Nano." The system displayed a notification, "Starting movement scan." Every movement of Ga Gang's hands and feet entered Yoan's vision. He took in every movement to learn the forms. He captured everything, from his punches, his hook-like hand gestures, to the way he wielded his dagger. Yoan kept his eyes wide open and continued to scan. A moment later, the system's notification sound rang. "Scanned for about an hour and completed scanning all movements." The system activated immediately, starting transmission to the user's brain. Instantly, a headache washed over Yoan. When the system announced the completion of the transmission, Yoan let out a light sigh. "It's more bearable than yesterday." A bright light flashed in Yoan's eyes. "No way." He was intrigued by the information that entered his head. "Is this really possible?" To confirm whether it was true, Yoan moved quickly. He picked up Ga Gang's dagger and decided to test Guard Jang's swordsmanship. "I can do it too." But Yoan hesitated for a moment. "Damn, it'll be a problem if Guard Jang sees me." So he closed the door and decided to train in seclusion. In his room, he began to take deep breaths. His eyes gleamed, and as he stomped his foot with all his might, the wooden floor shattered. He perfectly imitated all of Ga Gang's movements without a single mistake. As he trained, Yoan was lost in thought. These are the exact same movements Guard Jang trained for 20 years. He couldn't believe his current skill level. These are forms that can only be mastered by training every day. Is it possible without that process? The system sent a selection notification. Analysis of the muscle fibers and muscles that develop when training the scanned movements is complete. Would you like to convert the muscles to your body, Master? He felt a slight curiosity. Of course, convert them to my body. Suddenly, Yoan received a huge shock from the system. He collapsed to the floor before the muscle conversion to his body was even complete. It felt like an electric current was running through his entire body. "Why does my whole body hurt so much all of a sudden?" the nano system explained simply. "You have sustained damage to your muscles and musculoskeletal system because you trained with martial arts you just performed without sufficiently developed corresponding muscle fibers." Yoan struggled to his feet. "I get what you're saying, but try to explain it more simply." When the system suggested changing the language to match the user's level, Yoan slumped onto the bed and sighed. "Language level. Why does this feel so insulting?" His body was still trembling. The system sent a new notification. "Language conversion complete. Because you have not trained in martial arts for a long period like Guard Jang, it is difficult for your body to adapt even if information is transmitted to your brain." The system chattered on. "Through simulation, you must fully understand the training movements and transmit the development information to your muscles to move perfectly." He thought to himself, "It's hard to understand." You said you'd make it simple, so why is it still difficult? The system quickly suggested. Would you like to adjust the user's language level to the lowest setting? At this he couldn't hold back and shouted, as long as an ordinary person can understand it, it's fine. And what's this simulation? Getting back to the point, Yoan painfully endured the agony. Does it hurt this much when converting to muscle? The system quickly replied. That is correct. Would you like to begin right now? The system scanned his body and said, it is estimated to take about 1 hour as it requires activating the nanomachines throughout the entire body. Yoan calculated in his head. 1 hour should be fine until it's time to go to the demonic academy. The system added one more thing. This process may cause extreme pain, so it is recommended to enter a state of anesthesia for a while. He asked with a puzzled look, is it that painful? The system just presented a terrible number. There have been a total of 1,050,000 cases of fainting due to muscle conversion. Yoan gritted his teeth and decided to give it a try. The system cautiously suggested, would you like to try without anesthesia? He wanted to test his limits. Can I switch to anesthesia if I can't bear it? The system replied and executed it immediately. Yes. I will begin the conversion now. At this moment, Yoan's entire body suddenly grew hot. He muttered, I'm nervous. It's just a tickle. Suddenly, an excruciating pain as if his muscles were being torn apart hit him, and he screamed. As Yoan gritted his teeth, the whites of his eyes showed. The system immediately activated the anesthesia. His body convulsed and then collapsed onto the bed. He lost consciousness, leaving everything to the system. Elsewhere, Gauguin was preparing breakfast. He tasted it and praised it. Delicious, as good as any family's sister-in-law. As his hands deftly chopped vegetables, he muttered, shall I show off my skills today? I should make all of the young master's favorite foods. Just the thought of it made the corners of Gauguin's mouth lift on their own. It's been a year since I cooked for the young master myself. He doesn't even know how to make rice, let alone cook. A memory of Lady Hua came to mind. Guard Zhang, please take care of my Yoan. Thinking this far, Gauguin continued to talk to himself. It's already been 5 years since Lady Hua passed away from being poisoned by a subtle toxin in her food. The young master Qian is entering the demonic academy today. If Lady Hua were alive, she would have surely watched the young master eat. Please be at peace there, Lady Hua. Suddenly he was startled by Yoan's scream. Young master! The knife he was using to chop vegetables fell onto the cutting board. Gauguin hurried to Yoan's room. Are you all right, young master? But he only found Yoan collapsed on the bed. Young master. Gauguin approached and checked his pulse. Soon he frowned, puzzled. His pulse is normal. What on earth happened? His eyes caught the footprints on the floor. Those footprints. Gauguin looked closer, puzzled. He recognized it as his own technique and thought to himself, it must have been 2 years since the young master started watching me train. Gauguin smiled proudly. Did he master my 20 years of swordsmanship just by watching? A moment later, Yoan woke up with a notification from the system. Conversion of muscle fibers and muscles required for activity is complete. Releasing anesthesia. He shot up from the bed, gasping for breath, pinching his own cheek. He got angry. You should try it yourself. The system did not accept. I clearly warned you, master. At this moment he realized he was lying on the bed and was puzzled. But why am I lying here? Did Guard Zhang come? Yoan picked up the dagger that had fallen on the floor and stood in the middle of the room taking a stance. It won't hurt to practice dagger techniques now, right? The system asked. The muscles have been modified and integrated to match 20 years of training. With newfound confidence, Yoan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. His body began to move. Good. Like it was programmed, every movement was clean and fluid. Yoan was amazed as he trained. It's the same form as before, but the power and accuracy are superior. He smiled, a few drops of sweat running down his face. He could feel the passing wind. This is amazing. The downward slash Yoan made was even more powerful and sharp. He could even twirl the knife dazzlingly. Yoan lifted his leg high and held the dagger in a reverse grip. The first form is to gather strength in the feet and stomp down hard. Now shall I start the second form? The whole room seemed to shake. Yoan froze for a few seconds. He only then realized the result. Oh no, this is bad, to leave such footprints without any internal energy. Yoan sat down like a child who had done something wrong. Is this external energy? I don't seem to have any internal energy at all. How do I explain this if Guard Zhang finds out? Just then, Gauguin's voice was heard from outside. Young master, I've brought your meal. Yoan was flustered and tried to cover the hole in the floor with his foot. What do I do? It won't go in even if I press it with my foot. Gauguin pushed the door open himself. Young master. Yoan had already dragged a large table to cover the spot. I'm especially hungry today. Gauguin was slightly puzzled. Didn't the young master always eat by the window? He quickly made an excuse. I won't be able to come home for a while, so I wanted to eat here. Yoan forced a smile, hoping Gauguin wouldn't notice anything strange. Guard Zhang isn't that sharp, is he? Then he noticed the food tray Gauguin had prepared. Stir-fried vegetables, grilled meat, fried egg and rice. These are all my favorite foods. Yoan's eyes sparkled with emotion. Guard Zhang really cares for me. Today's the day I enter the demonic academy. Anyway, this will be the last breakfast Guard Zhang makes for me. Somewhere, the system broke the sentimental mood. Due to a rapid emotional change, stomach acid is becoming highly active. It will promote saliva secretion. Please swallow saliva and food to calm the stomach acid. He growled in anger. Cut the crap and be quiet. The system obediently activated mute mode. Yo-un cleaned his bowl. I'll eat all of it. Gaugang, who was beside him, smiled and reminded him. Young master, please eat so you don't get an upset stomach. In the blink of an eye he had finished his portion. The rice is very delicious. Guard Zhang, as he called out quietly. Young master, Gaugang approached. He asked directly, when did you steal? No, learn my dagger techniques. At this question, Yo-un's eyes widened in surprise. Pardon? What do you mean? Gaugang placed his hand on the table, lifted it lightly, and moved it aside. The footprints on the floor were revealed. He glanced at it and thought to himself, this is the second form of my dagger technique. It's much better than before, I wasn't mistaken. Caught by Gaugang, Yo-un was suddenly overcome with guilt. Stealing and learning someone else's martial arts is a taboo in the martial world. I was intoxicated by Nano's ability and essentially plundered my guard's martial arts. Even if Guard Zhang despises me, I have no excuse. He lowered his head and his lips trembled. That is, not letting him be flustered, Gaugang smiled and praised him. You are amazing, young master. To reach this level just by watching, I am your person. My martial arts may not compare to the 6 major clans, but I will teach you with all my heart. At his words, Yo-un was moved to tears. Guard Zhang. Yo-un looked at the piece of paper Gaugang held out and asked, what is this? He explained calmly. These are the internal energy cultivation mnemonics for the dagger technique. Yo-un was very curious. Why are you giving this to me? Gaugang couldn't hide his pride and smiled. Actually, I wanted to teach you the internal energy cultivation method, but there are many who are more skilled than me in the demonic academy, so please practice this first. Yo-un couldn't hold back and let his tears fall onto the paper. He bowed his head and sobbed, watching the child he raised grow day by day. Gaugang unknowingly smiled happily. Gaugang recalled what Yo-un had said on the day Lady Hua passed away. Guard Zhang, from now on I will never cry, he said firmly. Never. Now, with an empty food tray in his hand, Gaugang thought to himself. It's been 5 years since Lady Hua passed away, and during that time the young master has lived with clenched teeth. He carefully went outside. But he's just a boy lacking parental love. Suddenly, Gaugang stopped in front of the door. But without looking back, he left a word for Yo-un. When you enter the demonic academy, young master, I cannot be by your side, so crying is only allowed until today. From now on, you must become stronger and more steadfast. Yo-un sobbed and wept even more sorrowfully. Thank you. This time the door opened and then closed firmly again. Yo-un quickly wiped his tears, took a deep breath, and made a promise to himself. From now on, I will not hesitate or be cowardly. In his heart, he considered this place home. My mother is no longer here, but this is still the place I will return to. A moment later, a buzzing sound echoed in front of the main gate of the demonic academy. I heard that all the clans have gathered. How many people came? About 1,000, I think, a fat man said worriedly. It's really nerve-wracking to enter the demonic academy. A skinny man next to him pouted and replied, this demonic academy is a battlefield for the young lords. I never thought a small sect like ours would be standing here on a high platform. The hem of a robe fluttered in the wind. That person shouted, welcome to you all. The man with the long beard was Hua Mi-young. He raised his voice in displeasure. This batch is truly chaotic. I can't see a shred of your firm resolve. You idiots, a murderous aura pierced the sky. Don't you even realize that this will be the last place you ever come to? The people below, unfazed by his contemptuous words, whispered about his reputation. Is that red-haired one the left guardian? He's one of the top 10 strongest in the demonic cult, right? No, was it top 5? Hua Mi-young looked down arrogantly and sneered. The aura of the ones in the front row is unusual. The disposition of the 6 in front cannot be taken lightly, he thought. Have the young masters of all 6 clans participated this time? He recited their names in order from the right. Mystic Demon Clan. First young master Qian Mu Wan. Next, the one with the corners of his mouth raised was Sword Demon Clan. Second young master Qian Ji Gum. The young man with his hair let down next to him was Bakma Clan. Third young master Qian Mu Guillaume. The man with a large headband was Poison Demon Clan. Fourth young master Qian Yang Seong. A man with an arrogant disposition. The one with a robe over his outer clothes was Saber Demon Clan. Fifth young master Qian Yu Chan. The last was a girl from the Evil Demon Clan. Sixth young master Qian Gun Riel. Hua Mi-young thought to himself, this time it will be a great war between the young lords of the 6 clans. Seventh young master Qian. He was surprised and looked around. Where did he go? Yo-un asked in surprise. There's no name tag. The guide nodded once more to confirm. Yes, the 7th young master's name tag is not visible. I will look for it, so please wait a moment. Hearing this, dissatisfaction was already budding in Yo-un's heart. It's clearly a petty prank by the 6 clan bastards. But on the outside, he answered politely. All right, I'll wait. Do they not want to stand in the same row as me? Yo-un decided to wait, as the man said, constantly calculating in his mind. It's not good to clash with them from the beginning anyway. He crossed his arms and recalled the past. They've tried to kill me whenever they had the chance until now, so they'll probably try to kill me on sight. Looking at the numerous people in front of him, Yo-un made a firm decision. I have survived until now. I must become stronger than anyone else. This is the demonic academy. The people gathered in the demonic academy. Everyone was buzzing and talking. Yo-un looked around and commented inwardly, there are a lot of people. This is how you can develop. At this time, a group in front was discussing Yo-un's personal details. That guy with number 7, isn't he the successor young lord who doesn't belong to the 6 clans? I heard he can't do any martial arts at all. Then he'll be the first one to be eliminated. He choked up and sighed. They're whispering even when I'm just standing still. Laugh all you want. On the high platform, Hua Myung was observing quietly. Was he over there, being ostracized and standing at the very back? How ridiculous. His lips twisted into a smile. How conspicuous, the Lord's illegitimate son. Trumpets blared in unison, signaling that the time had come. The test participants stirred, all looking in one direction. With the sound of the trumpets, someone would soon appear, so everyone be quiet. The lord of the cult appeared. The figures of those bearing the title of lord slowly came into view, but there were not one but four. The people below fell silent in unison, their gazes fixed on one spot, none daring to even breathe loudly. The one leading the way was a dignified man, followed by Samang and Magium. They proceeded toward the main seat. Just then, Samang suddenly cried out, "Ouch!" Seeing him stumble, Hua Myung spoke with a displeased expression. "What's with that attire? It's a mess, like a drunkard." At the insulting words, Samang scowled and growled, What is it now, you red-headed bastard?" This man was the Lord's aide-de-right guardian, Guang Du-se. Just then, Magium glanced back as a warning, and the two old men immediately fell silent. He said gruffly, "Noisy." This man was the Lord's aide-de-great guardian, Miang-Zhizha. At last the Lord sat majestically in his chair. The air of a leader emanating from him put everyone on guard. This was the Lord of the Heavenly Demon Cult, and the fifth-ranked master in the martial world, Qian Yu-Yung. The new students below all feared him, each offering their own assessment. The suffocating pressure was so intense they couldn't even lift their heads. As expected of the Lord, at this moment Yo-un was lost in thought. "That man is my father." Magium waved his hand and commanded loudly, "Silence." The new students below immediately fell silent. Finally he bowed his head toward Yu-Yung and reported, "We are ready, my lord." Yu-Yung slowly rose. His gaze was dignified, and the aura that emanated from him when he opened his mouth was truly overwhelming. "Talents who will bear the future of the demonic cult, welcome to the demonic academy." The faces of the crowd below all turned pale as they marveled inwardly. Such incredible internal energy. Yo-un himself was surprised. He's just speaking, yet every single word feels like it's being hammered into my ears. From above, Yu-Yung continued his speech. "Here you shall hone your martial arts and strengthen the power of the demonic cult." They shouted a slogan in unison. "Heavenly demon cult for 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100 million years." The cry echoed throughout the entire courtyard. "Heavenly demon cult for 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100 million years. Long live the demonic cult." Yu-Yung remained expressionless, then suddenly glanced to the side. His gaze stopped on Yo-un below. The two did not exchange any words, and after a single glance he turned his head away. Below, Yo-un's eyes were filled with complex emotions. He looked at him and thought to himself, "The first time we meet, and it's with such a cold gaze." Yo-un frowned and vowed to himself, "Right, I didn't expect anything anyway. He hasn't even looked at my face since my mother passed away." Next, it was Hua Myung's turn to speak. "Now that the Lord's address is over, we shall begin." As the crowd below began to stir, he gritted his teeth in anger at their lack of focus. Hua Myung shouted loudly, "Why haven't you lined up yet?" Looking up, he saw Hua Myung's enraged face. He growled and explained, "I will explain simply, so listen carefully." The explanation began. The Demonic Academy proceeds in 6 stages over 4 years, and there is a test to pass for each stage. You only get one attempt at the test. Hearing this, the new students couldn't help but whisper among themselves, "What, only one chance? How are we supposed to pass in one try? That's ridiculous." Hua Myung sneered and continued, "You all understand, I'm sure. If you fail the test, that student must leave the Demonic Academy immediately." At that moment an arm shot up. "I have a question." The one who raised his hand was Giam. Seeing his arm, Hua Myung frowned and retorted, "Who are you to be asking a question?" His words thundered in Giam's ears. Giam scowled and asked back. Hua Myung was relentless, his overwhelming aura instantly erupting. "Oh, do you have a complaint? I'm sure you were told that the moment you step into this demonic academy, all advantages of being descended from the Lord and the 6 clans disappear." His eyes questioned Giam. "Do you wish to be eliminated early, before you even have a chance to join the power struggle?" Giam was immediately overwhelmed and could only remain silent, while the other new students couldn't help but chuckle. Helpless, he respectfully bowed his head and admitted his fault. "My apologies." Seeing his change in attitude, Hua Myung couldn't hide his disappointment. "What, weren't you about to ask a question?" He continued his explanation. The new students' faces turned visibly pale. The 6-stage tests of the Demonic Academy have only 1 attempt each, so there are not many chances. However, students who pass the test will be granted 3 special privileges in the next stage. Hua Myung began to list them. The first privilege is the Demonic Dragon Pill. These 3 words sparked a wave of debate from below. The Demonic Dragon Pill. What's a Demonic Dragon Pill? If you absorb its life force, you can gain 20 years worth of our cult's internal energy. You will receive it from your clan. They continued to discuss it. Then if I pass all 6 stages and eat 6 Demonic Dragon Pills, I'll gain 120 years of internal energy. Since one 60-year cycle is 60 years, that's practically a peerless master. No, the effect diminishes the more you take, and it's hard to absorb from the start. Why would they give something so good to us? It must have been coveted by martial arts masters for a long time. Yo-un frowned and calculated inwardly. 6 stages. Right now I have no internal energy at all. If I just pass, I can amplify my internal energy in a short period of time. From above, Hua Myung continued his explanation. The second privilege is secret martial arts manuals. As you are all practitioners of martial arts, you should know the importance of these manuals. He mentioned the next location. The Demonic Academy's study, the library, is specially constructed with 5 floors. With each stage you pass, 1 floor will be unlocked, and soon you will have the opportunity to view and train with the martial arts manuals of the 6 clans. At this incredible treatment, the crowd could not hide their excitement. I will become the strongest under heaven, or a master of the martial world. Yo-un had his own calculations, secret martial arts manuals. To survive, I need the manuals more than I need internal energy. However, their enthusiasm was instantly crushed by Hua Mayung. Ah, but you will never reach the 5th floor even if you die and come back to life, so wake up from your dreams. At Hua Mayung's declaration, the crowd fell silent. Samang took a swig of his drink and commented inwardly, boosting morale is a skill of the demonic cult, but everything that guy does is an eyesore, this Hua Mayung. He continued his explanation, finally the 3rd privilege. Everyone was surprised by his next words. You will receive ranks and positions that did not exist before. Everyone made their own calculations. GIGM was no exception. Even successors of the young lords like us might not have a position. As expected, everything changes once you enter the Demonic Academy. From now on, it's a world where only the strong survive. Hua Mayung continued to explain. For each stage you pass, you will become a low-rank warrior for the 1st stage, a mid-rank warrior for the 2nd stage, a high-rank warrior for the 3rd stage, a squadron leader for the 4th stage, and a division leader for the 5th stage. As for the final 6th stage, I'll skip it since you won't pass anyway. From what I can see, most of you won't make it past this stage, he added. That is, if your martial arts are ordinary. Wouldn't it be shameful for the descendants of famous clans to become mere high, mid, and low-rank warriors? Samang sighed and inwardly grumbled at Hua Mayung's words. Can you even call the 6th stage a test? It's nearly impossible. In the hundreds of years the Demonic Academy has existed, less than 10 people have passed. He opened his mouth again and sneered. If you pass the Demonic Academy with excellent results, that position will be recognized. The students start on the same line, but the end will be a world of difference. With a strict hierarchy of command, Yo-un frowned and thought. Until now, the biggest problem was surviving. But from now on, it's about surviving and climbing to a higher position. Hua Mayung's speech was nearing its end. The general explanation is over, he declared. From now on, we will begin the 1st stage test to divide you into dormitories and teams. At this new information, Yo-un froze. His face pale, he let out a horrified scream. What? Not only him, but the other new students could not hide their surprise. Did I hear that correctly? No way. Why like this? Each had different thoughts. Starting the 1st stage test all of a sudden, we haven't learned anything yet. What if I fail? The murmuring was cut short by Hua Mayung. Shut up, he shouted. I told you if you don't pass the 1st stage you'll be expelled from the Demonic Academy and won't even qualify to become a low-rank warrior. The more he spoke, the harsher Hua Mayung became. The 1st stage is just the minimum basic test to become a warrior of this school. Those without even basic internal energy cannot exist in this Demonic Academy, so prepare to die. At these extreme words, Yo-un was horrified. What did you say? At that moment, Hua Mayung suddenly softened his tone and shook his head. No, you could probably do menial jobs suited to your level. Hearing this, Yo-un's hands were already clenched into tight fists. He fumed and thought to himself, damn it, so that's what it was. This is why the wives from the 6 clans prevented me from learning internal energy. His face darkened as he gritted his teeth. If I don't pass now, I will become the most wretched being with no position at all. I'd rather you kill me. A laugh was heard from the front. Mu-Guillaume looked around and wondered to himself, who could he be thinking of? Cheon Mu-Guillaume, I'll kill that filthy bastard with my own hands, but upon seeing something, his eyes widened in shock. What? The crowd couldn't help but be surprised by the appearance of the women. The one in the lead was the 5th elder of the Heavenly Demon Cult and the matriarch of the Sound Demon Clan, Hang So-yu. Below the lord, she slowly advanced toward Yu-Young. Hua Mayung introduced her powerfully. This is Lady Hang So-yu, matriarch of the Sound Demon Clan and the 5th elder of our cult. She will be presiding over the 1st stage test. He explained again. In fact, this test is not just about filtering people out. If you fail this test, you won't even be able to live the life of a low-rank warrior. So-yu's face was grim and unreadable, and the crowd below began to whisper again. The matriarch of the Sound Demon Clan, someone even the Lord doesn't meet easily. Why is she here? Don't tell me. Yo-un watched the scene before him and thought with confusion. Why is everyone covering their ears? Hua Mayung quickly explained. When the 5th elder plays her sound art manual, brats like you won't be able to endure it. So the elder will adjust it appropriately. So don't worry too much. If you have no internal energy, you'll have to endure it with willpower. Do you understand? Hearing this, Yo-un gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. Damn it, I have to endure a sound attack? So-yu now opened her mouth, her hands already prepared to play the Geomungo. If you have at least a minimal amount of internal energy, you should be able to last for a quarter of an hour. Hua Mayung gave a powerful signal. If you are not unconscious after listening to the sound wave attack for a quarter of an hour, you have passed the 1st stage. Begin. As soon as the declaration was over, So-yu's fingers brushed over the strings of the Geomungo. The sound echoed throughout the courtyard, and the crowd had to endure with great difficulty. Yo-un too was completely shocked as the sound hit his ears. A moment later, several people knelt on the ground. Screams began to erupt. My heart, I can hear it even with my ears covered. The scene before him was not outside of Hwa Myung's expectations. As expected, most of the guys from the minor clans in the middle rows have fallen. In contrast, the successors of the young lords from the 6 clans are enduring easily. Over here, Mu sneered and thought to himself, "It just tickles my ears, so you played the Geomungo without rest." He raised the corners of his mouth and recalled the past. "We are the successors of the young lords of the 6 clans, so we've eaten numerous spiritual medicines and delicacies since we were young. So of course we have a lot of internal energy. That Cheon brat with no internal energy must have already collapsed, so Yu's playing speed grew faster and faster. And at this point the descendants of the great families also began to sense something was wrong. Their expressions gradually changed. Something's not right, so Yu's lips were pressed into a firm line. Mu gritted his teeth and thought, the matriarch is continuously increasing the frequency of the sound. I struggled to think of a countermeasure. What do we do? The screams were incessant. Why? Everyone's face was contorted strangely, but So Yu's mind was focused on only one person. Why hasn't he collapsed yet? Cheon Yoan was the one person standing firm among the fallen new students. He himself was shocked. What is this? Looking around, Yoan marveled inwardly. Half of them have collapsed. Then he continued to ask himself, did I suffer internal injuries? But why am I fine? At that moment the system offered an explanation. High and low frequencies are being emitted mixed with the sound waves, detecting a high probability of causing damage to Master's body. Emergency defense mode has been activated, blocking the sound waves. Yoan conversed with the system in his mind. Nano, you can hear that Geomungo sound too. Nano replied, yes. I have temporarily deactivated the auditory organs to block external shock. Curious, he asked again. Then can you hear my voice? Nano explained concisely. We exchange information directly through the brain master. Hearing this, Yoan thought to himself, this is bad. At that moment, So Yu glared at him. Yoan flinched at her gaze. He said to the system, Nano, can you block that murderous glare too? Nano came up with a strange suggestion. Shall I cover Master's eyes for you? Yoan refused, dumbfounded. Never mind. From above, Hwa Myung glanced at So Yu and commented inwardly, the 5th elder's playing is very intense. He frowned and thought, the internal energy of the sound attack is getting stronger than it was at the beginning. At this level, it must be very difficult for those with less than 20 years of internal energy. Hwa Myung's gaze stopped on Yoan. So the cause is that brat after all. Was the rumor that he has no internal energy completely wrong? He's not even in a stance to circulate his power. The corners of his mouth twisted into a smile on their own. This is the first time the first stage has been this exciting since I took charge of the Demonic Academy. How long can that brat last? The new student still standing cried out. Hey, your ear is bleeding, you too. They closed their eyes and circulated their energy with all their might. It's hard to endure even with my 20 years of power. Just a little more and it will be a quarter of an hour. We have to hold on. We can't lose face in front of the major clans at this time. Mu was also circulating his energy and wondered to himself, why is the 5th elder playing so harshly? Seeing her contorted expression, she must be very angry. But he quickly figured out the reason. Don't tell me. Mu whipped his head around and was horrified. What? Mu couldn't help but be puzzled. What? Why is this so shocking? He was lost in thought. If you don't focus while circulating your energy, you'll suffer from chi deviation. What's going on behind him? The answer came quickly. Behind him was Yoan. Everyone was horrified by the sight of Yoan. How is that possible? Why is a brat with no internal energy so perfectly fine? He doesn't look tired at all. He gritted his teeth and thought, that bastard, he looks better off than we do, and we have internal energy. Dong Miang couldn't hold back his laughter. He looked at Heo Bong. He pointed a finger and asked curiously, where did your hair go overnight? Heo Bong was so angry a vein popped on his face, but he had no choice but to swallow his rage. Damn it, with that guy next to me I can't even get angry. Only then did Dong Miang force himself to stop laughing. Sorry, I went a bit too far. It's late, but let me cover it for you. He walked past Yoan, who was still resting with his eyes closed. Mu had guessed early on that something was strange. Something definitely happened last night, but he soon shook off the thought. What? To bother with such tiresome things. A doctor of the Demonic Academy should focus only on treatment and not suspect anything. 2 nights later, at the Group 8 dormitory of the Demonic Academy, Mu asked with a dark expression, this is strange. Are you saying you couldn't get away? Heo Bong stammered out an explanation. I tried to sever Cadet 7's meridians, but his internal injuries were more severe than I thought, so the doctor spent all night treating both of us. But Mu was even more incredulous. You're telling me the doctor didn't sleep at all, or are you making excuses? Heo Bong's face was already drenched in sweat. He struggled to explain, I acted at dawn just as you said, young master. Hearing that, Mu couldn't hold it in. But the doctor was still awake at that time. He slammed his fist hard into Heo Bong's body. So are you telling me the doctor heard you? Then he continued to stomp on Heo Bong. You son of a bitch, just admit you couldn't do it. But Ga Hyang, who was behind him, stopped him. Just a moment, young master, Mu asked in annoyance. What is it? He approached Heo Bong and asked, do you know the doctor's name, the one in the infirmary? Despite the pain, he answered quickly, I heard his name is Baek Dong Miang. Hearing that name, Ga Hyang was immediately lost in thought. Baek Dong Miang, if that's really him. His attitude piqued Mu curiosity. Do you know him? Ga Hyang turned his head casually and explained, he is the disciple of the demonic doctor Baek Jongwoo. Mu was shocked at the name. Lord Baek Jongwoo, they knew about him, as he was from the Poison Demon clan, but didn't he focus on medicine rather than poison and become the cult lord's personal physician? I heard that although he's just a doctor, he's ranked within the top 30 of the demonic cult. Mugeon gritted his teeth and muttered, I'm not certain, but if he's his disciple, his martial arts skills can't be ordinary either. Then he took his anger out on Haobong. He stomped down hard. Damn it, then it was useless to send you. The pathetic Haobong had to clench his teeth and listen to Mugeon's curses. You damn bastard, don't even dream about it. There's no way I'm supporting your sect. He was stunned by those words. What did you say? He recalled what Mugeon had said when he first tempted him. Are you Haobong? Will you work with me? Even if you fail. At that time he had promised Haobong, don't worry, don't you know I'm the young lord of the Bakma clan? As long as you get away, I'll at least support your sect no matter what happens. Now Haobong's faith in Mugeon was completely gone. If you had just kept your promise, I would have told you the truth. He gritted his teeth and vowed to himself, fine, keep taking your anger out on me. Let's see what happens. Just then Mugeon's voice echoed again. He roughly pulled off the towel covering Haobong's head and asked, why are you wearing this? Seeing the shiny bald head, Mugeon's expression went blank for a moment. He continued to stomp on him and shouted, don't try any cheap tricks. Do you think I'll think you're repentant just because you shaved your head? At that moment the other new students muttered, damn it, just when it got quiet for a moment the dorm is getting noisy again. After beating him to his heart's content, Mugeon and Gahyong left. This sucks. Let's go, Gahyong. He nodded and replied shortly, yes, young master. Haobong, left on the ground, trembled with rage. Damn it, Cheon Mugeon. You damn bastard, you sons of bitches. At the same time, Yoan's voice could be heard from the infirmary. Dr. Beck, do you know martial arts too? He confessed honestly. I don't know any martial arts at all. I only ever learned medicine. 7 days later, at the hour of the rabbit in the Demonic Academy infirmary, Yoan's steps were very deliberate and his eyes were focused as he held his hands in position. As Yoan's foot stamped firmly on the ground, he glided across the floor, practicing his martial arts under Samang's supervision. Watching him, Samang thought to himself, this kid is truly a genius. Following Yoan's every move, he marveled. It's only been a few days since he saw the butterfly sword method, yet his stance is stable and his movements are natural without any wasted motion. Then he predicted the future. If he keeps training steadily and applies the forms, there will be no problem at all. At that moment, Samang shouted loudly, next form. Yoan quickly followed, letting out a long sigh internally. Yoan recalled the past. Thanks to nano-scanning my master's forms, I was able to reproduce them perfectly. His gaze became serious, but this might arouse suspicion. I need to slow down. With that thought, Yoan moved gracefully according to the forms he had learned. Samang did not take his eyes off him. The butterfly sword method has a total of 24 forms and he has already learned 8, including 3 combined forms. He continued to calculate, but it takes a lot of time to build a solid foundation, so I can't teach him how to link them. His expression gradually hardened. If I had just 1 or 2 more months, he could learn everything. 2 weeks is too short. At that moment he suddenly stopped Yoan's training. That's enough. Well done. Yoan quickly stopped and cupped his hands in response. You praise me too much, master. Samang held out a piece of paper and said, take it. Yoan asked with curiosity, what is this? He slowly explained, this is the internal energy cultivation method for the forms of the butterfly sword method. Since today is the last day, I, your master, want to teach you myself. With your mind and senses you should be able to learn the basics. His next words were enough to excite Yoan. I will test you when we next meet, so do not be lazy and train seriously. He bowed his head and promised, thank you, master. I will live up to your expectations. Samang was pleased with his spirit. That's the way. At that moment Samang reached out toward a sword, pulling it toward him with his powerful internal energy. He drew the sword and said, this is your master's Guangmudu. After speaking, he tossed the sword to Yoan. Yoan carefully examined the weapon in his hands and said, it's light. It's not as heavy as I thought. Samang couldn't hide his smile and explained, a normal sword weighs about 2 to 3 caddies, but the treasured sword of our school, the Guangmudu, weighs only about half a caddy to 1 caddy. Yoan hesitated and guessed, is it because of the butterfly sword method? Samang couldn't help but be pleased with his words. You're a clever one. Suddenly, Samang swung the sword. Yoan quickly caught the piece he had cut off and marveled. This sword is really sturdy, he thought to himself. Dr. Beck will definitely be angry if he sees this. Samang explained proudly, the blade is narrow and light, but it is made of steel, making it sharp and durable. Then he told him to step back. Now I will show you what you wanted to see. He focused his strength into the hand holding the sword. Watch carefully. This is your master's butterfly sword method. Yoan grinned, seizing the opportunity before him, and quickly commanded, Nano. The order was given, preparing to scan. The system responded immediately. Initiating scan as per user's command. The morning sunlight shone down brightly. At that moment Samang's figure flashed quickly across the roof. From a distance, Hua Myung and Ma Gyeong were watching. Hua Myung spoke, the little rat has finally arrived. Oh, I mean the right guardian. Ma Gyeong picked up his words. It was difficult pretending not to know all this time. At that moment Hua Myung couldn't contain his curiosity and asked again, whose order was it? I guess we won't be seeing the right guardian sneaking through rat holes anymore. Ma Gyeong continued with a straight face, we'll have to select new warriors to guard the corridors. They've had enough rest. After finishing his words he turned to leave. I must be going. But Hua Myung, still unable to shake his curiosity, continued to ask, But why are you so interested in the seventh young master? Hearing that, Ma Guillaume only gave a vague answer. For the sake of fairness, unexpectedly, Wah Mayong uttered an inscrutable phrase. Is there any finger that doesn't hurt when you bite all 10? Ma Guillaume explained bluntly. You can ask the Jade Emperor about that. As soon as he finished speaking, he left, leaving only a strong gust of wind beside Wah Mayong. He muttered, truly the god of wind, to disappear in the blink of an eye. Once he decides to leave, no one can hold him back. Wah Mayong's gaze turned to the distance. He slowly asked himself, but is 14 days really fair? On the other hand, Dong Myung was frowning, lost in thought. He looked at Yo-un lying in bed with his eyes closed and spoke with curiosity. He was always awake whenever I came, so why is he still sleeping today? Is something wrong? Then he answered himself. In any case, today is the last day he can rest comfortably. It will be very tough once he leaves the infirmary. Dong Myung quickly left, not forgetting to mutter to himself, I should let him sleep a little longer. He had no idea that Yo-un's hands on the bed were clenched so tightly that his veins were popping. At the same time, the system was reporting user's muscle fiber conversion to match the butterfly sword method. Simulation data is 80 in progress. Muscle conversion 75 complete. Estimated half a shichen to reach 100. Half a shichen later, Dong Myung, who had been sleeping soundly, was jolted awake by a sharp scream. So shocked he felt like shouting at the sky. He scrambled toward the source of the scream. What's happening? What Dong Myung saw was the sight of Yo-un vomiting violently. Dong Myung hurriedly checked his temperature and thought to himself, why is he suddenly having convulsions and throwing up? Then he asked urgently, are you alright? Where does it hurt? That's right, let it all out. A moment later, Dong Myung helped Yo-un up and carefully laid him on the bed, saying, lie down and rest when you feel better. Yo-un's hands were covered in a cold sweat. Dong Myung cautiously took his pulse. He was so surprised his eyes widened. Why is the pulse of someone who just woke up like this? It's as if he's done an excessive amount of exercise. At that moment, the system reported, shock may occur before the muscles are fully converted, after which they will return to normal. Yo-un was panting for breath, but soon his breathing stabilized and the look of exhaustion vanished. Dong Myung continued to be amazed. He was on the verge of becoming an idiot. What is this? Why did his condition suddenly stabilize? I've never heard of anything like this from my master. He scratched his head and muttered, I don't know, I'll just let him keep sleeping. It's almost lunchtime, so I should go get something to eat. Only then did Yo-un's eyes slowly open. He carefully sat up, extended his hand forward, and clenched his fist with all his might. Yo-un thought with excitement, the strength in my hand is completely different from 6 hours ago. My master must know how hard I'm training in martial arts. If my master knew I achieved this body in just 6 hours, he would definitely be shocked. He then recalled Samang's serious expression when he demonstrated the form for Yo-un. Yo-un's eyes had widened as he marveled inwardly. Truly, truly amazing, to create such a wind with just the form without using any internal energy. Yo-un's eyes grew wide. He immediately asked the system, Nano, did you scan it? Nano quickly replied, yes, master. Scan complete. Just then, Samang turned his head and asked, Yo-un, did you see that clearly, my disciple? He answered politely, yes, I saw it clearly. He grinned and continued, while also delivering some sad news, it's a pity, I should be teaching you the forms properly, but today is the last day. You might have been the one to master this master's butterfly sword method. Having received his teaching, Yo-un cupped his hands, bowed his head and replied politely, thank you for your guidance, master. Samang reminded him once more, you must always stay sharp. Yo-un replied again, yes, master. He had reached the door but repeated himself one more time, it will be very difficult when you return to the demonic academy. Don't you dare lose my disciple. After finishing his words, Samang vanished instantly, leaving only Yo-un, who watched him go. Lost in various thoughts, he couldn't help but be moved. So there was someone in this demonic academy who worried about me. At least one person. He then made a promise to himself, then I must live up to my master's expectations. Then he asked the system, Nano, is the analysis of the scan movements finished? Nano replied quickly, yes, it is complete. According to the analysis, the estimated time required to convert the muscle fibers and muscles to the level of activity of the scanned subject is 3 shichen. Hearing that, Yo-un couldn't help but marvel. 3 shichen, why does it take so long? His hand performed a form, and as Yo-un imitated Samang's technique, the whites of his eyes showed. A constant stream of energy emanated from his body. Yo-un smiled and muttered, good, I only tested one form of the butterfly sword method, but it's identical to my master's. The second form, but something caused his pupils to suddenly widen. Yo-un stopped immediately and turned his gaze to one side, thinking, I can feel someone walking outside in the corridor. Only then did he realize something strange. Wait, why have my senses become so sharp? Could it be that as my body changed, my senses changed along with it? He couldn't hide his excitement and shouted inwardly, all right, I'm ready. The person who entered the room was Dong Myung. Yo-un was surprised to see him. Dong Myung asked while brushing his teeth, when did you wake up? What's finished? Yo-un explained awkwardly, I'm ready to leave the infirmary, he thought to himself. So the presence I felt in the hallway was Dong Myung. Afterwards he changed back into his new student's uniform. Dong Myung let out a sigh. He grumbled, I'm bored without any patience. What am I going to do if you leave too? Unexpectedly, Yo-un grinned and said, there will be more and more in the future. Dong Myung asked back as if he didn't understand, what? No, it's good that there are no patients. He didn't delve deeper into this story but instead bowed low and offered his thanks politely. Thank you for taking care of me all this time, Dr. Dong Myung smiled brightly and replied, of course it will be tough from now on, but I wish you the best of luck. The infirmary door opened again. Dong Myung crossed his arms and muttered to himself, I have nothing to do now. Shall I just go to sleep? As Yo-un closed the door, his hand hesitated for a moment. He thought to himself, if the doctor knew I learned martial arts from the right guardian, he would never have allowed it. It was inconvenient in many ways while I was in the infirmary, but I will never forget someone who worries about me like this. Yo-un leaned his head against the door and promised him inwardly, the patients you want, doctor, I will bring them to you. As soon as these words fell somewhere, Mugyeom's group shuddered for no reason. At the Demonic Academy's spacious training ground during group afternoon training, several new cadets were whispering below. Each one chimed in. Is that guy the other successor to the young lord in our group? Has it been 14 days? The wickedness was clearly visible on Mugyeom's face. He's finally here. His gaze was fixed on the one with the dirty blood. Yo-un, Pyong seemed slightly excited to see him. You're here? Yo-un bowed his head politely and replied, yes, instructor. He asked with concern, how is your body? Yo-un said modestly, I've fully recovered. I was very lucky. Hearing this, Pyong let out a sigh of relief and continued. I've explained the theory, but do you remember the position? Yo-un replied respectfully. I remember. The instructor threw a shield and sword on the ground and commanded, good, take these and go to your position. Yo-un passed by Mugyeom. He couldn't hold back and spat out a word of contempt. Were you so scared that you're only just coming now? As Yo-un passed by, Mugyeom continued to spew dirty words, but Mugyeom's eyes immediately widened in astonishment. He growled unpleasantly as he watched Yo-un's retreating back. How dare he ignore me? On the other hand, Yo-un just grinned. Are you excited already, Cheon Mugyeom? I'll show you properly. Pyong's command rang out. We will begin practical swordsmanship training. This time stay sharp and maintain a good distance, he reminded them carefully in a firm voice. If an accident like before happens again, this instructor will immediately expel the cadet responsible from the Demonic Academy. Then he asked loudly, do you understand? The new cadets replied in unison, demonic. As the red flag in his hand waved, the new cadet's feet began to move. Watching Mugyeom, a few assessments came to mind. Cheon Mugyeom's personality is arrogant and violent, but he works well with the cadets around him, as expected of a young lord successor. The problem is Cheon Yo-un. Pyong turned his gaze to Yo-un and prayed inwardly. I deliberately placed him in the position with the least movement. Please don't make any mistakes. But his appearance surprised the instructor. Pyong was lost in thought and commented, he's following along better than I thought. Is he imitating the other members? Another command fell. Hold the shield properly to block and maintain your stance and formation. Following that, words of encouragement were heard. You're doing well. Don't move until I give the order. But a moment later a shout rang out. I told you not to move. Who was that who made a noise? Can't you stand straight? The members' legs are already trembling. How are we going to beat the other groups in the second stage like this? Get it together. Pyong frowned, unable to understand. The members had been training all this time. In the end, his gaze stopped only on Yo-un. Why is Cheon Yo-un so perfectly fine? He doesn't look like someone who just returned from the infirmary. Pyong raised the yellow flag in his hand high. As a result, a command fell. I'll have to re-evaluate this one. Change formation. The group moved as the instructor demanded, forming a circle. Their feet moved half a step forward in time with the beat. Mugyeom shouted, widen your stance. Good, you're doing well. Yo-un silently focused on following the formation. Seeing this, Mugyeom gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, Cheon Yo-un, aren't you making a single mistake? His eyes widened and veins popped and a dirty thought followed. You with your dirty blood, are you trying to show me how good you are? His gaze turned to Ga-hyung and Mugyeom spoke to him through a mental message. Ga-hyung immediately reacted to the words. Nod your head if you understand what I'm saying, he continued to demand. When we change formation for the third time, do as I say. Ga-hyung's lips twisted into a smile. Yes, I understand. Immediately, the command fell. Change formation. They quickly formed the formation. Stack the shields 3 layers high. Yo-un's gaze never lost focus for a moment as he thought. The reason it's not that difficult is because Nano showed me a simulation video. It's really convenient. The second command followed. Once you've built the defensive wall, thrust your swords between the shields. At this time, Ga-hyung began to move. Be careful but maintain your agility. His perverted gaze turned to Yo-un. I can see that guy's butt clearly, and he began to move. It's only fun if I make that guy with the dirty blood crawl on the floor. One of Ga-hyung's feet shot out, but unexpectedly, Yo-un had already noticed. He had completely sensed the strange movement. Ga-hyung's eyes widened in shock. What did he notice? He squeezed his eyes shut and decided to attack blindly. I was going to go easy on him because I felt sorry for a guy with no martial arts, but since it's come to this, I'll kick him with all my might. But the moment his foot was about to reach, a current appeared and Ga-hyung was immediately thrown back. He was flung far away, completely out of the formation. Mugyeom froze in surprise. Ga-hyung himself couldn't come to his senses. He frowned and wondered. I was thrown back. That guy's internal energy is stronger than mine. A black shadow suddenly fell over Ga-hyung's body. Pyong spoke in a displeased voice. You again, seeing his tense expression. Ga-hyung immediately stammered. Instructor, and as he tried to move, his leg reacted. Ga-hyung realized the pain was still in the sole of his foot, and his eyes widened. His gaze turned to Yo-un and he only replied with a sneer. Ga-hyung's face grew more and more sinister. This bastard, how dare he laugh at me? but I Am Pyong had no intention of letting him go. Hey, are you grinding your teeth? You've lost your mind. What's wrong? Go Hyung instantly became a mouse in front of a cat and stammered out an explanation. Instructor. It's not that, it's that guy's butt. But his words only made the other person more confused. What? But? After finishing his words, I Am Pyong punched him in the body. This guy, you're really crazy, he continued to question him. You were the one who stabbed Cadet 23 in the back last time, right? And he declared Go Hyung's punishment. You won't have a moment to spare for the next 3 days. You will receive this instructor's hellish training until you fall asleep. Hearing that, he stammered and begged. But instructor, at this, I Am Pyong's eyes blazed as he shot back. Are you still trying to make excuses? Go Hyung could only reply, demonic. The others started whispering, and only Mu-Guillaume trembled with rage. Ah, what bad luck. He did all sorts of dirty things behind Cheon Mu-Guillaume's back. He got what he deserved. He gritted his teeth so hard they could break. His 2 eyebrows were already furrowed enough to touch. He spat out one word at a time. Cheon Yoan. Wah Myung watched this commotion from above and was lost in thought. Cheon Yoan's internal power is stronger than I thought. He was taught by the right guardian, but it's really strange. He rested his chin on his hand and calculated. That guy ate a demonic dragon pill, so his internal energy increased by almost half. Or maybe more. Wah Myung still concluded that the drunkard couldn't have taught him properly. Absolutely not. But a part of him was swayed. Could it be that that guy has the natural talent to absorb all the effects of the demonic dragon pill? Wah Myung's lips twisted into a smile. That's probably it. There's no other way to explain it. Even if he's only half-blooded, he's still his son. A comment followed. To have 2 young lord candidates in one group. This is really interesting. In the Demonic Academy's main dining hall, I Am Pyong announced loudly. Begin the meal. The new cadets replied in unison. Demonic. The chopsticks started picking up the food. Yoan took a bite and immediately looked satisfied. Soy braised chicken. He chewed the food and recalled the past few days. It was really tough eating only white porridge for 14 days. Nevertheless, Yoan did not forget the main point. But across from me, Mu-Guillaume is furious. He was slightly curious. Cheon Mu-Guillaume, you haven't eaten a single bite since a while ago. You're just staring at me. Are you trying to pick a fight again? I thought I could finally enjoy a meal. Yoan's eyebrows furrowed. I don't know why that guy hates me so much, but I can't forgive you 6 major clans either. He was on guard even while eating. You will never know what it feels like to have to watch my mother die helplessly. Just you wait. And Yoan did not forget to set a goal for himself. From now on I will crush you. Another command fell. Dinner is over. That concludes today's schedule. Cadet 80 will remain. Everyone else is dismissed. Hearing that he had to stay, Go Hyung's face was not good. The group shouted a slogan and dispersed. I Am Pyong demanded of him. Follow me. Yoan watched the scene from behind and couldn't hold back his laughter. He headed to a dormitory building and went inside. Yoan constantly looked around and was on alert. So all of Group 8's bedrooms are on one floor. It's simple and easy to figure out. But before he could take a few steps, a strange voice stopped him. Hey, are you coming in without my permission? The owner of the voice was Mu-Guillaume. Yoan frowned as he looked at him and thought to himself, this guy, I wasn't wrong. He glanced at the rest of the group and commented with a hint of contempt, you're just a bunch of villains who form cliques. You want to act like the boss wherever you go. This immediately drew the attention of the other new cadets. Isn't that the young lord of the Bakma clan? Who's that guy standing in front of him? Isn't that the 7th young master I've only heard rumors about? This is going to be interesting. Even an elder stopped and watched Cheon Mu-Guillaume and Cheon Yoan, the elder of the evil demon clan. Cheon 1ro, Mu-Guillaume grinned out of the corner of his eye. He was very satisfied with the number of people gathered there. A lot of people have gathered, so I guess I can start now. He then walked up to Yoan and stood very close. Mu-Guillaume once again spat out childish words. You with the dirty blood. Yoan's expression remained unchanged as he heard the next words. Hiding in the infirmary like a coward, have you been well? He got more and more excited as he spoke. What are you angry, you with the dirty blood? But Yoan calmly shot back, are you insulting the Lord? This immediately made Mu-Guillaume pause. He asked loudly, what? At this, Yoan slowly enlightened him. You and I have the same blood, so aren't you insulting the Lord? The more he heard, the more ridiculous Mu-Guillaume's expression became. What did you say? Yoan raised the corners of his mouth and added, how dare you defile the Lord who is like the heavens of this cult? Is your position higher than the Lord's? He glanced at the whispering crowd behind him and muttered a denial. That's not what I meant. Mu-Guillaume's face was already full of anger. I was trying to make everyone despise and hate that guy, but in the end I on one side. The elder laughed and commented, as expected, all the guys from the Bakma clan are stupid. There was another spectator on the other side. He sighed and thought to himself, getting angry at such a lowly guy, what a fool. This is the Sword Demon clan. Cheon-gung quickly lost his patience and shouted in an instant, this bastard. He grabbed Yoan's collar with one hand and raised his other hand into a high fist. How arrogant. But before he could even act, he was punched in the face by Yoan. Mu-Guillaume was hit and knelt on the ground at this. Yoan grinned and slowly asked back, arrogant, what were you trying to say? Mu-Guillaume spat out a mouthful of blood and extremely enraged shouted with a face as dark as a pot lid, how dare you, you cowardly bastard. But Yoan quickly flew through the air. Mu-Guillaume's fist, which had been gathering power, was left behind and he punched the empty air. Yoan landed safely on the ground. Mu-Guillaume muttered and cursed. Damn it, and he shouted at him as he ran outside, are you running away? Seeing this, Cheon-gung's eyes widened in admiration. Lightfoot technique, how does that coward know it? Mu-Guillaume immediately ordered his subordinates. What are you standing there for? Go and catch that guy. They followed in unison. Yes, and they quickly chased after Yuan. Mu-Guillaume stayed behind and wiped his nose. His face grew darker and darker. How dare he hit me and run away? If I let that guy go, I'm not a man. Outside, Yuan was moving quickly through the forest. The guys chasing him panted and admired him. How can he be so fast? Mu-Guillaume bit his lip. He thought something was strange. It's like he's deliberately maintaining a distance, just enough not to get caught but not running away. Could it be? Thinking that, he immediately flew through the air and shouted nervously, "Why are you dawdling like this? You're getting slower and slower. I can go alone, so get out of the way." The guy next to him hesitated and replied, "Young master." Mu-Guillaume's lips curved as he calculated inwardly. "Qian Yuan, just you wait until I catch you. I'll stomp on your face and break every bone in your body." As Mu-Guillaume picked up speed, Yuan stopped. Mu-Guillaume landed close behind and questioned him. "You son of a bitch, are you done running away?" At this, Yuan was perplexed. Running away? He took a stance and continued. How amusing. Mu-Guillaume's eyes widened in shock. He shouted loudly, "Ha?" and asked back. Yuan sneered as he began to gather his strength, triumphantly raising his hands high. "No need to show the others." He then threw a punch at Mu-Guillaume's head despite his attack. Mu-Guillaume reacted swiftly and blocked it with his hand. However, he was pushed back a great distance by Yuan. Mu-Guillaume thought in surprise, "I blocked it with 70 of my power, yet I was pushed back this far. That guy's power is no joke." Mu-Guillaume's eyes widened and he stammered, "You?" Yuan merely sneered at the question. "How did you get such power?" The more Mu-Guillaume thought, the more his expression hardened. "And his Lightfoot technique is incredibly fast. He had no internal energy during the first stage test. How did this happen?" All of Mu-Guillaume's thoughts were exactly as Yuan had anticipated. "Good, he's confused, just as I planned." He gritted his teeth in surprise at Yuan's momentum. Just then his subordinates arrived and shouted in alarm, "Young master!" Yuan unleashed another technique. He recited the mnemonic, "Butterfly sword method, second form, whirling swallow dance." His eyes suddenly widened in surprise. It was because Mu-Guillaume had dodged with great flexibility. He dodged. He even countered by throwing a punch at Yuan. However, before his punch could land, Yuan's attack had already struck deep into Mu-Guillaume's body. His expression immediately hardened. Not to be outdone, Mu-Guillaume quickly swung his fist in a counterattack. The technique he used was the second form of the Bakma fisting method, striking fist chain, and Yuan had no choice but to dodge. His eyes widened with caution, but Mu-Guillaume also glared and tried to attack once more. As he unleashed his technique, Yuan struggled to block it. Nevertheless, he couldn't avoid being sent flying far away. Yuan gritted his teeth and thought, "My internal energy is inferior." Even before entering the academy, that guy's internal energy was higher than the average cadets. As he observed his opponent, he continued to think of a countermeasure. "Thanks to the demonic dragon pill, my internal strength has increased, but thankfully I can hold on." He then decided to leap high and attack continuously without giving him a chance to counter. In an instant, Yuan appeared beside Mu-Guillaume. He couldn't even react, his eyes wide in surprise. The subordinates also shouted in alarm, "Did you see any trace? How can that guy's internal energy?" Yuan's hand cut through the air. Fortunately, Mu-Guillaume was agile enough to duck and avoid it. He gritted his teeth in annoyance and muttered, then took the opportunity to land a kick on Yuan's face. Yuan was pushed back a second time and fell over. Mu-Guillaume withdrew his foot and unpleasantly observed his opponent, thinking to himself, "He doesn't have many techniques, but he's incredibly fast." Instinctively, Mu-Guillaume realized he had no idea how to counter his opponent's attacks. Over here, Yuan clutched his head in pain, thinking in disbelief, "I was only thinking about his fist techniques. Why did I suddenly get kicked?" His two eyebrows furrowed in displeasure. "Using a sword method that doesn't match your level. I was a little surprised, but you look really hasty." Suddenly, Mu-Guillaume burst out laughing. "So that's it. You learned it in a hurry." Yuan's hands touched the ground and he picked himself up, blaming himself. "I lack real combat experience and have only learned 2 basic sword techniques." His eyes widened, his caution and focus higher than ever. "I underestimated that Mu-Guillaume guy too much." Observing his opponent, he thought, "To think there would be such a difference in real combat experience." On the other side, Mu-Guillaume began to clench his fists. How deep is that guy's martial arts? He used the 5th form of the Bakma fisting method, subduing Tiger Fist, to attack Yuan. "First I'll stomp you, then I'll greet you slowly." His eyes widened and he kept thinking of a way to overcome this. "What do I do? What technique should I use?" Just then the savior system spoke. "External threat detected. Activating visual information augmented reality to respond to the threat. Activating defense mode. Guiding combat actions through a guide." As soon as the words were spoken, Mu-Guillaume's hand came at him fiercely. Yuan followed the system's control and raised his hand to block. Then, with his movement, dust flew in all directions. Mu-Guillaume's eyes widened in surprise as he saw Yuan's attack coming at him. He was hit with an uppercut by Yuan. Yuan himself hadn't thought he could make such an attack. As Mu-Guillaume staggered back, 2 streams of blood flowed from his nose. He thought, "Damn, that's not a sword technique." Over here, Yuan was very surprised and asked the system in a curious voice, "What in the world is this?" The explanation came quickly. This is one of the self-defense arts installed in the program, initiating a boxing guide. Hearing this, he asked back with a blank face. A guide, the system slowly explained. It means individual guidance. It analyzes the opponent's movements and produces results within 0.01 seconds thanks to his excellent understanding. Yoan understood most of the words. I don't really get it, but this movement is boxing, right? The system affirmed firmly. That is correct, Yoan continued to suggest. Can you operate the butterfly sword method instead of boxing? The system replied immediately. Analysis and conversion are complete, and I can guide you, master. Do you approve? Hearing this, he couldn't help but sneer. I approve. Mu-Guillaume, his face covered in blood, angrily questioned him. Are you skilled in fist arts, you dirty bastard? You must be hiding a lot of things. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed at Yoan like a moth to a flame. Your luck won't save you. Just then, the system sent a notification, replacing defense mode from boxing to butterfly sword method usage. Mu-Guillaume's continuous attacks became as clear as day in an instant. Yoan sneered and thought to himself, I can see all of that guy's attacks. He lightly dodged every attack. Mu-Guillaume gritted his teeth in anger and cursed. Damn it, he dodged all my punches, and in a moment of carelessness he was punched by Yoan. After that, dozens of punches rained down on Mu-Guillaume's body, numerous memories blurred as he was hit. Someone's words echoed in his ears. Mu-Guillaume, if you try hard, if you do well, you can steal the cult lord's, no, your father's attention away from that dirty bastard. The woman in Mu-Guillaume's memory stroked his head and urged him. You must win no matter what, do you understand? He didn't notice at all that her hand was trembling and replied respectfully, Yes, mother. In another memory, his mother constantly berated him. It's because you're not good enough. It's all because you're not good enough. If only that dirty bastard hadn't appeared at that time, the woman said crazily. It's not my fault. It's all because you're ugly. At that moment, Mu-Guillaume's eyes widened in surprise. He was blamed. It's all your fault. In the present, his legs were trembling, and his thoughts were somewhat hazy. Do you think I'll lose to a lowly bastard like you? Yoan quietly listened to Mu-Guillaume's words and observed, damn it, he couldn't accept this fact. I'm losing. Mu-Guillaume's legs struggled to find balance. He gathered strength in his fist once more, preparing to strike. Do you think I'll lose to a lowly bastard like you? But in the blink of an eye, Yoan appeared by his side, grabbed Mu-Guillaume's face with his hand and slammed him to the ground. Mu-Guillaume coughed up a mouthful of blood and nearly lost consciousness. The forest fell silent. Neither Yoan nor Mu-Guillaume moved any further. Only then did a person's voice ring out. At Mu-Guillaume's words, Yoan was surprised. A lowly bastard like you is me. Hearing this, he slowly replied, You brought this all upon yourself. At this moment, Yoan asked the system, Nano, if I'm not mistaken, it seems the fifth elder and those guys are angry. Nano drew circles around the faces of the mentioned individuals and analyzed the movement of their facial muscles. Nano began to explain about So-Yu. This is a facial muscle pattern that indicates emotions of embarrassment, astonishment, annoyance, anger, and rage. Yoan frowned and thought to himself, I can't hear them, so I can't feel it, but there's definitely hostility. That woman thought I had no internal energy, so her pride must have been hurt seeing me hold on. He calculated grimly. If I pass the first stage normally and say I have no internal energy, no one will come looking for me. After thinking for a moment, Yoan suddenly suggested, Nano, can you inflict internal injuries? The system asked back. By internal injuries, do you mean damage to the 5 viscera and 6 bowels? Yoan nodded and affirmed. That's right, Nano replied. It is possible, but I do not recommend that you damage your own body, master. However, he firmly rejected Nano's good intentions. It doesn't matter. Make me suffer internal injuries and vomit blood when the performance ends. Helpless, the system proceeded with the task of forcibly damaging the 5 viscera and 6 bowels according to the master's command above. So-Yu continued to play the Geomungo with an angry face. It's almost been a quarter of an hour. She stared at Yoan. That dirty bastard has been holding on comfortably for almost 15 minutes. The more So-Yu thought, the more furious she became. Is this how it ends? So-Yu's face contorted uglily. My pride won't allow it. Blinded by anger, So-Yu decided to pour in more power. I'll use 50 of my power and see how long you can last. Ma immediately sensed something was wrong. This is his gaze stopped on So-Yu. Dangerous. The new students could no longer hold on. Seeing them vomit blood, Ma shouted loudly to stop her. Stop! He reached out a hand toward So-Yu and blocked her. It's dangerous, fifth elder. As if she had come to her senses, she stopped the hand that was playing the Geomungo. The scene before them was more disastrous than imagined. The crowd sighed and muttered. It's over. Saman commented inwardly. If that woman had used the sound art manual just a little more strongly, all those guys would have failed the first stage. The fifth elder of this cult is nothing more than a despicable and lowly person. So-Yu was blaming herself. Really, what a mess. I couldn't control my anger because of one brat and raised my power to half. The more she thought, the more unpleasant she felt. A lowly bastard who broke the promise with the 6 major sects and cultivated internal energy. The name So-Yu muttered in her heart. Qian Yoan. At that moment his body began to move. Yoan coughed with difficulty. He vomited blood and did not hide his pained expression. Mayung was shocked, and So-Yu also thought in disbelief. What? Mu-Guillaume turned pale. He stared at Yoan with wide, uncomprehending eyes. What's happening again? The crowd couldn't hide their surprise either. What? Why is that guy vomiting so much blood? He's not going to die, is he? Only Yoan was inwardly fuming and cursing. Nano replied calmly. I have executed the action according to Master's command. The internal organs are severely damaged. I tried to preserve as much blood volume as possible. He cursed at Nano. You bastard, I'm going to die. Yoan's eyes widened and he vomited, staining the ground with blood. At this moment, Hua Myung moved fiercely. He gritted his teeth and thought, if the superintendent lets someone die during a test, all the responsibility is on me. He's not affiliated with the 6 major sects, but he has the cult lord's bloodline, so it'll be a big headache if he dies. In an instant, Hua Myung approached Yoan and said worriedly, hey kid, are you okay? Nano continued to explain. A 7 loss of blood will induce dizziness. I will proceed with self-healing for the internal organ damage and increase blood volume. However, Yoan quickly stopped it. Wait, not yet. Hua Myung supported Yoan's limp body. Kid, are you giving up like this? Nano continued to report. Master's condition is very dangerous. Yoan replied, just a little longer. At that moment, Hua Myung grabbed his wrist and took his pulse, commenting inwardly, how strong is this kid's internal energy that he can endure this much? He realized, and his eyes widened in surprise. No, Hua Myung stared blankly at Yoan. He has no internal energy at all. His body was covered in blood. He was shocked and marveled. He's crazy. This kid is crazy. Hua Myung thought this kid was called the unfortunate 7th young master and wasn't expected to do much. I didn't think he could pass the first stage with just his strength without any internal energy. He supported Yoan's unconscious body and raised his hand, shouting loudly. When Hua Myung signaled, take this one to the Demonic Academy's doctor, his subordinates quickly complied. As you command, Hua Myung quietly watched as Yoan was carried away. Only then did Yoan inwardly demand, heal me quickly. Nano So you also quietly watched the scene before her. She was shocked and thought, that kid couldn't withstand my sound art manual and suffered severe internal injuries. Hua Myung approached So Yu and informed her, the injury is very serious, 5th elder. Hearing this, she was startled and asked back with a contorted smile, what? He sighed and continued, he almost had 1 foot in the grave. Hearing this, So Yu stammered and asked back, don't tell me that kid's internal energy is very low. Her eyes couldn't hide their surprise at his affirmative words. He has none at all. Hua Myung crossed his arms and added, I infused my internal energy to open his meridians, but I couldn't feel any internal power at all. He kept his promise. So you shot up and shouted, nonsense, are you saying he endured my sound wave attack without any internal energy? She couldn't hold back her voice and shouted loudly, if he had no internal energy he should have fainted normally like those guys. Hua Myung slowly replied, he suffered severe internal injuries and seems to have endured with only the strength of his body. So you asked back, unable to understand, what? He endured with the strength of his body? He too marveled. Such terrifying strength, Hua Myung thought. If he weren't an illegitimate son I would have taken him as my disciple, but making an enemy of the 6 major clans is not a good idea. Samang continued to drink. He let out a satisfied breath, and hearing Hua Myung's words muttered, he endured with his strength. How interesting, he asked back unpleasantly. Don't tell me you've taken an interest in that brat, just stay in your corner and drink. Samang was angered by Hua Myung's dismissive attitude. I'm talking about that brat from before, redhead, now get lost. He blatantly shooed him away. Get lost, you drunkard, Samang growled. Are you refusing a fine drink and asking for a beating instead? But Hua Myung didn't back down. For someone whose mouth reeks of alcohol, you sure can talk. If the great guardian hadn't been there that day you would have already been crushed. He was enraged by this insulting remark. What did you say? The auras erupting from the 2 men burst forth unrestrained. As the pressure spread downward, the crowd was horrified. Such incredible killing intent. The people below were all excited. They're the Lord's left and right guardians. The ground and stones trembled with their power. A moment later they stopped. Samang snorted coldly, turned his head and left. All right, I'm leaving, you sissy. Hua Myung also growled in annoyance. As he descended he continued to complain. To think a mere sound wave attack would leave you all in this state. Kids these days have no guts. Samang's eyes narrowed. He recalled Yoan gasping for breath and made a comparison. Samang sneered and commented to himself, that one is exactly to my liking. The space here was still quiet. In the infirmary on the 2nd floor of the Demonic Academy, the Academy's physician Baek Dong-myung was present. A voice was heard from outside. Dr. Beck, we have a patient. He asked back with curiosity. A patient? Then he suddenly threw the door open and shouted, a patient you say? Dong-myung, as if unable to believe his own ears, asked excitedly, is it true? A real patient? He was as happy as if he'd seen a star in the sky, muttering, a patient on my very first day on duty. The Demonic Academy truly is the best, the guards thought to themselves, unable to understand. What's wrong with this guy? I heard he was the disciple of the demonic Dr. Baek Jongwoo, but he's a maniac for medicine. At that moment he urged them, don't just stand there, hurry and bring him inside. But soon Dong-myung's expression changed. He examined Yoan's battered body and muttered, just how harsh was the test for him to end up in this state. Then he turned to the 2 guards and asked, was he stabbed in the stomach? They shook their heads in unison. No, he has internal injuries. Hearing this, Dong-myung was startled and shouted, did you say he has internal injuries? The guard explained, he has no internal energy, so we couldn't infuse any into him. That is why the left guardian ordered us to ask for your examination, doctor. Hearing this, he thought to himself, since becoming my master's disciple I've seen many cases, but this is the first time I've seen someone with internal injuries so severe that they vomited this much blood. At this point they nodded and prepared to leave. In any case, we've brought him, so we'll be on our way, Dong-myung replied nonchalantly. All right, but before leaving, the guards paused for a moment after seeing something. His companion urged him on. We're so busy, are you going to dawdle there? The man had to hurry and follow. No, following the man, the guard wondered. His complexion looks better than a moment ago. Did I see wrong? At this moment, Dong Myung began to take Youn's pulse. He examined him carefully, thinking. Youn glanced at Dong Myung and cursed himself inwardly. Damn it, I didn't think I'd end up in the infirmary. I almost healed all my internal injuries. Then he swallowed and calculated. It still hurts a lot, but I have to endure it until he's done taking my pulse. Dong Myung now made his diagnosis. His pulse is abnormally fast and the internal injuries are severe. He continued to mutter, no matter how I think about it, it's strange. Even if he bit his tongue, he wouldn't bleed this much. Then he moved away from Youn's bed, muttering about the treatment. First, I should try applying acupuncture. But before he could take a few steps, he was startled by a thud from behind him. Dong Myung fell to the ground and shouted in a fluster, "Ah, you scared me." "Right, Guardian?" Samang asked, slightly surprised. What are you doing here?" Then he scratched his body and said, "Hey, I heard that kid who was always with the demonic doctor was appointed as the physician for this academy. You made it, you really made it." Dong Myung cursed inwardly. He always pisses me off. He frowned and questioned him. "What brings you to the infirmary? With your skills, right, Guardian, you shouldn't be getting injured." His hostile attitude easily angered Samang. "Oh, are you unhappy that I've come?" "Of course not. Please rest comfortably." Dong Myung realized the truth once again. In any case, he's not someone I should make an enemy of. He turned his eyes toward Youn and commented, "Let's see, what a very interesting fellow." At that moment he was shocked. "What's he scratching?" Youn kept his eyes shut tight and repeated to himself inwardly, "Why did he suddenly come to the infirmary? Don't tell me. Did he come because he realized I was faking my internal injuries?" Samang's footsteps grew closer and closer. Damn it, the reek of alcohol. He got right up close to Youn's body, sneered and questioned him. "Why are you pretending to be asleep?" Then Samang used his internal energy to make Youn sit up. Dong Myung couldn't help but be surprised by this scene. To make a person sit up without even touching them. So this is the right guardian of our cult. Youn wondered to himself, is he trying to heal my wounds with his internal energy? He tried to move his hand, but he realized one thing. My body is fixed in place, I can't move. At that moment he suddenly threatened. "If you keep pretending to be asleep, I'll slap your face." Youn had no choice but to open his eyes and face the world. "Damn it, I've been caught." He looked at him excitedly and questioned, "How did you know?" Samang didn't answer right away but sneered and burst into hearty laughter and commented, "You really are a stubborn one." He continued to praise him, and Youn's face contorted with displeasure. "To not even be surprised to see me a guardian and act so boldly," he continued, deep in his extreme narcissism. "A master like me can tell whether you're asleep or not just by listening to your breathing." Kid, at this information he was surprised and thought, he can tell just by listening to my breathing? At that moment the system's voice was suddenly heard. The average number of breaths per minute for a male between the ages of 15 and 20 is 12 to 20. However, a moment ago Master was breathing 8 times per minute. It is very unnatural. As Nano exposed the truth, Youn became slightly annoyed. "Don't talk nonsense." He crossed his arms and laughed loudly. "Kids these days are all about appearances. There's not a single decent one among them. You're pretty good though." He looked at him cautiously and thought, don't tell me." He realized I was acting on the training grounds. At this moment he spoke again. "Kids these days have no patience. They give up at the slightest difficulty." He was at a loss for words and avoided him. "That's not me." Samang continued to point at him and comment, "You have quite the ability." Dong Myung suddenly interjected. "Right, Guardian, the patient's condition is not good, so it would be best to prioritize his treatment." He became displeased at being interrupted. "Honestly, this elder is speaking." At that moment Youn suddenly vomited blood, and the sight was so gruesome that it made the two of them pause. They saw the blood continuing to pour from his mouth and concluded, "His complexion is very poor." At this moment Samang began to move, and in an instant Youn felt the pressure release. He collapsed onto the bed and let out a pained sound. Youn rubbed his neck and muttered, "Ouch, the back of my neck." At this moment Samang spoke. "Let's get to the point," he declared with a confident expression. "Kid, I will take you as my disciple." At those words Dong Myung froze. Youn himself was so surprised his eyes went wide. He had uttered words that would shake the heavens, then continued to chug his drink. At this time Youn hesitated and asked back. "What do you mean?" he repeated, slightly displeased and resentful. "What do you mean? What do I mean?" "I, a guardian, said I would take you as my disciple." Hearing this he was curious and continued, "Right, Guardian, don't tell me you don't know who I am." He was asked a question in return. "Is there anyone who doesn't know you?" Youn continued to explain. "If you take me as your disciple, the people from the 6 major clans will not leave you alone, Master." Unexpectedly Samang laughed and replied, "How amusing. I am taking a disciple. What can those other bastards do?" he continued. "Whether you're here or not, we have to face each other anyway." He was still bewildered. Youn himself was carefully calculating. "This is a golden opportunity for me. But what if this is a trap?" Dong Myung had been silent from beginning to end. But he too had his own thoughts. "So this is the rumored 7th young master? I knew there would be some sort of scheme, since this is the power struggle of the young lords, but to make him bleed like this is too much." Tisk. Youn thought for a moment, then spoke. "This is too sudden. I don't know what to say. Besides, entering the demonic academy and taking a master is..." Unexpectedly Samang cut him off firmly. "Hey, it sounds like I'm begging you to become my disciple." He drank and wondered, this kid is too suspicious. Has his life always been like this? Then he spoke to him again. All right, as he spoke, Samang took something out from inside his clothes. I'll make a proposal to a suspicious kid like you. He threw the object forcefully onto the bed. Yoan looked at the object suspiciously and asked back, what is this paper? Samang slowly explained, this is what you need most to survive in the demonic academy. You were carried straight to the infirmary as soon as you entered. He grinned slyly and commented, you don't seem worried at all about falling behind. You might have been able to endure the first stage test with willpower, but do you think a brat like you with no internal energy can pass the second stage? At this direct question, Yoan couldn't help but stammer. That is, Samang laughed and replied, to become a man of deep martial arts, you must think of getting even one step ahead of others. Did you plan to endure for 13 days in the infirmary from the start without a single thought? Samang's words snapped him to his senses. While you've been sitting here, the others have improved immensely. Yoan thought to himself, and his hands unconsciously clenched into fists. I can't deny it, but to avoid suspicion I have to stay here for a while. Samang, as if sensing his resolve, spoke again. Do you know why the redhead brought you here? Yoan asked blankly. The redhead? Don't tell me you mean the left guardian? Didn't I come here because I had internal injuries? Samang replied, if you're injured, you should naturally come to the infirmary. He sneered and continued to provoke Yoan. But isn't it strange? The other brats were injured too. Then he waved his hand and concluded, why weren't they brought here? Dongmyang nodded as he listened to Samang's words. A practitioner of martial arts in the martial world can heal their wounds by circulating their energy, but they can recover faster with the infirmary's treatment and medicine. He asked back, what do you mean? He opened his mouth wide and laughed. That's right, the other brats can circulate their energy to some extent and heal themselves, so there's no reason to bring them to the infirmary. Yoan frowned and thought, so that's why I was the only one who came here. Because I can't circulate my energy. Observing his expression, Samang calculated inwardly. It seems this kid has almost figured it out. His smile became more and more inhuman. Just one final push should do it. Then he slammed his hand on the desk. You cannot circulate your energy. At this moment, Samang brought his face close to Yoan's, whispered and persuaded him. Can you heal your internal injuries in a short period of time? Yoan averted his gaze and thought to himself, I can, Nano does it. Then he calculated inwardly. The rest is as the right guardian said. Don't tell me the next stage requires internal energy. Suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. Yoan slowly opened his mouth. I heard that those who pass the first stage receive a demonic dragon pill and can use the first floor of the demonic academy's library. Hearing this, Samang burst into laughter. He shrugged, shook his head and replied. The important thing is, the redhead is known for breaking his promises. Yoan cried out in surprise. He breaks his promises? Samang, still with a sarcastic smile, continued. The library of secret manuals in the demonic academy is not a place you can use freely at any time. You can only use it once each time you pass a stage. Yoan exclaimed in shock. What? He continued to explain. Did you think you could freely explore the library where secret martial arts manuals are hidden? That place is more heavily guarded than the Lord's palace. Yoan quietly watched as Samang took something out from inside his clothes. He took another sip of his drink and continued. And the time you can use the first floor of the library is only for one shichen. Hearing that, he couldn't help but sigh. There's a time limit too. It's one mountain after another. But he immediately reassured him. The higher you go, the longer the usage time becomes. Samang's next words piqued Yoan's curiosity. Besides, there is absolutely no way to copy or take the materials inside. You have to memorize it and leave, and at most you'll manage 2 books. He opened his eyes wide and mulled over these words. Is this useful advice for me, he thought. With nano-scanning ability, I could scan not just 1 or 2 books but hundreds in one shichen. Samang suggested sarcastically. So whether you have internal energy or not, there's a limit to how a brat like you who knows nothing can endure the 4 years of hardship in the demonic academy with only the strength of your body. Hearing this, Yoan himself had his own calculations. My starting point is different from the others. That's right, the others learned their clan's martial arts and entered the demonic academy. But I have neither my clan's martial arts nor internal energy. Samang watched with interest as Yoan's expression showed him calculating how to survive the threat of the 6 major clans and the prospect of becoming the right guardian's disciple. Then his gaze shifted to the object. The paper placed by my pillow. Don't tell me it's an internal energy cultivation method. Samang opened his mouth wide and laughed. This kid is quick on the uptake. That's right, that is my internal energy cultivation method. If you become my disciple, I will teach you the cultivation method first. Yoan's hands hardened into fists. He calculated inwardly. I don't know if this person really wants to take me as his disciple, but I have to win at least one person over to my side. As Yoan sat up, his body trembled. Dongmyang looked at him in surprise. Because of a strange promise with the 6 major clans, I was unable to learn martial arts. This was the perfect opportunity to learn an internal energy cultivation method. Guang Dusei watched him with interest. Yoan's foot stamped firmly on the ground. He prostrated himself, bowing low as he declared forcefully, This humble student wishes to serve the right guardian as my master. I implore you to accept me as your disciple. Guang Dusei smirked and replied as Yoan's body trembled, and he continued, Master, please accept your disciple's second bow. However, he waved his hand using his internal energy to lift Yoan up. Yoan's body floated into the air. Guang Dusei smirked and said, With the exception of the Lord himself, no one may insult the blood of the Qian clan. My disciple. He cleared his throat, trying to compose his casual demeanor. From today until I, your guardian, know your master return, you are to memorize the mnemonics of the internal energy cultivation method. Then Guang Dusei slapped Dong Miang hard on the shoulder and demanded, "What are you standing around gawking for? Don't make things so complicated. Just take good care of my disciple." He let out a pained sound. Ouch! Dong Miang, and Yo-un said nothing, but his eyes screamed, "It hurts like hell." Dong Miang sighed and muttered, "What's he so excited about? The reek of alcohol is still overwhelming." Finally he spoke to Yo-un. "Are you all right?" He smiled and replied, "Yes, it feels like a storm has passed." Dong Miang continued his assessment. "It seems he's taken a great liking to you. Congratulations on that drunkard, I mean the right guardian, taking you as his disciple," he replied shortly. "Thank you." Dong Miang took Yo-un's pulse again and sighed. "Good heavens, you're so pale from the internal injuries you can barely move, and the pulse of your 5 viscera and 6 bowels is rapid and chaotic. I'll prepare the needle, so bear with it for a moment no matter how much it hurts." Yo-un replied shortly, "Yes." Dong Miang moved about, muttering, "A patient is a patient. Let's enjoy this." Left alone, Yo-un thought to himself, first Nano and now the right guardian. I never thought I'd form such strange bonds. Lying in bed, Yo-un thought of his family. Mother, guard Jang, the demonic academy is full of enemies. His eyes were filled with loneliness and sorrow. Yo-un thought to himself, I finally have someone on my side. At the same time, at the demonic academy's main training ground, while the new cadets were cultivating their internal energy, the so-called privileged ones watched quietly from one side. A low-ranking official knelt before Hua Myung and said, "Superintendent, I am reporting the results of the first stage." He reported everything. A total of 415 passed, including Cadet 7, who was sent to the infirmary. This man was the Demonic Academy's senior martial arts instructor, I.M. Pyong. He muttered in displeasure. "That's 200 fewer than 10 years ago. The sound art manual was too much for those brats," I.M. Pyong continued. "The ones who failed are incredibly disgruntled, Superintendent." The failures each vented their frustrations. "No, I didn't faint. I just drooled a little, so why did you fail me?" "This is unfair, it's unjust," a guard asked back. "So you refuse to accept the results," they declared loudly. "We'd rather be farmers for the rest of our lives than serve you bastards. How are we supposed to live without even being treated as martial artists?" Hearing this, another person responded in anger. "So you can't even accept the results? Then there's no other choice." With a firm declaration, the order was given to immediately suppress the defiant ones, drag them out of the demonic academy. As his subordinates shouted, "Demonic," a violent suppression began. Agonized screams echoed. As the defiant group was ruthlessly thrown out, I.M. Pyong could only click his tongue at the sight. The martial arts instructors are all skilled masters. The failures are no match for them. They will see the powerlessness they tried so hard to hide. Hua Myung replied, "They have a right to feel wronged. The bar for the first test was set so high because of Cadet 7. He glanced at the failures lying on the ground and added, "Having neither luck nor skill, that is their fate." At this moment, I.M. Pyong continued, "Among those who passed the first stage, there are quite a few useful ones." Hua Myung asked back, "Is that what you think, instructor?" He continued, "Most of them are healing their wounds by circulating their energy." But his gaze was directed at a select few. The 8 from the high-ranking sects and the direct bloodlines of the 6 major clans passed without issue, and the successors to the young lords also passed with ease. At this time, Hua Myung thought to himself, "I unleashed more than half of the sound wave attack's power, yet those brats were unaffected. This means they have cultivated their internal energy for at least a full 12-year cycle. The successors of the young lords have already surpassed the level of advanced masters. The strong contenders include the first son of the Mystic Demon Clan, Qian Mu-wan, and the 5th son of the Saber Demon Clan, Qian Yu-chan." Hua Myung smirked and thought to himself, "Those two didn't even flinch when they heard the sound wave attack. Rumor has it that this war of the young lords will be a contest between the Mystic Demon Clan and the Saber Demon Clan." He couldn't help but laugh out loud. "This is beyond my expectations. How very interesting." Another declaration was made to the new students. "Congratulations on passing the first stage," an announcement followed. "You will be awarded a name tag symbolizing your status as a low-rank warrior of this demonic academy. For the next 4 years you will train as new cadets of the demonic academy." Hua Myung explained the rules of this place. Within the demonic academy you are forbidden from answering yes or no to anyone, including instructors, martial arts masters, and myself, the superintendent. You must only answer demonic. And otherwise you may only say, "as you command" or reporting. He asked loudly, "Do you understand?" The group replied obediently. "Demonic." Hua Myung gave a satisfied smile and continued his declaration. "Now we will divide you into teams." A medicine box was prepared and once again a bell rang. "Everything is ready. Let the treatment begin." At this moment, Yo-un weakly called out to the physician. He cut him off and introduced himself as Baek Dong Miang. Hearing this, Yo-un was slightly confused. "Pardon?" He turned his head, a confident smile on his face, and explained, "Call me by my name instead of just Doctor. All right then." He asked about his own condition. "Physician Beck, is my condition very serious?" He sat down and replied, "I regret to say this to a new cadet of the Demonic Academy." A shocking piece of news followed, "but it will take at least 13 to 15 days for you to recover." Hearing this, Yo-un's face contorted on its own. "What?" he thought to himself. "What should I do? Nano has already started the treatment, so I should be healed soon. but looking at Dong Myung's expression, if I recover too quickly, he'll become suspicious. Yoan's eyes couldn't hide his surprise. He continued to calculate. But if I receive normal treatment, I'll fall behind in training. I don't even know what happens after the first stage since I was brought to the infirmary at this time, Dong Myung replied to him cheerfully. Don't be too disappointed. If it were an ordinary physician, it would have taken at least a month. I, the top disciple of the demonic Dr. Baek Jong-woo, am cutting that time down for you. At this, Yoan went into acting mode, putting on a dejected expression. But that's still too late. I won't be able to practice, let alone train. However, Dong Myung's attitude was firm, he continued. This might not be much of a comfort, but I'll pretend I don't know that you're learning the right guardian's martial arts here. Hearing this, Yoan replied politely, Thank you, I will definitely repay this kindness. Dong Myung laughed like a fool and waved his hands repeatedly. No, it's fine, I'm not expecting anything. He unceremoniously stripped Yoan's clothes off. I'm going to apply acupuncture, so I'll take your clothes off first. Then his eyes widened as he sized the boy up. Looking at Yoan's firm body, he thought to himself, I heard he hasn't trained in martial arts at all, but his body is in better shape than I thought. Dong Myung quickly came up with a reasonable explanation. He may not have trained his internal energy, but he must have trained his external body. He began to place the first needle at the Jungwon acupoint. At this moment, the system misunderstood Dong Myung's action and sent a warning. An external entity is attempting to damage the body with a sharp metal object. Switching to emergency defense mode. Yoan was startled. No, he forcefully stopped it. Don't, Nano. The physician is trying to apply acupuncture. His face was already pale with fear. Can't you tell the difference between an attack and a treatment? Fortunately, the system stopped in time, aborting activation of emergency defense mode as per user's command. Nano continued to explain, if you do not inform me that this is a treatment process, the emergency defense mode will automatically activate even for the slightest damage inflicted upon the master's body. Yoan sighed in relief and replied, I understand. From now on, don't react to anything I've permitted, Nano agreed. Yes, master. However, at this moment, Yoan felt a slight curiosity. He muttered in wonder, I feel much more comfortable in my stomach. The system immediately began an investigation, searching integrated acupuncture information in the system. Nano quickly explained, the current needle placements are at Jungwon, Jiagwol, Jawagimen, Jaewajangmen, and Gokji. Among these, the 6 damaged Cheonchu Gihai acupoints are gradually promoting recovery. Yoan asked curious, What? It's thanks to the information you transmitted that I can understand this, right? Then he stared intently at Dong Myung. He reacted quickly. Staring like that makes me a bit embarrassed. It takes some time to place the needles, so close your eyes and get some sleep. Hearing that, Yoan had no choice but to agree. All right, but inwardly he was demanding of Nano. I said that, but explain each acupoint. I'm not going to sleep. The system began to list them. Jak Somni, Taechung, Sang Jioha. At this moment, a thought suddenly struck Yoan. He asked the system curiously, Nano, you can heal my internal injuries right away, can't you? But if I heal too quickly, the physician will be suspicious. He continued to think. Even if my body is healed, can you make it so the physician doesn't know when he checks my pulse? Hearing this, the system quickly proposed a solution. After self-healing, when the physician has completed his treatment, I can arbitrarily alter your pulse and create a pulse that mimics a long-term injury. Hearing that, he replied with satisfaction, I was just asking, but it's great that it's possible. If I can fool Physician Beck for 13 days, I'll have time to learn the right guardian's internal energy. He then smiled and demanded of Nano, Good, then continue the treatment. But when Physician Beck checks my pulse, make sure he doesn't find out. Nano replied as if it understood. Understood, master. Initiating self-healing and blood volume increase process. Meanwhile, outside, day was beginning to break, and a thunderous shout echoed throughout the area. All cadets assemble. The new cadets immediately responded in unison. Demonic, Hua Myung slowly explained, I will explain the next stage test. He looked down and continued, all cadets must be tested simultaneously up to the 3rd stage. To become a mid-rank warrior, you must master basic tactics and forms after the 2nd stage test is over. Hua Myung's smile lost its humanity. You have only 20 days. At this news, the faces of the group turned ashen. Only 20 days, they all had the same thought. It's too short. Can we memorize all the tactics and forms? At this time, Hua Myung continued, you must be wondering why you were divided into 20 teams. It is because after 3 weeks of team sparring, only 10 teams will advance to the next stage. The more they heard, the more shocked the group became. So half of us will be eliminated. Damn it, our team has no cadets from the high-ranking clans. As if by agreement, they thought, the ones in the same team as the 6 major clans will have an advantage. At this time, Hua Myung suddenly burst out laughing. The 2nd stage is the first and last chance you'll have to cooperate. It would be more harmonious for you to be eliminated together and leave the demonic academy. These words made them even more fearful. He continued, this concludes today's schedule. Rest in your dormitories. The dorms are divided by teams. And he did not forget to leave a promise for the future. From tomorrow, the martial arts instructors will stand before you and diligently teach you tactics and footwork. The group recalled the sight of the defiant ones being beaten and wondered to themselves. Diligently, they broke out in a cold sweat and marveled. They handled those defiant guys so cleanly earlier. Hua Myung's guidance ended there. Now dismiss, the new cadets shouted in unison. Dismiss. Following that, they gathered at the training ground. The man before them was the martial arts instructor for Group 8. I am Pyong. He opened his mouth. Cadet 3, why are you still here? Mu-Guillaume smirked and replied, I have something to ask you, instructor. He was the successor of the young lord of the Bakma clan. I am Pyong replied, you should know that I do not answer questions unrelated to training. Mu-Guillaume replied nonchalantly. I know, he asked back. All right, what is your question? Mu-Guillaume said without hesitation. May I serve as the team leader for Group 8? Hearing this, I am Pyong thought to himself, I was planning to select a team leader tomorrow. As expected, the successors of the young lords from the 6 major clans disregard the rules. He continued to press. Cadet 7 has gone to the infirmary. I am Pyong frowned and asked back. So? He explained without batting an eye. I do not wish for the entire team to be eliminated in the team test because we are one person short. I am Pyong continued to probe. So? Mu-Guillaume pretended to be sympathetic and said, he couldn't attend today's entrance ceremony, so he won't know anything. That is why I wish to inform Cadet 7 of what he heard today. Hearing this, I am Pyong fell into silent thought. Mu-Guillaume was already grinning from ear to ear. How dare a lowly bastard end up in the same team as me? Your luck ends here. I'll go to the infirmary myself and break your arms and legs. The instructor suddenly grabbed Mu-Guillaume's shoulder and exclaimed, Excellent. You understand the meaning of a team. Although it is the first day, this is very commendable. Then he immediately agreed to what he had said. I, your instructor, will accept your opinion and go to the infirmary myself to deliver the message to Cadet 7. Mu-Guillaume shouted in disbelief. What? He stammered, trying to stop him. In's instructor, you don't need to go yourself. I will go. I am Pyong coolly reminded him. The Demonic Academy is not a place where cadets can come and go as they please. As things went awry, Mu-Guillaume thought unpleasantly to himself. I didn't know I couldn't come and go as I pleased in the Demonic Academy. Damn it, there are too many things I can't do. His hands hardened into fists. How hard I've worked to become the successor of the young lord of the Bakma clan. Without permission, there was no other way. Mu-Guillaume had no choice but to bow his head and reply, Understood, then I'll leave it to you, instructor. I am Pyong waved his hand. Mu-Guillaume left. All right, hurry back to your dormitory. Unexpectedly, he stubbornly held him back. Ah, instructor. I am Pyong turned his head and asked curiously, Is there something else? Mu-Guillaume's face darkened as he requested, In that case, instructor, would it be possible to know when Cadet 7 can join the training? He turned his head, waved his hand and replied curtly, No problem, it's late today, so I'll let you know tomorrow. He had no choice but to obey. Yes, thank you. At this time, Mu-Guillaume's mind was filled with calculations. In this situation, he had to aim for the moment he returned to the dormitory. The corners of his mouth twisted into a wicked smile without him realizing. Hurry and heal your internal injuries and come back, you lowly bastard. I'll make you feel a pain worse than death. 2 nights later, in the center of the Demonic Academy, I am Pyong was stunned by the bad news. 14 days, Dong Miang slowly reported. Yes, his internal injuries are so severe that he needs to lie down for at least 14 days. Hearing this, he asked impatiently, If it takes that long, it will be difficult to move on to the next stage. Can't it be done any faster? At this, Dong Miang stroked his chin and sighed. That's the thing. I don't know if he had internal energy, but Cadet 7 has none at all, he continued. Since he can't circulate his energy to heal his wounds, it's bound to take more time. I am Pyong couldn't help but worry. The second stage test is in 3 weeks, he frowned and thought. But that kid has to lie here for 2 weeks. I hope the team I'm in charge of doesn't get eliminated because of him. He then suggested to Dong Miang, Can I speak with Cadet 7? There's a lot I need to tell him. Hearing this, he asked back. He just fell asleep. Should I wake him? With a clear refusal, I am Pyong had no choice but to yield. No, it's fine. I'll come back tomorrow. He'll be lying here tomorrow anyway. Dong Miang saw the guest off. Goodbye. I am Pyong didn't forget to glance at Yo-un. He shook his head and clicked his tongue, feeling pity as he walked away. He passed the first stage, but it seems his luck ends here. This time he was still in a deep sleep. The door closed slowly and as night fell, the high moon shone down below. In the middle of the night there was a moving shadow. The figure quickly passed through the space before him, heading somewhere. Inside the infirmary, Yo-un's snores echoed. He was in a deep sleep, breathing evenly. As the black shadow suddenly passed through the space, Yo-un abruptly shot up and sat. Samong smiled and scratched his head. Disciple, your master is here. He looked at his master in surprise, then pinched his nose and marveled inwardly. Ah, the reek of alcohol. Samong frowned and sneered. No need for greetings. Hearing this, he bowed his head in courtesy. Your disciple pays his morning respects to his master. He contentedly wiped the alcohol from his mouth and asked, All right, that's enough. You finished the assignment I gave you, right? Yo-un asked back, puzzled. Pardon? He broke out in a sweat and continued. Don't tell me you mean the internal energy cultivation mnemonics you gave me, master, he affirmed firmly. Yes, I told you to memorize it all before I came. Hearing this, Yo-un couldn't help but think to himself. I was carried to the infirmary yesterday and received treatment. He looked at his master and quickly concluded. My master is really impatient. Meanwhile, Samong picked his ear and muttered, You probably haven't memorized it all yet. Yo-un continued to think. Thankfully, Nano transmitted the information to me. He cupped his hands and replied, Of course, I have memorized it all. This couldn't help but surprise Samang. You memorized it all while you were in pain. I was just trying to provoke you. He sneered, maintained his arrogant attitude, and opened his mouth. You've done the task your master gave you well. Well done. Yo-un received the praise politely. Thank you for your praise, master, and he asked again. "But master, isn't it too early for you to come?" Samang continued with concern. "Why, are you very tired?" He quickly denied it. "It's not that." Hearing that, he was very satisfied. "It's a relief then. I'll tell you a few things you need to know." Samang began to explain. "I only have 14 days to impart my martial arts to you." Yoan cried out in surprise, and he listened carefully. "I can meet you while you are in the infirmary, but once you enter the dormitory it will be difficult to meet while you are in the demonic academy." Yoan replied honestly, "Your disciple has not yet thought that far ahead." Samang just sneered and waved his hand. "What would a guy who was carried to the infirmary as soon as he entered know?" he continued to explain. "Anyway, I have to attend to the Lord during the day. The guards won't be paying attention at this hour." At this time, calculations began to form in Yoan's mind. In the demonic academy it is forbidden to learn martial arts from outsiders, with the exception of the instructors. "If I am discovered it will surely be a big problem," he thought to himself. "I thought my master wasn't doing anything, but he's taking care of me like this." He cupped his hands and replied, "Disciple, thank you for your consideration, master," Samang commented with satisfaction. "As long as you know, we don't have time, so let's begin." Yoan asked back, slightly surprised. Right now, at this, he immediately became angry. "Did you not hear me say I have no time?" He then sat on the floor sullenly and demanded he show his back. Yoan obediently followed, understood. But Samang urged him once more, "Sit down quickly." He glanced back and thought to himself, "Can't you at least explain why?" He slowly sat down with him and opened his mouth. "Thankfully, you have memorized the mnemonics of the Muchen heart method." Samang's hand touched Yoan's back at this time. He asked back, curious, "What are you trying to do?" He explained nonchalantly. "We don't have time, so I will inject my internal energy directly." His eyes widened in surprise. "You're going to touch my body?" "No way," Samang sneered and explained, "this is the best method your master has created." "No, your master's master created it. You don't need to feel the flow of chi. I will handle it." But Yoan himself still had his doubts. "But master," he cut him off and demanded firmly, "grit your teeth. If you scream and the guards come, it's all over." As soon as he finished speaking, internal energy was injected into his body and Yoan's whole body tingled. Samang reminded him, "Shut your mouth." The system began to display a notification. "And formless energy has been injected through the user's blood vessels. Searching comprehensive data to begin analysis." Notifications were sent one after another. The energy gently repeating through specific blood vessels is presumed to be chakra, analyzing its effect on the user's body. Yoan closed his eyes and gritted his teeth, enduring it. "I know my master is trying to open my blocked meridians, but this is too painful." Samang observed him and thought, "This kid," he injected his internal energy into Yoan and concluded, "has he really never trained in anything? The governor vessel and the 14 meridians have no blockages at all in circulating internal energy." He then continued to assess his appearance. "Looking at his muscles, it doesn't seem like he has neglected his training. As far as I know, this kid has never learned martial arts." Samang's expression changed, as expected of the Lord. The images of Yu Young and Lady Hua came to mind, her gentle smile beside Yu Young. Samang was certain, of the 7 wives he was most sincere toward Lady Hua. He must have secretly looked after this kid, since he's his flesh and blood. A smile formed on the corners of his mouth. "In any case, this is a real relief," Samang continued to think. "With this kind of talent, he'll be able to establish the foundation of his internal energy within 7 days. Meanwhile, at the same time, in the Demonic Academy dormitory, a fist flew directly into a man's face, sending him flying far away. Several servants rushed over and asked with concern, "Young master, my goodness, young master." They were restless, and someone angrily questioned the attacker. "Get a hold of yourself, young master. You damn bastard, who do you think you are to lay a hand on young master?" Zhang Se of the Poison Demon clan, an extremely arrogant explanation burst forth. "What does it matter who I am and who he is?" Pai Se he declared confidently. "The Demonic Academy is a world for the strong. I want, so I, Pai Se he, will be the team leader for Group 12. This was Cadet 18, Pai Se he, from the high-ranking Sun Gak sect. Samang was still continuously circulating his energy, his eyes clearly showing fatigue. Looking at the collapsed Yoan before him, Samang asked, "Do you remember how to circulate your energy?" He wiped his sweat and answered clearly. "I remember it clearly." He smiled with satisfaction. "You will have to endure the pain for one shichen, but for a guy like you who knows nothing about internal energy, this is the most suitable method," he continued to explain. "The goal is to completely form internal energy in your body within 7 days." He finished with a confident smile. "Do you understand?" Yoan looked at Samang and thought to himself, "My master looks tired. He must have used up a lot of his internal energy. I must endure this much pain." He bowed his head and promised him, "I will definitely succeed and live up to your expectations, master." Samang replied with satisfaction, "So you know how to say such things." He then placed his hand on his shoulder. "That's enough for today." Despite his exhaustion, his smile remained. "Don't forget the breathing and energy circulation paths of the Muchen heart method. You must always think about it." After finishing his words, Samang turned around. As he left leisurely, "This master is leaving. Take care of yourself." Yoan slowly followed and said, "Thank you, master." He was lost in deep thought and promised himself, "I must." Determination filled Yoan's eyes. "I must form my internal energy within 7 days." Meanwhile, in the Demonic Academy's main square, Hua Myung frowned and calculated. As expected, he looked at the parachutes and commented, They have become the leaders of their respective teams. Looking to the other side, he thought to himself. There are many guys who look very tired after staying up all night. Hua Myung recalled what had happened, the reason the martial arts instructors were not in the dormitories. The power struggle has begun. His gaze stopped on one spot. A strange sight caught Hua Myung's eye. Group 12 has a young lord successor, but the leader is Cadet 18. Looking at the new cadets, he could conclude the fight must have been very fierce, and he couldn't help but wonder. Why would he touch someone who might become the future lord? Not only his skills but his nerve is also considerable. At that moment, Pyong, who was behind him, opened his mouth. We will begin the training, he announced loudly. Everyone, attention, I will now explain today's schedule. For 7 days you will learn theory about tactics and formations in the Great Hall to my right in the morning. After lunch, you will have formation training in this main training ground. Pyong asked loudly. Do you understand? The group replied in unison. Demonic, they walked and shouted loudly. We will go to the Great Hall in order. Group 1 forward. Among the crowd there was a man with a dark face. He flinched at the sound he heard. You foolish bastard, Mugyom sneered and said, quietly following at the heels of the Sun Gak sect. This immediately enraged him, making him growl. Cheon Mugyom. He opened his mouth wide and expressed his contempt. It seems the Poison Demon clan has nothing to show for itself other than poison arts. That's why you have to submit to a lower-ranked sect. He then turned and left, leaving behind his unconcealed anger. Damn it, this man's gaze turned to one side, observing the Pai Seihi in front of him. He thought to himself, that guy is Pai Seihi of the Sun Gak sect. How dare he insult me? The more he thought, the more furious he became. You can play team leader by yourself. I'll make you regret being in the same team as me. Night fell at the Demonic Academy Cadet Dormitory. A notification was delivered. Cadet 3. Mugyom immediately bowed his head to receive the order. Demonic, the instructor summons the cadet. Pyong opened his mouth with a smile at this time. Today's formation command was very satisfactory, he replied modestly. The cadet would not dare. At this moment he delivered the bad news. However, Cadet 7 must remain in the infirmary for 14 days. Mugyom's face turned pale as he asked. 14 days, he affirmed once more. The physician said so. Pyong himself sighed at this time. That's the theory, but in reality, it's a problem. How can that kid with no internal energy catch up to us? Therefore today your instructor, will issue another order. You are to deliver the contents of what you learned today. He then continued, it is now free time. Either train in your own sect's martial arts or review what you learned today. Mugyom's group could only bow their heads and reply. Demonic, he was already angry, his hands clenched into tight fists. Upon returning to the dormitory, Mugyom couldn't hold it in and kicked the furniture hard. The group whispered, it's Cheon Mugyom. Be quiet. If we mess with a hot-tempered guy like that, it'll only be a headache for us. He gritted his teeth and shouted in anger. Damn it, he's going to be in the infirmary for 14 days? A team member opened his mouth grimly. It's the physician's judgment, so it can't be a lie. This was Cadet 80, Gahan of the Bakma clan's bloodline, but Mugyom shouted nervously. Not a lie, he's clearly pretending to have collapsed. He kicked the furniture beside him. That damn bastard with dirty blood, it's driving me crazy thinking of him lying comfortably in bed. Gahan cut him off. Young master, please calm down. He then began to offer him a plan. There is no need to be angry. Why don't you try this? Hearing this, Mugyom smiled with satisfaction. Time passed, and 4 days later, Dongmyung muttered, it's been 5 days without a patient. I'm bored to death. He rested his chin on his hand and dozed off. I hope this guy isn't my last patient. But before he could relax, he was startled by a loud explosion. Dongmyung cried out in shock. What's going on? The person who appeared was Pyong. Dongmyung was curious. Instructor Pyong, he slowly explained. This cadet was injured during sword practice. The bleeding is severe, so I couldn't pull out the sword and brought him here. Seeing that he had a patient, Dongmyung couldn't hide his excitement. Is that so? First, please lay him on the bed. A patient has finally arrived. Pyong watched him work and marveled. He's already treated the wound, as expected of the demonic doctor's disciple. Dongmyung smiled at this praise. It's thanks to you, instructor, for bringing him here right away without pulling out the sword. Pyong asked with curiosity. How is this kid's condition? Thankfully his meridians weren't severed, so he's lucky. As he let out a long sigh, Dongmyung replied, you seem quite tense. You must care a lot for them. They're like your disciples after all. He confessed frankly. Until the second stage is over, these kids are my responsibility, and 2 have already been injured. Dongmyung replied as he organized his tools. The wound isn't deep, but he needs to stay here so we can monitor his progress. Pyong asked back. Stay here? Dongmyung reassured him. It won't take as long as Cadet 7. 3 days should be enough. Hearing that, Pyong had no choice but to turn back. I'll come back after the afternoon training. Please take good care of Cadet 23 as well. Pyong lamented his fate as he walked away. Damn it, to think something like this would happen as soon as we started sword training. I guess I can't avoid writing an incident report. A candle flickered in the darkness, and Yoan was asleep. The man who had been seriously injured suddenly got up, went to the medical tools, took out a dagger, and muttered, First I have to make it so that bastard can't walk. He looked at Yoan with an unconcealable look of hatred, lifted one of his legs and muttered, Everyone wants to live after all. Then he prepared to strike without hesitation. Don't blame me. But before he could even reach Yoan, he was electrocuted. His eyes rolled back from the strong current. The dagger in his hand fell to the floor. Only then did Yoan's eyes slowly open. He slowly sat up, looked down and muttered, "As I expected." Hatred filled his eyes. "This is truly unexpected." The night was filled with groans and the attacker's eyes widened. He made a surprised ha sound, looked around and muttered, "Ah, did I faint? Why?" Then he realized something and shouted in horror, "What is this?" Haobong struggled. Who tied me up?" At that moment the curtain was drawn and the person who appeared was none other than Yoan. "It was me." "You bald bastard." He frowned and shouted, "You, what have you done?" At that Yoan smiled and slowly explained, "Are you asking me? I just tied you up and put you on the bed after you fainted, you bald head." But Haobong continued to think in anger. "Damn it, why did I faint? Weren't that guy's internal injuries severe? Why is he perfectly fine?" Then Haobong's gaze suddenly shifted elsewhere. "Wait, what, bald?" He was horrified to see his shiny head reflected in the mirror. "Bald." He soon burst into tears, shaking his head as if to deny reality. "I can't feel it. I can't feel this empty feeling at all." Haobong struggled. "No, no, me bald." As he screamed, he was slapped. "I'm bald." Yoan reminded him, "Be quiet," but seeing Haobong's reaction, he marveled. "Ha!" He fainted again. A moment later, Haobong woke up. Yoan slowly asked, "Have you calmed down?" As Haobong continued to groan, Yoan growled in annoyance, "Shut that stupid mouth of yours." A cold sweat ran down Haobong's body. "When I saw him at the entrance ceremony, I thought he was just an ordinary guy, but I didn't think he'd have such killing intent." He continued to think as he observed Yoan. "Just what is that guy?" At that moment, Yoan took out a weapon and said, "How do you think I've survived to this age?" Haobong was shocked to see the weapon in Yoan's hand. "That's," Yoan smiled brightly and explained, "I've seen guys who assassinate by applying poison to their weapons. You wouldn't know how many times I've skillfully handled the dagger in this hand." In an instant the dagger approached Haobong's neck and he became restless. Yoan smiled and explained, "I'm going to play around with this for a bit. How much will it hurt if I stab you? Or will you die?" The dagger grew closer and Haobong listened to Yoan's words as he sweated. "Now tell me who sent you." But hearing Haobong's groans, Yoan remembered something and roughly pulled off the gag that was blocking his mouth. Yoan asked again, "Is that better? Talk." Haobong muttered in an unintelligible voice, "What are you doing?" As if he couldn't understand, Yoan asked back, "Ha?" Haobong glanced at Yoan and said mockingly, "I'm asking what you're doing. Do you think you can get away with stabbing me in the neck in the infirmary?" He added, "You should know that harming an opponent is strictly forbidden in the Demonic Academy, except for training or official missions." Yoan sighed and thought about these words carefully. "That's not very persuasive." But Haobong corrected him loudly, "That's the rule. I won't talk even if you torture me." He sneered and thought with confidence, "Let's see what you can do to me. You didn't think I'd be this resolute, did you?" Unexpectedly, Yoan easily agreed, "Right, whether you'll talk or not. We'll find out, won't we?" Without giving his opponent a chance to ask more, Yoan immediately gagged Haobong again and turned away, leaving him to wait in terror. "Wait a moment." Soon Yoan returned and explained, "I'm not talented at this kind of thing, but there are some very nice things here." Seeing what Yoan brought, Haobong thought in horror, "Those are acupuncture needles. What? What is he trying to do?" The humanity in Yoan's smile gradually faded. Haobong trembled as a cold sweat covered his entire body. At that moment, Yoan's hand suddenly grabbed Haobong's. Yoan smiled and asked, "Scared? You've clenched your fist." Haobong trembled all over and thought, "This kid, he doesn't have any martial arts, so why is he so strong?" He grew more and more afraid. "Why is he opening my fingers? What is he trying to do?" Yoan held the shiny needle in his hand and told Haobong, "This will hurt a little." Then, without hesitation, he stuck the needle along his finger. Tears welled up in Haobong's eyes from the pain and he groaned with all his might. But Yoan just told him not to pretend to be in pain. Haobong's feet thrashed in the air and he could only silently cry and beg inwardly, "Please, please stop." Only then did Yoan slowly open his mouth. "You said you wouldn't talk even if you were tortured." He smiled wickedly and continued, "Just think of it as me letting off some steam." Only the sound of groans echoing in the middle of the night could be heard. Until Haobong's fingers were swollen and his body was stiff, Yoan opened his mouth again. "Does it hurt? That's the second time you've fainted." Yoan continued. Haobong flinched. "Now it's the right hand's turn." Haobong frantically shook his head and continued to resist. Only then did Yoan slowly ask again, "Have you thought of what you need to say?" He pulled down the cloth gagging Haobong's mouth and continued, "You should have said so earlier." Only then did Haobong realize one thing. That guy is crazy. If this keeps up, even if I don't die, I'll be crippled. I'll think about that later. First I have to talk. Suddenly, a name came from Yoan's mouth. Was it Cheon Mugyum? Haobong was immediately shocked and stammered, "How did you?" Yoan smiled and asked back, "Are you asking how I know?" Haobong continued in disbelief, "How did you?" Hearing that, Yoan slowly explained, "It's thanks to the consideration of the talented team leader Cheon Mugyum. The martial arts instructor comes every morning to inform me." Yoan smiled brightly and explained to Haobong the training content, which team I'm in, who my team members are. He told me in great detail. I was just guessing, but I wanted to hear it directly from your mouth. His identity was immediately revealed. Cadet 23 Haobong. Only now did Haobong understand this guy. He's a monster. He looked at the Yoan before him with different eyes. Which fool called that guy trash? He's only trying to make me talk because he's not strong yet. But if he gets stronger, I can't even imagine what will happen. Yoan suddenly opened his mouth. "Now that I've gotten some useful information, I should get some sleep. Let's end this." Hearing that, Haobong was overjoyed inwardly. "Really?" Yoan warned him. You must never tell anyone what I just did. Haobong slammed his head on the ground and begged, please just spare my life. But at this moment, seeing the clear scheme on Youn's face, Haobong's eyes suddenly widened. Youn struck his head without hesitation. Haobong thought faintly, a pressure point attack. His vision blurred and his eyes gradually closed as he thought to himself. I thought he had no internal energy at all. Looking at Youn, Haobong concluded. He fooled everyone. In the moonlit night sky, a shadow passed by the building like the wind. He sneered and thought, I didn't think the day would come so quickly for that kid to use this. He recalled the events of the previous dawn. Samang, who had been diligently injecting his internal energy into Youn, realized in shock. Could this kid be? Samang's gaze was fixed on Youn as he continued to think. To succeed in pushing his internal energy into his dantian in just 5 days. Normally it takes at least 2 to 3 weeks and a month if you have no talent. Youn's potential was great enough to make Samang marvel. He's much faster than I imagined, this kid really. And he continued to calculate. Originally I planned to have him build up his internal energy for 2 weeks, then teach him the basic forms of the butterfly sword method and footwork. But Samang sneered and thought, I'll have to change the plan. Before the day had broken, Youn's voice echoed again. Master, you've come, as was customary. Youn cupped his hands and showed his respect. Your disciple pays his morning respects to his master. Samang commented with satisfaction. You're a good disciple. He got straight to the point. Where did you put the demonic dragon pill? Youn raised his head, looked at him, and replied. I put it under the bed, Samang requested. Bring it. Youn replied quickly, yes. Speaking of the demonic dragon pill, it is a type of pungent-smelling pill manufactured by the demonic cult. Because it takes a long time to refine, it is only used to cultivate the talents of the demonic academy. If absorbed properly, one can gain 20 years' worth of internal energy at once. However, after taking it once, the effect diminishes from the second time onward. Samang's face turned pale. He held his nose and waved his hand. It still smells like the old days. His mocking smile quickly returned. If that guy eats this and minimizes the loss of its effects, he'll gain 20 years of power. Observing Youn, he calculated inwardly. In that case, this kid will be able to take care of himself. At that moment, Samang's gaze turned to one side. He was curious about Haobong's identity. By the way, my disciple, who is that lying over there? Haobong was still unconscious. Samang frowned and wondered, was he hit with a pressure point attack? Only then did Youn slowly explain. He tried to harm me after Physician Beck left. Hearing that, Samang was slightly surprised and asked back, that guy did what to you? Youn explained. It's been 5 days since he entered the demonic academy, and I heard he was injured during practical training yesterday. Youn continued to speculate. It seems he deliberately got injured by a sword and came here to harm me. Samang's face darkened with anger. How dare he do such a thing in the infirmary of the demonic academy? He would be expelled if he were discovered. Looking at the unconscious Haobong, Youn continued to speculate. Either he's so bold he's fearless, or Youn's expression changed to anger as he presented his second hypothesis. Someone promised to take care of him and his family and made him do this. Samang finally replied, I can tell by looking at that guy's face. Who is it? Youn directly pointed out the enemy. He is from the Bakma clan, in the same team as me. At that name, Samang was surprised and raised his voice. Ha, the Bakma clan. I've never met anyone from the Bakma clan who was sane. He held his head, sighed and thought, the Qian family still has many violent people who cause trouble. I can't really say much since my maternal family is also from the Bakma clan. Then he turned to Youn and commented, your life really has no peaceful days. At that, Youn just smiled. It's all right, I'm used to it. At his indifferent words, Samang felt helpless and thought, it makes me sadder that you accept it like that, you foolish kid. Suddenly he hit Haobong's pressure point. As he did so, Samang explained, if someone with less than a year of internal energy performs a pressure point attack, it will naturally wear off after a few shichen. He sighed and continued, to do it properly, you need at least 10 years of internal energy. Do you understand? As Youn remained silent, Samang urged him on. Answer me. Youn stammered and replied, why yes, I understand. His hand now held the demonic dragon pill, and his expression was uneasy. Samang's voice rang out again. Now swallow the demonic dragon pill. Youn asked with confusion, should I just swallow it? Samang gave him detailed instructions. Hearing them, Youn's face grew even paler. No, chew and swallow it. That way you can absorb all of the pill's power. He brought the demonic dragon pill to his mouth and marveled, it smells like poison, but I guess it's worth it. The expression on Youn's face as he put the demonic dragon pill in his mouth was hard to describe. It was terribly bitter and awful. My tongue is going numb from this bitterness. I feel like I'm going to throw up. Youn struggled not to spit it out. Meanwhile, Samang slowly explained, once you've swallowed it, sit down. We will begin circulating your energy with the Muchen heart method. Youn stammered and replied, yes. Soon they took the stance for injecting internal energy. This master will help you absorb the demonic dragon pill to the fullest extent. When Samang gave the signal to begin, Youn replied politely, yes, I will rely on you, master. At this moment, the system suddenly spoke up. An energy-activating substance has entered the body. The energy circulating through the special blood vessels of the 14 meridians is increasing and adapting. Master, would you like to approve the absorption of energy by promoting your metabolism? Youn slowly replied, I don't really understand, but it means absorbing nutrients, right? I approve. As soon as Nano received permission, it immediately executed the command. Promoting the body's metabolism, Samang gritted his teeth and injected his internal energy. He looked at Youn in shock and thought, No way, does this kid have a naturally gifted body? As he injected his internal energy, he marveled. He's absorbing the entire demonic dragon pill, and his internal energy is increasing steadily. Even if you absorb the effects to the maximum, it should only be about 80. Samang became even more interested in Yoan. This disciple makes it impossible to let my guard down. As morning came, Yoan's body was drenched in sweat. He panted and looked at his hands. Samang continued to drink and asked nonchalantly, "How is it? Do you feel the internal energy surging?" He wiped the alcohol from the corner of his mouth and continued, "You've worked hard. I sweated a lot this time too." Then he exclaimed loudly, "With this, the kid has absorbed half a cycle's worth of internal energy." Yoan was shocked to hear that. "Half a cycle?" Samang smiled and explained, "It's about that much. The other cadets have to absorb the effects of the demonic dragon pill on their own. Even absorbing just half would be a success if it grants 10 years of power." Yoan could not hide the excitement and emotion in his heart. He bowed his head, cupped his hands and expressed his gratitude to his master. "Thank you, master, I could not have done it without your guidance." Samang just smiled and marveled. "It is truly a stroke of heaven's luck, the will of the heavens." At this moment, Yoan spoke to the system in his mind. "My heavenly luck is you, Nano." "Thank you," Nano replied respectfully. "Assisting you is my mission, master." As the sun rose higher, Samang spoke again. "It's already this late." He finished speaking and headed outside. "Must be going." But Yoan held him back with all his might. "Master." At the call, Samang turned his head. "What is it?" He summoned his courage and proposed, "From tomorrow, may I continue to learn your exclusive martial art, the butterfly sword method?" Hearing this, he couldn't help but smile. Samang's hand touched Yoan's chest as he continued, "Of course. Learn diligently during the time you have left in the infirmary and prepare well," he replied obediently. "Yes, master." A new day began again with the assembly of the new cadets. Mugyom opened his mouth wide and laughed. What a refreshing morning. Ga Hyung, who was beside him, added, "You seem very pleased, young master." He nodded and continued, "It is all thanks to your plan." Ga Hyung simply accepted the light praise. "Thank you, young master." The more Mugyom thought of Yoan, the more excited he became. By now that piece of trash must be cowering like an insect, right? He couldn't hold it in and laughed out loud. "I want to smash his face in soon," he continued to mutter as he thought of Yoan. "My body is itching for a fight." Mugyom's subordinates couldn't help but be shocked at this sight. "No way, it's hard for us to beat young master Mugyom even if we team up, let alone that guy." They looked at each other and muttered in confusion. But just 14 days ago, that guy had no internal energy at all. What do we do? At this time Yoan continued to press. "Do you want a taste of it too?" They repeatedly shook their heads, and he had no intention of arguing further with this group. "Then take him away." Upon receiving permission, they quickly approached Mugyom. "Young master, are you all right?" Yoan just stood quietly and observed. "Is this how everyone obeys when you have not just strength but your own power?" Mugyom, his anger surging, shouted loudly, "Let go! I can go by myself." They could no longer touch him and just stood by his side hesitating. "But young master," then Mugyom turned back toward Yoan, muttering and questioning him. "You cowardly bastard, why don't you end your pranks?" He explained everything without hesitation. "If it weren't for the second stage test, I would have smashed your head." But to Mugyom all his words were just pathetic excuses, a coward who only makes excuses. Seeing this, Yoan kindly reminded him, "If you keep talking like that, you might really die." Mugyom snorted and grumbled, "Yeah, try and kill me. Why, you bastard?" But all he got in return was a sigh. "You can't even stand up yet you're all talk." Being continuously teased, Mugyom shouted in a fit of rage, "What did you say, you cowardly bastard?" Yoan had already flown off. "I'm leaving, it's too noisy," he could only shout from behind. "You coward, stop if you have the guts." Left alone, Mugyom's gaze was still full of hostility. Damn it, in an instant Yoan was fiercely crossing through the forest. As he moved, he replayed the fight from moments ago. That was dangerous. If it wasn't for Nano, I would have lost. Anger surged within him. "I learn martial arts faster than anyone, but I can't ignore experience. Even if I perfectly master the forms of the butterfly sword method, I can't become like my master." He had somewhat grasped his current obstacle. "To reach a higher level, I need internal energy and experience, but the 6 major clans won't just let me gain experience." Along with that, he thought of a countermeasure. "First, I have to learn how to properly use what I have." He looked at his reflection in the water and opened his mouth. "Nano," the system replied quickly. "Yes, master." He began to ask, "How much of the technology you have stored can I use?" The system quickly calculated, checked its records and replied, "Currently, you can use 3 of the nanomachine's technology, master." At the pathetic number, Yoan immediately looked dumbfounded. "Only 3? Seeing his master's blank expression, the system changed its explanation. "You can use 3 out of 100. Yoan asked back in surprise. "That's all?" Nano continued to explain. "According to internal records, there have been no cases of anyone using more than 30 of the nanomachine's functions." After hearing that, he frowned and thought, "That means there are many other functions I can use, even if not all of them." Then he continued to ask, "Nano, tell me in detail all the functions you can perform." Nano suggested, "I will transmit the detailed technical manual for the 7th generation nanomachine to your brain. Do you approve, master?" Yoan quickly agreed, "I approve," and then another question followed. "To better understand the detailed technical manual, I will switch to English, which is built into the language education program. Do you approve, master?" He asked the system with a puzzled expression. "The strange words, you mean the ones you sometimes use, right?" Nano admitted honestly. That is correct. Hearing that, Yoan immediately agreed. I approve. Nano executed it immediately, transmitting English proficiency in the detailed functions of the 7th-generation nanomachine to the brain. As if several bolts of lightning struck his head, Yoan's eyes widened in surprise. As he staggered, the system's notification rang. Information transmission complete. He marveled inwardly. There was more information than the basic functions, but I only feel a little dizzy, not nauseous. And he quickly began to use it. Function exploration. As soon as the command was given, dozens of different screens appeared before Yoan's eyes. He was momentarily overwhelmed by the numbers and symbols. What is this? Yoan muttered with curiosity. Can I understand all of this? Looking at one in detail, he filtered out the information. Augmented reality simulation function. It repeats a confrontation with another person in reality. Looking at the content, with this I can make up for my lack of experience. At this time the system's voice echoed again. Simulation requires movement analysis information related to the opponent's actions. Yoan immediately asked back, can I choose that Qian Mu Guillaume from before? Hearing that, Nano replied, the analysis information is insufficient, but I can create a simulation avatar based on the battle record. He continued to think. It's a bit disappointing that the information is insufficient, but now's the time to test it. After moving for a moment, Yoan finally stopped. He looked at the wide flat area before him and calculated inwardly. This place is good. It seems deserted. At this moment the system spoke, beginning reality expansion by augmenting the user's visual information. Seeing the sight before him, his eyes widened as he asked back, this is an avatar in reality? Observing the Mu Guillaume created by the system, Yoan asked with curiosity. Only I can see this, right? The system continued to guide him. Please adjust the simulation information before activating the avatar. Please adjust the impact ratio the avatar inflicts on the user. But to Yoan it was still a difficult term. Impact ratio, the system carefully instructed. It refers to the shock from being attacked by the avatar. If you wish for it to be like reality, it is 100. If you want it to be lighter, you can adjust it lower. He thought for a moment. What? How much can it be? Really? Make it 100. The simulation Mu Guillaume was immediately adjusted according to the request. Proceeding with 100 simulation impact, he opened his mouth, and his tone was no different from the real Mu Guillaume. Hey you coward, attack. Yoan was angered by the simulation's attitude. Why is that guy's bad personality included in the simulation? He gritted his teeth and thought. Good. I couldn't smash your head earlier because of the second stage test, but since it's an avatar I can smash it as many times as I want. Unexpectedly, Mu Guillaume charged straight ahead without hesitation. If you won't come, I will. He attacked with a subduing tiger fist, fifth form of the Bakma fisting method. At the realism of the attack, Yoan's eyes widened in shock. This is really like reality, isn't it? He quickly turned his body to dodge Mu Guillaume's attack and countered, aiming for his head. Unexpectedly, Mu Guillaume could see the attack. He threw a punch at Yoan's body before he could use his form along with it. A sarcastic remark burst out. Who would cough up blood from an attack like that? Yoan was sent flying far away. He gritted his teeth and wondered. Why does this hurt so much at this moment? Nano slowly explained. Based on the pain information you have experienced, the nanomachines in your body are recreating a similar shock. Only then did the system suggest, Master, would you like to readjust the impact rate? Angry and embarrassed, Yoan growled and agreed. Forget it, leave it as it is. The Mu Guillaume before him continued to provoke him. Come on, you coward. Yoan grumbled in annoyance. Damn it, then he shouted and charged. An avatar of all things. The moonlight was still bright, and as they moved, birds were startled and scattered. Some time later, as the night wind continued to blow, Yoan lay on the ground, exhausted and breathing heavily. He asked Nano, Nano, what time is it now? The system replied quickly. It is the hour of the pig, Master. His hand pressed against the ground, and he muttered as he climbed up. Damn it, I fought 15 times and only won the last one. He recalled the past. The first fight ended in just 5 moves. I couldn't defend properly and got hit. And he resentfully realized the truth. That damn bastard tried to smash my head. If the avatar is this strong, I'll be utterly defeated if I compete against the real Qian Mu Guillaume. At this moment, the system offered words of encouragement again. As you gain experience, your abilities will increase proportionally. If you continue to train, your movements will also change, and the frequency of using the butterfly sword method correctly is increasing. He continued to ask. Then what should I do? I can beat ordinary guys just by using the basic 3 forms again. With a wicked smile, Yoan resolved to himself. Just you watch. In 7 days, I'll easily defeat the Qian Mu Guillaume avatar. As night fell, Yoan returned to the Demonic Academy cadet dormitory. He looked around and wondered. Where's my spot? Unexpectedly, as he went inside, some of the new cadets treated him differently. Yoan looked around warily and commented inwardly, I only beat one of the young lord candidates and they're already making way for me. At this time, Haobong appeared from somewhere and called out, Young Master. He guided him with both hands. Your spot is this way, young master. Yoan followed and asked as if muttering, Is that so? At the strange sight, the whispering began again. What's with that guy? Yoan himself was curious and asked Haobong directly to his face. Why has your attitude changed so much? He continued to press. What do you want from me? Over here. Haobong trembled and thought. I was abandoned by Mu Guillaume, so I have nowhere to retreat. My life is going to end soon anyway. A cornered rat will bite a cat. Heo Bong decided to take a gamble. As soon as he thought of it, he knelt on the ground and announced, "I am Cadet 23, Heo Bong." Heo Bong's voice echoed through the dormitory. "Young Master Qian Yuan, I will serve you as I would an emperor." At his exaggerated actions, the other new cadets whispered and discussed. "What is that guy doing? Is that a pledge of loyalty? The seventh young master doesn't have any faction." Yuan himself frowned and wondered. "Serve me like a monarch?" Unexpectedly, Heo Bong continued to earnestly plead. "I sincerely and deeply apologize for my rudeness at that time. Please consider me your servant, young master. I will serve you with the loyalty of a dog or horse." He looked down at him and thought to himself, "From childhood until now I have never easily trusted anyone. A subordinate?" But over here Heo Bong was already showing his resolve with all his might. In his mind he was muttering, "Please." Yuan continued to calculate. "Unlike the cult lord's designation, if you want to become my subordinate, I too." Finally, he gave a slight nod indicating his permission. Heo Bong's face immediately brightened as if he had seen a spring flower. He shouted with all his might, "Thank you, I will serve you with sincere loyalty." At this time a person's voice cut through the conversation. "I was gone for a moment, and I come back to this eyesore." Gahyong frowned, revealing his contemptuous attitude. "You insect-like bastard, to whom are you pledging loyalty?" As soon as he saw his old master, Heo Bong's face trembled. He thought to himself, "Qian Mu Guillaume and Gahyong are frightening, but I can't be discouraged." Unexpectedly, before he could react, Yuan's sarcastic remark toward Gahyong made him pause. "Then what are you who calls someone else's subordinate an insect?" He looked at Gahyong with a dark expression and asked back with the same words he had used, "Are you an insect that follows others?" Gahyong's two eyes widened in surprise. "What did you say?" Seeing this attitude, Yuan couldn't help but laugh, sneering. "Why are you stuttering?" He continued to provoke him. "Why? What are you afraid of?" Gahyong gritted his teeth in anger. "You!" Unable to contain his rage, he unleashed his chi, shouted and charged. "You coward!" But Yuan was able to dodge the attack just by lightly moving his body, and even landed a punch on Gahyong's back, sending him tumbling to the floor under Heo Bong's astonished gaze. Yuan frowned, looked at him, muttered, and commented, "You're nothing compared to the Avatar." Heo Bong's respect for Yuan rose another level. He couldn't help but feel proud knowing he had chosen the right civilization. "As I thought my choice was not wrong." Not stopping there, Yuan turned back to Mu Guillaume and challenged him. "Shall we go another round?" But he just frowned and replied with words, "Enjoy it while you can. Gaining one trash-like subordinate won't change anything." After finishing his words, Mu Guillaume walked away, leaving only the whispers of numerous people behind. "Is Qian Mu Guillaume really avoiding him? I can't believe it." That ferocious Qian Mu Guillaume was pushed back in a fight. Each person added their own comment, but in the end they were all astonished at Mu Guillaume's attitude toward Yuan. That's not to say that the power of the Bakma clan was completely dead, or perhaps because they had somehow started to become wary of him. One speculation spread through the crowd. He might bring a new wind to the heavenly demon cult. Another week later, on the day of the second stage group training at the Great Hall of the Demonic Academy, I Am Pyong declared forcefully, "I have taught you all that needs to be taught. Remember that the rest is up to you." When he asked the cadets if they understood, they shouted the two words demonic in unison, seemingly satisfied with that answer. It was Hua Myung's turn to explain the rules. "Now, before the second stage test, we will draw lots for the groups, as explained before. Groups 1 to 4, groups 5 to 8, groups 9 to 12. 4 groups will form one group and compete against each other," he demanded loudly. First, the leaders of groups 1 to 4 stepped forward. The leaders' feet quickly stepped forward. The crowd began to discuss the identities of those standing at the very front. "Have the leaders of groups 2 and 3 changed?" "Indeed, it's the same over there. Group 1 is still Qian Mu Wan of the Mystic Demon Clan." They didn't stop talking even as Mu Wan stepped forward before Wai Myung. "Wasn't Group 4 originally Cadet 72? "I think so." He looked down and gave a mocking signal. "You two come up." The leaders' hands quickly went into the container and drew their respective orders. The order was gradually decided on the board hanging on the wall. Match 1, Group 1 versus Group 3. Match 2, Group 2 versus Group 4. Seeing the list of the opposing group, one group cheered and shouted, "Long live the leader," but another group let out a deep sigh. Wah Myung continued to command. Next, the leaders of groups 5 to 8 stepped forward. Unexpectedly, these words of his brought back their whispering. What? Two of them changed again this time. Wait a minute. Is that Group 8 for real? Wah Myung too could not hide the surprise on his face. It was because he saw Yoan stepping forward as the group leader. Standing next to him was Weo. There was not a trace of joy on her face. Weo's two eyes stared intently at Yoan. "I warned you, stupid Qian Mu Guillaume." She recalled what had happened after the afternoon training the day before. At that time, Mu Guillaume was standing alone. He looked down and had a contemptuous thought. Are they still training in groups? Stupid fools. Mu Guillaume gritted his teeth. Can't you even think that all your strategies will be exposed? How pathetic. And he turned to leave. There's nothing more to see. I have to go train. Unexpectedly at this moment, Weo's voice echoed, stopping Mu Guillaume in his tracks. Qian Mu Guillaume. He looked at her and showed a blatantly displeased expression. What was it you? Leaving only this one word, Mu Guillaume continued straight ahead. Weo froze blankly. He ignored me. In an instant she appeared in front of him. Mu Guillaume immediately hardened his face and questioned her. What are you doing? She approached him and opened her mouth. Someone called you, but you just walk away without answering. I'm asking what you're trying to say. At this time she pouted her lips and replied, Were you lost in thought and didn't even hear me calling? Mu Guillaume passed by her. Do you think everyone from the Bakma clan is a fool? Shut up, Weo was offended by his attitude. Are you angry? You people from the Bakma clan are really short-tempered. Alright, I'll be brief, so listen carefully. Mu-Guillaume felt a slight curiosity when he saw her start to roll up her sleeves. He opened his mouth. Are you hurt? She was angry but reluctantly admitted that she had been injured yesterday. Mu-Guillaume was surprised and asked back. Yesterday, she began her story. I was training last night when someone suddenly attacked me. At Weo's words, Mu-Guillaume found it slightly amusing. You were suddenly attacked? It must be a prank by some guy who isn't afraid of dying. She frowned and replied, he was wearing a mask, so I don't know who it was. Then he continued to be sarcastic. Whether he wore a mask or not, you shouldn't be so careless. At this, her face darkened. She said as if to remind him, don't take my words lightly. I was never careless. But Mu-Guillaume didn't care and sneered, asking back, are you telling me to be careful because you were attacked? To target me, your internal energy would have to be quite high. We're going to compete against each other. Hearing this, he asked back as if he couldn't understand. Ha, Weo began to explain. Do you remember being notified 2 days ago that we would be divided into 4 groups to compete? Why bother dividing into 4 groups, he urged her on. I don't know what you're trying to say, and he let out a very annoyed sigh. What does it matter? Then Weo had no choice but to be direct. How annoying, think about it. Since it was announced that we would be divided into 4 groups, each group can guess their opponents to some extent. He frowned and thought. So you're saying they deliberately released the information before the test to induce attacks on the opposing groups? At his words, she replied with satisfaction. You're not a fool either. That's right, without a leader it's very difficult to maintain a group. And turning to leave, Weo urged him, anyway, you must not be careless in tomorrow's test. Don't train alone, it's dangerous. Her attitude did not soften in the slightest. If the successor to the young lord is eliminated without passing the second stage test, it would be really pathetic. After finishing her words, Weo immediately disappeared, leaving Mu-Guillaume behind, lost in contemptuous thought. The weakest one is advising others? Whose prank is this? He frowned and thought. But it's not something I can easily ignore. Annoying. I should take Ga-hyung with me. At the same time, the figure of a man in black was reflected on the tip of a sword. Night had fallen again. The system informed Yo-un of the time. It is the hour of the dog master. At this time he asked, Nano, what's my win rate against the Cheon Mu-Guillaume avatar? The system answered honestly. It is 60, master. That number still did not satisfy him. Damn it, it's still far off. I said I'd easily win in 7 days, but it's only 60. Nano began to compile statistics. As a result of a total of 106 battles, your application and proficiency of forms have increased noticeably. It is expected that you will achieve your goal within a few days. Yo-un thought for a moment and replied, are you trying to comfort me? But the system said firmly, this is a prediction based on analysis, he thought with a confident smile. So it's certain, and he decided to finish his training. I should probably head back to the dormitory. Soon, Yo-un was fiercely crossing through the forest, but at this moment he was drawn by a sound from a distance. Yo-un quickly stopped, his gaze turned to one side, and he muttered and thought. The sound of fighting. In an instant, Yo-un narrowed his eyes and flew in the direction he had identified as the target, and when he stopped, Yo-un began to wonder, who is it? It's too dark to see clearly. He looked around and commented, one of them is unconscious on the ground. Yo-un quickly requested of the system, Nano, night vision mode. Nano quickly complied, expanding the user's night vision. At the sight before him, Yo-un was slightly surprised. Cheon Mu-Guillaume is being beaten by a guy in a mask? The man in the black mask frowned at this time and saw the injured Mu-Guillaume on the other side. He ran at a fast speed and attacked. Mu-Guillaume struggled to dodge the attack. He jumped back to put distance between himself and the black mask. Yo-un hid on one side, unable to contain his surprise and assess the situation. How can he overwhelm Cheon Mu-Guillaume to that extent? That masked guy's movements are not ordinary. Who on earth is he? Meanwhile, Mu-Guillaume himself was enraged and cursed loudly. Damn it! The moment Mu-Guillaume landed on the ground, his leg reacted in pain. He opened his eyes wide and screamed and carelessly lost his balance. Taking that opportunity, the black mask quickly closed the distance. At this moment, Yo-un began to act with one thought. I don't really want to help Mu-Guillaume, but there's only 1 day left until the group test. I can't lose the leader, he shouted loudly, drawing the black mask's attention. Stop. And when he noticed Yo-un was already up close, the black mask swung his sword and cut. But he easily dodged it and even countered by landing a palm strike on his side. The black mask had no choice but to retreat and put some distance. At this move he became wary and thought, why is he widening his attack range? He's probably a master, so it's hard to guess his ability. The black mask on this side was also frowning and assessing the situation. With both of them surprised, he flew up into the sky with his light foot technique. Yo-un and Mu-Guillaume followed him, muttering and calculating. I guess I have to give up. I won't chase him. He screamed and cursed. Damn it. Yo-un turned his head and asked, hey, are you okay? Mu-Guillaume growled in reply, do you think I was helped by you? Damn it. At his words, Yo-un was offended. Then I'm leaving quickly. Yo-un returned to the Demonic Academy dormitory. At the sight of their return, the crowd was shocked and everyone shouted anxiously, my lord, young master. They quickly approached and supported Mu-Guillaume and Ga-hyung. What happened? Are you alright, young master? I'll explain later. First treat me. Hey, Ga-hyung, get a hold of yourself. Heo Bong was most worried about Yo-un. My lord, are you not hurt? He replied gloomily. I'm fine, don't worry. And he asked the system to check on Ga-hyung. Nano, is this guy okay? The system replied quickly, scanning the injured person's wounds. An external wound 4 centimeters long and 2 millimeters deep has been found on the scalp. It is a laceration. And it presented a course of treatment. After hemostasis, if you disinfect and suture it, there will be no major problem. Hearing this, Yoan was also relieved. This guy's wound is nothing. Unexpectedly at this moment, an urgent voice came from behind. Young Master Qian Mu-Guillaume, the blood. Yoan's eyes widened in surprise. Seeing Mu-Guillaume's unusual state, he blamed himself for not checking on him while worrying about Ga-hyung. Damn it, his face is pale and he's bled so much, he quickly ordered. Haobong, go and get the instructor. He complied urgently. Yes, quickly. A white bandage was wrapped around Mu-Guillaume's body. Yoan asked from one side, how is he? Instructor, he slowly explained. I performed first aid quickly, but, seeing his expression, Yoan asked, is there a problem? At the bad news that followed, Mu-Guillaume couldn't help but open his eyes wide. He won't be able to walk for a while. At that news, Mu-Guillaume gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it, the other cadets were also thrown into confusion. Then what do we do? You fool, what do you mean what do we do? The test is tomorrow. If the leader can't walk, we're finished. Unexpectedly, before he could react to those words, electricity flowed through his body. The instructor put Mu-Guillaume on his shoulder and continued. You guys sleep. I'll take this guy to the infirmary. Yoan quickly followed and said, just a moment, there's one more injured person here. At this time, Haobong actively suggested, my lord, I will carry that guy, but he refused. No, I'll do it. Yoan followed the instructor on all fours and said, not only Cadet 4 but Cadet 80 also injured his head. The instructor smiled faintly and replied, I know, I was just about to tell someone else to take him to the infirmary. Hearing that, he hesitated and asked, I brought him here on purpose. Are you telling me to leave him with you and go now? But he seemed unconcerned. There's no need to linger. Yoan questioned him, puzzled. What is the reason? This was a little difficult for him to understand. There is no reason, especially since your group has already ruined the test. I didn't think that guy would end up like this. And the instructor continued to take Ga-hyung from Yoan. I just wanted to say that. Hand this guy over to me, and he gently requested. Go back quickly. You know that cadets are not allowed to leave the dormitory as they please, right? Yoan cupped his hands and replied obediently. I understand, but at this moment the instructor added a meaningful remark. If you don't have teeth, you have to chew with your gums. Yoan raised his head, looked at him, and asked curiously, just a moment, what do you mean? But now only the wind was blowing before him, and no person was in sight. He slowly thought about what he had just heard. With gums. The instructor's words mean that this didn't just happen to our group. I only thought it was a loophole in the test, but that wasn't it. There's definitely a hidden intention in the second stage test. Yoan's gaze turned elsewhere. Seeing the worker ants attacking the leader ant, he began to understand everything. The most important thing is to target the leader and easily defeat the opponent in tomorrow's test. Yoan's eyes widened. Along with him, he saw the light of truth. I see. The reason for dividing the groups by drawing lots and the deep scheme of Hua Miong's group was to lead the situation to this point. Yoan couldn't help the smile that spread across his lips. This is the heavenly demon cult. You don't need to follow the rules, you just need to achieve your goal. Meanwhile, back where the team members were, in fact, we Group 8 are ruined. It's over, it's really over. Unexpectedly, at his one remark, they shut their mouths. Since when have you been so unbearably sad because the leader was injured? These team members bristled and questioned him. Who said we can't bear it? Hearing this, he frowned and retorted, then you should pick a new leader and train quickly. Isn't it useless to just stand around with your arms crossed? But his words were immediately met with opposition. Who's going to replace the leader? Mu-Guillaume is the only one who received command training. Haobong suddenly opened his mouth from one side. You guys, his attitude was slightly arrogant. Who said there's no one? He pointed at Yoan and declared, isn't my lord young Master Qian here? As soon as those words were spoken, the entire room fell silent. Seventh young master. They looked around and thought quietly, and soon one arm went up. This person opened his mouth. Cadet 38, I agree with that opinion. A young man next to him also agreed. I agree too. They quickly strengthened their resolve. Right, we can't lose our spirit. I agree too, I agree. A few others were suspicious, but they had no choice but to follow the majority. What do we do? Without young Master Qian, there's nothing we can do. Let's agree for now. We have to pass the second stage test. Yoan himself couldn't help but be surprised. Everyone has agreed to make me the leader. However, he replied with a satisfied smile. Good, he then promised them. I will think of a way as I train you in the formation. Time passed, and soon it was the hour of the tiger. A door opened in the Group 8 dormitory and a figure emerged. Yoan quickly requested of Nano, night vision mode. Nano replied concisely. Night vision mode has been activated in the user's eyes. He let out a long breath and began to move. Yoan placed his hands on the ground to support himself. He looked around and thought to himself, how many times do I have to come to the Group 7 dormitory? Nano, is anyone awake? The system immediately scanned the Group 7 room and provided him with the information. There are 20 people in the Group 7 room, all in a deep sleep. Yoan continued to think. They're all asleep now. He carefully crawled inside and continued to ask. Nano is the one who attacked Mu-Guillaume here? The system immediately performed a scan, cross-referencing it with Mu-Guillaume's injuries. There is no matching person. Hearing the answer, Yoan replied as if muttering, is that so? Well, it doesn't matter. As he spoke, he struck the pressure points of these men. The first one, then the second, and up to the third. Soon Yoan stopped beside a bed. This was the Group 7 team leader. The leader sensed Yoan and woke up with a start. What? But before he could react, his pressure point was struck and he fell back onto the bed, foaming at the mouth. Yoan couldn't help but worry. He really must be the most popular one. This team leader is too sensitive. He held an acupuncture needle and thought, he can only identify people in the dark, so there's no way he'll know who I am. Then he quickly placed the needle in the man's leg. I've placed needles in several tendon and blood meridians, so it'll be hard for him to walk for a while. He glanced at him. The malicious intent was clear. It wasn't your doing, but don't hold it against me. Yoan continued his actions. Well, Group 7 is done. Shall I move on to the next group? The Group 5 leader is Qian Weio. The attacker I saw wasn't a woman. Qian Weio's martial arts are much lower than Qian Mu Guillaume's. He began to narrow down the enemy's scope. In that case, the one who attacked Mu Guillaume might be in Group 6. Just as Yoan was about to enter, the system informed him. There are a total of 16 people in the Group 6 dormitory, all in a deep sleep. His eyes immediately widened at this number. 16 people. He thought to himself, Group 6 has a total of 20 people, and there are 3 female cadets on the second floor, so where is the remaining one? And he quickly demanded. Nano, have you identified that person? The system replied. There is no matching person. Yoan continued his reasoning. The one who isn't here is the most likely suspect. His hand hardened into a fist. If he was on the first floor, he would have noticed me when I was moving around earlier. What should I do? Yoan calmed himself. Why think so deeply? There's no rule that says you only have to target the leader. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. All of this led to the current situation of Yoan drawing lots. While Myung commented to himself from the side, the fact that this guy became the leader of Group 8 means that the guy from the Bakma clan was taken out by someone. He couldn't hide his smile and placed his hopes on him. He's already figured out the hidden intention of the test. As expected, the top student of the Demonic Academy does not disappoint me. When everything was over, Hua Myung asked again, has everyone drawn? The new cadets shouted in unison. Demonic, his expression soon changed as he continued. You all must have prepared for this test fair and square, right? I hope you put on a great match. Hearing this, they paused. Fair and square. They thought for a moment, and the team leaders returned to their respective positions. Yoan's gaze stopped on one person. He frowned and thought to himself. That guy's gaze looks familiar. He then requested a scan from Nano. Nano immediately scanned his entire body and replied, this is the attacker. From his appearance to his bone structure, he is a 100 match with the masked man. Yoan smiled with satisfaction. Finally found him. Currently it was the second stage test, match 1, Group 1 versus Group 3, Myung commanded. Victory is achieved by subduing the opposing group. He shouted loudly. Begin. The new cadets immediately charged, and both sides formed ranks for the attack. The leader on this side was the team leader of Group 1 and a member of the Mystic Demon clan, Qian Mu-wan. He ordered his group to move 3 steps to the right. Hua Myung, observing the formation below, showed interest. He commented, this is the Xixian formation. The warriors from both sides advanced quickly, and the opponent was already in a defensive stance. The shields clashed violently, and the commands continued to fall. Don't fall back, hold your ground. Soon someone fell. The moment he hit the ground, he was attacked. A team member turned back and shouted, get a hold of yourself and get up, but the blade continued to swing, and that group's leader was seriously injured and knelt on the ground. The opposing team leader pointed his sword at his neck and demanded, you've lost, surrender. The team leader resentfully admitted defeat. I have lost. Hua Myung, who was watching the battle from one side, sighed as if bored. The opponent was clearly weak. It ended anticlimactically. Following that, a booming announcement echoed. Congratulations to Group 1 on their victory. Group 1, including Cadet 1, has passed and will advance to the second round. Results of the second stage test, Match 2, Group 4 versus Group 2, Group 4 wins. The order was given. Next 2 groups come up to the field. Hearing this, Yoan smiled. It's finally our turn. But after turning back and seeing the state of his group, he became slightly worried. Their morale has completely dropped. This won't do. At this time, Yoan opened his mouth. Are you nervous? He continued seriously. I know you're anxious because the team leader changed. I'm just as tense as you are. The hand holding his sword tightened. But if we can't win now, we'll all be kicked out of the Demonic Academy. It's still too early. We have to go deeper. Yoan's spirit blazed fiercely. Turn your anger into strength. Targeting the leader so cowardly was a ploy to make us fail this test. We must not fall for such a despicable bastard scheme. At these words, his comrades successfully regained their morale. Only by uniting their hearts can they avoid failure. And Yoan raised his sword high and declared, I won't say much. We must win. His comrades cheered for victory. Hua Myung watched with interest from above. He knows how to boost morale. Still, there's no guarantee he'll win, he then thought to himself. We'll see if he has extraordinary qualities or if he's just a stray cat. As was customary, he issued the command, victory is achieved by subduing the opposing group. Begin. Demonic. The one who stepped forward was the leader of Group 5 and a member of the Sound Demon clan, Qian Weio. She gritted her teeth in displeasure and thought, I want to crush Group 8 led by that guy. Observing Yoan's expression, Weio continued to calculate. You really don't belong in the young lord's fight. It would be better for your pathetic life if I let you leave the Demonic Academy now. Weio quickly signaled her group. Attack over here. Yoan immediately requested Nano to expand the augmented reality and begin the formation guide. Nano immediately proceeded with the analysis, activated augmented reality through the battle formation guide, and initiated the action command mode. He shouted at her face. I'm still waiting. Weo commanded Formation 2, the system informed him. The opponent has changed to the Fengqi formation. Following that, a suggestion came. Deploy the Yulin formation. Yuan frowned and thought. As expected, his gaze focused on the opponent. There's no choice but to clash here. Yuan shouted loudly. Formation 6. His comrades quickly fell into line at this countermeasure. Hua Mion was slightly puzzled. The Yulin formation, he commented. Did he make a foolish choice from the start? Based on his own knowledge, Hua Mion continued to calculate. The Yulin formation is a meaningless tactic unless the team leader at the forefront is strong enough. He was taught martial arts by the right guardian, so he's cunning, as expected. This will be interesting, provoked by him. Weo shouted loudly. Do you think you can face me head-on? Her shield clashed hard against Yuan's shield. At this, Weo's eyes widened in surprise. How did this happen? She observed Yuan in disbelief. To withstand my 10 years of power. Not only Weo but Hua Mion above also widened his eyes in surprise. He blocked it. At this time, Yuan was calculating inwardly. My internal energy level is slightly lower than Qian Weo's, but if I add the external arts I learned from my master, I'll have the upper hand. The corners of his mouth twisted into a smile. This is exciting. Over here, Weo began to panic. I'm being pushed back. If I don't change the formation now, the rear of the Fengqi formation will collapse. She gritted her teeth and commented inwardly. This guy, he really moves cunningly. And she quickly moved. She reluctantly changed her tactics. Damn it, Weo loudly ordered a retreat to Formation 1 at the same time. Yuan's system also informed him of her attack method. The opponent has changed to the basic formation. Please change your formation. He reacted quickly and shouted to his comrades. Change to Formation 3. They immediately got into formation. Unexpectedly, Weo sneered at this and thought. Formation 3, she commented with a wicked smile. You're going to face me with that if your internal energy isn't deep. This tactic is meaningless. Qian Weo thought for a moment, then shouted to everyone. Formation 6. At this time, she had already calculated Yuan's moves in her head. I can't believe it, but he's not being pushed back even when competing with me in internal energy. I'll counter that guy's Yulin formation with the Zixian formation. Seeing him charge, she came up with a plan. I'll isolate that guy and then finish him off. But at that very crucial moment, he suddenly smiled confidently. One of them saw it and turned in another direction. Another one quickly dodged to the opposite side. She had a blank expression on her face as she saw the situation spiraling out of control. Weo's soldiers were all bewildered. What is this? A thunderous shout echoed through the wide space. Heijin crane wing formation. But to reassure her soldiers, Weo quickly regained her composure and commanded the match. Don't panic. Respond to the attacks from the left and right. With his move read, Yuan shouted loudly. Change to Formation 2. Hearing those words, her face contorted. Formation 2. Is it the Fengqi formation? One of the soldiers also informed everyone it's the Fengqi formation. Look ahead. Meanwhile, his side quickly switched to Formation 2. Yuan's eyes also glinted with killing intent accordingly. The two men who were ambushed shouted in panic. No, it's the right rear. Seeing this scene, Weo's face contorted completely. This despicable bastard, what is he doing? At the same time, the soldiers on the opposite side stopped and all formed a neat line. The gazes of the two were now fixed on each other, filled with anger. They were trapped in an encirclement formation. Immediately, Weo figured out Yuan's plan. Shouting the numbers was a trick. The story goes back to the previous night. In a large house, the sound of discussion echoed. Everyone listen up, the voice lingered around the building. The other groups will use numbers like in the formation training, so we will use that to our advantage. Yuan, who was sitting at the top, was giving his opinion on his new tactic. When I shout change, you will move according to the formation to confuse the opponent. That is our plan of action. At the same time, Weo seemed to have figured everything out. That despicable bastard dares to mock me? On the other side, he ordered everyone to advance. The soldiers inside were all trembling. Under Yuan's powerful pressure, they seemed ready to collapse at any moment. It was frustrating but unavoidable. And finally, they all put down their shields and surrendered. Weo saw it and shouted in annoyance, "What are you doing? Why are you throwing away your shields on your own?" But no one wanted to listen to her commands anymore. At this time, Weo's mind was filled with negative thoughts. No, everyone will laugh at me. She clutched the object in her hand tightly, but she could do nothing but worry. Everyone will laugh at me. But Yuan still stood tall before her, and hatred emanated from his eyes. Qian Weo shouted in annoyance, "You son of a bitch!" Immediately after, she attacked everyone without hesitation. Weo pointed the tip of her sword at Yuan and shouted, "Die!" But he threw away the shield in his hand. The sword in his hand was already prepared. The two of them rushed at each other like moths to a flame. In a moment of carelessness, blood spurted from Weo's face, and then her shin was cut. Not stopping there, Yuan jumped up, spun a perfect circle, and delivered the final blow. In an instant, the two of them passed each other like the wind. Everyone watching widened their eyes in surprise. Hot blood splattered all over in front of Weo's eyes. After a moment, she realized that something was wrong with her body. Weo had just turned around when she was shocked to her core. She trembled and shouted, "My hand!" A desperate scream echoed through the wide space. "My hand!" Weo continued to scream like a madwoman. "My hand!" But someone stopped her. "You need to stop the bleeding, so sit still." Meanwhile, Yuan on the other side was silent. "I don't know if it was because of the sword." From the other side, a reassuring voice could still be heard. Calm down, Yo-un suddenly recalled the scene. Qian Weio's sword form was broken by my 5th move, but in the end I couldn't complete one of my own moves either. From the other side curses could still be heard. Sit still, Weio roared like a madwoman. Kill me, but his thoughts did not waver. As expected, there's a limit to training with a sword. Just then a cheer erupted. Group 8 wins. All cadets of Group 8 and Team Leader 7 have passed the second stage test. At this time, everyone ran over and shouted, "Long live Yo-un!" Hua Myung looked at him and suddenly thought, that guy used the butterfly dance of the 7 swallows Jiamu Chilian. His internal energy and experience are still very lacking, but his forms are very similar to Samang's. When he looked at the other side, he suddenly noticed the drunkard. What on earth did he do? No, there's no way that guy taught him well. Hua Myung quietly assessed the situation. He grew in every aspect in just 20 days, his tactics and strategy are excellent, and he even had the audacity to cut off Qian Weio's hand. As soon as he thought that, he realized, what is this if not a talent of the heavens? But another problem made Hua Myung a little perplexed. That guy Samang should have taken a disciple before entering the academy. This is not good. I'm the superintendent of the demonic academy after all. Yo-un, you can't be completely happy either, can you? At the same time, everyone continued to congratulate him. Qian, did he eliminate the Sound Demon clan? Was he hiding his martial arts? I need to remember his face. Yo-un felt as if he were revealing all his abilities to everyone. A moment later an order came from above, and the two groups for the third match headed to their positions. Around that time, Weio's subordinates were walking with their heads bowed. Pyong felt an indescribable rage as he looked at the shield in his hand. I thought I could avoid it. He was furious as he recalled the previous situation, but he didn't even want to think about it. While I was off guard, the more Pyong thought, the more unpleasant he felt. That bastard put me in this state. The son of a bitch who dared to put our legs in this state. He was extremely displeased as he watched Yo-un being cheered. Qian, it's definitely him. Only after seeing his contemptuous smile did Pyong realize. He's been pretending not to have any martial arts all this time. Meanwhile, people were very interested in Yo-un's methods except for the Group 7 leader. Everyone was limping. We just need to attack those guys boldly, and we can win easily. We should thank the person who helped us, but I don't know who it is, they all shouted with joy. Alright, let's charge with Formation 6. Meanwhile, Weio's group was in shock. Our legs in this state, what are we supposed to do? But he didn't hesitate in the slightest. You should be grateful to me for the rest of your lives. Pyong immediately commanded, Fengqi formation, it's the Fengqi formation. But one of the opponents burst out laughing. What good is a formation to guys who can't even stand properly, you sons of bitches? But he was not flustered in the slightest and instead looked even more determined. In an instant the two men rushed at each other with a force that seemed to pierce the sky. In a very short moment the opponent was then flying far away, and as a sword pierced his body, blood splattered everywhere. Without a chance to scream, he was pierced and the whites of his eyes showed. A pool of blood gushed from his mouth. Pyong turned around and shouted in a fierce voice, "Push!" The group behind him immediately rushed over and pushed this guy hard, causing the sword in his hand to dig deeper into the opponent's body. Someone shouted in horror. What? Pyong's group didn't stop pushing one guy and commanding, "Drive them back." A sword pierced the opponent's body, dripped with his blood and fell to the ground. In an instant, cheers, pained groans, urgent footsteps, the thick smell of blood and the desire for victory filled the stadium, creating a cruel and bloody battle. As if blinded by victory, they continued to shout, "Subdue them, don't show any weakness." Hua Myung and Jin Sung watched the battle from above, unable to help but be surprised by the cruelty of both sides. Pyong had almost gained the upper hand this time. His killing intent was overwhelming and made people tremble in fear. He led the charge like a cruel leader, his entire body covered in the fresh blood of those he had killed. Pyong stared straight at his targeted prey with eyes full of killing intent. "You're next," and the person Pyong was targeting was none other than Yo-un. Throughout the match, the way he looked, his cruelty, made Yo-un unable to let his guard down. He looked at him and commented, "This guy seems like he'll be a tough opponent." Second stage test, third match, Group 6 versus Group 7. The result was Group 6 a victory. Scene change, Demonic Academy. Several examiners were gathered in the superintendent's office on the first floor. As Hua Myung was lost in thought, someone handed him a stack of documents. "I have revised the scores and evaluations for the failures from Group 1 to Group 5. The person who handed him the documents was Jin Sung. Accepting it, Hua Myung said meaningfully, "Quite a few have failed this time." Jin Sung asked back, "Are you talking about the high-ranking sects?" Hua Myung opened his mouth as he flipped through the ledger. "I'm talking about the ones with no roots. Originally, our target is the high, mid, and low-ranking students, so we don't need to worry, but it's a bit unfair for the students from the high-ranking sects. If it weren't for the group test, they would have easily advanced to the third stage." He let out another long sigh and continued, "If we had just followed the guidelines from the establishment of the Demonic Academy, it wouldn't be this tiring. It's really troublesome." Jin Sung too had a headache but was completely helpless. "There's no other way," then, as if he remembered something, Jin Sung cautiously reminded him, "If we don't change the positions and duties according to the failure scores and evaluations, there will be a strong backlash from the superintendent and the high-ranking sects." After hearing this, Wah Amayung replied seriously. In any case, they are from high-ranking sects and are proficient in martial arts, but it's truly a pity that those from the mid and low-ranking sects missed the chance to obtain the demonic dragon pill and see the secret manuals in the library. He smiled slyly and calculated. In any case, those who pass the second stage must be gathered in the library of secret manuals by now. Scene change in front of a tower. Many other students were also gathered here, including Yoan. This was the library where the secret manuals of the demonic academy were kept. Yoan couldn't help but be surprised by the towering pagoda before him. Is this the library of secret manuals? It's even more magnificent than the demonic academy's superintendent's office. He glanced at the people around him and thought to himself, while I was in the infirmary, the other students must have come to the first floor. Are they going to the second floor today? Suddenly, the words Simong had said before leaving came to his mind. At that time he had said, until the second stage, don't do anything reckless and focus on learning the butterfly sword method and the Muchen heart method. That way your chances of passing will be higher. At that time Yoan had asked him back in excitement, reckless, do you mean the library of secret manuals? Exactly. That day, Simong had even bragged to him, thanks to this master, you get to learn the martial arts of the 4th and 5th floors of the library. Don't be disappointed that you can't enter the first floor. He had rambled on, and listening from the side he was just helpless. In any case, the first floor of the library is no match for our school's martial arts, he had said, recalling his words. Yoan smiled smugly again. But since I have Nano, I can just scan the entire first and second floors and go back. As he began to enter the tower, he was holding a brightly lit lantern. Yoan entered the first floor of the library of secret manuals. He looked around and marveled at everything. This is the first time in my life I've seen so many books. As expected, I'm the only one on the first floor. After looking around, he began his search. I can only stay on the first floor for one shichen. I have to hurry. He found a few books and instructed Nano in his mind. Nano, I'll be skimming through the secret manual, so keep scanning, it replied quickly. Yes, I understand. Yoan found and opened useful books. Nano in his mind also began to work quickly. Beginning scan of the 5 martial swordsmanship. Scan complete. Every time he scanned a book, a notification continued to ring in his head. Scan complete. Scan complete. Scan complete. Scan complete. Yoan closed a book and asked, slightly worried, Nano, how much time is left? Nano immediately replied, half a shichen is left. How many books have I scanned? Footwork, heart methods, sword methods, saber methods, palm methods, and poison arts, a total of 55 books. Hearing the number of books he had scanned, he gave a satisfied instruction and curiously looked for other places. That's quite a lot. Don't transmit them to my brain right now. Understood. I think I've only seen the outer bookshelves. Yoan pushed open a door and went inside. Should I go inside? Before him was a huge stone tablet and a man sitting next to it guarding it. He glanced and thought he seemed to be asleep. He immediately commented, he seems to be a master. Is he the guardian of the first floor of the library? Yoan observed cautiously. He walked around the room and asked himself, but why is there a stone tablet in the middle of the room? The watchman heard a presence and opened his eyes. He quickly saw the participation tag on Yoan's chest. He immediately knew who he was. Just as Yoan was about to pass him, he suddenly opened his mouth, startling him. This is a stone tablet left by the heavenly demon ancestor who founded our cult. He felt surprised. Heavenly demon ancestor, the watchman continued. It is carved on a precious jade. He reached out his hand, touched the stone tablet, and was surprised by the characters carved on it. Is this the founder's handwriting? Wait a minute. Yoan's mouth gaped in astonishment. No way, was this carved by hand? The watchman smiled faintly and told him about the characters. Are you surprised? Without internal energy, it is difficult to carve characters on a jade tablet even with a sword. This was written by the ancestor with his internal energy. He knew this stone tablet very well and continued to explain without stopping. Usually everyone is busy reading one book, so no one has time to look at this. Perhaps because you inherited that bloodline you found this. Yoan couldn't help but marvel. I almost missed it too, he continued, drawing his attention. Of course, the watchman began to recall the years he had guarded this place. The ancestor recorded what his ancestors left behind. With so many secret manuals, who would notice a jade tablet? I have guarded this place for over 20 years, but no one has ever come looking for this stone tablet. Even the direct bloodline was no exception. Finally, he added one more thing. In any case, there is still plenty of time, so look if you want to. Yoan also replied by nodding his head politely. Understood, and he turned around to continue looking, but there was something unexpected. What? He saw the back of the stone tablet. Countless sword marks were left in a chaotic mess. On the other side of the stone tablet there are numerous sword marks left as if to hide something. Immediately, Yoan commanded Nano in his mind, Nano, analyze these marks. Through the image provided by Yoan's eyes, Nano began to work, beginning analysis of the stone tablet's surface. Analysis complete. Nano immediately informed him of the results, and although he had guessed, he was very surprised. These marks are sword paths. Really sword paths. Having obtained the information, he stood there again and thought for a long time. Someone damaged the heavenly demon ancestor's jade tablet. Nano in his mind delivered another piece of news. As a result of a detailed analysis of the jade tablet's surface, 2 objects created these marks, 2 people. Yoan raised his lantern and shone it. I can't tell by looking at it like this, and he commanded Nano again. Nano, scan these marks in 3D, activating user's visual information. Quote. The sword marks appeared in 3D form in his mind. Looking at them, he thought again. Looking at it in 3D, the power of each sword mark is different, and the angles are all different, so it's hard to say that two people made them. He looked at the stone tablet for a moment and guessed inwardly. No way, did someone deliberately scratch it chaotically on top of the first carved sword marks? Why did they have to hide this? Yoan swallowed hard. No way, he said to Nano. Nano, these sword marks were made by two people, right? Leave only the marks that were carved first and erase all the rest. Understood. The sword paths were erased one by one, leaving only the first lines that appeared. The result couldn't help but give him chills. Yoan was surprised when a resolute and powerful sword path appeared. He immediately thought of one thing. As expected, it wasn't just a simple sword path. It's a countless number of forms, a sword technique. He carefully looked at and analyzed the sword marks on the stone tablet. Looking at it like this, I have no idea what kind of form it is. I haven't reached that level yet. To find a solution, Yoan immediately thought of the system. Nano, can you create a 3D image of this sword technique form? The system replied. It is possible, Master. The system presented a condition before measuring the power of the object that left the marks. I need to know the hardness of the jade stone. He was a little worried and didn't know how to solve it. How do I know the hardness? Do I have to break this? The watchman next to him asked him. Haven't you already read it in the book? He was a little surprised. The watchman looked up at the stone tablet and added. You must have seen the back of the stone tablet too, right? There was a hint of regret in his voice. Isn't it a pity? There was a rumor long ago that there was a sword technique on this tablet that contained the deep enlightenment of the heavenly demon ancestor. He was startled. The deep enlightenment of the heavenly demon ancestor. He shook his head helplessly. I don't know who did it, but the stone tablet has been damaged. While Yoan was listening quietly on the side, the watchman presented another hypothesis. They might have wanted to monopolize the ancestor's secret art. A question arose in his mind as well. Was it simply damaged? The watchman turned around and left. I'll be making my rounds, so feel free to look. He was inwardly pleased. Thankfully, the supervisor has left. At this time, Nano opened its mouth again. By touching the flat surface with your entire palm, I can analyze the hardness of the stone tablet. Yoan smiled in relief. I see. He reached out and touched the surface of the stone tablet. As his palm touched it, a flow of energy occurred, causing Yoan to frown. After finishing the analysis, a sound came from the system. The hardness has been investigated. Based on the 10-level hardness of a high-strength diamond, the jade tablet has a hardness of over 7 levels. He marveled. It's really hard. Yoan was a little confused. Then who on earth covered these sword marks with another sword path? The nano system began to create a figure that reproduced the movements. Combining the analysis of the sword marks and hardness to reproduce a video of the movements, Yoan stared blankly at the digital technology before him. He opened his eyes wide and asked, Who is it? The nano system explained. Interactive conversation function is not supported. He was slightly angry. Nano, what I just said. Before he could finish his words, Nano cut him off. Beginning video reproduction. The figure flew like an arrow and performed the forms on the stone tablet. Yoan was startled and broke out in a cold sweat as he watched it. The forms were performed powerfully in succession. He was so surprised by the forms that he stuttered. And Nano, he trembled and asked again, Is this one form? The system immediately replied, The connection between the movements has been analyzed. According to your martial arts standards, Master, yes, it is one form. Yoan's eyes widened in shock, not believing the truth. No way, he recalled the form his master had trained in before. This is the 8th form of the butterfly sword method. It took my master half a year to master this. But he didn't reach this level. That form was nothing compared to the form the figure was simulating. I can't compare it, nor can I destroy it. He smiled smugly and commanded Nano. I didn't expect much from the first floor of the library, but to come across such a fortuitous encounter. Nano, save this form for now. Transmit it to me later, a mechanical voice rang out. Understood. Thinking again, he was more concerned about those who had damaged the stone tablet. To put it simply, because of these chaotic sword marks, I almost missed a treasure. I don't know who it was, but their intentions are clearly malicious. Seeing the bright side, he still thought he was lucky. But thanks to that, I'm the only one who can see this form, so I should be grateful to that person. As he was about to leave, Nano's voice was heard. As a result of analyzing the complex sword paths deleted from the stereoscopic image, 45 sword forms related to sword movements have been found. He was startled and froze. Nano continued to analyze. These 45 sword forms were analyzed based on the time they were engraved. He was surprised by that information. It wasn't hidden, it was all forms, Yoan continued to command. No way. Nano, reproduce the 45 sword forms in order. The system immediately complied. Understood. Another figure appeared and reproduced the form. The first form was reproduced quickly, with agility and resolve. The second, third, 10th, 20th, 30th. Yoan couldn't help but think, these forms were becoming more perfect as they went on. As soon as the simulation ended, the system's voice rang out. Video reproduction complete. Yoan still couldn't believe his eyes as he heard the announcement that the video reproduction was complete. He continued to demand, Nano, can you make the form from before and these 45 sword forms fight each other? Amidst Yoan's disbelieving gaze, Nano replied firmly. It is possible. As soon as they heard the sound of the system activating combat mode, the two figures took their attack stances and immediately charged at each other under Yoan's watch. The fight was over in a short time, and he couldn't help but be surprised. He could no longer believe his own eyes. Was it countered? Yoan felt as if his values were crumbling. To think the form I thought was perfect would have such a disparity with the first form. This isn't just countering it. These 45 sword paths are meant to counter that secret art. He went outside and immediately found the watchman to ask, "Supervisor, I have a question. Is the jade tablet only on the first floor?" He didn't know much. "I only work on the first floor, so I don't know for sure, but from what I've heard it seems there's one on each floor." He began to climb up to find the other forms. "All right, Nano, prepare to go to the second floor." On the second floor of the library of secret manuals, people were sitting here and there reading books. Yoan arrived and looked around, seeing someone moving a pile of books. "Isn't it over yet? The time for reading on the first floor is 1 shichen, and on the second floor it's 1.5 shichen. Suddenly he noticed a man reading a book. His hand was resting on a pile of books beside him. He was absorbed in the book, paying no attention to his surroundings. Qian Yu-chan of the Saber Demon clan. The other young lords didn't come here because they thought they were proficient in their clan's martial arts, he thought with a sense of caution. No matter how low their martial arts are, they wouldn't come to study as diligently as that guy. I need to be more wary of him than the others. And he stealthily passed the other people and went inside. Yoan went to where the stone tablet was. Chinese characters were carved on the stone tablet. He exclaimed, "This is it." When he saw the back, a victor's smile spread across his face. As expected, he placed his hand on the stone and had Nano get to work. The back of the stone tablet was also full of sword marks. "Nano, analyze it like you did on the first floor." System replied quickly, "Understood." The Nano system began its analysis. "I have found the same sword marks as on the first floor. First is a form composed of 24 sword paths," the system concluded. "After that are marks left by another object. A total of 56 sword forms." Yoan was also surprised. 56, he began to think. To counter the first form, I need to study more than the jade tablet on the first floor. He wanted to investigate, but there were too many people in the library, so he couldn't do anything more. "I want to check, but with so many eyes here it will be more difficult." He commanded the Nano system, "Save all the forms." Nano replied as usual. "Understood." Holding the torch, he looked up at the jade tablet and made a firm resolution. "With this I've obtained 4 secret arts. I just need to wait for the chance to transmit them to my body and brain." He commanded the Nano system to begin scanning. The 2 men who were reading frowned and looked unpleasantly toward the sound of flipping pages. The group of 3 people on the other side was also drawn by the sound. They whispered to each other, "What on earth is that guy doing? It's hard enough to memorize even if you sit still and study. He's just flipping through this book and that book." The others, after being disturbed by him, quickly regained their senses. "No, I have to concentrate. I don't have time to worry about that guy. There's only half a shichen left." In his mind, the system was scanning the contents of the books. Finally, the system's voice echoed, "Scan complete." The 2 men who were reading frowned and looked unpleasantly toward the sound of flipping pages. The group of 3 people on the other side was also drawn by the sound. At this time, Yu-chan also looked toward the annoying sound of flipping pages. Not far away, Yoan was flipping through the pages at the fastest speed. Seeing this, Yu-chan sneered. Yoan placed the book he had just read back in its place. The system's voice echoed. "A total of 156 books have been scanned so far," he commanded. "Nano, analyze all the books scanned today and save them in the program data." The system replied, "Understood." He calculated inwardly. "This is enough. The remaining task is." Yoan recalled the time when he was training in martial arts alone. He was confident he could obtain all the martial arts of the main cult, but no matter how mature his martial arts became, he must not become arrogant. He believed in himself but did not rely on it to become arrogant. Although he had outstanding 5 senses for martial arts to mature, he had to keep practicing, even if it meant repeating it hundreds or thousands of times. And Yoan concluded that experience was the most important thing. Samang laughed heartily and said, "This master also perfected his martial arts by fighting countless enemies. Make sure to gain a lot of experience by defeating various clans in this demonic academy." Yoan thought confidently. "All that's left is to utilize Nano's augmented reality ability. I think the experience will become more and more diverse." The moment the calligraphy brush drew a circle on the paper, a voice rang out, "You're too late." Young continued to practice his calligraphy. "Go." Yoan heard the order, bowed his head and said, "Yes, I will take my leave." Suddenly he called him again. "Oh, by the way, someone keeps asking when you're coming." He was puzzled. "Yes." He bowed his head again and was speechless. "It's nothing." Yoan was suspicious inwardly but did not open his mouth. "Someone is waiting for me." That's not important." With a hopeful heart he walked on confidently. "After the second stage I can enter and leave the private training chamber, so I must hurry and receive the transmission of the peerless martial arts." Yoan arrived in front of a door. It was the private training room of the demonic academy. As he approached the door, a man suddenly appeared in front of him and said, "I couldn't find you in the dormitory." Pyong looked at him with displeased eyes. "So you were here." Cadet 7 Yoan. He was also puzzled by his appearance. The leader of Group 6 from the second stage, and he said nonchalantly, "Why are you looking for me?" He was enraged, his eyes blazing as if to devour him. "Are you asking because you don't know?" In Pyong's memory, there was a masked man placing needles in the legs of his team members, the one who hurt my team members' legs. What remained in his subconscious was the masked man's sharp gaze. "I saw that guy's gaze, didn't you see it too?" Even though the opponent was emanating killing intent in his anger, Yoan sighed with contempt and thought, "What a sight." He shrugged his shoulders and commented inwardly, Seeing his killing intent, it seems he wants to have a life-or-death battle with me, he sneered and asked. Then who was it that was absent at that time? Pyong began to assume a battle stance. It's because of someone. Yoan laughed helplessly. Can't hold back a provocation just like someone. A moment later he was ready for battle, and inwardly he did not underestimate his opponent. That guy is not weak. I have to deal with him carefully. Suddenly someone appeared from behind and shouted, "Hey!" Both Pyong and Yoan ignored it and began to circulate their internal energy. Pyong was even more annoyed seeing that. Is he not even interested in me? In an instant before the two could clash, Yu-chan appeared between them. Pyong shouted in surprise. What? Yoan was no less surprised. This guy. Only then did he recognize him. Qian Yu-chan of the Saber Demon Clan. Yu-chan smiled and said, "The concentration of you two is really amazing. The leaders of the second stage are indeed different." Yu-chan spoke to Pyong cheerfully. "Excuse me, but I've been waiting for quite a while. Can I go first? It'll only take a moment." Yu-chan bowed his head to Pyong, showing his respects. "I'm asking for a favor." Pyong was inwardly surprised. For a successor to a young lord to bow his head to another cadet. But Pyong did not back down either. "I've been looking for that guy all day too. How can I yield to you? Get lost before I get angry." Yu-chan made a troubled expression. What should I do? I've been waiting until now because I wanted to meet him too." Pyong lost his patience and raised his hand to attack, inwardly on guard. This bastard, he attacked toward Yu-chan. "How dare you laugh at me?" Yu-chan still remained composed and did not dodge. His presence is quite imposing. In an instant, Yu-chan raised his hand and blocked the opponent's attack. But a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Pyong couldn't help but be surprised when he felt the killing intent. When the surrounding dust settled, the standoff between the two was revealed, and Pyong was completely overwhelmed by Yu-chan. Yu-chan sneered. "How about it?" Yoan couldn't help but widen his eyes at the sight. "It's the first time I've seen someone counter a form with a simple move. That guy's skill is overwhelming." Pyong's face darkened with anger. "Damn it, to think he can subdue me without even getting into a proper stance." Yu-chan looked down and exposed his opponent's weakness. "Every time you lift your foot, your arm stiffens slightly and you lose balance. It seems you have an injury on your ribs." Pyong was tense. This guy is definitely not an ordinary cadet. Even if I were in my best condition. Yu-chan released Pyong's pressure point and said, "It'll only take a moment, so wait here." Pyong was furious but complied. "Understood." He entered the training room and said, "Do what you have to do." Yu-chan still maintained his frivolous attitude. What an impatient guy. Yoan was slightly worried. Could he have seen something in me? Should I subdue him? While he was thinking, with my current skill, I can't handle that guy. He turned his head, smiled, and looked at him. The system received his command again. "Nano, expand the augmented reality and open the 3D view. Set the combat guide mode to butterfly dance sword method." The system replied, expanding the user's augmented reality view. Activating action command mode through the combat guide. Setting the martial art to butterfly dance sword method. Suddenly, Yu-chan extended his hand in front of him. Hey, why are you so on guard?" And he bowed his head and calculated. "It's only natural that you'd come in here." He hurriedly explained, "Don't be so prickly toward me. This is our first meeting as half-brothers, isn't it?" Yu-chan raised his hands in a gesture of respect. He smiled brightly. "I am truly happy, brother." He was stunned and speechless. Brother, what?" Yoan's face darkened. "Are you mocking me?" Yu-chan scratched his head at his reaction. "Do you hate me that much? Since all the 6 major clans have done bad things to you, it's only natural that you'd have that attitude." His voice lowered in anger. "You think I'd show a happy attitude even though I know that?" Yu-chan hurriedly made an excuse. No, I just wanted to have a good first meeting, because I liked you more." He couldn't understand what. He said excitedly, "We are walking the same demonic path, the demonic cult." He asked back coldly, "Is it just because of that reason? Is that all?" He strangely brought up a past story. "When you cut off the hand of that Sound Demon Clan girl, I was quite surprised, but I supported you." Brother, Yoan lost his composure. "Stop talking nonsense and state your purpose clearly." The two fell into silence for a moment. Yu-chan sighed helplessly. "There's really no other way. We will become closer and closer in the future." He became serious. "I won't mince words, brother." Yu-chan invited him with a hint of a threat. "Come under my Saber Demon Clan." Yoan was surprised by the sudden proposal. Yu-chan asked. "Surprised?" He answered honestly. "A little surprised." Yoan asked back, "Are you being serious?" Yu-chan clarified, "I've waited for you outside the library of secret manuals until now. Do you think I'm joking?" He hurriedly explained, "I don't know about the others, but I don't see you as an enemy. It would be really great if you came into the demonic cult and stayed by my side." Yoan cursed inwardly. "Damn bastard." He saw right through his intention. "Are you telling me to give up my qualification as a successor to the young lord?" Yu-chan laughed awkwardly. "You heard?" He couldn't be bothered to act anymore. "But you can't do it anyway." He couldn't understand. "What do you mean?" He didn't deny it. "It's just as you heard." Yu-chan warned him seriously. "If you continue on that path, you will inevitably clash with me, and you have no chance of winning." He painted a beautiful future before him. "But I will be your ardent supporter if you walk the path alongside me. Won't your future be smooth sailing?" "You don't like it," Yoan thought. "He doesn't see me as an opponent." While Yu-chan gestured and spoke, he immediately refused. "I refuse." He looked at him in disbelief. "What?" Yoan proposed another plan. "I have another way. Your bowl is not in my hand, so don't block my path. Then you can live quietly." The two faced each other in silence. Yu-chan's face darkened with anger. The system began to read the information. A huge amount of energy is concentrating in the opponent's right hand. Counter by taking half a step to the left using the second form of the butterfly dance sword method. Yo-un also entered a ready stance. It's starting. He rushed forward, but at this moment Yu-chan's arm went limp. His face was blank. Seeing his action, he clutched his stomach and laughed. At the same time, the system shouted again. The energy concentrated in the right hand has disappeared. No attacking intent detected, Yu-chan sneered. I'm really angry, but thinking about it, it's really funny, he said. Don't block me, you've got some nerve. Not bad, Yo-un inwardly sneered. All talk. Yu-chan sighed as if in regret. What a waste of effort, he was slightly disappointed. If we walk the same path, we will inevitably meet. Energy suddenly appeared in Yu-chan's arm, however. System quickly warned. A huge amount of energy is concentrating in the opponent's right hand. A huge flow of energy attacked toward Yo-un, but he was lucky enough to dodge it. He covered his face with his hand, that is. A transparent blade appeared from his hand. Saber chi, Yu-chan sneered. With that level of skill, you're still far from taking my life. Yo-un inwardly assessed his opponent. To be able to emit saber chi with his bare hands means he has already reached the supreme level. The rumor that he could subdue the mystic demon clan and take the position of successor to the young lord was not nonsense. He began to get nervous. He's on a different level. Is this it? Yu-chan pulled back his blade and said. In that case, suddenly he turned his body, waved his hand and said goodbye. See you next time. Yo-un was enraged and clenched his fists. Damn it. After Cheon Mu-gyeom was beaten and Cheon 1 Aro was expelled from the demonic academy, that guy wants me to be on his side. He tried to maintain his composure. Don't be impatient. Yo-un saw the leaves scattering in the wind. The goal is not to catch up to them, but to surpass and dominate them. Over here, Yu-chan was walking, frowning about what he had just discovered. He was able to read my attack. Yu-chan recalled how he had attacked Yo-un before he could even show an opening. I cut off the flow of chi immediately, but the trajectory was seen through before I even created the saber chi. The more Yu-chan thought about it, the more exciting it became. This makes the competition more interesting. The private training chamber of the demonic academy. The door opened and a person slowly entered. Yo-un went inside and closed the door. This was the private training chamber. In the small empty room, a single lamp was all there was. He looked at the space, which was less than 7 pyong, and commented inwardly, it's not enough to practice martial arts forms. He knocked on the wall and felt the thick stone. Yo-un decided to sit down, leaning against the wall. This should be enough to train without being disturbed by anyone. At most, I'll only be able to circulate my energy, but that's enough, he commanded in a low voice. Nano, expand the augmented reality view. The system's voice rang out, activating the user's augmented reality view. He continued to request. Reproduce the form I scanned from the jade tablet on the second floor of the library of secret manuals. The form created by Nano first reproduced the first form. Yo-un was surprised by the movement. It's much faster and more complex than the form carved on the jade tablet on the first floor. I don't know if I can block it even with the strongest form of the butterfly sword method. I wonder if there's anyone who can block this form. Nano created another form. It performed the second form according to the order of the carved sword paths. The reproduced movement was fast, resolute, and powerful. The first, second, third, and finally the 56th. He was surprised by the difficulty of the form. This is crazy. How can anyone complete this form without going mad? Yo-un was stunned and realized, I've come to understand exactly how to complete a form. At first, these forms were confusing, but by the 56th form, it's really giving me chills. He commanded the nano system. Make the first form and the 56 forms fight each other. The system executed it immediately. Understood. Activating combat mode. Each form was performed in order. The first form, the third form, the 10th form. As the form simulating the 56 forms lightly cut his neck, the form reproducing the first form ended. The 56 form won. At this time, a notification from the system rang. The stereoscopic video reproduction process has been completed. Yo-un came to his senses. It's the same as the first floor. First comes the peerless martial art form and then the form that counters it, he quickly realized. If each form is as it appears in my head. If I face the peerless martial art with the butterfly sword method, I won't be able to handle the peerless form I first saw with the second form of the butterfly sword method, returning swallow cut. Yo-un closed his eyes and concentrated. His two doppelgangers appeared. Let's give it a try. In his subconscious, the two doppelgangers he had created himself faced each other. I definitely can't handle it with the butterfly sword method. They began to move. The two doppelgangers rushed at each other at the fastest speed. They jumped up at the same time and the blue and purple forces rushed toward each other like moths to a flame. The system's voice rang out again, activating by accelerating the user's brain's neurons, increasing the user's Dantian energy by promoting the energy circulation of the Sungjing, Chandel, Danjing, Gumi, Wanjing, Singwol and Gihai acupoints. Samang nimbly passed by and struck Yo-un. The force of the blow sent him flying into the wall. Yo-un was almost exhausted after being hit by that blow. His breathing gradually became faster. I knew I was no match for my master, but I didn't think I wouldn't be able to block even a single one of my master's forms. He glanced at his master and commented inwardly. Is this the skill of a supreme master, one of the 10 masters of the heavenly demon cult? It's really terrifying. At this time the system appeared in Yo-un's mind and asked with concern. Master, would you like to change the martial art set for the avatar? He replied firmly. No need. Seeing his firm attitude, the system could only say, Then we will continue the battle. At this time Samang turned to him and asked with a slight sneer, "What's wrong, you foolish disciple? Do you want to keep fighting?" Yoan made up his mind and took a stance. "I have to try it." He circulated his internal energy and performed the form. The ancestor's peerless form. Seeing it, Samang became even more excited. He rushed fiercely at Yoan and laughed joyfully. "Are you ready? This master is coming." Yoan's eyes widened and he focused ahead. The moment Samang's blow came, he jumped up and met it head-on. One person struck with a sword and one person blocked, continuing the endless fight. Yoan endured the pain and tried to get as close to Samang as possible. He quickly landed several palm strikes on his chest and thought, "I've broken through my master's defense line, just a little more." He moved quickly and got close to Samang. "Now is the time. I'll end it with one form." When the opportunity arose, Yoan struck his pressure point between the eyebrows. But it had no effect. Samang quickly broke free from the suppression and struck Yoan. He couldn't withstand the blow of that immense power, and the whites of his eyes showed in pain. With that huge force, Yoan was sent flying into the wall again. He fell to the cold floor, covered in wounds. Yoan struggled to get up with his pained body. He felt extremely helpless at this time. "I can't even beat my master's avatar with the peerless form. Why?" Suddenly Yoan looked up and was surprised. "Huh? Something has changed about Master Samang's body." That's it. Yoan immediately recognized the illusion of the sword chi he had left on his master's body. He observed carefully and thought, "I was able to hit my master's brow with the last sword path, but I think it was too shallow." Yoan raised his hand as if tired, wiped his sweat, and carefully thought about his next move. "I was able to break through my master's defense with an ordinary sword path, but because of the overwhelming difference in our martial arts, I couldn't inflict a fatal wound. Even if I obtain the peerless form, I can't beat a supreme master." He glanced at Samang and made a decision. "I must pass the 6 tests of the Demonic Academy within the next 4 years, Yoan thought and made a firm resolution. "And within those 4 years my skills must surpass my master's. But first I have to beat this avatar." Time passed like that. 4 days had already passed. In the training ground of the Demonic Academy, thousands of cadets were already lined up and waiting. Yoan was one of them, and he looked much more tired. His mind was completely filled with the fights of the past few days. "Damn it. I trained all day yesterday and only managed to draw with 10 of Cheon Mu Guillaume's avatars. I couldn't win. I still have a long way to go." Mayung looked down from a high place and asked loudly, "Did you rest well for 4 days, Demonic?" He looked at everyone and said cheerfully again, "Now I will explain the content of the 3rd stage test. As announced 4 days ago, you will be given a demonic dragon pill." Mayung's voice was loud enough for everyone to hear. He began to explain. "In the 3rd stage test, 12 people will form a team and perform a sword formation." The cadets also began to discuss with concern. Only Yoan stood alone, lost in thought. "It's just as that guy said." Mayung continued to explain. "The condition for 12 people to perform a sword formation is that all 12 must have at least first-class martial arts." He placed a pile of martial arts manuals on the desk and introduced them proudly. "This is our academy's proud basic first-class martial art, the Sword Demon's Advanced Formation. It is also called the 7 Demon Swords Secret Manual." The cadets below stopped their discussion when they saw it. Everyone listened with concentration. "If you absorb the demonic dragon pill you received today and continuously train in the 7 demon swords, it will not be a problem to achieve first-class martial arts." Yoan listened and analyzed. "So far nothing the superintendent has mentioned is difficult." But Mayung continued with a sly smile. "You can start this from today until the 3rd stage test is held 4 weeks later." He looked at his subordinates lined up below and continued to explain the rules. "After that, if the teams successfully perform the sword formation, each team must defeat one of the martial arts instructors standing before you." Finally, Mayung finished his explanation with the question, "How about it? Isn't it very simple?" The cadets below immediately felt tired. They grumbled with dissatisfaction. "What's so simple about it? Each team has to defeat one martial arts instructor. Aren't all the martial arts instructors here peak masters?" There were now thousands of people around Yoan, and they all became anxious after hearing the rules. A sense of tension filled the air. Besides, some of the instructors may have already reached the limit of peak masters. And the superintendent says it's easy. "I don't know what's so easy about it. It would be better to fight other cadets than to face an instructor. Fighting a martial arts instructor with more combat experience, what are we supposed to fight with?" Yoan also realized the difficulty now. "It's just as I.M. Pyong said. The only thing left now is the selection of the team leader, which has not yet been mentioned." Mayung saw their anxious expressions and once again offered reassuring words. "But this test will be different from the 2nd stage test. Each cadet has the right to act freely. You can recruit your own team members to build and train a sword formation together." He kindly guided the new students. "Now I will tell you how to select a team leader. After that, you will be given the 7 Demon Swords Secret Manual and a demonic dragon pill, and you will be free to dismiss." Hearing those words, Yoan was momentarily suspicious. Then they're not selecting the team leader based on scores?" Mayung gestured toward the people standing below. "Do you see the name tags on the bodies of the martial arts instructors standing before you? There are 17 martial arts instructors here, so there are 17 name tags." Another remark he threw out shocked everyone. "The condition for you to become a team leader is to snatch the gold tag from the body of a martial arts instructor." Within 7 days, the people there couldn't help but be surprised. They looked at each other anxiously. What? Snatched the instructor's name tag. If you say that, doesn't it mean most of the cadets here will fail this test? The endless whispering around Yoan began again. Almost everyone was afraid of failing. Wait, even if we can't get a name tag, someone else can. But there are a total of 207 people here. If we form teams of 12, that's exactly 17 teams. But 3 will be left over. Does that mean they will be eliminated? Besides, the biggest difficulty of this test is that before we can complete the sword formation by defeating a martial arts instructor, we first have to form our team. To do that, we have to snatch that gold tag. As everything gradually became noisy, Hua Myung calmed them down. Everyone be quiet. Actually, this is not that difficult. All instructors with a gold tag cannot use their ultimate techniques, and they can only use the 7 demon swords when you try to snatch it. Even if the superintendent said this wasn't difficult, this was the problem. What's the difference in difficulty of having a peak master use a first-class martial art? As soon as he heard those words, Yoan immediately grasped the key point. This is the hidden intention of this test. To break the 7 demon swords performed by the instructors, the cadets must perfectly understand the 7 demon swords secret manual. This method doesn't just increase the difficulty of the test. He seriously compiled the clues he had and organized his thoughts. Besides, mastering the 7 demon swords in 7 days and breaking the sword paths performed by the instructors will definitely be short on time. The intention of this test is to drive ordinary cadets into a crisis of failure and desperation. Hua Myung looked down from above and enjoyed the current atmosphere as if watching a play. What a bunch of rabble, to be trembling over just this. As if feeling that what he had said was not enough, he added one more remark that gave them chills. I've given you a 7-day deadline, but if there are any cadets who are confident in their martial arts right now, they can challenge immediately. At that moment, the entire hall became as quiet as a mouse, and no one dared to open their mouths. Seeing that, Hua Myung frowned. As no one answered, he became bored and thought, why is there no one? Not a single one? Did I overestimate those guys? If someone succeeds in the challenge, they can prove their skill and guts and attract many people. But if he is defeated by a martial arts instructor, it might have a counterproductive effect. Thinking that everything had ended smoothly, he was about to end it here. If there is no one who wants to prove their guts, I will now declare it. But before the words were finished, an arm went up. He saw it and smiled happily. At a glance, Hua Myung quickly recognized the one who had raised his hand. Group 1 leader, Qian Mu-wan. Is he the young lord of the Mystic Demon Clan? Following the Group 1 leader, Mu-wan, Yoan also boldly raised his hand. Next is the Group 8 leader, Qian Yoan. Hua Myung looked on with satisfaction, and the last one to raise his hand was a strong-looking boy named Baek Ji-ai. He also quickly recognized the boy. That guy is Cadet 18 Baek Ji-ai. Isn't he the one who beat Qian Zhongyom of the Poison Demon Clan in the second stage test and took the position of Group 12 leader? A sly smile spread wider on Hua Myung's lips. He glanced at them and thought to himself, I didn't think Qian Yoan and Baek Ji-ai would dare to challenge. I'm really looking forward to what they'll show. Behind the closed room in a corner, Yoan was lost in thought with his arms crossed and his chin resting on his hand. Find 11 more people and form a team. The superintendent didn't officially announce this, so I can't be sure yet. But if it's true, he was slightly worried and calculated inwardly. I think there are a few people in Group 8, but I'm worried that 11 might not be enough. Besides, it's also a question of whether I can trust all of them. After finishing his thoughts, he got up from his seat. First, I'll finish today's training, and then I'll think more about this problem on my way back to the dormitory. Yoan asked the system in his mind, Nano, have you analyzed all the martial arts manuals I scanned from the first and second floors of the Library of Secret Manuals? The system replied quickly, It is complete, Master. I have finished analyzing the martial arts manuals. On the first floor there were 55 third-class martial arts manuals, and on the second floor there were 56 second-class martial arts manuals. As soon as the words were finished, Yoan made another request. Nano, can you create a figure with internal energy and martial arts based on your analysis? And most importantly, that figure must be able to perform those forms. Nano replied like an all-purpose machine. It is entirely possible to create an avatar with the analyzed martial arts and internal energy. Master, which martial art would you like to set? Hearing this, he immediately commanded, First, set the butterfly sword method as the basic martial art. The target for the avatar will be him. Nano recreated a man before Yoan's eyes. Yu-chan's face gradually appeared. The first words that came out as soon as it was complete were, You lowly bastard of an illegitimate son. He continued to provoke him. Come at me if you have the skill. Yoan shouted in anger. Who are you telling to come at you? This damn bastard, just hearing his voice makes me want to beat him up. In an instant, the simulation figure charged and attacked. If you're just going to keep using the mantis fist, then just die. Yu-chan turned and attacked, and his forms were continuously performed, but they were cleanly broken by Yoan. When he closed in again with a single form, he directly broke the simulation figure's neck, and it had to return without being able to do anything. The system's notification rang. Qian Yu-chan's avatar's neck has been broken, leading to death. Yoan was surprised. Ha! He was so surprised he couldn't believe it. What happened, Nano? Just 3 days ago when I hit that guy's neck, I was just sent flying. Although its body was about to disappear, the simulation struggled to say, Not bad, you bastard. I didn't think you would beat me, the system explained. Master, it is because the current avatar cannot withstand your attacks. Yoan lowered his head, bit his lip tightly, his face full of worry. Could it be that my physical strength has increased? On top of that, did my internal energy increase during this time, so Qian Mu Guillaume's avatar couldn't withstand it? I'm screwed. This is different from my plan. In that case, even if I set second-class martial arts for the avatar, it won't make much difference. At that moment he raised his head and looked up, and a control screen appeared in his eyes. I have no choice but to increase the number of people. Nano, set second-class martial arts for 10 Qian Mu Guillaume avatars now. 10 simulation figures appeared, and a mechanical system voice announced, proceeding with simulation avatar creation. Test subject Qian Mu Guillaume and his 9 clones. The set second-class martial arts are the Danshan Flying Sword, Ojong Martial Sword, Naksu Sword, Jaeon Peng Kick, Bihyang Fist, Mihyang Fist, Bisio Silver Fist, Chiane Fist, and Choil Saber Method. Yoan, standing before the crowd, felt a little regretful. Nano, I think I was too greedy. Nano, 10 seems like too many. The simulation avatars took turns launching psychological attacks at him. You arrogant bastard, how dare you challenge me, you bastard. A lowly guy like you, I'll kick your ass, you lowly bastard. At this moment, Yoan was so angry that he no longer paid attention to the system's words. Master, would you like to change the number of avatars? He refused immediately. There's no need now. I'll kill those bastards myself. The simulations charged all at once, creating a chaotic scene. Come at me, Yoan calculated in his head, and in the next moment acted to defeat the avatar. If those guys charge all at once. But the figures did not give up, blocked from the first form. Then next is suddenly his train of thought was cut off. Two avatars attacked simultaneously, and fortunately he was unharmed. He wasn't attacked. While jumping to dodge, Yoan hit his head on the ceiling. After that he fell helplessly, face first, and at the same time Nano's automated voice rang out, stopping augmented reality. He struggled to stand up, clutching his head. That hurt so much. Before he could even come to his senses, Mu Guillaume's clones charged again. Because it's augmented reality, I forgot this was a small space. My head feels like it's going to split. He looked up at the dented hole in the ceiling. A moment later another person was standing there watching helplessly. As the man looked at Yoan quickly turned his head away. The instructor scolded him in displeasure. You punk, what on earth have you done now? Unbelievable. You're really incorrigible. Aigu, my head is killing me. He turned and snapped. You punk, didn't I warn you? If you damage the training room one more time, I'll ban you from using this place. Hearing that, Yoan bowed his head and apologized. Instructor, please forgive me. This disciple was truly wrong. After that, he sighed, turned, and walked down the hallway. That's enough, follow me. A moment later, the two appeared before a door, and the instructor led Yoan to where other rooms were located. He commented inwardly, the scale of this building seems to be about half the size of the building where the previous training room was. The rooms here are much farther apart. The instructor opened the door to one room and said, from now on you will train here. Hearing that, Yoan was surprised and asked, pardon? He sneered and mocked him. If I leave a guy like you in a private training room, who knows how many more rooms you'll break? Yoan stepped forward, looked around, and said, Instructor, where's this place? It seems wider than the private training room to this disciple. The instructor explained, that's right, originally this is a place only for cadets who have passed the 4th stage test and whose internal energy has reached the peak level. Hearing that, he was momentarily startled and asked back, pardon? He said, as if very trusting. Of course you haven't passed the 4th stage test, but your internal energy is probably sufficient. Moreover, when I reported the accident you caused to the superintendent, he approved opening this place earlier than scheduled to let you train. Suddenly, Yoan asked, Instructor, this disciple has a question. How did you know that my internal energy has already reached the peak level? The instructor smiled faintly and replied, it's simple. To break through the Daunt stone of the private training room, your internal energy must be at least at the peak level. You punk. He knocked on the wall and added, and this training room is built with Gyeok stone. It's several times harder than Daunt stone, so even I would have difficulty breaking through it with all my strength. Finally, he reminded him, so train hard without worry, you punk. Yoan politely bowed his head and replied, this disciple sincerely thanks you, instructor. Left alone here, he called the system again. Since this space is so wide, there shouldn't be any more problems even if I activate augmented reality. Nano, tell me what time it is now. Nano replied, it is currently a little past the middle of the hour of the dog, meaning it was past 8 p.m. He calculated something in his head. Is that so? Then there's still enough time. As he hesitated between two options, he suddenly realized something. So, should I continue sparring with the 10 Qian Mu Guillaume avatars, or should I take a first-class master as a sparring partner? Yoan immediately requested of Nano, Nano, can you create an avatar of my master to be my sparring partner? The all-purpose system did not disappoint him. Based on the forms you saw your master perform at the infirmary, it is entirely possible to create one. The corners of his mouth lifted. Is that so? If the sparring avatar is my master, even if it's limited to the forms I've seen, it will be much more helpful than Qian Mu Guillaume's avatar. The system began its work, activating augmented reality to project information into the user's vision. Master, what martial art will you set for the avatar? The simulation figure was gradually completed. First, use the butterfly dance sword method. The system continued to announce, creating an avatar based on the simulation of sparring target Samang. The set martial art is the butterfly dance sword method. Yoan couldn't help but marvel. The one standing before me is just my master's avatar, but the tension it gives off is incomparable to Qian Mu Guillaume's avatar. Suddenly, the avatar pointed at him and said, "You foolish disciple, what makes you dare challenge this master? Are you trying to make your master die of laughter?" At this time he had already taken a ready stance. "Nano, turn off my master's voice." Nano worked as commanded. "Understood, master." Yoan's heart was also very tense. My master is one of the 10 great masters of our cult. Nevertheless, he and the avatar charged at each other at the same time. There's no way I can be my master's opponent, so I have no choice but to strike first. However, Yoan's attack had no effect, and he was very surprised. How can this be? Why are my forms blocked so easily by my master? Pyong was kneeling, clutching his stomach, foaming at the mouth, his eyes showing their whites, unable to believe the truth. I didn't think I would be defeated so easily. As the surrounding dust slowly settled, his trembling figure was revealed. I witnessed his fight with Qian Huio and gathered his form, so I thought I could compete with him. Though covered in wounds, Pyong struggled to push himself up, thinking to himself, "Could it be that he's been hiding his skills until now?" He spoke, trembling. "Amazing, your skill is truly amazing." Yoan quietly looked at Pyong. As expected of someone with the blood of the Qian clan, with one hand still clutching his stomach and the other trembling as it supported his body, he did not forget his promise. "Since your skill seems to have reached the level of a first-class master, I will give you the information as promised." Just a moment before he could finish, Yoan asked what he was curious about. "Why did you insist on sparring with me? There's no benefit for you whether you win or lose." Pyong smiled faintly and sighed helplessly. "You don't have to believe me." Yoan couldn't understand his words. "Don't have to believe," Pyong explained simply. "As I just said, I only did this to confirm if you were qualified." He asked him back suspiciously, "Are you talking about my qualifications?" Pyong answered honestly, "That's right, I too am looking for my own qualifications, because this is related to the third stage test." Yoan was quite surprised by the new information. "Could it be that the third stage test is related to the sparring match just now?" He told him more. "As far as I know, it is highly likely that the third stage test will be conducted by group." Yoan was surprised and asked back doubtfully, "What? Didn't the superintendent himself say there would be no more group tests?" Pyong explained in detail. "It is true that the superintendent said that, but even though it is a group test, it is different from the second stage test. This test emphasizes individual ability much more. That is because the third stage test is precisely for selecting high-ranking warriors." In Pyong's mind, a fierce battle between the cadets came to mind. To be recognized as a high-ranking warrior, one must be a first-class master with a first-class martial art, and have at least half a cycle, that is, 30 years' worth of power. Yoan crossed his arms with a serious expression and said, "Among the cadets who passed the second stage test, about 20 have already surpassed the level of first-class masters. The problem of insufficient internal energy can be solved by absorbing the demonic dragon pill we were given." Pyong rested for a moment, then struggled to stand up and replied, "That's right, for the cadets who received the demonic dragon pill this time, they should be able to easily obtain half a cycle's worth of power. But even after gaining that power, a very big problem will arise." He immediately recognized the problem. "You mean a first-class martial art?" Pyong mentioned the library where secret manuals are kept. "That's right. Even on the second floor of the Library of Secret Manuals there are only second-class martial arts. At this rate, almost all cadets will fail this test. But since this test requires a first-class martial art, there is only one answer, that all cadets will receive a first-class martial arts manual." Yoan did not believe that everything would be as easy as he said. "Won't be that simple, will it?" He did not refute it and agreed. "That's right. If it were that simple, this test would be too easy. In that case, more than 80 of the cadets would pass." Standing opposite him, he continued to explain. "According to what my father said, they will provide us with a first-class martial arts manual. It is the Sword Demon's Advanced Formation, a martial art that the high-ranking warriors of our cult can perform, also known as the 7 Demon Swords." Yoan was somewhat surprised by the name. Sword Demon's Advanced Formation. He thought to himself, "I think I've heard of it before." In his memory there was the figure of a person talking while doing laundry. After the era of the heavenly demon ancestor, a world-shaking swordsman appeared in our cult. He was called the Sword Demon, and he was the one who created the sword formation. Yoan listened to the muscular man's story. Originally, the Sword Demon created this martial art based on the old Shaolin's 18 Arhat formation. Those who train in this sword call it the 7 Demon Swords, and although it is just an ordinary first-class martial art, its strangeness is beyond words. He wrung the water out of the clothes and explained gently to Yoan, "If 12 people perform it, it's called the 12 Sword Formation. If 36 people perform it, it's called the 36 Sword Formation. And if 108 people perform it, it can unleash the power of the 108 Sword Demon's Advanced Formation." To think that one ordinary first-class martial art can turn into such a terrifying sword formation when so many people gather, isn't it too horrifying? Returning to the present, he thought. If 12 first-class masters perform the 12 sword formation, they can defeat a peak master. If 36 peak masters perform it, the 36 sword formation can defeat a supreme master. And if 108 supreme masters gather to perform the 108 heavenly demons advanced formation, they can even defeat a legendary master of the divine realm. Pyong added, According to my father, this test requires 12 people to form a team and train in the 7 demon swords together. Yoan was somewhat surprised. 12 people? Seeing that, he confirmed it. Yes, 12 people is the basic unit for forming the advanced formation. However, they say it is very difficult to train successfully, even if you have perfectly mastered the 7 demon swords. Because of that difficulty, the sword demon's advanced formation, from the start, if you're not a first-class master, it will be very difficult to even understand the sword formation itself. Yoan directly asked I Am Pyong without hesitation. So you requested a spar to find out my skill. He didn't hide it either. Of course, how could I judge your skill by seeing just one of your forms during the second stage test? He revealed his purpose without hesitation. I had to at least know the extent of your skills, young master, to know whether I could rely on you in this test or not. Hearing that, he couldn't help but be surprised. Rely on me? What? Yonpa held up a finger, his eyes narrowing into a smile. I haven't told you the most important part yet. In the third stage test, all cadets have the right to decide their own course of action, starting with their martial arts training. His next words continued to surprise Yoan. And based on the evaluations and scores from the second stage test, the team leaders for this test will be appointed. He added a question. In that case, do the team leaders have the right to choose their own team members? Yonpa replied. Of course. But a team leader can also refuse cadets who apply to join if they don't want them. He delved into the heart of the matter. This third stage test is probably more for the young lords of the 6 major clans than for the ordinary cadets. A thought flashed through Yoan's mind. Does this mean the third stage test is part of the War of the Young Lords? If I don't form my own faction within a certain time, I won't be able to practice the 7 demon swords and perform the sword formation. If I can't do this properly, I'll be automatically eliminated, but the problem lay right after that. Yoan opened his mouth. According to you, cadets can be rejected by team leaders. In that case, ordinary cadets will have no choice but to rely on the team leaders to pass the test, he asked him. Is that why you said you would rely on me? Yonpa admitted the fact. That is correct. Since recruiting team members is a prerequisite for forming a team to practice the sword formation, we must find a skilled leader to lead us, whether in sparring or any other test. He pointed to himself with an expectant look. Do you remember the gift I said I would give you if you defeated me, young master? That gift is me, young master. Yoan wore a dumbfounded expression, as if this was absurd. Who asked for a gift? A moment later, he asked seriously again, what if I'm not chosen as a team leader? Yonpa shook his head and waved his hands in denial. That won't happen. In my judgment, they will definitely choose you as a team leader, young master. If that happens, you will want to pass this test easily. And wouldn't having a capable team member like me be better than picking some riffraff cadets? Yoan also thought to himself, it's true that this guy is strong. He's almost on par with an ordinary team leader. That makes him more suspicious. I should try to sound him out with that method. He tilted his head, puzzled by his choice. Then why choose me of all people? According to you, you could have chosen the other young lords who passed the second stage test. Yonpa awkwardly looked away, avoiding his gaze. This is a bit embarrassing to say, but I actually went to see the 2 young lords of the Mystic Demon Clan and the Saber Demon Clan before coming to see you, young master. Yoan did not hesitate and asked directly, were you rejected by them? Yonpa admitted it with tears in his eyes. Yes, they said they were full. Yoan added another question. So you chose me, your second choice? Yonpa did not deny it. That is correct, and besides, are we not walking the same path of the Tao, young master? Suddenly, the look in Yoan's eyes changed. Is that so? Seeing this, Yonpa immediately became flustered, afraid that he would not accept him. Young master, I don't need any conditions. If you just help me pass this third stage test, I will grant any request you have, he stammered and asked. Will you accept me? He just smiled without a word, looking at Yonpa. Seeing this, he was overjoyed. He thought he had accepted him. Yonpa hurriedly knelt and said, thank you, young master. At the same time, Yoan also opened his mouth. I refuse. As if he couldn't believe his ears, he blankly raised his head and asked, what? A strong pressure emanated from Yoan, and he lowered his voice and said, I said I refuse. In the forest, sunlight shone through the leaves, and fallen leaves scattered gently in the wind. In that space, a figure was sprinting forward. As Yoan sprinted, he commanded the system, Nano, give me the results of that guy's facial expression analysis. The familiar system voice rang out, loading facial expression analysis results. Yoan in fact did not trust him at all. No matter how good a lie is, it can't be that perfect, but since something is still suspicious, I have no choice but to ask Nano for a facial analysis. The system analyzed Yonpa's expression when he said, yes. They said they were full. In just a few seconds, the system concluded. As a result of facial muscle analysis, a change was detected during speech. The probability of the other party's words being false is 45. Next was when he mentioned, to pass the third stage test, I will grant any request you have. The system analyzed. When speaking these words, the other party's facial muscles continuously twitched. The probability of the other party's words being false has increased to 62. Yoan raised his own question. But do you know what made me most suspicious of that guy? He recalled the common point between Yonpa and Yuchan. When Yuchan had said, are we not walking the same path of the Tao? Yonpa had also mentioned it. That is correct, and besides, are we not walking the same path? Young master, Yoan found numerous loopholes in his words. Why would someone who seeks the Tao go to the Mystic Demon Clan and the Saber Demon Clan? He cleverly didn't mention the Saber Demon Clan. This guy, he's really ridiculous. Elsewhere, Yonpa and Yuchan were talking face to face. Yuchan seemed unable to believe the truth. What? That guy rejected you, Yu-chan smiled and mocked Yo-un. He said that even after hearing the information about the third stage test, that's so funny it makes me want to cry. He did not forget to make an evaluation. This guy is really interesting. To just listen to the information and not accept the person. He's not as stupid as I thought. At this time, Yonpa asked with concern, but young master, our entire plan. Yu-chan remained calm and said, what are you going to do about it? Are you going to go back to him now, cry and beg him to let you into his team? Don't do something so stupid. Yonpa was at a loss and flustered. Then what should I do about this? He just smiled, the corners of his mouth lifting wickedly. According to the original plan, you were to enter his team and on the day of the test leave the team to make them fail due to insufficient members, weren't you? According to you, this plan is also quite interesting, but it's a bit of a waste to eliminate that guy like that. If there's no opponent in the War of the Young Lords, this fight is too meaningless. I can't show off my skills either. Hearing those words, Yonpa prostrated himself on the ground and begged, young master, please give me another chance. I still have another plan. I will definitely succeed this time. Yu-chan was very calm. Come on, that's enough. Don't do that in front of me. It's not too late, so go and find another team. You might even become the leader of that team. Yonpa raised his head and asked blankly, yes, he stammered. Then Yu-chan waved his hand and said nonchalantly, why are you stammering? As you said, except for a few cadets, there's no one better than you. What are you worried about? Then he turned and walked away. Suddenly, Yu-chan approached where he was kneeling. Yonpa, his face contorted. The thing I need least is a useless guy who can't do his job, so you understand. Hearing those words, Yonpa looked up with tears in his eyes, his gaze filled with fear. Then he turned and left, but Yu-chan remained standing there analyzing. According to Yonpa, that guy defeated him with a single move. I tried to gauge his martial arts 2 days ago, but all his evil thoughts were revealed on his face. His skill at that time is completely different from now. This is really incomprehensible. What on earth happened in 2 days? Could it be that he met with some fortuitous encounter and his skills greatly increased? The underground private training chamber. Yo-un walked and thought, but since this is the first time I'm performing the ancestor's nameless peerless form, I can't let my guard down. He let out a sigh. First, the peerless sword form, then he began to perform the first form. While practicing the first form of the peerless sword technique, he suddenly paused. Wait, this, then he swept his foot to get into position and tried again. This, Yo-un grew more and more flustered. What is it? Isn't this the first form of the peerless sword technique? His face stiffened. This isn't it. Why does my form keep getting cut off? It's awkward and I don't feel like I've mastered it. He practiced the sword like a madman, his sword continuously changing as the forms became more and more seamlessly connected. The 45 sword-breaking forms like flowing water and floating clouds. Having found a breakthrough, Yo-un's mood lifted. Good. I didn't think I'd master the sword-breaking forms in just 1 or 2 tries. The stereoscopic image of the sword form slowly appeared before his eyes. But why do I feel a sense of blockage when I perform the ancestor's peerless form? The form I perform can't be 100% the same as the stereoscopic image I saw. Yo-un asked Nano. Nano, reproduce a stereoscopic image of the form I just performed and the ancestor's peerless form from the jade tablet and compare them. Nano created a stereoscopic image for Yo-un, activating augmented reality to collect information in the user's eyes. The 2 stereoscopic images performed the forms together, and from the stance of swinging the sword to the expression of other sword forms, everything made Yo-un realize his shortcomings. The form I perform is simply connected, but it lacks continuity. That's why it lacks its original naturalness. Even at the end, I can feel my sword form is a beat slower. Why is this happening? He sat down in frustration. Where on earth is the problem? Damn it. Could there be a problem with the form? In his vexation, Yo-un bit his nails. If there's no problem with the energy circulation path, then there must be a problem with the form itself. After thinking for a long time, he finally grasped an important point. Wait, the energy circulation path. Yes, could it be? Yo-un covered his face with his hands and continued to tear at his hair. Why didn't I think of this? The energy circulation path is the core secret of the butterfly sword method. If the internal energy doesn't circulate smoothly, how can you perform the sword method? If that's the case, I've missed the core problem. He frowned and lamented. How pathetic. What was I thinking, focusing only on the sword forms and forgetting the energy circulation path? An image of a stone tablet suddenly appeared in Yo-un's mind. He called the system. Nano, can you reproduce the front of the jade tablet on the first floor? Having received its master's command, it began to search for the data. I will research the saved image through the visual information the user has seen. Nano reproduced the image of the stone tablet. After searching the saved data, I will reproduce a stereoscopic image of the front of the jade tablet. A poem was carved on the tablet. A great wind rises, the clouds fly high. My might extends within the seas. I return to my old home. Where can I find brave warriors to guard the 4 corners? Yo-un stared intently at the poem carved on the tablet. Could something be hidden behind this poem? As the master did not understand the meaning of the poem, Nano explained its origin. Master, this is an ancient poem. It was written during the founding period of the Han Dynasty, he thought to himself. The founding period, Nano continued to update. This poem was written by Emperor Gaozu of Han Lu Bang after defeating his rival, the hegemon King Shang Yu, whose skills were similar to his own. Then this isn't a poem written by the heavenly demon ancestor. A ray of light flashed through his mind. Could there be something different about the characters of this poem? Nano replied honestly. Not at all, master. He was very disappointed by Nano's answer. Really nothing. Although he couldn't find an important clue, he decided not to give up. Nano, find even the smallest clue related to the poem on the surface of the tablet. Nano quickly received the order. Understood, Master. I will analyze the entire surface of the tablet to see if I can find anything. It concluded. As a result of the analysis, I have confirmed that there are very small holes drilled under each character of the poem. After finding a new clue, he began to observe it intensively. There really are, but the number of these holes is different for each character. What on earth do these holes mean? After analyzing for a long time, Yoan vaguely guessed its meaning. Small holes. Could they possibly mean acupoints? Looking at the number and position of the small holes, he still could not come to a completely accurate conclusion. Since there are 4 small holes, does that mean 4 acupoints? If not, then what on earth is it hiding? A few things that had happened before came to his mind. Come to think of it, the first book I used nanoscan on was related to acupoints. He read the contents of that book. In the book, each different acupoint was numbered and annotated. Based on that, he set up a chart for the acupoints again. If that's the case, the 4th acupoint is the Gumi point. The Gumi point, the Gihai point. This is really strange. Usually the energy circulation path starts from the Gihai dantian and connects to the 12 main meridians, but this doesn't fit. There are only 4 holes here, but the Gihai point. Gihai point has 7 holes. After compiling all the information, Yoan finally found the answer. I see. So that's how it was. He pointed at the screen before him. The character Da Day originally has 3 strokes, but if you add the 4 dots below, doesn't that make 7? He connected the characters with the round dots. Similarly, the character Feng Peng originally has 9 strokes, but if you add the 2 dots below, it becomes an acupoint. Yoan continued to attach the round dots to the next 2 characters. He raised his eyes and stared intently. Finally, the 23rd character is the Yuhuwanmin. Yoan laughed out loud. That's it. Having found what he wanted, he stood up in excitement and shouted, I finally found it. The hidden energy circulation path. His voice was so loud that everyone standing outside the Taoist temple could hear him. I was only suspicious before, but now I know I'm a genius. A warm light enveloped everything. Yoan patted his full stomach, unable to wait to go and train quickly. I have to hurry back to the private training room and try performing the ancestors' peerless form according to the energy circulation path I just found. Just then a voice suddenly stopped him in his tracks. Lord Qian Yoan, please wait a moment. He reflexively turned his head to look at him. The man cupped his hands toward him and said, Allow me to introduce myself. He wore a kind smile. I am Cadet 200, Yompa. If you have a moment, Lord, would you be willing to spar with me? Without the slightest hesitation, Yoan asked back, a spar, you and me? Why should I? He ignored him and turned away. There was no reason to spar with a stranger. Besides, it wasn't a test, so he didn't want to waste time. As he was ignored, the man also cast aside his pride and followed him. Wait, please hear me out. Lord Qian, I know this proposal is born of my own great greed, he tried to continue. If Yoan would just spar with him once, Yompa offered a piece of very valuable information as a condition for the exchange. If you defeat me, Lord Qian, I will give you information about the 3rd stage test along with a gift. The two stood facing each other in the forest. A very serious expression was on Yoan's face. I really don't understand. What is the reason for this foolish act of requesting a spar with me just to share some information? Yompa opened his mouth. To be honest, I just wanted to confirm if you were qualified, my lord. Qualified? He frowned and assumed a battle stance. Lord Qian, I was greatly shocked when I saw you cut off Qian Weio's arm with your blade arts. However, as a man from the Pal Saber clan, I wish to show you the saber arts that are my pride. He saved his words and provoked him with a gesture. Yompa moved at an incredible speed. He attacked Yoan's right side and Yoan dodged lightly. Then he aimed for Yoan's neck. Yoan still dodged with ease, and so Yompa attacked while Yoan leisurely dodged. After testing each other for a moment, he commented inwardly, too slow. Yoan extended his hand and stared straight at Yompa with sharp eyes. He struck the man's stomach with all his might. Yompa's internal organs were damaged and blood flowed endlessly from his mouth. His entire body was sent flying far away, hitting the ground hard like a puppet with its strings cut. Yoan's whole body was trembling. A cold sweat dripped down incessantly. He looked at his hand with a very complex expression and thought, I put too much power into that last move. My God, is he going to die? As the two figures performed opposing forms and passed each other, they quickly turned and cut one another. Since the power of both sides was similar, they fell into a stalemate. Yoan sat in meditation, and as the two stereoscopic figures in his mind competed in martial arts, spiritual energy swirled around him before entering his dantian. Suddenly he opened his eyes. His breathing grew ragged, and he marveled in astonishment. What was that just now? Feeling the spiritual energy enter his body, Yoan thought, I was so engrossed in the two stereoscopic figures fighting that I didn't even realize my mind had been captivated. Then he looked down at his trembling hands and asked himself, why does my body suddenly feel strange? As if he had realized something, Yoan, puzzled, continued to sit and absorb all the spiritual energy. Could it be? Suddenly, a ray of light flashed through his mind. Yoan was delighted to see spiritual energy gathering in his hand. My internal energy, which was only half a cycle, has increased to 40 years' worth. Ah, could it be that I entered a state of enlightenment and achieved a remarkable accomplishment? He then pressed his hand on the ground. If it weren't for Nano, it would have been difficult to enter a state of enlightenment. It's no wonder people call those forms the greatest martial arts in the world. At this time, Yoan's eyes were filled with confidence. For some reason, I feel like I can perform the butterfly dance sword method even better now. He performed a fist technique once to test the change in his spiritual energy. When I move, it feels like I'm parting the air. How can this be called enlightenment? Usually, only internal energy increases. The more he trained, the more he realized his ki had changed significantly. Looking at the flame-like spiritual energy on his hand, he still couldn't believe it. Am I now able to give form to my chi? Yo unclenched his fist and felt extremely refreshed. My internal energy is still insufficient to form saber chi, but if I receive the demonic dragon pill in this test, I'll be able to gain a full cycle, 60 years of power. Then I'll be able to quickly close the skill gap between me and that bastard Qian Yuchan. He asked the system. Nano, how long have I been here? The system replied. Master, 2 hours have passed since you entered a state of self-forgetfulness. Hearing that, he was surprised. 2 hours? Why so long? Yoan sighed, stroked his chin and calculated inwardly. It's time to return to the dormitory. There isn't enough time to change my muscles to adapt to the martial arts, so that will be difficult. I'll have to transmit it to my brain first. Nano, transmit the ancestors' forms, that person's sword paths, the 45 forms from the first floor and the 56 forms from the second floor from the jade tablet to my brain. Nano quickly executed its master's request, and a bolt of lightning was continuously transmitted to his head. As per your request, I will transmit all analyzed simulation forms to your brain. Yoan felt dizzy and covered his face with one hand while leaning against the wall with the other. When will the shock of brain transmission get better? Nano, how long will it take for my body's muscles to adapt to these martial arts? Nano continued to report. According to the analysis, it will take at least 5 shichen for your muscles and tendons to adapt to these martial art forms. 10 hours? Hearing that, he momentarily froze. What did you say? 10 hours. I know these martial art forms are different because they are peerless techniques, but it takes almost twice as long as the butterfly dance sword method. Since there was no better way, he could only turn back with regret. I have no choice. I'll have to come back tomorrow. I'll stop here for today and go back to the dormitory. When Yoan pushed open the door and entered, he saw that the dormitory was nearly empty and thought, there are still many empty spots, so the cadets must not have returned from the private training rooms yet. Just then, a person approached and bowed their head in greeting. My lord, you have returned. Seeing the approaching person, he opened his mouth. Heo Bong. His gaze fell on the bundle of papers in Heo Bong's hand, and Yoan understood everything. Ah, I see. Heo Bong must have been like those guys memorizing martial arts manuals in the library of secret manuals and coming to the training room to copy them down and study the parts he lacked. He asked happily, was today's harvest good? Heo Bong smiled brightly and explained honestly, it's nothing special, it's just a second-class martial art anyway. My barehanded fighting is a bit weak, so I copied one more kicking technique for self-defense, my lord. Hearing that, he felt reassured. Everyone is working hard. No one treated the 3 days as simple rest. It was the same for everyone. If you want to be one step ahead of others, you cannot waste time. The next day, during the hour of the dragon between 7 and 9 a.m., when the sun was high in the sky, Yoan's entire body was enveloped in a blue, flame-like spiritual energy. In the private training room of the Demonic Academy, Nano announced that the 100 change in the user's muscles and tendons was complete. It continued, terminating the long-duration comatose state. As soon as the words finished, he shot up into a sitting position, panting. His entire body was drenched in sweat and he felt nauseous. Liquid welled up in his throat, and Yoan's face turned pale. In the end, he couldn't hold it in and threw it all up. Nano opened its mouth, stabilizing the body's adverse reaction to the muscle and tendon changes. He panted and wiped the remaining liquid from the corner of his mouth with his hand. He finally felt a bit better. After the ordeal, he came to a conclusion. In any case, it seems I haven't adapted to this new change yet. Yoan's hand clenched into a fist. He realized the law of power. The strength I feel when I clench my fist is completely different from before. This power is much stronger than when my body adapted to the butterfly dance sword method. Yoan slowly took off his clothes one layer at a time. Looking at his current body, he couldn't help but touch his solid abs and marvel. My muscles are no joke. I can't believe this is my body. His 2 eyes suddenly gleamed. This time, Yoan stood up straight and regulated his breathing. Yoan raised his hand to perform a fist technique once. Meanwhile, I Am Pyong was sitting in meditation and training. Red spiritual energy enveloped his body. He frowned and sweated. My skill was too lacking. Was I too arrogant after injuring Qian Mu-Guillaume? Recalling the scene of his defeat by Yu Chan, he felt extremely unpleasant. The skill gap between me and that bastard from the Saber Demon clan is too wide. He completely overwhelmed me. My pride was crushed. To regain my pride, I must constantly strive and train. I Am Pyong quickly changed his goal. First, I have to forget about that bastard Qian Yoan. Training to defeat that bastard from the Saber Demon clan is my top priority. While he was lost in thought, he failed to notice a large crack forming on the wall of the training room. My goal shouldn't be limited to revenge, it must be bigger. The wall shattered, sending stone fragments flying in all directions. The 2 people guarding outside the Demonic Academy were startled by the explosion. I Am Pyong was hit by a large chunk of rock, spat out blood and gritted his teeth in pain. An assassin? As the large chunk of rock crumbled, the faint figure of a person was revealed. He cursed inwardly. Which bastard dares? Pyong narrowed his eyes and tried hard to see the person's face clearly. The more he looked, the more he realized it was a very familiar face. Yo-un broke out in a cold sweat upon seeing that he had accidentally injured someone. Cheon Yo-un, Pyong could hold on no longer and fell unconscious. Damn it, this damn bastard, he shouted in a panic. Hey, snap out of it. The sound of scolding continued to echo. You brat, this is a private training room. What on earth were you thinking, punching a hole in a place where cadets are training? Can't you even sit still and circulate your energy? Or did you deliberately target that guy? Pyong was carried away by someone else for treatment, and Yo-un had to stay behind and listen to the reprimand. I will have Cadet 108 taken for an examination now. Cheon Yo-un, if that guy dies from his injuries, you'd better be prepared to be kicked out of the demonic academy. Someone else made the decision. Mark my words, this incident will be recorded in your evaluation. Yo-un bowed his head and admitted his fault. This disciple understands. This disciple sincerely apologizes, the instructor said sternly. You are banned from using the training rooms on the first and second floors and will be moved to the basement training room. Listen carefully. If you damage the training room again, I will never let you use it again. He continued to bow his head. This disciple understands. This disciple will definitely be careful. As he watched the departing Yo-un, he was inwardly very surprised. That kid punched through the Dante stone with his fist. I can't believe it. Does this mean that kid's internal energy far surpasses the hardness of the Dante stone? He asked the system. Nano, why has my strength become so terrifyingly strong? I was just trying to test it out, but I didn't think I would punch through the wall of the training room. Nano quickly explained its master's curiosity. It is because your muscles and tendons have reached their limit point. A limit point, it is because your muscles and tendons were transformed to a strength capable of leaving a trace on the jade tablet. To reach this standard, your muscles and tendons had to reach their limit point. He looked at his two hands and marveled in disbelief. Then is this just physical strength? This external art is truly amazing. Without even needing to circulate chi, just by mimicking and transmitting the analysis data of the sword marks on the jade tablet, I can carve letters on a jade stone 10 times harder than a super strong diamond with this power. He stroked his chin and analyzed his power. Then, just like when I received the butterfly dance sword method and the dagger arts, using my body skillfully shouldn't be a problem. But can I use the martial arts left on the jade tablet? Nano, if what you say is true, then my current strength is because my body has reached its limit point. Nano confirmed that his thinking was correct and added some information. Your body reaching its limit point is based on your height growth data. However, your body was transformed most precisely so as not to affect your height growth. He asked another question. Nano, can you adjust it so that I become stronger than I am now as I get older and grow? Of course, it is possible. It replied honestly. Master, once your bone structure has fully grown, I can continue to change your muscles and tendons beyond the current limit point to increase your physical destructive power. Yo-un gradually understood the problem. If what you say is true, I'll have to wait until I grow up. Nano added an explanation. Time is the best answer, even with my ability, other than waiting for you to grow, Master. There is no other way to increase your height. At this he nodded and accepted. I understand, but this much strength is enough. Yu-chan stood beside him, an amused and meaningful smile on his face. Yo-un glanced at Baek Ji standing next to him and commented inwardly. Isn't that the guy who defeated Cheon Jongyom in the second stage test and took the position of team leader? Now that I see him next to me, he is indeed strong. Myung smiled with satisfaction from above as if watching an interesting play. His voice could not hide his excitement. To think you little brats would dare to answer the challenge. I'm really looking forward to this. In that case, which of the instructors here will spar with them? However, the response to his enthusiasm was only the cold silence of the others. Myung glanced at them and calculated inwardly. Let's see, the instructors who were in charge of Group 18 and Group 12 in the second stage test are here. But I can't have them spar with the cadets they were in charge of. To avoid favoritism, I have to make them fight other cadets. Suddenly his gaze landed on one person. It was the head instructor, Jin Song. Myung was surprised and let out an "oh." The people around them also turned to look at Jin Song. In the crowd, Yuang was inwardly pleased. Since the head instructor is stepping up himself, there's no need for me to get involved. I am Pyong, the martial arts instructor for Group 8 in the second stage test. He looked at Yoan and prayed for him inwardly. Cheon Yoan, from here on out I can't help you anymore. I just hope you can hold your own. I know none of them will go easy on you. Myung looked down at the arrangement of people he had set up, a slightly displeased look on his face. Originally, I was going to pair instructors with cadets they weren't in charge of to prevent the cadets from immediately obtaining the team leader title in the third stage test. For head instructor Ho Jin-song to step up himself, this disrupts my plan. In that case, he suddenly shouted loudly. First up is Cadet 1, the former leader of Group 1. Which instructor will face him? Jin-song raised his hand and opened his mouth. I will, but before he could finish his words, another person cut him off. Superintendent, this humble one will face him. The one who spoke was Yu Zun, the martial arts instructor for Group 12 in the second stage test. Jin-song's mood soured instantly as his words were stolen. He glared at Yu Zun, who had just stepped forward with an intensity that seemed capable of boring a hole through him. This bastard, how dare he? Does he not know I stepped forward because of that punk, yet he dares to compete with me? Under Jin Song's murderous gaze, Yuzun quickly apologized inwardly. My apologies, head instructor. If you were to go first, it would look like an adult bullying a child, which isn't a good look. Therefore, I believe I am more suited to face the young Lord Qian Mu Wan, head instructor. I really didn't want to make things awkward for everyone. But Jin Song had no intention of backing down. He raised his hand and said something that surprised Yuzun. Superintendent, in that case, I will take Instructor Yu's Cadet 18. Hua Myung found this amusing and nodded. Instructor Yu, how dare you try to outsmart Ho Jin Song? It looks like he's going to torment the Cadet 18 you were in charge of. So be it, head instructor. A person who had been silent until now rejoiced inwardly. Then my opponent must be that punk Qian Yoan. The person who had just smiled was Zhang Moonhang, the martial arts instructor for Group 1 in the second stage test. The first two stepped forward to the field. The match began immediately. Yoan watched from below, quickly instructing the system in his mind. Nano. Scan them closely, don't miss a single moment. Hua Myung shouted loudly. Begin. As soon as the words fell, one person quickly approached the other. The first to move was Mu Wan. With determination in his eyes, he unleashed a technique with his first attack. The Mystic Cloud Palm. Yuzun smiled triumphantly. He had already predicted his move and charged forward boldly. Just as I thought, he'll use the Mystic Cloud Palm, one of the three great martial arts of our cult, and he'll surely use the Mystic Demon Subduing Sword, the renowned ultimate technique of the Mystic Demon clan. But it's a shame that what you have to face is not my exclusive martial art, but the 7 demon swords. The two men's attacks collided and Yuzun unleashed a technique. The fifth form of the 7 demon swords. Watching from the sidelines, Yoan couldn't help but be surprised. What is this? Why does Instructor Yu's sword form look so familiar? In the arena, Mu Wan planted his feet, gathered strength in his hands, and skillfully dodged Yuzun's attack. He even used the momentum to launch several palm strikes at him. Yuzun was momentarily surprised and grew more interested. He blocked the attack and rushed quickly toward Mu Wan. Incredible. To block my attack without the slightest waver. From the look of the palm technique he just used, it seems his internal energy has long since reached the level of a peak master. How can the technique he's displaying be the skill of an ordinary cadet? At his sudden movement, Mu Wan was surprised and momentarily lost his balance. This action gave Yuzun a favorable opportunity. Mu Wan had no choice but to block the sudden attack. Seeing him cornered, Yuzun thought with delight. In terms of martial arts level, he has already reached the Grandmaster level. The 7 demon swords, second form. Third form. Perhaps I should abandon the thought that he's an ordinary cadet and face him with all my strength. Mu Wan was truly stunned by him, and for a moment in his surprise he could do nothing but defend. Even a high-level martial art like the Mystic Cloud Palm can't block the technique used by the instructor. Is this the power of a first-class martial art? Watching from the outside, Yoan couldn't help but be surprised by Yuzun's strength. How can this be? Although there are slight differences, the 7 demon swords is fundamentally the same as the sword-breaking forms recorded on the Jade Tablet. They're almost identical. The biggest difference is that the 7 demon swords only has 12 of the 24 sword forms recorded on the Jade Tablet. After composing himself, Yoan began to watch the match closely. I can't be sure, but could the one who left countless sword marks on the Jade Stone be the sword demon? The two in the arena finally clashed head-on, their powers colliding and emitting a dazzling light. Neither had any intention of yielding. The tremendous repulsive force from the two attacks pushed them both back. At the end of the previous power struggle, Mu Wan realized. Both Instructor Yu and I are at the peak master level, but in terms of proficiency, Instructor Yu is slightly above me. Since Instructor Yu is using a first-class martial art and has more practical experience, it's difficult for me to block everything with my palm techniques. The martial arts instructors are truly worthy of their title. He regained his composure and loosened his body. The longer this drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for me. Mu Wan took a new stance. All right, there's no other way. Yuzun was also surprised by this change in strategy. He's changing his stance? He did not yield and unleashed his own terrifying killing intent. In that case, he must be planning to use an ultimate technique to decide the match. I must also draw out my internal energy to the maximum to block his technique. Mu Wan rushed toward him quickly, trying to gain the upper hand. He gathered strength in his arm and executed a technique. Seeing the hand movement, Yuzun immediately recognized his technique and prepared to break it. A right-handed palm technique. I must block it first, but as the two got closer, Mu Wan suddenly changed his stance. Yuzun froze for a moment. Why did it change to a left-handed palm technique? Mu Wan took that opportunity to strike Yuzun hard. Yuzun was instantly cornered, and his thoughts began to scatter. The technique is similar to before, but the angle of attack changed instantly. Moreover, it's hard to respond when he keeps pressing like this. He hurriedly threw a punch to break Mu Wan's attack. I must block his left palm technique, but Mu Wan turned his body and easily dodged it. He struck one of Yuzun's hands and then followed up with another palm strike to his shoulder. Yuzun lost his balance, fell to the floor and spat out blood. Mu Wan calmly retracted his killing intent. At this moment, the victor seemed to have been decided without any need for further words. All the cadets there shouted in surprise. Everyone rejoiced and showered Mu Wan with praise. He really defeated a martial arts instructor. Hooray, that's sword chi. Then the young master must have reached the level of a peak master. I told you, the young master's level is different from us cadets, as the rumors said. The young master is the one most qualified to inherit the position of cult lord. While Myung had been watching the entire battle from above, he recognized the right sword, left palm, the switching between left and right, and the right palm. Seeing the techniques Mu-Wan unleashed, he recognized the delicate attacks. This is the secret art of the second highest ranking master in our cult. The terrifying aspect of this secret art is that one can unleash two ultimate techniques simultaneously, with the left and right hands switching interchangeably and unpredictably. The owner of this martial art is Elder Yu Jin-Wan, who is also the lord of the Mystic Demon Clan, and not just anyone can train in this martial art. All who can successfully train in this secret art are geniuses. Following the rules, Yu Zun untied the name tag and handed it to Mu-Wan. As he handed over the name tag, he offered his congratulations. From now on, you have earned the qualification of a team leader in this third stage test. He also politely thanked the instructor. While the people around them were cheering, Yoan felt a sense of doubt. Is this how you get a name tag? He thought anxiously. I'm worried about how I'm supposed to get one. And can one person only get one name tag? Before long, it was time for the match between Yoan and Moonhang. He tried to shake off all his thoughts. He walked confidently onto the field. For now, let's put aside my questions about the name tag. What I do here will decide my future. I will prove my skills in front of everyone. Moonhang looked at him and assessed him. This punk is quite something. He's not trembling at all. Yoan also glanced at him once and steeled himself. I have to face the martial arts instructor before me, so rather than being nervous and afraid, I must ignite my fighting spirit. Moonhang felt he was too arrogant. This bastard, he really surprises me. I thought he wouldn't even pass the first stage test. I thought he'd be left so far behind. He glared at Yoan with murderous eyes. This is truly unexpected. After the match began, Moonhang immediately assumed an intimidating posture. But your luck ends here, Qian Yoan, he declared firmly. I will crush you myself in front of everyone. At this time, Yoan took a defensive stance, frowning as he thought to himself. I've only just entered the peak level compared to this man who has been a peak master for a long time. My internal energy is far lacking. Qian Yoan shifted his feet to the sides. The proof is that he let me have the first move, which means he's underestimating my martial arts. If you're going to disregard me like that, he rushed forward and made his decision. I will use all 10/10 of my power to avoid any complications. Let's settle this with one move over here. Moonhang couldn't help but be surprised. Ha! Yoan's hand shot forward in an instant and his eyes widened. A thought flashed through his mind. Why is he so fast? Moonhang barely managed to raise his hand to block the attack but was pushed back. Yoan rode the momentum and continued to advance. Moonhang gritted his teeth in displeasure. He let out a loud exclamation. Before he could even plant his feet on the ground, Moonhang was blocking Yoan's next attack. He thought to himself. How did this happen? I used 7/10 of my power to block it. I was forced back 5 continuous steps. Could that punk's internal energy be? No, this isn't internal energy. His external power is too strong. Observing him, Moonhang became slightly angry and cursed inwardly. Damn it, I thought I could beat this punk easily, but what am I doing now? Looking at his trembling hands again, he asked himself. To be pushed back so embarrassingly? As he was flustered like this, Moonhang managed to break free from his defensive posture and push Yoan far away. He frowned, completely enraged, but his contempt remained. This bastard's internal energy hasn't quite reached the full peak level yet. Then he shouted loudly. Let's see where you can run. This time it's Moonhang's turn to counterattack. Take this. 7 demon swords, 4th form, 6th form. Yoan's eyes widened. I can see it clearly. He looked at Moonhang and continued to assess him. Even without Nano's help, I can clearly see the countless flaws in his sword forms. Compared to the sword-breaking forms from the Jade Tablet, this is like child's play. Then Yoan elegantly dodged, avoiding Moonhang's attack, and Moonhang himself was surprised. Moonhang sneered and muttered inwardly, ducking under my feet. What's he thinking, this foolish punk? And without paying any attention to Yoan's movements, he immediately concluded the outcome of the match. In that case, let's settle this with his second technique. In a single moment he countered and sent Moonhang flying. The crowd who saw this scene couldn't close their mouths in shock. Not just the new cadets, but even the other instructors' eyes went wide. Hua Myung himself couldn't help but be amazed. Unbelievable. To break the sword forms of the 7 demon swords with just an ordinary technique from the butterfly dance sword method. Moonhang only grew angrier at the brat who kept getting in his way. He gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. Damn it, how did this bastard block my technique? Cornered, he became reckless. He opened his mouth wide and decided to pour everything he had at Yoan. Since it's come to this, don't blame me if I injure you internally with 10/10 of my power. Hua Myung, as usual, was the first to sense the killing intent on the field. A killing move, damn it. This punk is crazy. At this time, Yoan quickly raised his hand to block Moonhang's attack, and his eyes widened in surprise. Realizing there was something hot mixed in the recent attack, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Internal energy? Only then did the system report, Master, your internal organs have been severely damaged due to energy source penetration. He immediately reacted. Nano, Yoan endured with difficulty, demanding the system to quickly restore his damaged organs. As Yoan launched a counterattack, Nano replied quickly, Understood. Master, beginning damage recovery. Recovery process in progress. At this time he counterattacked like a madman, and Moonhang became even more puzzled. Why? He gritted his teeth, and as he became lost in thought, his complexion began to change. What happened? He should have been internally injured. Then Moonhang was astonished and amazed. Why hasn't he collapsed yet? In a moment of carelessness, Yoan successfully approached his weak point. Quickly, not wanting to be pushed back, he decided to block his attack with his protective chi, but the power coming from Yoan's hand was still enough to put pressure on his ribs. Moonhang's face turned pale. He continued to spit out blood. The new cadets below were slack-jawed with surprise. The other instructors were worried about Moonhang. There was even someone whose face turned pale after witnessing this intense fight. Moonhang continued to spit out blood, struggling to grab Yoan's shoulder and stammering his assessment. You are, but he soon collapsed, leaving only a few meaningless words. You are a monster. The moment Moonhang was defeated, the crowd immediately fell silent. Yoan himself was not in good shape and he remained frozen in place, continuing to breathe heavily. The others remained silent. Yu-chan observed from one side, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot, thinking to himself, why are his skills different from what Yonpa said? This is a bit dangerous. Myung, from his high perch, was also making his own assessment. Could it be that a new legend is being born in our demonic cult, like the peerless genius, the sword demon, who created the 7 demon swords? I never imagined that a perfectly ordinary sword form could undergo infinite transformations in that guy's hands to become a profound and unfathomable sword-breaking technique, even defeating the 7 demon swords. If this talent isn't called a martial arts genius, I don't know what is. He wore a regretful expression. How frustrating. Why did I hand that guy over to that drunkard back then? At that moment, someone from below reported, Superintendent, Instructor Zhang's condition is not good. We must move him to the infirmary quickly. They examined Moonhang's body and made an initial diagnosis. It seems Instructor Zhang's ribs are broken. It looks like 3 are broken. Myung observed silently. He continued to think. When that guy was in the private training room and broke through the Dance Stone, the instructor in charge reported it to me. And I couldn't hide my shock. Zhang Moonhang, if you had known he was that incredible, you wouldn't have been defeated so miserably. However, on the surface he still upheld the rules and replied to the other instructors, you all quickly take Instructor Zhang to the infirmary. At this time, Yoan's hands held the item he needed. Looking at it, Yoan was very satisfied. I finally got it. The other cadets below began to get annoyed. The intention to snatch one for themselves began to sprout. We can't keep being ignored by the cadets. They've already taken 2 name tags. Jin Song sensed their psychology and glanced behind him. He thought, if a cadet has outstanding aptitude and skill, they are fully capable of defeating the instructors. These foolish guys are only afraid of losing face by being defeated by their own cadets, not realizing that our cult has raised a new generation of talents. He then turned his gaze to Yoan and quickly refuted his previous thought. Well, that's a natural sentiment. I can't blame them. I was just too hasty in choosing Cadet 18 as a sparring partner, not recognizing what a talent that guy was. The more I think about it, the more I regret it. If I had known, I would have chosen that guy and had a proper fight. Only then did Myung speak again. Alright, that's enough. Everyone be quiet and watch the match of the remaining 2. Baek Ji stepped forward before Jin Song. Those below began to whisper again. This time our instructor must not lose face. If he loses again, what will become of our instructor's pride? What nonsense are you talking about? Don't worry. Think about who head instructor Ho Jin Song is. Who is he to be compared to us? They each added their own comments, continuing to evaluate the man above. Do you guys think a miracle will happen this time too? The rules this time didn't say we couldn't win. This match is voluntary, so who knows if the cadet who stepped up this time is also hiding his skills like Cadet 7 just now. Baek Ji paid no mind to the pointless chatter, cupped his hands, bowed his head and spoke. If there are any shortcomings in this disciple's skills, I hope the head instructor will be generous and offer his guidance. Disciple, I ask for your teachings. Seeing this, Jin Song also replied politely. You are a humble and courteous person. Good, in that case I will teach you everything I know. And they assumed ready stances to face each other. The aura surrounding Jin Song immediately changed. His eyes widened, his concentration sharpened, and he was ready for battle. Baek Ji was somewhat impressed by this. What an incredible presence. Is this the same person who was smiling at me just a moment ago? He's like a completely different person. He shifted his feet and resolved to himself. But no matter what happens, and then he quickly rushed toward Jin Song, unleashing an attack that opened the prelude to the battle. I will never regret facing you. Baek Ji jumped high and brought his foot down in a stomping kick. Yoan was still on one side, using the system to observe his movements. As it collected this form, the corner of his mouth curved into a smile. Kicking arts. With these kicking arts added, my sparring avatars will become more diverse in the future. And Yoan continued to think. What's more interesting is that I witnessed the same kind of palm arts that Qian Mu-wan can perform, switching continuously between both hands. He recalled the past. Although it's only one type of palm art, I don't know how much I can analyze, but it will definitely be helpful. And he pictured the future. If I become enemies with Qian Mu-wan later, it will surely be very useful. Over here, Jin Song lightly blocked Baek Ji's kick. His eyes widened with vigilance. The movement brushing past Baek Ji's body was graceful. He frowned in disbelief. He dodged all of my kicking arts just by standing in one place and moving his upper body. In an instant, Jin Song positioned himself in Baek Ji's blind spot. His 2 eyes did not lose focus for a single moment. Then a single sentence echoed. Kid, lower half of your trailing leg is open. And then Jin Song aimed for Baek Ji's leg. Baek Ji quickly lost his balance. His leg was now resting on Jin Song's hand. He revealed his utter shock. Not stopping there, Baek Ji continued to rotate his leg, gathering strength and launching another attack at Jin Song. The crowd gasped in amazement. He's hit. A stream of blood spurted out. What shocked them was that Jinsong had pierced Baek Gi's leg with just 2 fingers. He frowned and thought in pain. A sword, is it sword chi? And just like that he was sent flying by Jinsong. Baek Gi sat on the ground, blood still flowing unceasingly from his leg. My leg, he frowned, observing all of Jinsong's movements. To think he could use sword chi in that instant. As expected of the Supreme Master level. Jinsong on the opposite side still did not let his guard down and said, he only used an ordinary sword form. He hasn't even properly used the forms of the 7 demon swords, yet he's already this fearsome. You should quickly stop the bleeding in your right leg, which uses the kicking arts. Only then did he open his mouth. Your leg is injured, what will you do now? But Baek Gi was still lost in his own thoughts. To be fair, the head instructor before me has skills stronger than 2 ordinary instructors combined. He staggered to his feet, and Jinsong couldn't help but be amazed by his will. Baek Gi painstakingly took an attack stance again. In his mind he was still thinking about his current abilities. Although I know this is a huge stretch with my current skills, I have no choice but to decide the match with one move. I'll take the gamble. He couldn't hide the satisfied smile on his face and commented, this guy has quite the fighting spirit. Blood spurted from Baek Gi's leg and he gathered his strength and continued to charge. When he reached a suitable distance, Baek Gi kicked off the ground and jumped. He executed the exact same move as before, spinning several times in the air. Over here, Jinsong also brought his 2 fingers close to his chest, preparing to counterattack. Nevertheless, he held a bit of admiration in his heart. To still be able to execute such a powerful move with only 1 leg, I must say he's truly remarkable. But as Baek Gi suddenly changed his attack direction in midair, Jinsong's eyes widened in surprise, and his hand cut through empty air. Jinsong immediately recognized it as a feint. Baek Gi did not miss the opportunity and launched a direct kick. Although one of his legs was covered in blood, he decided to attack with it. Only then did the corner of Jinsong's mouth curve into a smile as he commented inwardly, this guy has only just entered the peak level. He's still a fledgling kid. He instantly moved to another spot. This time it was Baek Gi himself who attacked the empty air. He gritted his teeth in helplessness. An afterimage I've lost now. At this moment Jinsong appeared right next to Baek Gi. He grinned and opened his mouth. Kid, you're quite something, but unfortunately this is as far as you go. And with one hand he struck the center of Baek Gi's body, sending him flying directly, not even giving Baek Gi a chance to counterattack. Jinsong's blow was by no means light. Baek Gi flew quite far and fell to the ground at a high speed. The crowd below widened their eyes and whispered, he lost just like that, as expected. He couldn't even withstand a few of the instructor's moves. It really is hard to beat a martial arts instructor. Cadets 1 and 7 can only be called monsters. Baek Gi clutched his chest, coughed up a mouthful of blood and thought resentfully, I've lost, completely lost. If the head instructor hadn't held back, my body would have been pierced by his sword chi several times over. Yoan, watching from one side, let out a sigh of relief inwardly. It's a good thing I didn't face the head instructor. He was lost in thought. If it were another instructor, if they weren't at the level of a supreme master, Baek Gi might have had a hope of winning. But unfortunately his opponent was the head instructor. The other martial arts instructors must be very grateful for this victory, as it saved their pride. Only then did Jinsong open his mouth to leave Baek Gi with a lesson about the battle. If you can execute feints and real moves more smoothly, I believe your opponent will not be able to get a grasp on you. Keep it up, I have high hopes for you. His body trembled, but he still cupped his hands and politely received the teaching. Disciple, I will heed your teachings. Thank you for your guidance, instructor. Baek Gi then staggered back to his spot, leaving only red footprints behind him. The other cadets in the line watched him quietly. Only then did Yoan notice something strange. Why is that guy's complexion so pale, and why is his neck red? This matter is like. He quickly requested the nano system to zoom in on the video of Cadet 18 and scan him. The examination of that guy's condition must be completed by the end of the 3rd stage test. The system replied with a few concise words, understood. Master, at this time the instructors continued to bring strange objects, and then a guiding voice was heard. Now we will distribute the wooden swords you will use in this test. Each person will only be given one, so use it carefully and try not to break it. Wah Myung explained loudly from above. I will say it again. If you snatch an instructor's name tag within the next 7 days, you will become a team leader. Do you understand? They shouted in unison. Demonic. The space became quiet once again. In Yoan's hands were the items he had been given. He frowned and wondered, I don't know if I should take the demonic dragon pill right away. And then I should see what's in this secret manual? But before he could do anything, a group of people appeared and blocked his way. They were silent and said nothing. And Yoan himself, without the slightest fear, looked them straight in the eyes. Only then did Haobong question them. What business do you have with our lord? At his voice, they immediately turned their heads to look. Yoan, who was behind him, sighed, a fed-up expression on his face. Lord, every time he opens his mouth, this Haobong really. The story goes back to the Group 8 dormitory the previous night. At this time, someone had already opened their mouth. Haobong, I don't know if the young master will change or not, but think about it. The group in front of Haobong continued to explain. This is no different from a gamble. Aren't you afraid of confronting the 6 major clans? They were in order: Ma Chil, Wang Qian and Ho De Miang. But Haobong asked back. Afraid? Of course I'm afraid, he announced loudly. But for people like us from weak and small clans, our lives are nothing but living in disgrace. It's better to make a gamble than to live like that. And I have bet my all on my lord. because I believe the young master will definitely bring hope to people like us." Hearing these words, the few on this side fell silent in unison. Another person suddenly opened his mouth. "Heo Bong, do you really believe your young master can do it?" he continued to assert firmly. "Yes, I believe he can do it." The three looked at each other and nodded in unison. A moment later they too made a decision. "All right, Heo Bong, then we will join you. We Ma Chil Wang Qian and Ho De Miang pledge our loyalty to young master Qian Yuan. Let's help each other a lot in the future." And so the current situation came to be. Heo Bong gave a signal, "My lord," but Yuan placed a hand on his shoulder and gently cut him off. "That's enough, Heo Bong, you stay back, I will handle this." Then a cadet stepped forward, cupped his hands, bowed his head and greeted him. "It is a great honor to witness the valiant martial arts of Cadet 7. I am Cadet 857, Go Guanghyuk." Yuan also cupped his hands in reply. "It is an honor." "My name is Qian Yuan," Guanghyuk said magnanimously. "Then I will be brief, no need to drag it out. I want to be your team member. I want to join your team." Hearing these words, he couldn't hide the surprise on his face and asked back, "You want to join my team?" Yuan's subordinates whispered, all very proud. "As expected of our lord, for someone to follow him so quickly, doesn't this give us more time to train? We're short 7 people to form a team and 9 have come here." Guanghyuk continued to introduce himself. "I am from the high-ranking sect, the Fist Demon sect, and my current level is a first-class master. I believe my skills should be no problem to be a team member." At this time, another person also raised his hand to voice his opinion. "I am Cadet 920, GWAK Jiang, from the Black Demon sect. Although I am not yet a first-class master, if I take the demonic dragon pill this time, I will soon reach that level. I will definitely not be a burden to the team's development." Young Master Qian, they surged forward, saying they would become Yuan's subordinates. "I am Cadet 97, 1 from the Soft Sword sect. My skill has just reached the level of a first-class master, so I think I can be of some help to young Master Qian if I join." The person next to 1 also said hesitantly, "Young master, please hear me out. I am from the Golden Gate sect and my name is Ga Yumin. Although my internal energy is not yet that of a first-class master, my spear arts are already first-class." The others muttered and commented, "What is this? Of the 16 people who came here, 5 are already from high-ranking sects. Then do the remaining 11 have to compete for the last 2 spots? This is too much, those guys from the high-ranking sects." Only after hearing this did Yuan carefully open his mouth. "I am very grateful that you all have come out of your way to join our group. However, there is something I must say before that. The team members I intend to recruit are not just people who will pass the 3rd stage test with me." Hearing his words, they were immediately confused. What do you mean by that?" Yuan sincerely shared his thoughts. "After I leave the demonic academy, you must walk with me on the thorny and dangerous path I will face. That is why I am not looking for team members but for brothers who can fight alongside me. People who can lay down their lives and shed blood with me. Comrades who can watch each other's backs and rely on one another in the future." At Yuan's declaration, the crowd immediately began to stir. What is this? Is he planning to participate in the competition for the young lord's position? Their reaction was not outside his expectations. "As I thought, they are afraid." At that moment he opened his mouth again. "If you accept my words, I will not care whether you are from a high, mid or low-ranking clan. As long as you follow me to the end of this path, you can join regardless of your origin or reputation." Yuan added another promise. "Because in the future, I will change the 6 major clans from their very roots." Hearing this, they continued to be agitated, each with different thoughts. Could what that guy is saying be true? Oh, so he really intends to participate in the competition as a candidate for young lord. But isn't it too early to say this? Saying that is no different from declaring war on the 6 major clans. Damn it, it's a bit of a shame, but it would be better to wait until another team leader appears. He continued to persuade them. "If you become my comrades, we will build a new heavenly demon cult together. That is the only condition to become a member of Qian Yuan's group." The crowd could not hide their surprised expressions, and one person stepped forward and said, "I apologize, young Master Qian. I am just looking for a team leader to help me pass the 3rd stage test. I am truly sorry, young Master Qian. Although I want to become your team member, it seems our paths are not meant to cross." Then dozens of others began to leave one by one. "Young Master Qian, we apologize." Seeing this scene, Heo Bong couldn't help but worry. "This is bad. If we can't get team members now, it will be difficult later." However, a few people still remained before him. The ones who are left are Cadet 857, Go Guanghyuk of the high-ranking sect, the Fist Demon sect, and next is Cadet 77, Ga Yumin of the mid-to-small clan, the Golden Gate sect. The third one remaining is Cadet 999, O Young of the mid-to-small clan, the Ho family sword sect. At this time Guanghyuk opened his mouth. "Young Master Qian, I have met the other young lords, but you are the first one who thinks as I do. However, if what you say is true, the path ahead is far too dangerous. It could drive you and your subordinates into a state from which you can never recover." He closed his eyes quietly and confessed honestly. "To be honest, I also intended to refuse at first." Hearing this, Yuan also had his own thoughts. "I see. With his status as a member of the high-ranking Fist Demon sect, he would be welcomed anywhere. But if one is born a warrior in this world, how can one not harbor great ambitions? The dream of hegemony." However, after hearing your passionate words, I was drawn in without realizing it. Guanghyuk suddenly knelt on one knee. He cupped his hands toward Yuan. Therefore I will pledge my loyalty to young Master Qian and become your subordinate. Guanghyuk's tone was extremely serious. Although I may have my shortcomings, I, Guanghyuk, will not kneel to anyone but you, young master. I implore you, young Master Qian, to use me as your first sharp sword from now on. The two people beside him also knelt at the same time. The young man with light-colored hair stated his name forcefully. Ga Yumin of the Golden Gate sect pledges his loyalty to young Master Qian. The remaining person also spoke with sincerity. O Young of the Ho family sword sect pledges his loyalty to young Master Qian. Yuan did not hide the surprise on his face, and the corners of his mouth curved into a smile, and he bowed his head in response to their sincerity. Thank you. At this time Hao Bong reminded them, hey, I don't know what this sword in the Lord's hand you're talking about is, but remember that I am the Lord's first subordinate. Guanghyuk scratched his head and replied, is that so? Scene change in front of the private training rooms of the Demonic Academy. Yuan's voice echoed here. Today, after you absorb the demonic dragon pill, I will pass on all the oral secrets of the 7 demon swords to you. They asked back curiously. The oral secrets, he slowly explained. That's right, from tomorrow morning, I will train in the 7 demon swords with you. I will teach you every form and stance I know, one by one. Their faces immediately brightened. As expected of the Lord we chose, everything is proceeding according to plan. They had no idea that their Lord's presence came from his past life's experience. It's not that difficult. This way I can get subordinates and defeat those guys. Yuan could imagine his expression now. He's got leadership, that one. It feels like I've become a master who can teach now. After that, he began to teach them. All right, now return to your respective private training rooms and absorb the demonic dragon pill. At the end of the hour of the pig, come back here to meet me. The crowd quickly complied. We will obey your command. Go Guanghyuk approached from behind and opened his mouth. My lord. Yuan immediately turned his head to look at him and asked, what is it? Is something wrong? At that, Guanghyuk began to speak his mind. I know I might be overstepping my bounds, but I think we should attract other cadets to become your subordinates in the future. He explained, my lord, although you have obtained the instructor's name tag, I cannot help but worry about what is to come. At Guanghyuk's words, Yuan was lost in thought. I see, now that I think about it. Why did the superintendent set the deadline for cadets to snatch the instructor's name tag at 7 days? Perhaps the purpose of this test is not just to defeat a martial arts instructor. Maybe the main purpose of this test is to create a team for the leader himself, he pointed out frankly. When it comes to building a faction, you are still too weak compared to Cadet 1 of the Mystic Demon Clan, my lord. So it wouldn't hurt to be a little more careful. Yuan smiled and thanked him for his good intentions. I understand, thank you for your advice. Guanghyuk replied happily. Not at all, my lord. As your subordinate, it is naturally my responsibility. He informed him of another piece of news. My lord, I will use the training room right next to yours to make it easier for you to contact me. But Yuan refused. There's no need after that, he told him directly. The private training room I use is over there. Hearing this, Guanghyuk could not hide his surprised expression. What? That private training room, as far as I know, is a place only for cadets who have reached the peak master level. My lord, the way he looked at Yuan instantly became several times more brilliant. Guanghyuk continued to strengthen his resolve. As expected of my lord, he's truly admirable. I, Guanghyuk, must also quickly rise to the peak master level and go there to be with my lord. Yuan just replied with a hum. Really? Inside the training room, Yuan's hand was controlling spiritual energy. Seeing it take form, he calculated inwardly. I have now completely entered the peak master level. My internal energy has already surpassed 1 cycle's worth of power. Whether I execute sword chi now or saber chi, it will surely be extremely sharp. Another word came out toward the system. Nano, thank you. Thanks to you perfectly recovering my internal injuries, I was able to completely enter the peak master level. Nano frankly accepted his favor. That is correct, it is thanks to me, master. At the system's attitude, Yuan was slightly displeased. This guy, does he have no concept of humility just because I praised him a little? Upon being pointed out, the system finally realized. I do. Suddenly, Yuan remembered something else. Oh right, Nano. Show me the video of Becky's match from before again. The system quickly replayed the match. Understood, master. I will expand the augmented reality in the user's eyes to reproduce the match video. When it reached one scene, Yuan continued to demand. Right at this scene, stop. His eyes narrowed, observing carefully. Nano, zoom in on Becky's eye. The system executed Yuan's request. Zooming in on the specified target, he continued to ask Nano. Zoom in on his face and neck. The screen began to change, zooming in on the specified location. Seeing Becky's appearance, Yuan's hand unconsciously clenched into a fist. His face is pale, his eyes are full of red veins, and his neck is covered in small red spots, he confirmed with anger. It's definitely that. Elsewhere in a room, a match was taking place between 2 people. On one side was martial arts instructor Hong Yuk Wi. He frowned and commented inwardly, this guy's skill far surpasses that of an ordinary cadet. Yuk Wi's eyes never left his opponent's movements for a single moment. This guy, like me, has reached the peak master level. If I only use the 7 demon swords, I probably won't be a match for that guy. Although his martial arts are not as terrifying as the sword-breaking forms used by Cadet 7, the changes in his forms are endless and very difficult to predict. It was very easy for him to deal with me. It only took 2 Shichen to come and challenge me right after receiving the 7 Demon Swords secret manual is truly unbelievable. To analyze the 7 Demon Swords so thoroughly in just 4 hours. Observing the confident smile on Yu Chan's face opposite him, he confirmed inwardly, "This guy is also a genius no less than the previous two." The young lord of the Saber Demon Clan, Cadet 5, Qian Yu Chan at this time, Wi declared, "This is enough. There's no need for more. We should stop," he replied politely. "Yes, then that's fine." He took out a yellow tag from his clothes and handed it to Yu Chan. "This is my name tag. Take it." Wi continued to remind him, "From now on you have the right to recruit team members. I hope to hear good news from you in the future." Yu Chan cupped his hands and showed his respect. "This disciple thanks you, instructor." He squeezed the name tag in his hand, unable to hold back the laughter that burst from his mouth. "I've got one." Yu Chan's eyes scanned left and right, and his mouth began to mutter an evil plan again. Who should I go to snatch a name tag from next? Demonic Academy cafeteria. At this time a person suddenly appeared in front of Ji. This person sneered and said, "Cadet 18, the young lord of the Sword Demon Clan, Cadet 1, Qian Jiang-un." He threw out a comment. "I just watched your match with the martial arts instructor. You did quite well," but Ji slammed down his chopsticks and growled threateningly, "When I'm eating, do not disturb me." Being rejected outright, Jiang-un couldn't help but feel angry. Does this guy have no respect for me? But on the surface he still explained politely, "Then I won't drag it out and get straight to the point. I quite like your skills. You've probably just entered the peak master level." But his polite demeanor soon failed to hold. "This son of a bitch, my words," Jiang-un resolved inwardly. "Calm down, I can't get angry now. I came to recruit talent. If I get angry, everything will fall apart." On the surface he continued to persuade Ji. "Consider it. I have absolutely no ill intentions," but he frowned and thought with displeasure, "Damn, 2 guys have already come looking for me." Recalling his meeting with Yu Chan, he couldn't help but feel displeased. Just before, a braggart from the Saber Demon Clan came and boasted that if I joined, I would be his right-hand man. Damn it, are all the guys from the 6 major clans mentally ill? Ji himself resolved. Whether it's a team leader or a guy who comes to me to join, I, Ji, will never be under anyone. My goal is to become stronger and climb to a higher position. At this time, another voice echoed, "I'm sorry. I didn't know you were eating, but could you listen to what I have to say?" Ji thought to himself. Another one. He didn't even look and immediately told him to get lost. Not interested. Yo-un was somewhat flustered. "But if I don't tell you now, you might lose your life later." Hearing this, Ji paused and asked back, "What did you say?" Seeing the serious expression on Yo-un's face, he was slightly surprised. "Is it this guy?" Ji's face darkened as he questioned him. "You're more arrogant than the 2 guys who came looking for me before. You're not even a young lord of the 6 major clans, yet you think you can pull me into your group like this, suddenly pinning it on me." Yo-un couldn't help but be speechless. "I think you've misunderstood something." But Ji resolutely slammed the table and stood up. "What misunderstanding? Isn't it a threat when you come and tell me I'm going to die soon? What misunderstanding is there?" Yo-un sighed once and slowly explained, "No, that's not what I meant." "Then I'll get straight to the point. Simply put, you've been poisoned." Ji immediately asked back as if he couldn't understand. "Poison? What nonsense is that?" He had no intention of hiding it from him either. "When you were sparring with the instructor this morning, I saw your face was pale and red spots were gradually spreading on your neck." At Yo-un's few words, Ji froze. He was lost in thought. "Poison? How can that be? After I was appointed as the leader of Group 12, I've been constantly wary of Qian Zhong-yom of the Poison Demon Clan." Observing Yo-un's serious expression, he continued to think deeply. "But why would this guy have to tell me that fact? Even if I'm really poisoned, what does this have to do with him?" So Ji quietly calculated. After a moment he sat down and replied politely, "I'm sorry for misunderstanding your words, but if you say I've been poisoned, why didn't I discover anything when I circulated my energy?" Hearing this, Yo-un couldn't help but be surprised. "No problems even when you circulate your energy." At that moment, a few questions also arose in his mind. "I see, if he's been poisoned, why can't he discover it even when he circulates his energy? In the past I had no martial arts at all, so I didn't know anything about this. But the symptoms that appeared on him are it's definitely a slow-acting poison." Unexpectedly a savior appeared. Dong Miang was humming lunchtime as he walked when Yo-un spotted him. "Doctor in white," he called out again. "Doctor in white?" The man who was scooping rice turned his head at the sound. "Yes," Dong Miang asked curiously. "7th young master, it's been a while, hasn't it?" "Ah, I forgot it hasn't been that long. Anyway, it's good to see you. Are you here for a meal?" Yo-un shook his head and replied, "No, I've already eaten." Hearing that, Dong Miang also got to the point. "Well, that's good then," he continued to mutter. "I was bored eating alone, and I thought you hadn't eaten yet." But Yo-un cut him off. "Doctor, before you eat," he pointed to Ji, his serious expression unconcealed, and made a request. "May I trouble you for a moment? Could you examine this friend of mine? I'm worried he may have been poisoned." He reacted immediately. "What, poisoned?" A short while later, they arrived at the infirmary on the 2nd floor of the Demonic Academy. Holding a strange medicine pouch, Dong Miang instructed, "Here, open your mouth and inhale this." Ji eyed it with suspicion. He hesitated and asked, "Inhale it through my mouth?" Dong Miang instructed him directly. "Yes, take a deep breath." Baek Ji-I had no choice but to comply. Understood, Doctor in White. However, the moment he took a breath his body began to react. Baek Ji-I hastily moved away from the object in Dong Myung's hand. He leaned to one side and vomited violently, and his complexion began to worsen noticeably. At that moment Dong Myung slowly declared, "It's a slow-acting poison, just as I thought." Baek Ji-I coughed severely and asked, "So I've really been poisoned?" He answered for the second time, "Yes. There's no doubt you've been poisoned." At these words, Baek Ji-I was immediately flustered. "But doctor, why didn't I feel anything wrong when I was circulating my energy? I don't remember coming into contact with anything that could have poisoned me. I even sat alone during meals." As he rummaged through his things, Dong Myung explained that it was because the poison's nature was a bit different. He explained based on his experience so Baek Ji-I would understand. The poison isn't in your bloodstream, so it doesn't affect your energy circulation. It accumulates in the stomach or lungs, and in your case it's the lungs. The poison spreads slowly, eventually taking your life. A flicker of fear crossed his face. "My lungs," Dong Myung confirmed seriously. "This poison can also be mixed into food to accumulate in the stomach, but we can rule that out in this case, so the only remaining method is to grind it into a fine powder and burn it for you to inhale while you sleep." He explained that the amount of poison is so small that it's hard to notice you're being poisoned even if you inhale it in your sleep. Try to remember who could have poisoned you while you were sleeping in the dormitory. The story flashes back to the first day at the Demonic Academy in the Group 12 dormitory. There had been some commotion back then. "Young Master, please pull yourself together." "Damn it, how dare a guy from the Swift Kick clan defeat young Master Cheon Jong-yeom of the Poison Demon clan? Who the hell do you think you are?" At that time, Baek Ji-I wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and retorted, "How should I know who that guy is? I don't care. What's it got to do with me?" His domineering attitude was recorded in history from that day on. "In this Demonic Academy, doesn't the strong take all? Since I beat him, from now on I, Baek Ji-I, will be the leader of Group 12. The one who had been beaten slowly opened his mouth. "You country bumpkin, you'd better enjoy it while you can still walk." With one side of his face swollen, the man added a meaningful remark. "You'll learn that the insidiousness of the Poison Demon clan is like that of a viper. The longer you wait, the more terrifying the revenge becomes." Recalling that moment, Baek Ji-I ground his teeth in anger. Now I understand the threat he made back then. Cheon Jong-yeom, that son of a bitch. Dong Myung became somewhat sentimental about Baek Ji's fate. "Still, it's a relief we found it early. If you take the antidote for 7 days, you'll be able to expel all the toxins from your body." But Yoan, curious, added a question. But he has red spots on his neck. Isn't that a sign that it's serious?" Dong Myung offered an explanation along with his speculation. "You were hit in the chest during the sparring match, right? A blow to the chest stimulates the lungs, causing the symptoms of poisoning to appear temporarily, but if the symptoms had persisted, even a divine doctor couldn't have saved you." "Only then did he ask, puzzled. "Yoan, no, 7th young master, how do you know about this?" Hearing that, he spoke frankly. "The reason I know this is because my mother also died after being poisoned by it. I've always kept it in my heart, so there's no way I wouldn't know." To be precise, he had always kept it in his heart, so there was no way he wouldn't know. Baek Ji-I cupped his hands, flustered, and apologized to him. "I'm sorry. I didn't know your mother passed away because of this poison. Thanks to you, my life was saved. Thank you sincerely." Yoan just accepted his goodwill calmly. "It's fine, don't worry about it." Dong Myung recalled with some awkwardness. "Come to think of it, my master mentioned this once." Yoan said humbly to Baek Ji-I, "I just don't want anyone else to lose their life to this despicable poison." He then added, "And the important thing is," Baek Ji-I watched him, tensing for a moment. "What is it?" Yoan was wearing a strange smile. "I finally found the source of this poison." Baek Ji-I grew wary and thought to himself, this guy, why is his killing intent suddenly so terrifying? Suddenly, Dong Myung's voice interrupted his thoughts. "You should rest at the infirmary today. How about it?" Baek Ji-I stammered back. "Yes," Dong Myung explained with concern. "What will you do if you go back to the dormitory and get poisoned again?" Suddenly his face darkened, threatening Baek Ji's fragile heart. "Don't tell me you're planning to go find the culprit and get revenge right away. What if something happens to you? Let me tell you, my legs are sore, so I won't be able to go all the way there." Baek Ji-I broke out in a cold sweat, intimidated by Dong Myung's threatening demeanor. "I probably won't." In truth, he had been planning to go for revenge. At this moment, Yoan also added a word. "I think you should prioritize detoxifying. Listen to the doctor and get some rest. I'll take care of Cheon Jong-yeom." Dong Myung put his hands on his hips and retorted. "7th young master, what are you planning to do?" Yoan explained vaguely. "Nothing much. I just think it's time to find that guy and have a little talk." But his expression showed he didn't believe him at all. A talk, he should say something believable. Suddenly a voice echoed in Yoan's ear. "Hey you bastard son," he thought in surprise. Telepathic message. Mu-Guillaume had unexpectedly helped him. "The guy you're looking for often appears in the forest across from the instructor's 5th hall dormitory." Yoan couldn't hide the smile that spread across his face. He turned his head back. And he muttered, "If what you say is true, there will soon be one more person lying next to you." However, Dong Myung and Baek Ji-I didn't understand his words at all. "What did you say?" The door closed, leaving the two clueless men staring blankly. "Oh, what's going on? I'm not going, doctor. I said I'm not going for revenge." Meanwhile, Mu-Guillaume thought to himself, "I'm hoping that guy goes crazy and fights the Poison Demon clan to the death." Outside, Baek Ji-I stammered an excuse. Please don't look at me like that. Doctor, calm down, doctor. I'm not going." Meanwhile, Mu-Guillaume was having a wicked thought. No, it would be best if that guy were killed by the Poison Demon clan. A figure appeared in the deep forest. Qian Zhongyom looked around and muttered. As expected, the 5th hall is the temporary residence for the martial arts instructors. No one but me ever comes here. It's the most suitable place to gather and collect poisonous herbs. A calculation began in his mind. Thanks to the demonic dragon pill, I've just entered the peak master level. If I just endure for a few more days, my demon-breaking poison scripture will reach the 5th stage. If the first 4 stages were just the basics, entering the 5th stage will dramatically increase the power and quality of my poison arts. The evil thought led to a smile. When that time comes, I'll make that bastard Baekji kneel before me and beg for his life, even without the help of the slow-acting poison. I'll send that bastard off with my own hands before he dies from the poison. Suddenly, Yoan's voice came from behind him. Is it that fun to torment others? Qian Zhongyom was startled, spun around and demanded, who's there? He ground his teeth and thought, this voice doesn't belong to a martial arts instructor. It's too dark to see who it is. Yoan's footsteps continued to approach him. Is it fun to play with people using a slow-acting poison, you son of a bitch? His identity was quickly revealed. Qian Zhongyom shouted in horror. It was you. Why is a lowly bastard like you here? Then his eyes widened in puzzlement. Wait, how did you know I used a slow-acting poison just now? How could you have heard? Yoan demanded directly. Red spots appeared on Baekji's neck. Did you think I wouldn't know that's a symptom of being poisoned by a slow-acting poison? Hearing that, Qian Zhongyom stammered back. What? How do you know that? After a moment of silence, Qian Zhongyom thought. He burst into laughter and began to taunt him. Right. Qian Zhongyom's words started to cross the line. Right, how could you not know? Come to think of it. Before he could finish his sentence, he tasted blood in his mouth. Didn't your mother die from a slow-acting poison too? Before Zhongyom could defend himself, Yoan slammed a full-powered fist into his face. Struck by Yoan's fist, Qian Zhongyom's face began to contort and deform. Qian Zhongyom was ruthlessly struck and sent flying. He soared into the air, spinning several times. Fresh blood splattered everywhere from the powerful impact. Under the bright moonlight, the tree branches shook ceaselessly. He was shocked, his eyes wide. Yoan continued, landing another blow on Qian Zhongyom. By this point, his face was already pale without a trace of blood. A pained scream echoed through the quiet space. A mouthful of blood spewed out with a harsh cough. Qian Zhongyom, battered and bruised, groaned ceaselessly. He had only been hit twice, but he was already dazed with a blank expression. But what in the world just happened? Yoan's figure appeared menacingly before his eyes. Don't be afraid. The strong killing intent in Yoan's eyes could not be hidden. This is just the beginning. At these words, his face turned pale with fear. This son of a bitch, is he actually determined to kill me? It can't be. Killing among cadets is strictly forbidden in this academy. He must just be bluffing. Qian Zhongyom tried to clench his fist, but it was no use. But my body can't move at all right now. Please move, I tell you. He paid no mind to such minor actions and spoke in a resolute voice. Do you know what you've done that you shouldn't have? Do you know what it is? His hand was still powerless and he himself was panicked. Please. Qian Zhongyom's eyes were wide as he pleaded inwardly. Move, I tell you. He couldn't budge even as Yoan's figure drew closer. Just a little more, please. Without the slightest hesitation, he swung his next hateful fist. It was insulting my mother with that filthy mouth of yours. At the same time, his hand finally clenched. I can move. Seeing that his strength was returning, Qian Zhongyom couldn't hold back a sinister smile. He suddenly stood up and thrust his palm toward Yoan. Take this, you lowly bastard son. As if he had achieved his goal, Qian Zhongyom laughed wildly and triumphantly. You brat, who told you to let your guard down? However, a moment later, his eyes widened, bloodshot. He had casually blocked Qian Zhongyom's fist, which was filled with internal energy. He was extremely flustered by the sight. How can this be? I used all 10/10ths of my power. How could he block it so easily? The reply to that fist was Yoan's powerful grip. As his hand was squeezed hard, Qian Zhongyom let out a pained scream. Yoan continued to crush his hand. Tears welled up in Qian Zhongyom's eyes from the pain, and he could barely breathe. This guy, does he really intend to kill me? Damn it, I have to kill you. As soon as the thought formed, he raised his remaining hand and aimed it at Yoan's face. Yoan was completely frozen by the sudden attack. He had to cover his eyes with his hand from the dazzling light. Seizing the opportunity, Qian Zhongyom launched a surprise attack, forcing Yoan back. He ground his teeth and swung his hand. Qian Zhongyom continued to press his glowing hand close to his face. Yoan cried out unconsciously because of it. In an instant, his face was corroded to the point that bone was exposed. Only then did his hand relax and fall limply. Yes, seizing the moment while Yoan was struggling, Qian Zhongyom quickly approached. Upon reaching the 4th stage of the demon-breaking poison scripture, one can harbor 7 types of toxins in the body. Among those 7, the most fatal is the acid poison. The clan lord once forbade the use of this poison on fellow cult disciples, warning that once used it would take the opponent's life. He felt a momentary pang of conscience, but he quickly shook off the thought. But what's the problem with using this poison on you? However, he was shocked to see Yoan stand up very calmly. The wound on Yoan's face was slowly healing. A very strong acidic toxic substance is penetrating the user's face and chest. The burned hand is being healed by internal energy. Swiftly activating emergency defense mode to neutralize the toxin and repair the damaged skin area. Watching the change, his pupils constricted. His facial skin returned to its original state. Repair and reconstruction of the damaged skin area is complete. Watching this sight, Cheon Jong-yeom's eyes widened in disbelief. What in the world is happening? His eyeballs looked as if they would suddenly pop out. Yo-won was still dazed by the miracle that had occurred in his own body. What am I seeing right now? I don't know how the toxin was neutralized, but why is that guy's skin regenerating so quickly? This is absolutely impossible. Not even for a supreme master. The loud thud of Cheon Jong-yeom collapsing to the ground drew his attention. He trembled slightly in fear at the sight before him. Cheon Jong-yeom couldn't help but tremble as the large shadow approached. You're a monster. Having recovered, Yo-won could no longer contain his anger. Poison, damn it, it was poison. The Poison Demon clan is famous for using poison, how could you not use it? He repeated menacingly in a cold voice. No matter how I think about it, I can't forgive you or your clan that uses poison. Only then did tears well up in his eyes out of fear. Cheon Jong-yeom tried to drag his battered body away, groaning, but he had to take another punch. Yo-won's blow sent Cheon Jong-yeom flying dozens of meters. He no longer had the strength to move his hands or feet. Suddenly, Cheon Jong-yeom felt something strange and quickly covered his mouth. A handful of teeth and red blood poured out, shocking him even more. Hearing the sound, Yo-won turned around in curiosity. Before Yo-won could react, Cheon Jong-yeom quickly began to kowtow. Spare my life, please, just spare my life. He was on the verge of death but still pleaded with difficulty. Please, please. Cheon Jong-yeom's mouth was filled with blood, creating a gruesome sight. Please just spare my life. As soon as he finished speaking, a hand gripped his shoulder tightly. Yo-won opened his mouth, his face slightly dark. You want to live? Even in the face of Cheon Jong-yeom's tears, Yo-won was unmoved. You're begging me for your life. The fury was evident on his murderous face. Weren't you the ones who made my mother die in agony? You're asking me to save you? Then who will save my mother? Cheon Jong-yeom was so terrified by his ferocity that he nearly burst into tears. It's over. He looked at his tightly gripped arm and resigned himself. I'm going to die. I'm really going to die. This guy will never forgive me. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Cheon Jong-yeom's mind like a savior. Right, the instructors. The moment he made a sound, he was struck hard. Help me. As Cheon Jong-yeom regained his senses, he was horrified, as if having read his intentions. Yo-won had mysteriously appeared behind him. Are you trying to shout for the instructors over there to hear? You think I'd let you foolish bastard. After saying this, Yo-won appeared in front of Cheon Jong-yeom again and stepped on his hand. Is this the hand that sprinkled poison on my face? Tortured painfully, Cheon Jong-yeom could only let out groans from his throat. A sharp scream echoed through the dark forest. Judging by the shape of his mouth, it seemed he wanted to say, no, not this hand. When Yo-won lifted his foot, his fingers were already grotesquely broken. Yo-won's heart wavered at the sight. I won't kill you today. I don't want to get kicked out of the demonic academy because of trash like you. Hearing this, Cheon Jong-yeom's jaw dropped. He's sparing me. But before he could rejoice, Yo-won spoke coldly. Instead, I'll make you suffer so much you'll wish you were dead. Cheon Jong-yeom's fear only fueled Yo-won's interest. First, let's start with the bones. He shed tears unknowingly. With a single sound, Cheon Jong-yeom's legs bent and he couldn't even properly straighten his fingers. Several bone tips stained with blood were exposed. Cheon Jong-yeom was a complete wreck, bewildered. Why did I end up like this? I can't remember. Only then did his mind slowly start to work again. Baek-gi, why did I use the slow-acting poison on Baek-gi? The slow-acting poison, damn that slow-acting poison. When was the first time I learned about the slow-acting poison? Cheon Jong-yeom suddenly recalled an old memory. 6 years ago at the Poison Demon clan's residence. He was reading a book when he looked up in surprise. How long will it take to see the effect? Beyond the screen, Cheon Jong-yeom witnessed a transaction. About a year. Good. The iron-blooded witch was still holding the vial triumphantly. If they haven't learned internal energy, they won't notice it midway. The other person was smiling. It was Cheon Jong-yeom's mother, Lady Beck of the Poison Demon clan. Of course, someone without internal energy will never know, but who are you planning to use that poison on? She fell silent for a moment, looking around as if contemplating where to use it. Suddenly, the iron-blooded witch's eyes met his. She smiled very calmly and meaningfully. Cheon Jong-yeom was confused by these actions. He glanced at his mother, who was smiling happily for a moment. Less than a year later, news spread throughout the demonic cult that the cult lord's seventh wife, Lady Hua, had collapsed. My mother hated that woman, so she was very happy to hear the news. Cheon Jong-yeom recalled Yu-jong's back again. But her happiness didn't last long, as it was revealed that she was poisoned. My father was furious. Fortunately, the slow-acting poison was not impossible to obtain. Thanks to the demonic doctor's defense, my mother was able to escape his wrath. The image of the collapsed woman was engraved in his mind. It was revealed that the water used for cooking was contaminated, so the real culprit could not be found, and the iron-blooded witch's smile came to mind again. I only know that there was a woman with a towel on her face back then, and a family was there, but I don't know who she was. Memories flooded Cheon Jong-yeom's mind. Because of this incident, my grandfather, who was the head of the family and the 6th general of the Poison Demon clan, was stripped of his elder position, and my father cut off all relations with the wife from the 6th family. The subsequent whispers echoed in the lounge. No, Jong-yeom, it wasn't your mother's doing, but I saw mother give that woman the poison, but if you talk about it, it will look like we are trying to rise again. Lady Beck continued to soothe and persuade him. Jong-yeom, my son, you must keep this a secret until you die. Otherwise your father will hate you. So Cheon Jong-yeom could only hesitate and reply to his mother. Her funeral left him with deep sorrow, and eventually, due to a broken heart, his mother passed away a few years later. I wanted to scream that it wasn't my mother's doing, but I promised her, so there was no other way. Qian Zhongyom was resentful but could only grit his teeth and clench the bedsheets. I promised. I swore on the ever-present statue of the white demon goddess that I would become the cult lord, eliminate the culprit, and avenge my mother. Suddenly, he recalled a small, unfamiliar figure. And it all started with that woman. I wanted them to know she died at that woman's hands. But returning to reality, Qian Zhongyom's mind was a tangled mess. Mother, I'm sorry, he flinched when his eyes met Yoan's. No matter how much I train in martial arts, I can't beat that crazy monster. As Qian Zhongyom reminisced for a long time, Yoan opened his mouth. If you remain in the demonic academy, you will harm the other cadets. If I can't kill you, I'll have to at least destroy your Dantian. These words stabbed his heart like a sharp knife, and Qian Zhongyom had to struggle to resist. Nevertheless, he seemed like a fish on land struggling to return. Seeing that Qian Zhongyom was a bit strange, Yoan became suspicious. What is it? Is there something he wants to say? Should I release the clogged blood in his acupoint? Following his thought, Yoan immediately released the acupoint on the back of his neck. Freed. Qian Zhongyom mumbled a few words. Bawada, Hneun Mado Mado. Hearing the incomprehensible words, Yoan was confused. What's he saying, Nano? Then the system in his mind began to exert its power and explain. But the next word shocked Yoan. Your mother was killed by our poison demon clan. He was so shocked that he clenched his fist, shot up, and demanded, What do you mean? Wanting to save his life, he stammered out each word. Baho Hyanga Heang Chinla tu Mio Che. Nano continued to translate. The culprit who killed your mother is a wife from the fifth family. Knowing that Yoan understood him, Qian Zhongyom pleaded with difficulty. Hueu oho hi hai hano hana kuwu. The system translated his words one by one. So please just don't touch my Dantian, hey ho ho heu. As he spoke earnestly, his eyes suddenly widened. If I say everything, he'll find out that my mother made the poison too. I can't let that happen. Yoan also quickly noticed the problem and called the system again. He's hiding something. Nano, internal analysis mode. Nano quickly complied, activating internal analysis mode. Outwardly, Yoan still frowned and asked him, Is the culprit really someone from the fifth family? But by then he could no longer open his mouth. At the same time, the system's voice shocked him. No change in internal muscles. Probability of falsehood 5. I believed he was the culprit all this time, but he's not. Yoan's hand unconsciously clenched as he was lost in thought. If this is true, have I been taking my anger out on the wrong person? Then among the poison demon clan, suddenly he blurted out a question. No, is Lady Beck really not involved? Qian Zhongyom's body didn't move, but everything was detected by Nano. Change detected in internal muscles. The system finally finished the job with one sentence. Probability of falsehood 75, but that awakened the beast of hatred in Yoan's heart. I knew it. He sensed an ominous premonition and groaned with difficulty. All of Qian Zhongyom's words were swallowed by Yoan's powerful strike. Shut up! In an instant, his body stiffened in fear, his mouth agape. The hand on Qian Zhongyom's stomach pressed down more forcefully, violently. The flow of energy began to spread throughout his body. My internal energy is disappearing. But Qian Zhongyom couldn't resist for even a moment to protect his internal energy. My internal energy, my internal energy. Meanwhile, in the infirmary on the second floor of the demonic academy, the candles were still lit. Dong Miang's intuition suddenly made him break out in a cold sweat. I feel uneasy. I should prepare the antidote in advance. Before he could stand up, a sound from the door startled Dong Miang. He was shocked to see Yoan. Yoan was faster, cutting Dong Miang off. Doctor, please do something about this guy. A scream from outside made Dong Miang and Becky's gazes simultaneously turn. What on earth happened to make him like that? His face nearly changed color at the horrific sight. This is. While Dong Miang was thinking, this crazy bastard, a questioning voice echoed. Qian Zhongyom, you haven't explained properly yet. He seemed unable to believe Yoan. Did he really bring him? Dong Miang's medically skilled hand quickly reached for Qian Zhongyom, and he immediately pulled it back in fear. Oh my god, his Dantian has been destroyed. Dong Miang assessed the figure before him inwardly. His body contains the demon-breaking poison scripture, the essence of the poison demon clan. To train it to form a poison core, the middle and lower Dantians must be closely connected. With the lower Dantian destroyed, the poison chi is running rampant, making him look like he's been poisoned. And he glanced at the pensive Yoan. I'm not a martial arts practitioner, but I know how important a Dantian is. Could it be that the seventh young master didn't know the consequences of his actions? Though he wanted to reproach him a little, Dong Miang continued to apply acupuncture to the wound. A foul smell hit Dong Miang's nose, making him slightly nauseous. What is this smell of blood? Although the toxins in his body are weak, the blood is still flowing, so he's still alive. The more he looked at the body, the more troubled Dong Miang became. Perhaps because he trains in poison arts, his body's resistance is very strong, but in his current state, if the toxins remain in his body, he will lose his life sooner or later. What should I do? He hit his own head, and a neural stimulus was added to his brain. Right, I definitely put it around here. Where did it go? As soon as he finished speaking, Dong Miang happily took out a medicine bottle. Found it. This is the antidote pill my master made. Without a second thought, he poured the entire bottle into Qian Zhongyom's mouth. You could die. If you want to live, open your mouth. Meanwhile, Yoan was still silent, muttering inwardly, Damn it, I can't let him die here. Nano, is there a way to move into Qian Zhongyom's body and detoxify him directly? The system quickly appeared but delivered sad news, Master. This violates the system's principles. According to the registered user's genetic code, there is no authority to transfer or release Nano to another person or externally. Hearing this, Yoan's mood sank. Then am I helpless? Is there no other way? But he continued to be bothered by the red mark on his clothes. Nano, can you analyze the toxin components from the bloodstain on my shoulder? The system replied, of course it is possible, master. The sound ringing in his head demanded that Yoan comply. To analyze the toxin components from the bloodstain you must touch it directly, master. He didn't hesitate for a moment and raised his hand to touch his shoulder, like this. Immediately, a mechanical voice analyzed for a long time, proceeding with toxic component analysis. Analysis complete. According to the analysis results, a total of 7 toxins have been mixed to create a new very powerful toxin. Yoan took this opportunity to ask further. Then analyze what medicinal herbs from the cabinet in front of me need to be combined to detoxify the above toxins. Quickly. Nano quickly displayed a list of medicinal herbs, activating augmented reality mode, collecting information in the user's eyes. Master, the required medicinal herbs are kudzu root, dandelion, chameleon plant, thistle and goji berries. Meanwhile, Dongmyang could also wipe his forehead and sigh. Thanks to my master's antidote pill and the acupuncture on his acupoints, I've temporarily suppressed the rampant poison qi, but I need to make a medicine. Suddenly, a scent wafted by and he paused. Dongmyang frowned, slightly confused. This smell is the scent of medicinal herbs. He went toward the kitchen out of curiosity and was once again surprised. Seventh young master, what are you doing? He stated his purpose, slightly embarrassed. Detoxification is urgent, so I'm brewing medicine for him myself. Dongmyang was shocked to hear this. What did you say? He frowned, scolded him and glanced at the wooden table. What nonsense are you talking about? What do you know about detoxification? But when Dongmyang's hand touched the pile of finely ground medicinal herbs, his heart wavered. Aren't these all detoxification herbs? But even if they are detoxification herbs, you can't make an antidote if you don't combine them properly. He couldn't hold back his curiosity, tasted it, and was shocked. The combination is perfect, absolutely perfect. Could it be that this guy has studied pharmacology before? Still not reassured, Dongmyang pressed him. The medicinal herbs you've prepared have no problems at all. But do you know what toxins are in his body? Yoan quickly recited what the system had told him. From what I've learned, his body contains 7 toxins. Acid poison, flying fish poison, 9 barbarian poison, faceworm poison, bottleworm poison, blue frog poison, and red spider poison. Hearing this, Dongmyang's face stiffened. Without hesitation, he looked at Dongmyang seriously. Doctor in White, try it on him. Won't you just trust me this once? White smoke instantly filled the room. Dongmyang fed him a few spoonfuls of the medicine. Only after he finished did he feel the weight in his heart lift. I've finally given him the antidote, though he seems to really hate it. I've done all I can. I might need to apply acupuncture a few more times to stop the poison from spreading. At this time, Dongmyang looked at Yoan and reminded him. The medicinal herbs you prepared were very accurate, but from now on you must explain it to me first. At that he could only bow his head and apologize. Doctor in White, I've caused you a lot of trouble. I sincerely apologize. Then he hesitated and asked, but did you really have to destroy his dantian? As you know, the demonic academy is a world where the strong prey on the weak. What you did was a bit, but Yoan's response to Dongmyang's words was silence. Even if the superintendent says nothing, do you think the poison demon clan will just let this go? How do you plan to resolve this? Only after a long while did he reluctantly open his mouth. Thank you for your concern, Doctor in White. I will take care of my own affairs. He wore a blank expression but said nothing more. Dongmyang's mind was filled with a helpless sigh. In the end, he's still just a child. He forced himself to mature earlier than his age to face his environment, but how mature can a 15-year-old boy be? If you've made up your mind, I have nothing more to say. However, I hope you think things through before acting in the future. Before he finished speaking, he wanted to add a reminder. You must know that to survive in this demonic academy, you must either be an absolute powerhouse or live cunningly. Whatever you do, you must leave yourself an escape route. You shouldn't be so headstrong. Finally, too exhausted, Dongmyang wanted to send him away. Anyway, it's late. Go back and rest first. Not knowing what to do, Yoan could only reply with one word. Yes. Unexpectedly, Baekji suddenly interjected. Then what about me? He was able to leave the house into the quiet night. Only now did Yoan quietly look up at the moon, lost in thought. I wanted to become stronger, and thanks to Nano I could. But I thought I could break everything with my strength, yet I failed to grasp all the factions within the demonic cult. His face contorted unconsciously as he blamed himself inwardly. Could it be that I became arrogant from overestimating my own strength? Only Baekji followed behind Yoan. After thinking for a long time, he cautiously opened his mouth. Seventh young lord, why did you destroy that guy's dantian? Yoan held nothing back and revealed everything. At that time I couldn't control the fire in my heart, and he hesitated slightly but decided to speak. If I had forgiven him, I was afraid that not only you but other cadets later on would fall victim to his poison. Hearing this inner thought, he was momentarily surprised. This guy, Baekji was still lost in his own thoughts. Although this guy lacks judgment, unlike the other young lords, he knows how to think for others. In that case, his face lowered slightly. Baekji mustered his courage and opened his mouth. Could I perhaps? Suddenly a loud voice interrupted him. My lord, a group of people holding lanterns rushed toward Yoan. You were here, all right. I think it's the hour of the pig now. We were worried you might have been attacked by someone. He politely bowed his head and apologized. I'm sorry for making you worry. Heobong was even more flustered seeing Yoan like that. My lord, we're just glad you are safe. What is there to apologize for? Baekji had been quietly watching the situation until now. Seeing how beloved that guy is by his subordinates, he truly is leadership material. A sense of respect, along with self-blame, welled up in his heart. He's different from me, the leader of Group 12. Sigh, I should just go back to the dormitory alone now. As he thought, Baekji quickly said his farewells. I'll be going first then. He looked at him with curious eyes. Didn't you have something to say to me earlier? But Baekji no longer wanted to open his heart. It's nothing, don't worry about it. Just then Heobong urged, my lord, we must return to the newly assigned dormitory. Yoan, still looking in the original direction, nonchalantly replied, Sitting under the eaves, he told everyone everything. So that's what happened. After listening, Gwanghyuk wanted to offer his opinion. My lord, I understand your intentions, but I believe now is the time to build your strength, not to act yet. Also, during the 4 years of training at the Demonic Academy, not even the 6 major clans can touch this place. This is an iron rule of our cult. He stated his view without hesitation. I don't know how I can be of help to you, my lord, but in my opinion, training diligently to build our strength is the way we can help you later on. He had no intention of refuting it either. Yes, I think so too. Only Heobong pouted slightly upon hearing those words. Do these guys even know how different thought is from reality? Returning to the main point, Yoan had also anticipated it to some extent. Because of this incident, I will surely become an enemy of the Poison Demon clan, so I must prepare everything in advance just in case. Heobong also spoke up seriously. My lord, the matter with the Poison Demon clan is certain, but I am worried about how the superintendent will handle this. He can't just let this slide. At those words, Yoan seemed to have a realization. Right, I remember that the Demonic Academy's regulations don't mention the punishment for destroying another cadet's dantian, but to a martial artist, dantian is like a second life. It will be difficult to avoid the superintendent's wrath for the wrong I've committed. I might be helpless in this matter. The next morning he was in front of a tall building. Yoan stood with 3 guards in front of the superintendent's office on the 3rd floor of the Demonic Academy. A sense of foreboding followed him like a shadow. The thing I worried about most has finally come. A reporting voice soon rang in Yoan's ears. Superintendent, I have brought Cadet 7. Come in. As soon as the words were finished, he quickly entered and closed the door. As soon as Yoan appeared, he cupped his hands in respect. Cadet 7, Cheon Yoan greets the superintendent. Myung still wrote quietly. The air in the room soon fell into a strange silence. He maintained his bowing posture and Myung still did not look up. This scene continued for a long time until finally the sound of a brush being slammed down was heard. Myung massaged his neck as if annoyed and reproached him. Thanks to you, I've wasted a ton of time writing a report. So don't be upset that I didn't return your greeting. After saying this, he pointed to the chair opposite him. All right, sit there. Yoan obediently replied yes. The two faced each other, but neither spoke first. Seeing that, Myung pulled his chair closer and said, first let's take care of official business. I will say this as the superintendent of the Demonic Academy. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. As the superintendent, he sat down with a frown as if scolding Yoan. The act of destroying another's dantian is the same as taking their second life. And it is an unprecedentedly foolish act in the history of the Demonic Academy. If I do not control this matter properly, it will be difficult to avoid the emergence of others who will continue to destroy people's dantians in the future. At this time, Myung's mouth slowly moved. Therefore, Cadet 7, Cheon Yoan, his gaze turned cold, and an overwhelming aura emanated from his body as he commanded. As the superintendent of the Demonic Academy, I will strip you of the name tag you obtained in the 3rd stage test and sentence you to 5 days of wall-gazing penance in the confinement cave. Hearing that, Yoan was so surprised he could only stare with wide eyes, unable to answer. After a moment he hurriedly stammered, Then this disciple will not be expelled? Myung raised an eyebrow, looked at Yoan and asked back, Expelled? What are you talking about? His face grew serious as he explained, In this Demonic Academy a cadet is only expelled if they fail a test or kill another cadet in an unofficial duel. Hearing Myung's words, Yoan sighed in relief and thought to himself, what a relief. The thing I was most worried about didn't happen after all. Phew, when he opened his mouth, the atmosphere suddenly became heavy. If you had known what consequences your actions would bring, you wouldn't have acted so blindly, would you? He thought to himself with a worried expression. Yes, that's right. If I had known my name tag would be confiscated and my qualification as a team leader revoked because of this, after being locked in the confinement cave for 5 days, I'll only have 1 day left to snatch a name tag. Suddenly, Yoan's eyes widened with tension and sweat beaded on his forehead from worry. He feared how few instructors would still have their name tags by then. While he kept his head bowed, Myung looked at Yoan with his arms crossed. According to the rules, he should be doing wall-gazing penance for 7 days, but that would eliminate all of his chances. Perhaps I can only give him a very small chance. Thinking that, he placed both hands on the desk and said, And now, a moment later. Myung slammed his hands on the desk and a powerful energy burst out, enveloping the entire room. He was completely overwhelmed by that terrifying aura, his mouth agape, unable to speak. Yoan's pupils contracted in surprise, sweat dripped down, and he thought in horror, His true chi is truly terrifying. At my current level, it's difficult to gauge how strong he is. His face darkened, and his sharp gaze, filled with anger, looked at him. Now not as the superintendent, but as a senior of the demonic academy, I will set a foolish brat like you straight. Yoan calmed himself and listened intently. I have blocked all external sounds with my true chi. Now we can talk freely without worrying about anyone eavesdropping. Hua Mayung slowly called out to Qian Yoan. He replied quietly, his gaze directed downwards, his brow furrowed, and he stroked his beard as he began to speak. Originally I thought you would achieve great things, but I didn't know you would act so emotionally. I'm truly disappointed. Yoan felt guilty and hurriedly said, this disciple is sorry. Hua Mayung tilted his head slightly, looked at him and said, do you just apologize every time something happens? Do you think this matter is too difficult to handle? If you brought this trouble upon yourself, don't you have the ability to clean up your own mess? Hearing that, Yoan looked up, surprised, and opened his mouth. Yes, his next words pierced him like arrows. Since Qian Zhongyong used the slow-acting poison, you must have thought it was related to your mother's death, so you decided to destroy his dantian. Then why didn't you just kill him? Were you afraid of being kicked out of the demonic academy? Suddenly, Hua Mayung shouted, if you're afraid, don't act. If you act, don't be afraid of this and that. I don't understand why you were so careless and negligent in this matter, leaving behind future troubles by sparing his life. How could you be so foolish? Yoan was stunned for a moment by the words he spat out. The end of such foolish actions is usually just death. If you don't kill a snake, it will come back to bite you. You are digging your own grave, you foolish brat. If you want to live, you must become cunning and shrewd. Mayung corrected him, saying, don't just see the tree, see the forest. Don't just hold the bowl and throw away the tray. Be smart and look at the whole picture. Yoan could only stammer in reply. This disciple understands. He sat quietly, lost in thought. When the doctor in white said I should live cunningly, I didn't fully understand his meaning. Only after the superintendent enlightened me did I realize how immature I am. He clasped his hands on the desk, frowned, and asked, you brat, I want to ask you, what is your purpose for entering this demonic academy? Yoan raised his head, his gaze deep. His face filled with resolve. He stared intently at Hua Mayung and answered, this disciple came here to become stronger than anyone else in our cult. His brow furrowed very sharply. Has the hatred and anger from your upbringing become the driving force for your growth? As Hua Mayung slowly opened his mouth, the wrinkles on his face became prominent. You are also one of the young lords. Overwhelmed by the pressure emanating from him, Yoan was startled and asked himself, are you going to let hatred and anger blind your reason in the final battle for the cult lord's position? Hua Mayung raised a hand and advised, don't let your emotions be like a flame that burns a single tree. If you're going to burn something, burn the entire forest, and in the end don't be ruled by your emotions and turn to ash. Finally he placed his hands on the desk, sighed, and asked again, do you understand what I'm saying? He hurriedly replied, yes, this disciple understands. Suddenly, Hua Mayung got angry and scolded him loudly. Understand what? You brat, what do you know? You don't even know how to think. Do you know how much your actions pain those around you? If you understood, things wouldn't have turned out this way. After calming down, he stood up and said, Cadet 7, no, Qian Yoan, if you have decided to become the future of our cult, you must remember this. Hua Mayung turned his head, glanced at Yoan and urged him, have a passionate heart but act with a cold head, otherwise don't even dream of getting revenge. You'll be trampled before you can even sprout. He pressed his lips together tightly and blamed himself inwardly. The superintendent's words are absolutely right. I've always been blinded by revenge. After my mother passed away, I was swept into a whirlpool of hatred for the 6 major clans. I have to fight them to the death, but what happens after that? As he thought from a different perspective, his expression hardened and his eyes filled with determination. If I finish my revenge, then what? Yes, revenge is not my destination, but just a small part of my life. I still lack the necessary coolness and composure. Until now, he had been quietly observing Yoan's facial expressions. Hua Mayung watched him and commented inwardly, this brat isn't so stupid that he can't understand my words. He recalled the shadow of a man standing with Yoan and made a comparison. If you can understand your shortcomings and make up for them, then in the future our heavenly demon cult will once again give birth to a true monster, one that no one has ever been able to compare to. At that thought, a playful smile spread across Hua Mayung's face. In the future, I'll be able to say this kid's achievements are thanks to my advice, not that drunkard's teachings. Ha ha ha. After telling him everything, he stood up and retracted his true chi. Yoan took out a round piece of yellow cloth and placed it on the desk. Then he stood up, bowed to Hua Mayung, and said, this disciple will carve the superintendent's teachings deep into my heart. Thank you very much, superintendent. The next moment, other footsteps appeared. He commanded the newcomers, you are to immediately take this punk to the confinement cave and lock him up. Except for Yoan, who stood blankly in the center, everyone replied in unison, understood, superintendent. He hurriedly spoke up and pleaded, Superintendent, before this disciple goes to the confinement cave, could you please give me a moment? Hua Mayung replied in a cold voice. No, Yoan did not relent and continued to press his case. Shouldn't you at least give me time to explain to my team members? But Hua Mayung still refused resolutely. I will personally announce that you are being locked in the confinement cave and inform them. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly as he turned his head and continued. And they are only your former team members now, right now. They are just ordinary cadets. He ground his teeth in extreme helplessness and lamented. Now I know the consequences of my foolish actions, damn it. The next morning, many figures gathered in front of the Demonic Academy. Before them was a newly posted notice. The content was, Cadet 7 destroyed the Dantian of Cadet 4, which is equivalent to crippling Cadet 4's martial arts. Therefore, Cadet 7's current qualification as a team leader is revoked. At the same time, Cadet 7 will be sent to the confinement cave for a punishment of 5 days of wall-gazing penance. This notice is now posted so that all cadets will remember this incident. If any cadet repeats the act of destroying another cadet's Dantian, the Demonic Academy will show absolutely no leniency in its punishment, and may even resort to expulsion. The people standing above and looking at the notice began to whisper, "This guy, he's really terrifying. I thought he was just good at martial arts. He even knows poison arts, is that so? Hey, are you in your right mind? But isn't Cadet 4 Cheon Jong-yeom of the Poison Demon Clan? If he can graduate from this Demonic Academy, that guy is the one I'd least want to meet. While we're in this academy, if he kills us like birds or rats, no one will ever know." Suddenly, a loud burst of laughter rang out, drawing everyone's attention. "Ha ha ha, this is hilarious." The people around all looked at Yu-chan, who was clutching his stomach and sneering. "Hey, that guy, he's really crazy. To dare destroy someone's Dantian, I don't know what he was thinking." He laughed so hard he couldn't stand straight, even shedding tears. "This is killing me." Yu-chan stopped laughing, lowered his hand and said softly, "Ha." He crossed his arms, a sinister smile on his face, and thought to himself, "I was worried that guy would take the position of one of the 3 Grand Masters, but now I don't even need to think about it anymore. That guy dug his own grave." Yu-chan was none other than the young lord of the Saber Demon Clan. Cadet 5, Cheon Yu-chan. Elsewhere, Jeong-un was also secretly exultant. Things have turned out really well. He was the young lord of the Sword Demon Clan. Cadet 2, Cheon Jeong-un. Cheon Mu-yin stood quietly to one side, observing. The young lord of the Mystic Demon Clan. Cadet 1, Cheon Mu-yin. In the forest, Haobong's group all kept their mouths shut. He stood solemnly, trying to think of a way. As expected, this incident has been a huge shock to everyone. This incident is bigger than any other. Gwang-hyuk was calculating their next move in his head. Even if the Lord can return, he will only have 1 day left. Will there be any name tags left by then? If we can't snatch a name tag from the instructors, we'll have to snatch one from another team. Suddenly a voice called from behind, "Hey you guys." The one who had just called out was the cold-faced Baek Ji-ai. Baek Ji-ai. The next day, around the hour of the pig, the overlapping mountains in the distance appeared faintly in the thick fog. In front of the cave entrance, 2 men stood guard. Inside, a single wooden lantern hung on the rock wall. At this time, Yoan was training hard. As soon as he thought of the move, he stopped. "Nano, that's enough." Yoan fell back, exhausted, his voice breaking with each breath. "I'm starving." He quickly dossed a brown pill into his mouth. Yoan's entire body was drenched in sweat. He chewed and lamented. "To have to eat this tasteless hard thing for another 3 days, I'm sick of it." While resting, Yoan glanced around and commented inwardly, "This place is hot and humid. Sweat is pouring down. An ordinary cadet would find it hard to last even a day." His gaze sharpened as he vowed to himself. "Moreover, this place is smaller than a private training room, but in return it's rare for anyone to draw attention inside. For the sake of the future, I must become stronger during these 5 days." Lost in thought, Yoan was startled when the door was suddenly flung open. He glanced at the door and wondered inwardly, It's not time for the door to open yet." From behind the door, a person in a black cloak approached Yoan, radiating killing intent. "And who is this person to have such a dense killing intent directed at me?" A hand with sharp claws and emitting a reddish-black chi. In an instant, his entire body was enveloped by that purple force. Yoan was shocked, recognizing the technique the opponent was using as the void grasp. The old man's face was ferocious, and his 2 eyes glowed purple, filled with killing intent. He raised his old hand and said, "So you're the one called Cheon Yoan." In a certain manner, the lights were still brightly lit even at night. The previous night, in the garden of the Poison Demon Clan in the western part of the inner castle of the Heavenly Demon Cult, Cheon Jong-yeom was groaning in pain, sweating profusely. Isn't this my nephew, Jong-yeom?" Cheon looked at Jong-yeom, his whole body trembling. "You immediately." His face darkened as he commanded the subordinate behind him. "Immediately report this matter to the clan lord, the second son of the Poison Demon Clan Lord, Baek Moonung, and Cheon Jong-yeom's maternal uncle." Elsewhere, Baeko forcefully crumpled a piece of paper. He pressed one hand to his forehead, while the other trembled as it clutched the paper. A man shot up and said loudly to Baeko, "We can't just let this go, Clan Lord. There's no need to wait until that bastard leaves the Demonic Academy." A man sitting opposite slammed the desk and added angrily, "If we send an assassin from the Salma clan, we can take care of that bastard by hiring an assassin from the Salma clan. We can do it without the gods or ghosts knowing. There's no need for that. If we make a backroom deal with a martial arts instructor from the Demonic Academy, we can kill him. What do you think? No need for that either. If we hire the servants in the dormitory to poison his food, that guy's life won't last long." Baeko rested his chin on his hand, ground his teeth, and said angrily, "All of you shut up. Don't do anything foolish. Have you forgotten what a predicament the incident with Lady Hua 6 years ago put our Poison Demon Clan in?" Cheon slammed the desk and shouted in his face, "But Clan Lord, if we let this matter go, where will our Poison Demon Clan's pride be?" Baeko still calmly soothed him. "Don't be so foolish. If we could regain our pride in that way, why did the Yin Demon Clan stay quiet when Cheon Wanrio's arm was cut off?" He placed both hands on the desk, his eyes terrifyingly serious as he looked at the group. Think about it again. Since Lady Wa's death 6 years ago, hasn't the cult lord always been looking for an excuse to weaken the 6 major clans? If you touch a cadet who has entered the demonic academy now, won't that be giving the cult lord the perfect excuse to deal with us? Poison Demon Clan Lord, Guodokmajang Beko, former Heavenly Demon Cult Elder, Qian Ung ground his teeth in anger, his whole body trembling with rage. Then are you saying we have to endure this grievance until that bastard leaves the demonic academy? Beko stood up from his chair preparing to leave. That is the best way, but there is a better way. He leaned on his staff and turned resolutely. That is for me to go and meet the left guardian myself. Beko pulled his hood deep over his head, went to a cave and overpowered another person by force. His nails were long and sharp and his gaze shot forward like a bullet. Yoan was suppressed by him, sweating profusely in pain. I used 10/10 of my power, but I still can't resist. This person is a master who transcends what I can imagine. He looked at Beko, carefully observing his every move. The killing intent he emits is terrifying, and his hostility is thick. Why would such a master come to the confinement cave? I can't understand it at all, but it's clear he didn't come with good intentions. Yoan clenched his trembling hand and slowly raised it. If I don't move at all, I will meet with disaster sooner or later. The person below him was very surprised. How can this be? Beko saw him raise his hand and thought to himself, this kid, he's resisting with his physical body without using internal energy. Could his external art be that strong? He glared and began to move his fingers. Unacceptable. Yoan was suddenly pulled hard toward Beko and cried out inwardly. He raised his hand high and a stream of power enveloped his entire body. Beko pulled him close and choked him. Yoan ground his teeth and looked at him in pain, and the system kept murmuring, detecting a powerful energy being released from the enemy's hand. It could be a threat to the user's body. Master, it is recommended to deploy emergency defense mode. No, wait, Nano. Beko looked at him angrily but had no intention of letting go. Don't act rashly. If you move carelessly, we could both suffer internal injuries. Until I know that person's purpose for being here, don't do anything, Nano. After a long silence, he finally opened his mouth. And yet you don't resist with internal energy. You punk, your judgment is quite good. Hearing Beko mention his grandson's name, Yoan immediately thought of Qian Zhongyom. I was wondering who the one who dared to cripple my grandson was, but now that I see you, you're quite something. Grandson? Could he mean Qian Zhongyom? He thought to himself as he looked at him. And he was still filled with anger. Then that person is the Poison Demon Clan Lord, Guodokmajang Beko. Of course you must know why this old man has come to find you. Sweat poured down Yoan's entire body, but he dared not resist. Is that person going to kill me himself? How can I escape this crisis? Just by feeling the power in that person's hand, I know that if I resist, my neck will be snapped right away. He ground his teeth in frustration at the fact that he had to die early. Am I going to die just like this? No, it's still too early. I haven't even avenged my mother yet. Beko looked up as if he had discovered something. How this punk. He saw Yoan grinding his teeth, looking at him with a sharp, angry gaze. He's only 15, yet he faces the death before him without fear and holds a grudge against me. Beko gripped his wooden staff tightly and snorted coldly. You punk, I'll have to teach you a lesson. He swung his staff and sent him flying. Yoan cried out in pain as his back slammed hard against the rock wall. The forceful impact caused serious injuries to his body, and he spat out blood. When Beko raised his hand toward him, rotating rays of light gathered in his palm. He used his power again to pull Yoan toward him. Beko ground his teeth and looked at him. After taking that blow, he won't dare to be arrogant now. He choked Yoan's neck tightly, causing his whole body to stiffen. What is this? Beko looked straight into his eyes, and a slight sense of unease crept over him. The grudge against me hasn't disappeared at all. He was still holding Yoan's neck and calculating something. For the one who destroyed my grandson's dandian to have such a great grudge, it's truly unbelievable. If I let this punk live now, he will surely bring great disaster in the future. Suddenly, he asked Beko a question. Are you planning to break the cult's rules and kill me here? You punk, do you dare threaten me? Yoan's feet were hanging in the air, not touching the ground. If I kill you with mountain poison, it's the same as eliminating your corpse and leaving no trace. Who would know I was the culprit then? Yes, if you do that, no one will really know. He smiled coldly, not at all afraid of the threat. But if I disappear from this demonic academy, won't the biggest suspect be all of you from the Poison Demon Clan? Angered by Yoan, he choked his neck even harder. At such a young age, his cunning and martial arts skills are this terrifying. To face a death where poison erodes the body and still be so calm and composed, frightening. If I let this punk grow, perhaps, Beko also replied calmly. If this wasn't the demonic academy, I would have already killed that punk. You punk. It's praiseworthy that you're quite clever, but unfortunately you crippled my grandson. Now that your life is in my hands, how will you struggle? He suddenly let him go. You're right, I can't kill you here. But I will make one promise suddenly. Beko's eyes glowed purple. The moment you leave this demonic academy, I will make it so you can neither live nor die. I will break your bones and your flesh will be scraped off and fed to the dogs. Yoan was trapped in the energy prison, somewhat afraid. And I will destroy your dantian, making you suffer the pain of kneeling and begging me to end your life. Killing intent. That person's killing intent is too terrifying. He smiled with great satisfaction, swung his hand, and at Beko's gesture, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. He took a pill from his bracelet. I have to go now, so before I leave, I'll give you a gift. Why is that person using telepathy? Beko quickly stuffed the pill into Yoan's mouth. This gift will allow you and me to meet again soon. In the end, under his pressure, he swallowed the pill. Beko stared at Yoan with cold eyes. This is not a poison that kills instantly, but if you speak of the poison pill I just fed you, regardless of the cult's rules and suspicions, I can kill you instantly. He swung his hand and pushed him back hard, and Yoan once again slammed hard against the rock wall. Beko turned his head with a challenging expression. Then I will wait for the day we meet again, you foolish punk. He turned and walked out of the cave, leaving him behind. Yoan watched his departing back, grinding his teeth in anger. The soldiers outside saw Beko emerge and once again blocked the path with a stone, but suddenly a person appeared and blocked his way. Clan Lord Bek, are you keeping your promise to me? Wah Mi-ung frowned and looked at Beko. He closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. As promised, I only gave that punk a bit of physical pain. How could I not listen to your advice? He remained silent, saying nothing, and let Beko ramble on. All right, Left Guardian. I admit I lacked self-control and was a bit heavy-handed, but I only gave that punk internal injuries. It's not as bad as you might worry. Hearing his words, Wah Mi-ung frowned and sighed. I understand. Beko bowed low and thanked him politely. Thank you for your help, Left Guardian. From my position, I hope you won't make things difficult for me. For the 4 years that punk is in the demonic academy, do not touch him. This is the promise you made to me. I hope you keep your promise and do not speak of this to anyone else. He looked at Wah Mi-ung with a resolute gaze. Left Guardian, do not worry, this old man will keep this secret until I go to my grave so no one will know. Beko leapt forcefully in front of him. The bright moonlight, Wah Mi-ung watched his departing back. He turned his head and looked at the place where Yoan was imprisoned. Wah Mi-ung frowned and thought to himself, Kid, this superintendent can only protect you from external threats for 4 years. Inside, Yoan was still on his knees suffering. What happens after that is up to you. Cheon Yoan. Inside the dark cave, Yoan clutched his stomach and coughed in pain. The system informed him about the effects of the pill. A harmful mixed toxic substance is penetrating the user's body through the esophagus. Quickly expel the toxic components from my body. Yoan straightened his body and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. That damn old man's goal is to gradually weaken my internal energy, make me lose all of it by the end of the 3rd stage test, and then have me expelled from the demonic academy. By then, that old man will be able to kill me openly. But as he thought of the old man, he smiled in contempt. But I'm sorry to say, old man, there's one thing you didn't predict, and that is the existence of Nano inside my body. Yoan's serious gaze was fixed forward as he commanded the system. Nano, remove all toxic components from my body. Black beads of sweat slowly seeped from his body. Understood, Master. I will track and expel all toxins within your body. The foul stench pricked Yoan's nose, forcing him to cover it. I know there isn't much, but the smell is too foul. All the toxins in his body had been expelled. He was very surprised that the system was so powerful. The remaining medicinal herbs broke through all the acupoints of the 14 meridians, and at the same time reacted with the energy source that stimulated the Dantian, helping to expand it further. To think it would have the same effect as the demonic dragon pill. Yoan sat properly and began to cultivate. If that's the case, I must immediately circulate the Muchin internal art that Master passed down to me. If I'm right, this is a chance to turn a crisis into an opportunity. It is recommended to promote the user's metabolism. An aura of power soared high into the sky around him, emitting light. As Yoan slowly opened his eyes, his face was already stained with sweat. He turned his palms and created a small ball, extremely excited. This is truly unbelievable. Before, my internal energy was just a little over 1 cycle, but now it has increased to 1.5 cycles. That Guodokmajang probably never imagined that the little gift he gave would turn into such a great present. After finishing his training, Yoan wiped the sweat from his body with his clothes. But anyway, how could a person from the Poison Demon clan invade this place? If it weren't for Nano, I would have met with a great disaster. He wiped his face and thought about all that had happened. In any case, this was all due to my misjudgment. This time, I was lucky enough to turn a crisis into an opportunity, but next time, I will never make a rash judgment. Yoan held the smelly thing and couldn't help but complain. Oh my god, I'll have to throw these clothes away. Suddenly, a stream of chi flew from behind, startling him. Yoan turned his head and looked curiously in the direction it came from. What is it? He felt a very small but faint breeze from behind. When he looked, he was surprised to see a crack in the stone wall. From the cracked wall, Yoan thought back to when he had hit the wall earlier. Come to think of it, I think I heard a strange sound then. Does that mean it's completely empty behind it? He approached and knocked on the stone wall. The wall shattered. Yoan looked inside and was very surprised. He observed and thought, I barely used any strength, yet it broke like this. If I dig just a little more, I might be able to break through. Yoan got on his stomach and crawled with all his might to the other side of the wall. Where he crawled out, he saw a path and was very surprised. Yoan stood up straight and looked around. I thought there would be a wide cave behind, but I didn't expect it to be a passage leading somewhere. In his mind, he commanded the system to turn on its lens. Nano, turn on night vision mode. Activating night vision mode in the user's eyes, Yoan walked slowly 1 step at a time to search for traps. Could it be that it was intentionally blocked off? If so, there must be some secret hidden here. While searching, the system suddenly informed him, Master, I have discovered a luminous light deep inside the passage. Luminous. Could it be a night luminous pearl? Yo-un gradually approached the cave entrance from which the light was coming. It was so bright there that he covered his eyes with his hand. It's getting brighter. Nano, turn off night vision mode. Deactivating night vision mode in the user's eyes. As Yo-un got closer, the light shone even more brightly. When he arrived, he was very surprised to see a huge structure. Yo-un was too shocked to speak. Where on earth is this? He jumped down from a high place and landed lightly. Yo-un looked around, taking everything in. To think such a place was hidden in the confinement cave. He approached a door blocked by stones. That must be the entrance to this place. Since it's blocked like this, it seems no one really uses it. Yo-un suddenly looked down at his feet. What are these scratch marks? He sat down to observe the marks on the floor. There's more than one, judging by the drag marks on the floor. They look like they were made by stone tablets. Suddenly, something came to Yo-un's mind. Stone tablets, could it be? He quickly called the system and gave a command. Nano, activate augmented reality mode. Recreate a stereoscopic image of the blue jade stone tablet from the first floor of the library of secret manuals. Activating augmented reality mode to collect information in the user's eyes. The system recreated the stone tablet for Yo-un. Master, I have completed the recreation of the stereoscopic image of the blue jade stone tablet stored on the first floor. After examining the tablet, he continued to request, Nano, do you see the marks left on the floor? If possible, compare them with the marks of the blue jade stone tablet. It immediately received the command, Yes, Master. I will compare the sizes of these marks with each other. Yo-un walked past the stone tablets and entered the center. After investigating for a moment, the system quickly reported to him. After comparing the marks here with the stone tablet from the first floor of the library, they are a perfect match. Yo-un stopped in front of a stone tablet and observed it. As I thought, these were one. Nano, recreate the stone tablet from the second floor of the library. Understood, Master. After searching for information for a few seconds, the system quickly reported. After a moment of inference and calculation, this is the original location of the stone tablet from the second floor of the library. He looked up at the tablet and smiled coldly. So it was here. This is where the blue jade stone tablets from the library were originally located. Yo-un went behind a stone pillar and looked up. I don't know why these tablets were moved, but why were they not kept in one place and instead divided among the floors of the library of secret manuals? And what on earth is this pillar? He looked up as if he had discovered something. Above it were 4 large characters, and Yo-un could not hide his surprise. He slowly read the words above one by one. Heavenly Demon Sword Art. The back of a dignified man appeared in Yo-un's thoughts. When one thinks of the strongest in the demonic cult, the cult lord comes to mind, and the martial art that the cult lord trains in is the peerless divine art called the Heavenly Demon Divine Art. Any disciple of the demonic cult knows of the Heavenly Demon Divine Art, and it is even famous as one of the 3 great divine arts of the Central Plains martial world. He widened his eyes and thought deeply about the characters above. What on earth is this Heavenly Demon Sword Art? Is it an internal energy method or a sword technique? Why have I never heard of it? After a long while, Yo-un stood motionless in place. Guard Jang told me that the cult lord trains in the strongest martial art of our cult, the Heavenly Demon Sword Method. Could this be the name of the peerless sword technique left on the stone tablets in the library? He called the system to find out more. Nano, can you compare this calligraphy with the calligraphy of the other poems on the library's stone tablets? As a result of the analysis, the calligraphy is identical. Yo-un recalled his conversation with his master. Aren't you very disappointed? In the past, rumors circulated that these stone tablets hid a peerless sword technique containing the lifelong enlightenment of the heavenly demon ancestor. The ancestor's enlightenment. Ha, he smiled as he looked at the characters. The lifelong enlightenment of the heavenly demon ancestor. I never thought the real name of that peerless sword technique would be the Heavenly Demon Sword Art. Suddenly the holes carved into the dragon caught his attention. What are those holes? It looks like a dragon ascending to the heavens. He speculated about the small holes. What are those? What on earth do they mean? Are these holes related to numbers this time? Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Yo-un was exhausted and sat down, thinking. There are 24 holes, so does that mean the Heavenly Demon Sword Art has a total of 24 forms? I can't find the connection between them. He closed his eyes tightly and began to calculate the situation. There must be some meaning. Why do those holes have the shape of a dragon ascending to the heavens? Yo-un's eyes flashed for a moment. No ascension. He hurriedly raised his head and looked closely again. Light began to shine from the holes in the ceiling. Could it be? The light was so strong that Yo-un immediately lowered his eyes. It's too bright. He knew well in his heart. The secret wasn't hidden in the darkness, but right in the dazzling light. Could this be reverse thinking? The ancestors. That's right, among the things left by the heavenly demon ancestor, what could be obtained easily? As his eyes adjusted to the light, Yo-un looked at the stone pillar again and called the system. Nano, is there a way to adjust the intensity of the light when I look at that? It is possible. Master, I will turn on the wide field vision mode, adjusting the intensity of the light entering the eyes. After the system made the adjustment, he was very surprised. How is this possible? He asked it to zoom in on the pearls on the ceiling. Very small characters were written on the night luminous pearls. Seeing the characters on them, Yo-un was very excited. This is it, this is it. He commanded the system to scan the sentences on the pearls. Nano, scan all the characters on the night luminous pearls. Understood, Master. The system immediately began the scan. It arranged the stones and then showed them to Yoan. Then recreate a stereoscopic image of it on this wall so I can see it up close. Proceeding with recreation as a 3D image of the night luminous pearl, he scanned it back and forth to see the characters on it. Nano, can you separate the characters on the night luminous pearls and analyze if they are related to a martial arts formula? Yoan was very surprised to hear what the system had compiled. There are diagrams and characters carved on a total of 24 night luminous pearls, from which an internal art formula can be inferred. From the stones it formed a red band. Yoan was flustered and thought to himself, so this was the meaning of the round holes drilled into the pillar. Nano, erase everything except for the 24 night luminous pearls. The system received the command. Understood, Master. Suddenly, a faint red circle appeared and unfamiliar characters were added along with the diagram. He touched it lightly. This is the internal art formula, although it's similar to an energy circulation formula. To perform the forms, you must circulate your internal energy through the specified acupoints. Suddenly, Yoan's pupils contracted in surprise. Why are the forms of the heavenly demon sword art so familiar? Could it be? He couldn't help but be suspicious as he recalled this matter. How can this be? Why are the forms of the heavenly demon sword art? Yoan calmly analyzed. Usually an internal art is an energy circulation formula for increasing internal energy while sitting or lying down, but this is too strange. Really too strange. I must try training in it first. He continued to ask for the system's help. Nano, transmit all the forms and formulas on the night luminous pearls to my brain in order, starting from the dragon's head. The system replied. Understood. Master, I will transmit all of them to your brain. Yoan closed his eyes tightly and took a deep breath. I must regulate my breathing according to the internal art formula. He slowly began to absorb the energy. A powerful energy was moving rapidly along the 14 meridians of his entire body. Proceeding with data collection and analysis after that, he opened his eyes wide and moved his body back. His hands were ready to assume a stance, and his feet stepped firmly on the ground. Then Yoan continued to display various attacks and offensive stances. At this time, the people guarding outside were still dozing off. Inside, Yoan was still frantically attacking, drenched in sweat. A resolute stance facing forward, he panted and opened his mouth. Nano, how long was I just mindlessly training? The system informed him. Master, you have just been continuously training for 1 shichen. Yoan was startled. What? I've been training continuously for 2 hours? He could feel his power growing stronger and stronger. To think I've trained for 2 hours and not only am I not tired, but I feel refreshed. I can feel my energy circulation speed gradually increasing each time I repeat the forms. The system explained to Yoan, in fact, the energy circulation in your body is also gradually accelerating. Only then did he gradually understand. Is that so? Then I should try circulating my internal energy a little. He continued to rotate the top of his foot to create an energy source. The energy gradually accumulated in one place accordingly. Subsequently, it surged powerfully like firepower. Yoan shouted in surprise. Ha! It's definitely gotten faster. He looked at the power in his hand and was overjoyed. If my energy circulation speed is this fast, I'll be able to release my chi as I please. Good. Yoan clenched his fist. It's indeed incomparable to the Muchen internal art. This is truly a peerless internal art. At the same time, he subconsciously looked up at the pillar engraved with other characters. Sword forms, moves, and internal art. The 3 were combined into one. Now I understand why it's called a sword art. The heavenly demon ancestor is truly a divine being. Suddenly he knelt and bowed his head to express his gratitude. Ancestor, please accept this descendant's deep bow. Time passed, and a few days later, someone was speaking. According to the current information, the young lord of the Saber Demon Clan, Qian Yuchan, already has 4 name tags, and next is Qian Jiang, of the Sword Demon Clan with 2. He continued worriedly. Finally, Cadet 74, Sama Tak of the JWAU clan also snatched 2 name tags, and he added. Besides them, other cadets have each taken 1 name tag, so now 11 team leaders have already appeared. Heo Bong anxiously stated that the current situation was very difficult. Only head instructor Ho Jinsong's name tag is left. Go Guanghyuk crossed his arms and agreed. That's right. The thing I was most worried about has finally become reality. Heo Bong ground his teeth in anger. Those 3 bastards have taken almost all the name tags, and yet no one dares to step up and blame or criticize them. Go Guanghyuk replied lightly. If we had outstanding skills like them, we could have done the same. Those 3 have already reached the superior master level, or perhaps even the pinnacle of the master level. Besides, they formed their own factions a long time ago, so they shouldn't be trifled with. Ga Yumin pouted and sighed. If things continue like this, it's as clear as day that we'll be in danger. Hearing this, Oh Yung opened his mouth, displeased. In any case, it's for the best. What's still fortunate is that we were able to filter out those opportunistic bastards with this chance. Mengshil also scratched his head and had to admit it. Wang Qian and Ho Dai Miang, those 2 bastards really. Go Guanghyuk whispered, they are guys who walk a different path from us. Heo Bong also agreed with Go Guanghyuk. From the moment I heard the news that the Lord had destroyed Qian Zhongyom's Dantian, I felt that something was strange about those 2. He recalled the day Wang Qian and Dai Miang left. Sorry, I want to go with you all, but it seems this wish cannot be fulfilled. Heo Bong said reproachfully. As soon as they found out the Lord was being punished, they decided to leave the team without the slightest hesitation. If they act like opportunists, I guarantee it will be difficult for them to survive in other teams as well. The space suddenly fell into silence. Heo Bong hurriedly encouraged everyone. Why has the mood become so down? Come on, let's not think so negatively. He opened his eyes wide and pointed a finger. We lost 2 opportunists, but in their place we gained someone who can take on 100 men. Baek Ji-ai, who had joined them, replied with dissatisfaction. Don't overestimate me like that, Go Guanghyuk quickly retorted. It's not an overestimation. If you hadn't joined us, Baek Ji-ai, it would have been difficult for us to escape the crisis while the Lord was locked away. Oh Young also added gratefully. That's right, if it weren't for you, Baek Ji-ai, all the members of this team would have scattered. Thank you really. Baek Ji-ai was a little awkward. I was just indebted to Cadet 7, so I wanted to help him. I just don't know if he will accept me. Go Guanghyuk smiled brightly and replied, if the Lord didn't like you, why would he have helped you? Baek Ji-ai just chuckled and accepted it. That's true. Under the sun's rays they stopped talking for a moment. Alright, enough chatter. Let's practice the 7 demon swords a bit more before dinner. The Lord will be released tomorrow, so we must master the 7 demon swords so as not to be a burden to him. It was dinner time around dusk. As they were about to enter the cafeteria door, Baek Ji-ai suddenly turned in another direction. Go Guanghyuk was puzzled. How are you skipping dinner? Baek Ji-ai turned around and replied in a low voice. I usually don't eat dinner, only lunch. You guys go ahead and eat. Go Guanghyuk paused upon hearing that. In that case, I think I'll skip dinner too. You're skipping dinner? He grinned and said. Right now you are our temporary team leader, so how can I not protect you? Baek Ji-ai sighed and reassured him. Don't worry too much, I'm just going to the private training room. Then he hurriedly waved his hand and said goodbye. Anyway, when we leave the training room, we'll all go back to the dormitory and be together. So it's fine, you go and eat. Ma Chil made an annoyed expression. What on earth is he thinking? Ga Yumin was helpless, just looking at him. This guy is a glutton with a situation like this. Oh Young had no choice but to step up, and Heo Bong and I will follow him. You go eat. Go Guanghyuk, can you guys protect him? Heo Bong was surprised. Me, Oh Young continued. Didn't you say he is our temporary team leader right now? Go Guanghyuk was excited. Then thank you, I'll leave Baek Ji-ai in your care. Heo Bong froze blankly. Hey, why don't you even ask my opinion? Once the decision was made, they followed Baek Ji-ai. He saw the people following him and turned his head to look. Aren't you guys eating dinner? Oh Young replied nonchalantly. We won't die from skipping one meal, he praised him happily. Who said you are our temporary team leader now? So where you go, we follow, Baek Ji-ai teased. If you're so worried, let's all starve until Cadet 7 returns. They arrived together at a rather luxurious and classical place. Baek Ji-ai pointed at the building opposite them. So you don't need to follow me any further. Oh Young was quite surprised. We didn't know, he suggested. Since we've already come this far, let's just… Suddenly, Baek Ji-ai noticed something. Huh? He raised a hand in front of them to stop them, and Oh Young was puzzled. Oh, what's wrong? Many strangers were approaching. In this situation, Heo Bong and Oh Young had no time to react. What is it? Baek Ji-ai ground his teeth with a horrified expression. They were surrounded by a group of people in an instant. Baek Ji-ai couldn't understand it, but he still judged the situation calmly. Seeing that they're holding wooden swords, they must have been ambushing us here for a long time. Heo Bong glanced. How that bastard! Footsteps approached. Heo Bong recognized him with just a glance. Haha, In Myung, the 3 of them. Baek Ji-ai, Heo Bong and Oh Young were surrounded from behind by In Myung's group. Baek Ji-ai realized the situation was bad and clenched his jaw in anger. You guys, at this time 2 guys suddenly jumped out, weapons in hand and smirks on their faces. Team leader, are you well these days, or is it better to abandon your team members and be with new ones? Hearing their mockery, Baek Ji-ai frowned and snorted coldly. Oh Young's eyes widened and he shouted, what are you trying to do? A sarcastic voice rang out. Kaka, are you really asking because you don't know? In Myung extended his hand and demanded bluntly. Hand over the golden tag. Baek Ji-ai gripped the golden tag tightly, looked straight at In Myung and said in a firm voice, do you think I'll listen to you? He replied nonchalantly, not wavering at all. If you don't listen, I'll show you what suffering is. Then In Myung smiled wickedly. Ah no, his face was fierce, but he couldn't hide the sinister and cunning look in his eyes. I won't let that damn Cadet 7's worthless ideals take root anywhere. Oh Young shouted in anger. What worthless, you son of a bitch? Meanwhile, Baek Ji-ai was thinking about what to do. He was angry, but his mind was a mess and he couldn't do anything. I've only just entered the peak level. I don't have the ability to face 30 warriors with first-class internal energy. The image of him smiling with a raised corner of his mouth and an arrogant face came to mind. Besides, that guy In Myung is definitely not less skilled than me. Then Baek Ji-ai decided to send a telepathic message to Oh Young. Oh Young, I'll pass you the name tag. You and Heo Bong run away. Oh Young was surprised to hear that and replied, how then what about you? Baek Ji-ai sighed. It's difficult for all of us to escape anyway, Baek Ji-ai bravely suggested. I have to hold them off. Oh Young immediately objected. We have to fight together. But Baek Ji-ai, having made up his mind, urged him firmly. Don't be a fool. If the name tag is taken, the team will scatter again. If it's taken, even when the 7th young lord comes out of the confinement cave tomorrow, the team will be gone. His next words startled Oh Young. Anyway, the 7th young lord has no way to snatch the head instructor's name tag. In Myung waved his hand to command them, guessing inwardly. They're definitely talking to each other via telepathy. At his signal, his subordinates charged forward imposingly. Do you think I'll let you be? Go. Baek Ji ground his teeth and took out the golden tag. Then he suddenly threw the golden tag to Heo Bong, and Heo Bong, who was tense, was startled. Heo Bong's eyes widened as he looked at Baek Ji. Then he looked at the golden tag in his hand, bewildered. Baek Ji charged forward with a sharp gaze. Although as the former team leader I feel a bit sorry. He split the opponent's weapon in two with one kick, but I can't forgive such a dirty act. Seeing that, their faces turned pale and their mouths fell open in shock. Baek Ji clenched his jaw and attacked, and before they could come to their senses he launched another kick, making them all collapse in pain. A few of those behind were terrified and froze on the spot. The very next moment Baek Ji rushed over their heads like a whirlwind. He struck one guy's face hard, making him lose his balance and spray blood everywhere. In Myung, who was standing to the side, didn't waver at all, raising the corners of his mouth in an interested smile. Throughout the process he observed Baek Ji closely. Baek Ji isn't much of a threat yet. Like me, he's only just entered the peak level. Baek Ji placed his hand on the ground and unleashed a technique. Right at this moment he turned his head and shouted, "Now's the time, run quickly." Heo Bong glanced at Oh Young and said, "Let's go." Oh Young also ground his teeth and clicked his tongue. Suddenly at this moment the cloth on Heo Bong's head flew off and one of In Myung's group shouted, "Get him. That bald bastard has the name tag." Heo Bong turned his head in anger and shouted, "You son of a bitch, who are you calling bald?" Baek Ji couldn't stand it anymore and raised his voice to urge them, "Shut up and run." In Myung's subordinates chased the two closely. "Stop there, you damn bald bastard." They increased their speed, but those bastards kept sticking close. Heo Bong looked back worriedly at the distance. Oh Young turned his head to look at him. "This is wrong. Heo Bong's chingdong is not enough to shake those guys off." Oh Young had no choice but to stop abruptly. He extended his hand and demanded, "Give me the name tag." Heo Bong panted as he handed over the golden tag. As soon as he caught it, Oh Young shouted, "Heo Bong, run for your life." As soon as he heard that, he ran for dear life. Got it. After that, Heo Bong turned right and ran like crazy. He was afraid as he ran. "If I get caught, my bones will be broken. I have to run to the cafeteria and tell Go Kwang Hyuk." Heo Bong clenched his jaw with only one thought in his mind. "I have to squeeze out all my internal energy and get to the cafeteria." Very quickly he arrived there. Suddenly at this moment, Heo Bong stopped. His feet suddenly stopped, leaving a long mark. Only then did Heo Bong realize, "Oh damn it, it's strangely quiet behind me. Is no one chasing me?" Inside the cafeteria, Go Kwang Hyuk, Yu Min and Ma Chil were filling their stomachs. Go Kwang Hyuk was surprised to see the person who had just arrived. "Heo Bong, why are you sweating so much? You even lost your head towel." Heo Bong was out of breath and couldn't speak properly. As he struggled to say each word, the expressions of the three changed in an instant. Right now, over by the training rooms, Go Kwang Hyuk shot up and asked in detail, "What on earth happened?" Heo Bong answered honestly, "We were attacked. Baek Ji and Oh Young are fighting them right now." They were all shocked to hear that. "What?" Without delay, Go Kwang Hyuk immediately ran outside. "Let's go." He ran out with the speed of an arrow. Go Kwang Hyuk had expected something like this to happen, but he didn't know it would come so soon. In the end, what I was worried about. Dusk fell and leaves swirled in the air carried by the wind. Go Kwang Hyuk leapt over the roofs like a flash. He was surprised to see a group of people surrounding Baek Ji. Go Kwang Hyuk jumped down worriedly and shouted, "Baek Ji." But at the sight before him he stopped blankly. "What is it?" Baek Ji was standing firmly in front of Oh Young, who had collapsed on the ground. "This is." Go Kwang Hyuk saw that his whole body was covered in wounds. Oh Young has lost consciousness. He clenched his jaw in anger. As soon as he looked up, Go Kwang Hyuk saw Yu Chan nonchalantly touching his own hair. That bastard must be the one who attacked them. A few seconds later, Heo Bong's group also ran over. Go Kwang Hyuk clenched his fist and asked loudly, "What are you doing?" Heo Bong looked at him with a bewildered expression. Yu Chan kneaded his neck and admired. Well, he made an arrogant expression and remarked, "A nuisance has appeared." Yu Chan sneered and smiled. It was just getting fun, but the string snapped. "More nuisances have appeared." Go Kwang Hyuk's eyes widened and he shouted, "Who are you calling a nuisance?" He pointed straight at him and argued, "You trashy bastards attack people who were minding their own business and you have the nerve to say that?" A hand touched Go Kwang Hyuk's shoulder and he turned around in surprise. It was Baek Ji. He hurriedly reassured him. "Calm down, Go Kwang Hyuk. They're not the ones who attacked us." Yu Chan pouted as he looked at them. Sighing, he raised a finger to remind him, "Baek Ji, you owe me a debt anyway, so think carefully. And your team's name tag has already been taken, so you have no more chances." Baek Ji frowned with a determined expression. "It's true that I received your help, but my stance hasn't changed." Yu Chan raised the corner of his mouth and smiled as he replied, "Don't be in such a hurry. Think about it slowly." He hummed a tune and said, "Anyway, there's still plenty of time." Go Kwang Hyuk's face turned ashen as he sat down on the ground and sighed. Then he looked up at Baek Ji and asked about his condition. "Are your wounds really okay?" Baek Ji looked at his own wounds, surprised, and replied, "I'm fine, the wounds aren't deep." Baek Ji lowered his head as deep regret washed over him. "It's just that the name tag was taken in the end. I'm really sorry." Heo Bong held Oh Young's arm, trembling as tears flowed ceaselessly. "Oh Young, did you hold on until the very last moment just to protect the name tag?" He couldn't hold it in and shouted, "Damn it." Go Kwang Hyuk looked up and asked Baek Ji. "What happened?" Baek Ji ground his teeth, hesitated, and couldn't continue speaking. The memory flowed to the scene of In Myung's group chasing Oh Young closely. "He went that way. Get him quickly." Suddenly at that moment his foot was caught. Oh Young was flustered and ground his teeth and his body staggered before rolling twice. A hand grabbed his hand that was tightly gripping the golden tag, and a foot stomped hard on Oh Young's body. Violently, one of them beat him wildly, while the other tried to snatch the golden tag. After receiving the golden tag from Heo Bong, Oh Young was determined not to lose the name tag even if it meant dying. However, being relentlessly pursued by over 20 cadets, Oh Young found it difficult to escape. In the end, his golden tag was snatched away. Meanwhile, Baek Ji-ai gained the upper hand and sent a kick flying toward In Myung. But since their skills were similar, it was a truly difficult fight. Not wanting to lose, In Myung cursed, "Damn it all," while fighting In Myung. Baek Ji-ai thought to himself, "If we fought one-on-one, that guy would be no match for me. Even though I've only just entered the peak master level." With the long swish of a sword, he was unknowingly attacked by one of In Myung's subordinates. Baek Ji-ai lost his balance and fell to his knees. In Myung raised the corners of his mouth and smiled triumphantly. "It's over now." But just then a voice rang out and the surroundings fell silent in an instant. "I'm truly sorry to be passing through here." Cadet 5 Yu-chan appeared. He smiled and said, "But that guy is a talent I quite cherish. Could you hand him over to me?" "How about it?" In Myung's eyes widened and he shouted, "Stay out of my business and get lost. Do you think I'm the same person I used to be?" He calmly shook his head. "Sigh, this guy really." As Yu-chan's feet slowly moved forward, wherever he swung his hand, all of In Myung's subordinates were sent flying. Yu-chan smiled and brought his face close to In Myung's. Yu-chan's face darkened and his tone was full of ridicule. "You seem to think you've gotten very strong just by gathering a few pieces of trash. What do you say, want to keep going?" In Myung ground his teeth in anger but could do nothing. You son of a bitch," he shouted so loud the sky seemed to ring. "Everyone retreat, all of you retreat." Baek Ji-ai stood up and called Yu-chan's name. He looked at Yu-chan with gratitude in his eyes. "Thank you so much." He fiddled with his hair and made a suggestion. "Now that your name tag has been taken, it will be difficult to get another one. How about joining my team?" Returning to the present, Baek Ji-ai said firmly. "Of course I refused his offer, and that's when you all came running over." Kwang Hyuk frowned, unable to understand. "I don't know why Cheon Yu-chan was so intent on recruiting you. Could it be because of the competition for the young lord's position?" He slammed his fist on the ground in anger. "That's not important at all. The problem now is that we have no options left." Yumin looked at Kwang Hyuk and said excitedly, "Damn it, what if we gather other cadets and attack another team just like those guys before?" Kwang Hyuk shook his head and stroked his chin. "No, the guys who join like that are not the people our lord is looking for. They'll only look out for their own interests. If it were our lord, he would have definitely said the same thing." Yumin sighed sadly. "Sigh, is that so?" Baek Ji-ai asked with a sad face. "Then what should we do now?" Kwang Hyuk replied cautiously. "I think there is still one more way left," Baek Ji-ai asked, dumbfounded. "Hey, surely you're not thinking of snatching the head instructor's name tag." "Snatch the name tag from him? That's beyond our abilities." Kwang Hyuk slowly stood up. "I've faced the head instructor myself, so I know better than anyone how terrifying he is. Even the other young lords have to avoid him when they see him." His face hardened and his voice was firm. "Even if you're right, I have no choice but to believe in my lord." Baek Ji-ai lowered his head, lost in thought. "So the only way is to trust and wait for Cheon Yoan." Heo Bong, carrying Oh Young on his shoulder, opened his mouth. "You guys continue talking. I'll take Oh Young to the infirmary first and come back." He took a step and then suddenly stopped. Seeing that, Yumin said in surprise, "I'll help you." Heo Bong said firmly, one word at a time, "I figured I should say what I have to say anyway. Like you, Go Kwang Hyuk, I also believe in our lord, and I believe in him more than anyone." At Heo Bong's words, Kwang Hyuk and Baek Ji-ai were surprised. "But I'm not just blindly believing in and expecting things from him. Think about it, how can a true subordinate not fulfill their duty as a subordinate?" He turned his head. "Let's say we have no other way. Does that mean we can't even try to find and gather cadets who agree with our lord's ideals until he is released tomorrow?" Kwang Hyuk's face darkened and he bowed his head. Seeing Kwang Hyuk's expression, Heo Bong was flustered and stammered. "Oh, were my words too harsh?" Suddenly, Kwang Hyuk raised his head, put both hands on his hips and laughed loudly. He clenched his fist, smiled brightly and praised him. "No, you're right, Heo Bong. How can we just blindly wait, leaving all the burden on our lord? As proper subordinates, shouldn't we do our best to help him?" "Heo Bong, you are truly befitting of the lord's first subordinate." Ma Chil approached and marveled. "That's amazing, Heo Bong." Yumin smiled and praised him. "If it weren't for your words, we would have just waited for our lord without any hope." The five of them shouted together. Their faces were filled with joy. "Let's stop being gloomy and move forward together." Oh, fighting. Scene change in a majestic forest. The next morning, around the hour of the dragon, I.M. Pyong and his subordinate ran as fast as the wind. He thought to himself, "I wonder how many days that guy can last," and they stopped in front of a tightly sealed stone cave. The cave door slowly opened. "Today is the last day of Cheon Yoan's punishment, so open the door." A man with short hair and a headband shouted inside. Cadet 7 Cheon Yoan. "Your punishment period ends today." Yoan was still maintaining a neat meditation posture, and his sharp eyes slowly opened. I.M. Pyong and his subordinate were surprised by his presence. Yoan, with his perfect body, walked out and was greeted by the early morning sunlight. He immediately noticed a big difference. This guy, his body. I.M. Pyong raised the corner of his mouth and marveled. How can that be the gaze of someone who has been locked in a dark cave for 5 days? He looked at Yoan's shining eyes. This guy's eyes are shining even more brightly than before he was locked up. At this time, I.M. Pyong pouted, pointed a finger, and asked, "Hey, where are your clothes?" Yoan hesitated, unable to answer. Well, as he took out the dirty smelly thing, the two men frowned and shouted, "Ah, what is this? Why does it smell so foul?" Pyong got angry and threw the clothes far away. "What on earth did you do to your clothes?" The subordinate who came with Pyong went inside the cave to inspect it. He stood there and looked around. Yoan, feeling guilty, glanced inside with a worried face. At this time he came out and reported, "There is nothing wrong." Hearing that, Yoan let out a sigh of relief. After confirming, Pyong opened his mouth. "Then let's go down the mountain." In fact, it wasn't that there was nothing strange, but Yoan had carefully hidden it. "I blocked that place with small stones. It's a relief they didn't find it." He asked the instructor, "How many name tags are left now?" Pyong thought to himself. As expected, that guy hasn't given up yet. He replied, "Only one." Yoan was slightly puzzled. "One? You don't mean his—" Before Yoan could finish his sentence, Pyong replied curtly, "That's right." He closed his eyes and continued, "But as far as I know, that's not the only way to get a name tag again." Yoan frowned, a slightly flustered expression on his face. Yes, this disciple is well aware. He knew well in his heart of another way. To snatch another cadet's name tag. After being lost in thought for a moment, Yoan opened his mouth. "Instructor," he conveyed a sincere wish, "this disciple has a request. Please take me to head instructor Ho Jin-song." Hearing that, Pyong wore a shocked expression. "You, what did you say?" Pyong's disciple asked back in astonishment. "Are you in your right mind, you brat? Don't be arrogant, just do what you can." Pyong turned his head and continued, "That's right, don't be reckless. I know you're in a hurry, but you have to be careful." Yoan remained silent. He said firmly to Pyong, "I am grateful for the instructor's advice, but if I think it is beyond my abilities, I will request to forfeit during the spar." He frowned, a look of disbelief in his eyes. "This brat, I thought he would have matured a bit after this punishment. If this isn't a foolish act, is he up to something with this challenge?" Pyong's disciple shook his head and sighed. "Even if you give up during the spar, do you think he'll go easy on you?" Tisk, as far as I know, he's not the type to go easy." Pyong had no choice but to turn a blind eye. "Since you're so stubborn, I have no other choice." He looked at Yoan and urged him, "But be careful not to get hurt as much as possible. Otherwise you really won't have a chance." He smiled and cupped his hands. Yoan's gaze was firm. "I will keep the instructor's teachings in mind." Scene changed. Two people were talking. "Are you saying you can become Cadet 7's subordinate now?" The man couldn't believe it and pushed Haobong hard. "Damn it, are you crazy? What nonsense is this? I don't know, get lost." He froze on the spot. Haobong's face grew sad. "This is the fourth rejection." He walked and sighed. "I guess I'll have to keep looking." At this time a group of people had gathered in the front yard. Haobong was heading there when he stopped, his face blank. He glanced ahead. "What's going on?" He approached curiously to check. "What are those guys talking about?" Just then Haobong was so surprised his jaw dropped. Before his eyes stood the imposing figure of Yoan, my lord. Onlookers murmured and whispered, "That guy, what on earth is he trying to do? Is he really going to challenge him? Isn't that Cadet 7? I think today is the day his punishment ends." "Is it? Then what he's trying to do is..." Just then Jin-song appeared and the whole yard erupted. "He's here. Oh my god, no way, it's head instructor Ho Jin-song." He looked at Yoan and thought to himself, "Is that Cadet 7? He couldn't hide the smile on his lips. "He's one of the guys I've been wanting to fight for the past few days." Yoan cupped his hands and bowed. "Cadet 7. Cheon Yoan greets the head instructor," Jin-song replied. It's been a while. You must have had a hard time in the confinement cave for 5 days." Then he held out his hand and asked, "Will you use a wooden sword or will you fight barehanded?" He replied immediately, "This disciple will use a wooden sword." The passing wind made the confrontation even more special. Loud whispers echoed, "Ooh, it's a challenge, a real challenge." Haobong's face turned pale and sweat poured down like rain. "My lord." Jin-song's hand began to move as he quickly took an attack stance. The aura emanating from Jin-song's body was immense. The onlookers were also overwhelmed and marveled. "His aura is truly terrifying. Even if it's Cadet 7, it's not going to work. Didn't even Cadet 5 have to give up on the head instructor's name tag?" Yoan frowned and thought to himself, "I've really lost a lot because of this punishment." His eyes grew determined. He resolved firmly, "So to gain the support of the cadets, I must turn the tables." Jin-song beckoned with his hand, provoking him. "Come on, I'll let you attack first." Yoan planned inwardly. The best way to turn the situation around is the demonic cults the strong are respected. Nothing is as certain as skill. I just have to prove my skills to everyone. He cupped his hands and said, "Then I shall ask for a move or two of the instructor's teachings." Yoan's gaze turned cold as he stared intently at Jin-song. He frowned and watched Yoan carefully with sharp eyes. Yoan loosened his body and let out a breath. After that, without the slightest hesitation, he charged right in front of Jin-song. And he too was surprised. Not wanting to lose, Jin-song began to gather strength in his hand. He attacked straight toward Yoan, feeling a bit triumphant inwardly. "Your saber arts are already in the palm of my hand." But at this moment, Yoan raised 2 fingers and used a different technique. Causing Jin-song to pause, he blocked Jin-song's attack with that technique and forcefully struck Jin-song's hand with his strength. Jin-song's sharp eyes looked like they would pop out in surprise. "What is this? This isn't a saber form, it's a sword form." Yoan seized the initiative and attacked him. Wherever he attacked, Jin-song blocked. Yoan's face hardened as he launched a powerful attack. Jin-song ground his teeth and laughed heartily. "To be able to break my sword chi, that's amazing. This can't be improvisation." Outwardly his face was calm, but inwardly he was delighted. "Good, it's just as I calculated." Jin-song opened his mouth. "Judging by the skill of the sword forms you can execute," he sneered meaningfully, I suppose I'll have to raise my level of martial arts a bit. Yoan stood blankly in surprise. Jinsong immediately executed the fourth form of the 7 demon swords simultaneously. The onlookers became even more boisterous. From the first form to the fourth, how can he combine them like that to achieve infinite transformations? And for the one performing it to be a supreme master truly. Yoan frowned and his face hardened. He immediately used the heavenly demon sword art. The cadets shouted in astonishment, "Ha, what is that?" Yoan and Jinsong exchanged fierce attacks, and neither was willing to lose. They were evenly matched. His face turned pale and his 2 eyes looked like they would pop out in shock. Jinsong was inwardly flustered seeing Yoan's technique. This sword form is, he thought to himself. There's no way to block this sword form. I have no choice but to raise my protective chi. Just then, Jinsong was struck and his face contorted in pain. Yoan took the opportunity to send Jinsong flying, and he was flung far away. Onlookers held their breath watching the outcome of the duel. He stood there without any expression. Jinsong fell heavily to the ground. Only then could Yoan catch his breath. He couldn't hide his joy inwardly. It was just like the stereoscopic image. The 7 demon swords is the sword-breaking form from the stone tablet. His eyebrows furrowed and his face turned ashen as he looked at Yoan. As Jinsong slowly stood up, the aura emanating from his body was still soaring. He ground his teeth and prepared an attack stance. The instructor's aura is still thick. Then the duel isn't over yet. Jinsong knelt on one knee, lost in thought. Even though I defended with 10/10 of my power, the sword chi still penetrated my body. If it were a real sword, I might have been dead already. His hand trembled as he touched the ground. Just then, a powerful energy erupted from the ground. I didn't plan on using my ultimate technique, but in this situation, I have no choice. Yoan was so surprised his jaw dropped. He's releasing sword chi? As Jinsong stood tall, the pressure emanating from his body was chilling. He began to worry slightly. When one reaches the level of a supreme master, they can use their own internal energy to expel things that have penetrated their body. To think I can't end this duel even after using the sword chi of the heavenly demon sword art. He laughed like a madman and said, "Come on, kid, now let's have some fun." Just then a flash of light startled Jinsong. The aura erupting from his body gradually subsided, and Jinsong's tightly clenched fist slowly opened. Yoan was very confused and couldn't understand what was happening. What is it? Why did he suddenly withdraw his fighting spirit? He smiled gently. Jinsong admired him and praised, "You really do surprise me." Qian Yoan. The saying, renewing oneself day by day, truly fits you. Then he took a name tag from his clothes. Anyway, Jinsong slowly approached Yoan. "I never knew our academy would produce such an unbelievable monster." The cadets shouted blankly. No way." He placed the name tag in his hand. Jinsong said clearly, "Today this head instructor sincerely admits defeat." He smiled and declared, "This name tag is yours. You are more than qualified to be a team leader." Yoan was stunned by Jinsong's words. As soon as he came to his senses, he cupped his hands and thanked the head instructor for his generosity. The cadets behind him still couldn't believe it. Is it real? In the next moment, a clamor of voices erupted. Did he really succeed? Hooray! Qian Yoan. Haobong ran over with tears in his eyes. "My lord?" Hearing the call, Yoan turned in surprise and looked closely at the person before him, puzzled. It was Haobong. He came up to Yoan, sobbing. "We have finally awaited your return, my lord." Seeing this, he couldn't help but sigh, lightly patting his shoulder in encouragement. "I made you all worry. I'm sorry." Haobong lowered his head slightly and said with a choked voice, "It's all right, my lord." Jinsong watched everything quietly, smiling to himself. When someone suddenly called out, he turned his head reflexively. "Qian Yoan." From the crowd, Baekji approached with a sad face. Everyone around was very puzzled by his appearance. Baekji, what's wrong with that guy? He also couldn't tell what he was trying to do, so he just smiled and watched quietly. Why does he look so hesitant? Could it be something important? Baekji looked flustered and awkward, avoiding his gaze. Without a word, he suddenly knelt on the ground. The action was so unexpected that Yoan couldn't help but be surprised. He was confused, his mind went blank and his whole body stiffened. Even the crowd nearby couldn't understand what was happening. Yoan was startled and stared at Baekji. Why are you doing this?" He frowned slightly, took a breath and stammered, I Baekji, thank you for your grace, young Master Qian." Ignoring Yoan's confusion, he continued to reverently express his feelings. Cadet 18 Baekji was able to escape the clutches of the Poison Demon clan thanks to the grace of young Master Qian Yoan. My life was saved by you, young Master. He looked at the kneeling Baekji and surprise surged within him. What? Cadet 18 was poisoned by the Poison Demon clan? What is this guy talking about? Before Yoan could even process his previous words, he spoke again. Young Master, you were locked in the confinement cave and suffered all kinds of hardships to help me, Baekji. Baekji cannot help but be moved by your righteous actions. At that point, his face was completely stiff and bewildered. What is this? Why do his words keep sounding so strange? The people around looked at each other with suspicion. Everyone half believing and half doubting. No way. Was Cadet 7 locked up because of Cadet 18? What else could it be? Why do you think Baekji knelt before Qian Yoan? The crowd grew even more curious. Then what on earth happened between them? Baekji bowed slightly and shouted respectfully, his face flushing slightly with embarrassment. Today Baekji request to become young Master Qian's subordinate and pledge my life in service and loyalty for all my days. Hearing his confession, Yoan froze blankly, forcing a smile as if his whole body was unable to move. Baekji, did you really come up with these words yourself? The cadets nearby began to whisper to each other. Cadet 18 is becoming Cadet 7's subordinate. Doesn't that make him a dedicated subordinate who protects his master? Didn't you hear Baek Ji speaking to his lord in the tone of a subordinate? Unlike Baek Ji's feelings, Go Gwang-hyuk's face looked very pleased. Well done, Baek Ji, even if your words were a bit clumsy. After confessing to Yo-un, Baek Ji's eyes were filled with anger as he glared at Go Gwang-hyuk as if reproaching him. You bastard, this is the last time I'm listening to you. Understood. Scene change inside a room. I.M. Pyong slowly entered and reported the current situation to Jin Song. Head instructor, are you alright? Do I look like someone who cares so much about face? He turned his back and quietly replayed the recent duel in his mind. In any case, that guy was skilled enough, so he deserved to win. I.M. Pyong's face stiffened for a moment. That guy is truly amazing, but could it be that the right guardian taught him that sword art? Jin Song suddenly fell into thought. If he's a supreme master, it's possible. I.M. Pyong, looking a bit uncomprehending, slowly fell into thought. Is that so? He frowned and searched his memory. But as far as I know, the right guardian is a master renowned for his saber art, so how could he teach a disciple sword arts? Although very curious, I.M. Pyong still turned and asked him, Head instructor, aren't you going to your office? Sunlight streamed through the window and Jin Song walked toward the stairs, not forgetting to give an instruction. You go in first. I'm going to get some air. His footsteps suddenly stopped. Above, the wind was blowing harder and harder. Jin Song called the name of the person standing majestically before him. Superintendent. Hwa Myung's face showed clear displeasure. You're here? Jin Song was startled for a moment. Head instructor, the destination is Building D. Then he quickly snapped out of his thoughts. If the superintendent hadn't informed me via telepathy, it probably would have been difficult for me to control myself. Hwa Myung's gaze was lost in deep thought about what had just happened. I know, in the face of such sword forms, anyone would become impulsive. Jin Song fell silent, his mind drifting into a grand reminiscence. Superintendent. In my youth, I participated in hundreds of battles with both the righteous and demonic factions, and of course I fought alongside the cult lord more than a few times. Hwa Myung frowned slightly, quietly listening to his every word. Jin Song's voice mingled with the wind and scattered into the air. As you served as the guardian by the cult lord's side, you would know better than I. The image of a determined Yo-un charging forward surfaced clearly in his memory. At that time, it was as if a whirlwind was wrapped around his body. The sword forms that Cheon Yo-un executed, I saw them clearly with my own eyes, so there's no mistake. His sword art is almost identical to the cult lord's heavenly demon sword art. No, in fact, his sword art seems even more terrifying. A cold aura emanated from Yo-un's entire body, and his eyes were red and sharp. The heavenly demon sword art. A peerless sword art created by the heavenly demon ancestor, the founder of the demonic cult. It is also the supreme sword art of the demonic cult, passed down only to the cult lord. According to legend, the heavenly demon ancestor was a peerless genius who, with this sword art alone, reigned over the world, making all heroes bow their heads and pledge allegiance. The more he listened to Jin Song, the more he frowned. Come to think of it, it's quite similar to the heavenly demon sword art, but it surpasses it. A sword art stronger than the heavenly demon sword art, which symbolizes the cult lord and that guy. Suddenly, Hwa Myung recalled something. Could it be that stone tablet full of scratches? Could it be that he was able to find the ancestor's lifelong enlightenment left on the blue jade stone tablet? He connected the events, thinking deeply. But on the back of that tablet, weren't all the sword marks damaged? I went to observe it several times, but I really couldn't make out anything on the back of the tablet. Then how did that guy? Now Jin Song also began to vaguely guess the problem. He looked toward Hwa Myung and opened his mouth hesitantly. Superintendent, could it be that the sword art is related to the blue jade stone tablet? Hwa Myung quickly cut Jin Song off. Head instructor Ho. His face suddenly turned serious as he carefully urged him. Keep this matter a secret for the time being. Don't tell anyone. The backs of the two men stood side by side against the vast sky. Jin Song understood his meaning well and couldn't help but admire it. As expected, the superintendent is thinking the same thing as me. Understood. Please consider this that guy's fortunate encounter, Superintendent. Scene change inside the academy. People were also gathered. The morning sun shone gently, creating a peaceful space. Through the hazy dust, Changhua approached slowly and happily. Young Master Cheon Yo-un, she went up to him and suddenly knelt. I was very moved to hear the story of how you sacrificed yourself for your subordinates. As if radiating pride, Changhua bowed to Yo-un. I heard you say that if someone is talented, you don't care about their gender, age, or sect. If you will accept me, I will dedicate my life to you and serve you with loyalty for the rest of my days. Cadet 220 from the Pasu faction, Ho Changhua. In a corner, Go Gwang-hyuk's face turned red as if embarrassed, and he looked at her with sparkling eyes. He watched her every move without taking his eyes off her. Baek Ji, who was next to him, turned his head, filled with curiosity. Why has his face turned so red? Suddenly, a flustered voice echoed in the air. Don suddenly dropped to his knees. Wait. Me too, my martial arts are a bit lacking, but if you accept me, young master, I will serve you with loyalty for my entire life. Seeing him like that, he smiled with satisfaction. If your martial arts are lacking, you can always become stronger one day. But your heart that thinks of me is what's precious, so welcome to our team. Hearing Yo-un's words, Gon was stunned in disbelief, his eyes turning red as he looked at him with emotion. Suddenly after that, he slammed his head hard on the ground. This action greatly surprised him, and even the people around were speechless. Gon continued his confession. I am Jin Gook, the eldest son of the Jin family. I now pledge to dedicate the rest of my life to serving you, young Master Cheon. Thank you for accepting me, young Master Cheon. The three people watched the scene and couldn't help but sigh and complain. This guy's actions are a bit exaggerated. Isn't he just like you, Heobong? Go Guanghyuk frowned slightly and thought deeply. Come to think of it, we've gained 3 new members, but it's still not enough. I need to pay more attention to this. But anyway, since the Lord has obtained a name tag, it's only a matter of time now. At this time, Yoan suddenly opened his mouth as if curious. Oh, but where are the other brothers? Baek Ji was silent in thought, and Go Guanghyuk quickly suggested. My lord, I think it would be best to find a quiet place first. The scene now changed to a quiet forest, and people gradually gathered one by one. Yoan seemed to have realized the heart of the matter. So that's what it was, Wang Qian and Ho Dae Myung, those bastards. He sat with his brothers and talked. Yoan did not spare his praise. I heard that Ma Chil and Ga Yumin were busy going around persuading others. You both worked hard. It was nothing, my lord. We're just grateful that you are safe. As he looked at the people before him, he suddenly paused. I see the 2 of you here, but where is Oh Young? Go Guanghyuk and Heo Bong remained awkwardly silent. Yoan suspected something and sensed that trouble had occurred. Could it be that something else happened? In the forest, sunlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating the ground below, and their whispers still echoed. And so Oh Young had to go to the infirmary, my lord. He suddenly recalled their last encounter and was lost in thought. In Myung, as expected of that despicable bastard, he still loves to plot and scheme. Yoan didn't notice at all that Baek Ji was secretly observing him, and his heart was filled with a bit of surprise and admiration. This guy seems different from before. In the past he would have been filled with anger and tried to kill someone. But now he's much calmer. Baek Ji's eyes showed clear curiosity. Perhaps he no longer tries to act alone without considering the consequences. Go Guanghyuk said in a low voice, slightly displeased, My lord, what do you think of In Myung's actions this time? Yoan analyzed the situation, thinking of how to deal with it. In the demonic academy, cadets are implicitly encouraged to snatch name tags from each other, so we can't say In Myung's actions were wrong. However, his eyes turned to his brothers who were waiting for a plan. Since none of the team members can forgive his actions, I too will restore justice for my brothers, he solemnly promised and declared to everyone. What that despicable bastard owes us, Yoan was resolute to the end, and it was as if an invisible power was emanating from his body. The wind around them suddenly picked up. We will pay him back in kind. Seeing that, Baek Ji felt a sense of helplessness and couldn't understand. Why is he no different from before now? Yellow sunlight gently filtered through the large trees, illuminating the forest. People gradually gathered. Gon asked blankly. We did as you said, young master, and incited In Myung to snatch Baek Ji's name tag. Yu Chan's face stiffened for a moment. Is that so? Are you the representative of your team? I thought it was that guy with the surname Wu. He frowned in annoyance. It's Wu Pyonghak. He suffered internal injuries and is now in the infirmary. That's why I came. Hearing Gon say that, a mocking and playful smile spread across his lips. Ah, I see. You're afraid I won't keep my promise, aren't you? When Yu Chan suddenly clenched the paper in his hand, he couldn't help but fall silent in surprise. I keep my word. But haven't you failed to complete your part of the deal? Gon was slightly flustered. What do you mean we haven't completed it? A few leaves scattered in the wind. He sneered, pointed a finger at the ground and said sarcastically, Didn't you promise to help me persuade Baek Ji? Well, is Baek Ji here now? At these words, Gon was very angry, but he still suppressed it and questioned him. Then what exactly do we have to do to satisfy you? Yu Chan held up the paper in his hand, an interested smile playing on his lips. It's nothing much. To make Baek Ji submit, he must be made to taste the greatest despair possible. This guy didn't stop there, continuing his taunts, his eyes filled with a clear look of contempt. Do you know what this is? There's a saying, sweetness after bitterness, come to think of it. You all are quite pitiful. You don't even have a team leader. Gon's anger seemed about to explode as he questioned Yu Chan. What are you talking about? Yu Chan suddenly called out a name from the crowd. Where is Yonpa? He immediately approached with his subordinate. Young master. Yu Chan glanced at Yonpa and commanded him. I will now give you a chance to atone for your sins through merit. Hearing this, Yonpa couldn't help but be overjoyed. Are you giving me a chance, young master? Yu Chan stood there and gave his instructions calmly, a satisfied smile spreading across his lips. Take all the cadets here and deal with Baek Ji. No. Snatch Qian Yoan's team's name tag and deal with them too. You know what you have to do, right? I hope you don't make the same mistake as last time. Yonpa suddenly knelt, bowed his head in gratitude and said, Rest assured, young master, I will absolutely not disappoint you. Yu Chan spoke, turning to Gon's side to taunt them. Yonpa, if you snatch the name tag, you can lead the new cadets and form a team, and you all will get a team leader, so isn't this killing 2 birds with 1 stone? He had never expected this to happen, and his face darkened. What that guy means is that we'll become his subordinates later. Damn it all. Bright sunlight shone on the eaves and mighty shouts echoed from all around. They were absorbed in their training, a powerful aura continuously emanating from them. As they were each focusing on their movements, a group approached majestically from a distance. In Myung was focusing on his training when a voice suddenly rang out. Are you Cadet 108, the former leader of Group 6, Ha In Myung? Yonpa approached with a happy face and greeted him. My name is Yonpa, Cadet 200. Only then did In Myung turn around, his sweat-stained face slightly frowning. Gon, standing beside him, looked somewhat afraid and averted his gaze with an awkward expression. He was lost in thought for a moment. Aren't the group behind them the ones who attacked Baek Ji with me last night? Speak, what business brings you here? He smiled as if excited and made a proposal. I came to discuss something. I need your help, and as you know, I don't have a golden tag. To pass the 3rd stage test, I absolutely must have a golden tag. In Myung mocked him while training. You need my help, you're a funny one. Impossible. Do you think we have a relationship where if the lips are gone the teeth will be cold? Get lost, I have to train. Yeonpa continued to propose. But what if I told you this time our target is Cheon Youn's team? Hearing this, In Myung's expression changed in an instant, and his whole body was filled with suspicion. Cheon Youn's team, seeing his emotions waver, he immediately seized the opportunity and began to negotiate. That guy's gaze has clearly changed. I have a personal grudge against Cheon Youn. I'm very resentful, and I've suffered all sorts of hardships because of him. A sinister smile spread across Yeonpa's lips as he proposed, if we snatch Cheon Youn's team's name tag again this time, won't they be disbanded? What team member would follow someone who has lost their name tag twice? Not stopping there, he immediately came up with a plan. If this succeeds, isn't it highly likely that Cheon Youn will naturally fail the third stage test? Hearing this, In Myung was suddenly lost in thought. Actually, I wanted to finish off that bastard Baek Ji last night, but considering his skills in that case I have no choice but to cooperate. After thinking for a long time, he also made a decision. Alright, let's cooperate. Yeonpa was very pleased that they had reached an agreement. Yes, that's how you should be. Thanks for agreeing to cooperate. So when do we start? He slowly opened his mouth, his tone very cunning. Right now. Yeonpa smiled sinisterly as if excited. In Myung gripped the hilt of his sword, waiting for an opportunity, a cold killing intent emanating from his eyes. Just what I like. Sunlight filtered through the large leaves, illuminating the forest. Youn was sitting on a stone chair, deep in serious thought, when he suddenly heard a shout. Everyone quickly looked around. Seeing the people in front of them, they couldn't hide their surprise for a moment. Those rat-like bastards. In Myung led his group over. The number of people following him was almost enough to overwhelm them. He excitedly raised his sword and provoked them, while Yeonpa watched from behind with a smirk. Stop hiding on the hill like rats. Youn sighed helplessly and walked toward them. I was just wondering how I was going to find you. Youn's face darkened, and he spoke sarcastically with a sharp gaze. I didn't expect you to come to me yourself, thank you very much. In Myung couldn't hold back his anger. Are you smiling without realizing what situation you're in, you idiot? He paid no attention to In Myung. Youn just stood calmly and replied, You're the one who doesn't seem to know who you're talking big to. Are you surprised? Gon suddenly stepped forward and shouted, I'm warning you to. Put down the wooden swords in your hands right now. Yeonpa ground his teeth in anger, and even In Myung couldn't help but look up in surprise. The people around them began to surround them, raising their swords ready to fight. His face darkened, a mixture of anger and bewilderment. What is going on? As the two turned their heads toward Youn repeated his earlier words. Now why don't you tell me who the idiot is? The time goes back to 4 hours earlier. Everyone was gathered in the forest behind the training room with the resonant stone. Someone suddenly opened his mouth. Pyonghak, are you really okay going alone? He turned his head and replied nonchalantly. It's fine, they told me to come alone. Gon scratched his head awkwardly. That may be so, but I'm worried. Pyonghak smiled and suggested. If we get a name tag, we can form a team. But he still seemed to have his doubts. But with only one name tag, it's too difficult for the 20 people here. We'll probably have to fight each other and get eliminated. Pyonghak had no other choice either. Even so, we can't just sit on our hands. Gon's complexion became slightly awkward. That's true. Pyonghak suddenly gave a serious warning. Anyway, to survive in this demonic academy, you must be unscrupulous. The weak have neither the right nor the reason to continue. The more he heard, the more confused and worried he became. But using Baek Ji as a bargaining chip is a bit... Seeing Gon's expression, he quickly offered a few words of advice. Stop worrying and let's leave it at that. What's the use of continuing to think about how to form a team? As long as I become the team leader, I will definitely save a spot for you. Suddenly, a figure slowly approached from a distance, and Pyonghak was momentarily startled. Wait a minute, he couldn't believe his eyes. Beads of sweat dripped down his face and his voice stammered. You're Youn. Youn just looked at Pyonghak calmly and smiled. You how? Are you that afraid of my appearance? From behind him, his brothers also rushed out in unison. When one person suddenly jumped in front of him, Pyonghak was even more shocked. Baek Ji questioned him angrily. Did you just say you were using me as a bargaining chip? Everyone behind him was shocked. Baek Ji, Hwang Hyuk warned with annoyance. You bastards who attacked us last night. Did you think you wouldn't pay the price for your actions? A few people behind Pyonghak began to whisper. We might be able to fight Baek Ji if we force it, but Cheon Youn. You'd have to be crazy to rush at that guy. What if that madman destroys another Dantian? We must never fight that madman. How many people has he put in the infirmary? As those words reached his ears, his anger exploded even more. You idiots, we have more people than them. Youn sighed as if fed up. What is this idiot talking about, bragging about having more people in front of me? Before Pyonghak could come to his senses, his dark shadow instantly appeared in front of Pyonghak. Pyonghak was shocked and couldn't believe it. What? Youn rushed in and gripped Pyonghak's hand tightly. He raised his fist and thought to himself, Control, I must control my strength. And then Youn's fist flew straight toward Pyonghak's stomach. From the sudden attack, he screamed in pain and was immediately sent flying backward. Seeing the miserable sight of Pyonghak being beaten by Youn, his brothers were all dumbfounded. Pyonghak was sent flying farther and farther by Youn's blows. Seeing this, Gon shouted in shock, Pyonghak. Now he was lying on the ground motionless. After hitting him, Youn was flustered. I thought I hit him lightly. Sensing an ominous premonition, Gon hurriedly turned his head, and a person appeared, grabbed him by the collar and questioned him. Where is it? Haobong shouted in Gon's face. Where is that name tag? Didn't you bastards break Oh Young's arm and take it last night? Gon stammered an explanation. Cadet 108 Ha and Myung took it. At this time Gwang Hyuk voiced his opinion to Yo-un. My lord, isn't it just as I expected, he sighed and replied. A greedy bastard like Ha In Myung would never hand over the name tag to them. As if he had gone mad, Heo Bong immediately hit Gon once and cursed, You damn son of a bitch. Seeing that he was about to hit him again, Baek Ji-I stopped him. Wait a minute, Heo Bong shouted in anger. Don't you get involved in this. Don't tell me you're protecting this son of a bitch because of old times. Being misunderstood, Baek Ji-I firmly denied it. No, I have something to ask him, he asked seriously. You said you were using me as a bargaining chip just now. What did you mean by that? Gon stood up and awkwardly confessed everything. Young Master Cheon Yu-chan of the Saber Demon clan said that if we attacked you he would give us one name tag. Hearing those words, Yo-un's pupils contracted. He was puzzled. Cheon Yu-chan, when Baek Ji-I heard the truth and thought of Yu-chan, anger welled up in his heart. How could this be? I thought I owed that guy a favor. I really can't believe it. Everything was just that bastard's plot. After a long silence he made up his mind and opened his mouth. So you decided to sell me out to get a name tag. Gon, who was opposite him, could only bow his head in expression. I'm really sorry, Baek Ji-I. Although he received his apology, Baek Ji-I was still filled with anger and turned away in contempt. Trash like you don't deserve my forgiveness. After Baek Ji-I left, Heo Bong rushed at Gon and attacked. You despicable son of a bitch. Heo Bong pinned Gon to the ground, beat him, and declared, Today I will pay you back exactly for what you did to Oh Young. Punches continued to rain down on his face. Suddenly a voice rang out, Stop, wait a minute. Being cut off, Heo Bong turned around in anger and shouted loudly. Again, why do you keep interfering? Gwang Hyuk gently persuaded him. Heo Bong, listen to me. Beating trash like this won't make you feel better, will it? So trust me. I will vent your anger for you and make them pay the proper price. He stood in front of Gon and calmly asked, Cadet 670, I have something to ask. Do you still believe in your promise with Cheon Yu-chan? Being questioned by Gwang Hyuk, Gon wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and asked back with a trembling voice, What do you mean by that? He frowned and questioned him. Going by your words, do you think he will give you the name tag? Gon opened his mouth and made an excuse, but he clearly promised us that. Gwang Hyuk continued to back him into a corner. Let's say he does, but your team has 20 people, so wouldn't you need 2 name tags to be enough? Gon shouted in shock. Hearing that, the cadets around him continued to complain. Don't tell me Cheon Yu-chan said he would only give us 1 name tag? Didn't you say yesterday that even if we didn't go on the raid you would give us priority in joining the new team? Gwang Hyuk continued to fan the flames. You've just been used by that guy. Once this is over you'll be scattered. How can it be the same as before? Realizing he had been exposed, Gon was afraid. Used? What do you mean? The image of Yu-chan controlling his chess pieces came to Gwang Hyuk's mind and his analysis continued. Did you not know that if Cheon Yu-chan gives you only 1 name tag you will have internal strife and eliminate each other? If you really fight each other to take the spot, that is precisely falling into the ending that Cheon Yu-chan calculated in advance. Realizing his true nature and the fact that they had been used until now, the cadets lamented. Then Cheon Yu-chan just treated us as chess pieces in his hand. Damn it, that son of a bitch. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, Gwang Hyuk provoked them triumphantly. Are you just going to swallow your anger and do nothing? He deliberately pretended to teach them and said, If you're really angry, you should get revenge on the one who used you. The flashback ended, returning to the present. At this time Gon raised his sword and commanded, I'm warning you two, put down your wooden swords right now. At these words the people around couldn't help but be surprised. Seeing his attitude, Yeonpa smirked again and mocked. Gon, what are you doing? Hearing that, Gon immediately exposed his true colors. What am I doing? Don't tell me you thought you could keep using us with the name tag as collateral? Yeonpa asked back. Collateral? He shouted in anger. Yeonpa, do you still see us as idiots you can use? Realizing he had been exposed, Yeonpa deliberately turned his gaze toward Yoan and said suggestively, Wait, I think there's a misunderstanding. It seems someone is driving a wedge between us. Knowing that he was deliberately targeting him, Yoan just ignored him coldly. But Heo Bong, who heard the ridiculous words, laughed loudly and refuted him. Drive a wedge? Do bastards who hide like dogs because they don't have the skill to snatch the head instructor's name tag, and who despicably attacked us last night even need a wedge driven between them? And you're saying we're driving a wedge? Damn it, this is the truth. What wedge is needed? Realizing Gwang Hyuk's hidden meaning, In Myung ground his teeth in anger. His face hardened as he spat out each word. Who are you calling someone who ran away because they lacked the skill? Weren't you the one who ran away like a rat when I attacked? Gwang Hyuk laughed loudly and mocked him. Well said, Ha In Myung. If you're so great, why did you hide like a dog before I even arrived last night? He declared confidently. No matter what happens I will never run away. At that declaration, In Myung ground his teeth in anger but could do nothing. At this time, Yoan was also staring at him. Now, In Myung's mind was filled with tension. What should I do now? This is no time to save face. Should I run away alone? He looked at Gon, who was holding a sword and ready to attack, and hesitated. But if I abandon my team members here, who will listen to me later? I won't be able to pass the 3rd stage test either. Meanwhile, Yeonpa's face was dark and filled with anger. Damn it, if I, Yeonpa, fail this time, that cunning young master Yu-chan will mercilessly kick me out of the group. I have to persuade these stupid bastards somehow. And he decided to reconcile. Gon, I think there's a misunderstanding between us. Yonpa forced a smile and continued to flatter him. Don't tell me you don't believe that young Master Yu-chan himself will take you in as his subordinates? If you fall for such a wedge-driving tactic, Gon cut him off and said calmly, in that case, can you give us 2 name tags? At that demand, Yonpa was immediately flustered. Gon still calmly pressed him. If he wants to take all 19 of us here as his subordinates, wouldn't he naturally need 2 name tags? Realizing the reason, Yonpa gripped the sword in his hand and cursed inwardly. Damn bastard, so that's why you betrayed me. What should I do now? If I can't persuade these guys here, this mission will surely fail. How can I make a promise rashly if, though he was furious inwardly, he still wore a troubled expression and said, I will do my best in this matter. I will personally suggest it to young Master Yu-chan so that the brothers here can get 2 name tags as they wish. Gon asked back with a surprised expression. Suggest it. Thinking Gon had fallen into his trap, Yonpa covered his mouth and gave a cunning smile. My suggestion isn't a lie, but whether he agrees is up to the young master, so I can just let the young master play the villain. Suddenly, Gon opened his mouth and interrupted his thoughts. Your proposal is quite tempting, but first, he said challengingly, I have to see if you can withstand it. Yonpa frowned and wondered, what do you mean withstand it? In an instant, Yoan appeared behind Yonpa and gave him the answer. The meaning is to see if you can withstand my attack. Yonpa shouted without having time to react. What? Since when? In a brief moment he quickly dodged his attack. In Myung threw his weapon at Yoan without hesitation and shouted, Take this, you son of a bitch. He immediately dodged the wooden stick. Yoan quickly caught it with a sharp gaze. Taking advantage of Yoan's distraction, In Myung attacked him with a wooden sword, but he quickly broke it with his bare hands. Now only fear remained in Yoan's eyes. Feeling horrified, In Myung was slightly frightened and asked himself inwardly, no way. He was flustered looking at the broken sword in his hand. Did he break my wooden sword with his internal energy? Suddenly, someone ambushed In Myung from behind and the attack sent him flying forward. It seemed someone was approaching. In Myung fell to the ground and struggled to lift his head. Baek Ji-I appeared and opened his mouth. Your opponent is me. Let's settle our new and old grudges at once. In Myung clutched his ribs and struggled to stand up with a trembling body. You despicable bastard, how dare you ambush me? Feeling something was wrong with his ribs, he worried inwardly that they might be cracked again. Damn it, of all times for my old injury to relapse. In Myung's face turned dark and cold sweat continued to flow. It's dangerous. I'm in a very disadvantageous situation. Even if I want to run now, it's probably too late. Meanwhile, his comrades were screaming like crazy and fleeing. Yonpa returned, assessed the current situation, and felt an ominous premonition. Run quickly. What are you still standing there for? They trembled in fear under Yoan's huge shadow. Damn it, how am I, Yonpa, supposed to fight the monster Cheon Yoan alone? Besides, to escape, I first have to break through the cadets of Group 12. In Myung returned and shouted in anger. You foolish bastards, what on earth are you doing? As soon as he finished speaking, his remaining comrades were instantly attacked by Baek Ji-I. Gwang Hyuk smiled cunningly and stepped forward imposingly. Then we should step up too, right? Heo Bang also bit his lip, filled with determination. Changhua heard the call and answered with burning fighting spirit. It's my first battle. I have to show our lord a good fight. Ga Yu watched from behind, only able to watch quietly with a prayerful heart for the opposing side. Gwang Hyuk opened the battle with a terrifyingly powerful fist, followed by Heo Bang and Changhua charging with all their might. Yonpa's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and retreated without the slightest delay. Baek Ji-I continued to attack with divine kicks. In Myung spat out blood from his kick, bewildered. Hearing the painful groans from all around, Yonpa knew he was in a difficult situation. Damn it, what should I do? Feeling he had no more room to retreat, his whole body trembled. We've lost, completely lost. There's no other way. The more I resist, the worse the situation will get. He let go of the sword in his hand, and as it fell to the ground, a thought came to him. Right, if I've already lost, there's only one way left. Yoan asked in surprise, What are you doing now? Yonpa kowtowed and apologized. I sincerely admit my defeat, so as a young lord, please generously forgive my mistake. He smiled triumphantly to himself. No matter how angry you are, you won't be able to harm me who is kowtowing and surrendering. Otherwise, your reputation will fall to the ground. He showed no mercy and grabbed his hair, putting Yonpa in extreme pain. Generosity and tolerance. Yoan grabbed his hair and lifted his head. His face darkened as he saw through Yonpa's scheme. Surrender? Why should I accept your surrender? If you didn't want to fight, why did you do such a despicable thing? You ask for surrender when you can't win? How can there be such a good thing in the world? He trembled, grabbed Yoan's hand and asked, Young Master Cheon, what are you doing? I said I surrendered. How can you do this? His dark face contorted as he shouted loudly. Shut up. As soon as he finished speaking, Yoan used his strength to slam Yonpa's head hard on the ground and blood splattered everywhere. His face was deeply embedded in the flat ground. At the gruesome sight, the people around turned to look with faces of bewilderment and fear. Yonpa raised his head and blood still flowed like water. He was still holding his head tightly and lecturing him. If you make a bet, you should be prepared to pay the price. I cannot forgive you. Looking at Yonpa's tearful face, Yoan reminded him, Why are you crying? We haven't even started yet. A sharp scream shook the entire quiet forest. After being tortured for a long time, he was left with only extreme panic and a faint breath. Damn it, Yonpa couldn't hold it in any longer and let out a string of curses. You son of a bitch, do you think young Master Yu-chan will let you go after knowing you abused me like this? He he asked back with contempt. Yu-chan won't let me go. At Yoan's words he was afraid. Did I hit his reverse scale? Yonpa clenched his trembling hands. But in this demonic academy right now isn't the strongest faction young master Qian Yu-chan's? That's why I threatened Qian Yoan. Even if you want to beat a dog you should look at its master. He sighed with a helpless expression. His mouth fell open and his fear grew. What? How could I have forgotten that this madman was the one who destroyed Qian Zhongyom's Dantian? Yoan once again used his strength to press Yonpa head to the ground, and his arms hung limply. He dusted off his hands and looked down on him. To faint from just this, if I had used a little more strength your head would have shattered. As Yoan stepped aside, 2 rows of people were kneeling with their heads bowed. They trembled all over and dared not look up. He crossed his arms and asked with dignity, "Where is Ha and Miang?" A subordinate answered, "Over here, my lord." To prevent them from resisting any further, immediately hit their muting and paralyzing acupoints. Baek Ji glanced at the trembling In Miang and asked, "My lord, shall I release his muting acupoint?" Yoan refused. "There's no need. His son of a bitch only needs to listen, not speak." Then he gripped his wrist tightly. As Yoan lifted In Miang's arm by force, he gritted his teeth, broke into a cold sweat and cursed inwardly. "This guy surely not?" His other hand resolutely grabbed In Miang's index finger. Crack, the sound of his finger bone breaking echoed in the quiet space. With a broken finger, thick veins popped out on In Miang's forehead from the pain, and his sharp scream made even the listeners break out in a cold sweat. Yoan calmly cut off his groan and said, "Shut up, it's only one finger, don't pretend, it doesn't hurt that much, does it? One more finger." His face darkened as he threatened. "I will repay you exactly for what you did to Oh Young." Hearing Yoan's words he did not submit and cursed inwardly. "Damn it, you son of a bitch, I'm going to kill you." In Miang's eyes widened, his pupils constricted, revealing a deeply hidden hatred as he vowed to himself. "I'll kill you. I definitely will." He saw Yoan's triumphant face and was filled with rage. "I will definitely kill you." He slapped In Miang's cheek, turning his face, and seeing that one side was uneven, he slapped the other cheek as well. He gave an order to those below, break one leg of all of Ha and Miang's team members and crush all their fingers. Hearing Yoan's command, the group was terrified, and Gon also feared inwardly. Scary. If I had accepted Yonpa's proposal just now, my end would have been no different from theirs. Watching Yoan's departing back, they replied, "We will obey your command." In Miang gritted his teeth and red spots spread from his neck to his face. His hands also trembled as red spots appeared. Then, as if possessed by something foul, In Miang gradually lost self-control and his eyes turned red. His eyes opened wide and his pupils disappeared, leaving only the whites. Heo Bong turned his head with a bright expression, and just as he was about to turn back, he saw In Miang's bizarre appearance. Heo Bong's eyes widened in horror and he shouted worriedly, My lord, be careful." But at this time, In Miang was unconscious like a starving beast rushing to find prey. Yoan heard the warning and hurriedly turned, only to see In Miang leap up and pounce on him. Heo Bong's worried shout echoed throughout the forest. "My lord." Scene change in the training ground of a certain mansion. A group of people was practicing a sword formation. During the training, Yu-chan felt something was strange. He shouldered his sword and wondered. Strange, I referred to the latter half of the 7 demon swords, but the latter half's forms are strangely crude. He looked at the group who were exhausted and panting and thought to himself, my team members have mastered the sword forms and their skills have already reached the level of first-class masters, but they are stuck at the final stage of forming a sword formation. Yu-chan held a book and said, perhaps I should calm my mind and read the secret manual again. I might have missed something somewhere. He called out, Kim Woo. Kim Woo replied, yes, young master. Looking at the book full of dense text and pictures, Yu-chan asked, looking at the book's contents, realized, what do you think? Do you think our sword formation is properly made? He hesitated and replied, this is I am Kim Woo of the Yangdu sect. He smiled and waved his hand. It's fine. If you didn't notice, then it's fine. Kim Woo asked seriously, I apologize, but I will be frank. When I saw the brothers perform the same sword forms to create a sword formation, since I had never seen a sword formation before, I felt that what everyone was training in was very ordinary. Yu-chan's face lightened up. As I thought, a hurried report was heard. Young master, the report from over there caught his attention. Where his gaze turned, a person was approaching. Another person was slung over that person's shoulder as they came toward Yu-chan. The team members were bewildered seeing the person with a covered face and asked, who are you? Stop right there. Yonpa said in a dark voice, young master, it's me. Yu-chan heard the voice and recognized his identity. Are you Yonpa? He was very curious seeing Yonpa's appearance. What happened to your face? And who are the people behind you? The unconscious In Miang was laid on the ground. Yu-chan quickly recognized him. Oh, it's Ha In Miang. His face contorted, showing a bit of regret. A few other people were also laid down as if they had collapsed in front of Yu-chan. Seeing the unconscious Guang Hyuk and Baek Ji, he was momentarily surprised. Guang Hyuk, Baek Ji, they are all Qian Yoan's subordinates. Looking at another person with a covered face, Yu-chan was curious. Then is this bastard Qian Yoan? He was very happy and turned to ask, is this bastard Qian Yoan? How did you deal with him? And how did you escape? Yonpa hesitated slightly and replied, if it weren't for Ha and Miang this time, it would have been difficult for me to escape. The tide of the battle suddenly turned when Ha and Miang entered a state of blood reversion demonic art. Hearing that, Yu-chan grasped the key point. Blood reversion demonic art. Supplementary explanation. The blood reversion art is an internal energy method that rapidly increases one's internal energy in a short time by reversing the original internal energy path. However, this is a demonic art forbidden in the demonic cult because of the terrible side effects it brings. At best, one falls into chi deviation and loses reason. At worst, one's internal energy runs rampant and leads to death. He looked at In Myung lying on the ground filled with helplessness. This crazy bastard, he's completely lost his reason. Isn't he afraid that his internal energy will run rampant and he'll fall into a mad slaughter, unable to distinguish friend from foe? What's even scarier is that he's gambling with his own life. Yu-chan was relieved. But anyway, you worked hard, Yonpa. To be honest, I didn't have much expectation of you. He smiled coldly. By the way, before I send this bastard to the infirmary, I should take this opportunity to add insult to injury. The sword chi from Yu-chan's hand flew toward Yoan. His wrist was now stained with blood. He laughed with pleasure. Did I go a bit too far? It must hurt quite a bit. Yu-chan crouched beside Yoan and smiled. It's not like I destroyed your dantian, so what's the big deal? You're pretty light on your feet. Gon watched the whole situation unfold and thought to himself in fear. To cut his wrist tendon just to be sure. He's truly a terrifying person. He never makes a move without a purpose. He lifted the black cloth covering Yoan's head. How about it? Shouldn't you be grateful to me? Yu-chan smiled, the corners of his mouth lifting. He pulled the black cloth in anticipation, but in the next moment his eyes widened in surprise. The person who had just been blindfolded was not Yoan but Yonpa. Yu-chan ground his teeth and asked with a face full of wariness, what is the meaning of this? The moment he turned his head, he saw the man in the black cloth who had just called himself Yonpa rush forward to attack. A powerful fist struck Yu-chan's face. The blow sent him flying backward. Kim Pil shouted in anger. Yonpa, are you crazy? What the hell are you doing? Another fist flew out. That fist ruthlessly struck one of the men. Kim Pil was pushed back, retreating far away. For some reason, the collapsed Kwang Hyuk stood up majestically, smiling confidently. Kim Pil narrowed his eyes, surprised by the unexpected situation. What? How are you? He opened his mouth. All right, everyone, get up. That's enough acting for now. Changhua shot up, slightly disappointed. Why the hurry? Can't you let us lie down a bit longer? Baekji stood up, stretched his muscles and spoke instead. In any case, as long as everything goes according to plan. Jiren ground his teeth in anger. You bastards, did you trick us? Kim Pil thought to himself as he saw no human shadow in the fading mist. Damn that young master Qian Yu-chan. My sense of him suddenly disappeared. He had a sudden realization. Wait, if this was a betrayal, shouldn't Yonpa have brought the cadets from Group 12? In the crowd he spotted Gon aiming his sword. Jindu-ai, who still hadn't grasped the situation, shouted in anger. Yonpa, you son of a bitch, how dare you betray young Master Yu-chan? Manbangwanjung Jindu-ai. The masked man who had called himself Yonpa slowly removed his mask. It seems none of you really trust Yonpa. The mask was removed and fell to the ground. I guess I went to all that trouble for nothing. When the masked man's face was revealed, they were all horrified. Kim Pil trembled in anger and ground his teeth. Yoan smiled leisurely. They were even more surprised to see him without a single scratch on his body. Qian Yoan, time rewinds to when In Myung went berserk. Yoan sensed the danger with a flustered expression. In Myung charged fiercely and attacked decisively. Haobong shouted worriedly, My lord, this time In Myung had no consciousness at all and attacked like a madman. Baekji ground his teeth, rushed forward and prepared to unleash his fists and kicks. A precise kick landed on In Myung's face, his other foot slid on the ground. Struck in the face by Baekji's kick, he clenched his teeth in pain and his two eyes grew even redder. Baekji was also using his full strength. Struck once, In Myung was immediately sent flying backward by the rebound. Feeling that force, Baekji was slightly puzzled. The rebound is too strong. Could it be because that guy's power is running rampant? He shouted, aiming straight at Baekji. You again? Yoan didn't let In Myung run wild, immediately appearing by his side and gripping his wrist tightly. In Myung turned his head to look at him, full of killing intent. He just gave a chillingly cold smile. Suddenly his head was flipped upside down as if suspended in midair. Yoan had swiftly lifted In Myung's body with one hand. With the sensation of being shaken up and down, blood didn't rush to In Myung's brain, and his ability to think slowed down significantly. Then In Myung was painfully thrown to the ground. He shouted loudly, spitting sticky saliva from his mouth. Yoan leaped into the air, aimed a punch from above and slammed down. He moved very quickly. A loud sound echoed in the quiet mountain. His fist struck the center of In Myung's face, embedding his head deep into the ground. Yoan thought to himself, because of the blood reversion demonic art, his body has become harder than usual, so he won't die. Haobong and Kwang Hyuk asked worriedly, My lord, are you all right? He reassured them. I'm fine, don't worry. Haobong saw something new and opened his mouth. Is this the blood reversion demonic art? It's the first time I've seen it, Kwang Hyuk explained. This is a demonic art that is forbidden to practice in our cult. If anyone is found practicing it, they will be expelled from the demonic academy. As for the remaining group, while he was taking care of things, the other team members weren't idle either. His subordinates took care of them all. Yoan instructed, You just need to send them to the infirmary. Haobong still had a dissatisfied expression. We've gotten revenge for Oh Young, but knowing who the mastermind behind it is makes me really angry. Kwang Hyuk consoled him. Haobong, calm down, we all know it well. But the difference in our strength and theirs is too great, Yumin muttered. That's right, in terms of team members, even excluding Baekji, their side has 2 more people at the entry level of a superior master. So it's hard to win. As soon as he looked up, he froze. Changhua hit Kwang Hyuk's chest hard and said, They're only at the entry level of a superior master, right? If Kwang Hyuk and I team up, we can win. Gon raised his hand, wanting to voice his opinion. If you're short on people, I can help. Yoan's group looked at him with silent, scrutinizing gazes. Thank you. Gon knew it was very dangerous to get involved in this. Is that so? Then I'll take this group to the infirmary first and come back. Yu Min's group lamented again. Damn it, if only we had one more person at the entry level of a superior master. Hearing their conversation, he smiled with a cunning plan. Yo-un quickly got into character. Get ready, we're attacking Yu Chan's team right now. Guang Hyuk was puzzled. My lord, surely you don't have another plan? He smiled confidently. Of course I do. Returning to the present, Jindu-I shouted. That son of a bitch. Kim Pil was still in disbelief, puzzled. How? But that voice was definitely Yonpa, the system's voice echoed. Deactivating the user's voice modulation state, Yo-un changed to another voice and said, this still isn't my voice, keep changing. His voice changed right in front of them and he and his comrades were flustered. What? This is right now. Don't tell me that guy can change his voice? Seeing the enemy's surprised expressions, Yo-un's group was very amused, putting their heads together and whispering, it's still amazing to see the Lord change his voice again. By the way, did you see those guys' faces? That shocked yet angry expression is really funny. Just you wait, when they look behind they'll realize they were fooled like idiots, seeing their carefree attitude without any fear or wariness. Jindu-I trembled in anger and clenched his fists. He shouted loudly, you son of a bitch, what kind of wicked sorcery are you using to mock us? After speaking, Jindu-I immediately charged, and Kim Pil tried to stop him but had no time. Jindu-I, no, he ground his teeth and thought to himself. His opponent is Qian Yo-un, how can he win? He continued to charge toward Yo-un. Die, you son of a bitch. He raised only one hand and lightly blocked Jindu-I's attack. Kim Pil clenched his teeth and vowed to himself, your opponent is me. Yo-un was completely unharmed and Jindu-I was very surprised and puzzled. How can he block my fist technique so easily? He easily approached and snatched the name tag from his chest. Yo-un held up the golden object and declared, from now on this is mine. He was still full of spirit, completely unaware that he was at a disadvantage. Damn it, you son of a bitch. He didn't stop. Punching Jindu-I in the stomach. Struck by the fist, he opened his mouth wide in pain and after that, Jindu-I was sent flying far back. He was seriously injured and immediately spat out blood. His other comrades saw it and ran over worriedly shouting, Jindu-I thought to himself. An entry-level superior master like me can't even withstand one of that guy's blows. The system notified, warning master. An energy source is forming 60 meters behind you. As soon as Yo-un heard the warning, he immediately turned around. He shouted, everyone get down. They immediately covered their heads and lay flat on the ground, peeking with fearful expressions at the sword chi that flew over their heads. Guang Hyuk was surprised. Changhua had a keen eye and noticed. SW sword chi, even Yo-un had to struggle to block it. Damn it, the two sword chi collided, creating a huge impact with a fierce wind. The witnesses covered their faces or opened their mouths wide in surprise, and Haobong and Changhua were also horrified. A voice echoed from within the dust. A pity. Yo-un heard the voice and was immediately certain. Qian Yu-chan, show yourself. From within the thick dust, Yu-chan walked out with sword chi in one hand, looking slightly disappointed. He raised the corner of his mouth and said, I was trying to get revenge for your surprise punch with a surprise attack of my own. Yo-un retorted without losing, do you think you can surprise me now? It's too late. Yu-chan vaguely realized and wore a tense expression. Don't tell me you were waiting for my counterattack. He didn't deny it, smiling as he answered directly. That's right, I was waiting because I didn't want to hear that I won with a surprise attack. He reminisced at the same time, thinking to himself. When we met in the private training room just a few days ago, I didn't even pay attention to that guy's skills. This rate of martial arts growth is unbelievable. He wiped the blood from his lips and thought to himself, I should have cut off one of that guy's arms that day. Before the martial arts gap between me and that guy widens any further, I should cut off one of his arms now. Jindu-I and Kim Pil observed Yu-chan's expression and realized. Looking at the young master's expression, he's planning to fight for real. That's how much the young master has acknowledged Qian Yo-un as an opponent he must use his full strength against. Faced with the thick killing intent, Guang Hyuk and Haobong prayed inwardly. My lord, if you are defeated here, you can't even dream of competing for the position of young cult lord. Yu-chan quietly waited for the smoke to clear, but in an instant he disappeared. Yo-un suddenly looked up with a flustered expression. Yu-chan had already closed in on him. His gaze shone coldly as he swung his sword chi. Second form of the Phantom Demon Saber Art, Phantom Crossing Slash. Yo-un's eyes quickly scanned the approaching danger. The power of the Demon Sect Saber Art is in no way inferior to my master's Butterfly Dance Saber Art. He raised his guard at this time. That guy's momentum is also unusual. Then Yo-un raised his hand and created sword chi. He blocked the sword Yu-chan brought down and thought to himself. So when fighting someone stronger than me, hiding my skills is a very foolish thing to do. I have to face him with my sword art. Seeing that Yo-un had also created sword chi to block, he frowned. Sword chi, what is this guy doing now? As the two sides' counterattacks clashed, both were equally repelled to either side. Yu-chan struck down again, feeling triumphant inwardly. But do you think you can block this form with that ordinary sword art? The Phantom Crossing Slash is not as simple as you think. As his sword chi continued to press down, he was surprised. How? Yu-chan's sword chi was clearly a cut above Yo-un's. The power of his sword strike was so great that he couldn't block it and was pushed back. Yu-chan's group became very excited and shouted, Long live the young master. On the contrary, Guang Hyuk's group called out to their lord with great concern. Yo-un hardened his face and thought to himself, I know how to break that guy's saber form, but I didn't know the saber form would bizarrely change its attack angle midway. He raised his sword chi again and calculated inwardly. Such movements and attacks would put a considerable strain on the arm, but looking at that guy's right arm, it's very well trained. Seeing that, this guy's internal energy is slightly superior to mine, Yoan smiled confidently. At this level, he's worthy of a match with the head instructor. Yu-chan raised the corner of his mouth and smiled contemptuously. Let me tell you, you're lucky. I was originally planning to take one of your arms. He looked at him with a disdainful expression. How about you drop that clumsy sword art and use the butterfly dance saber art you're familiar with? Yoan asked calmly with a blank expression. A clumsy sword art, are you sure? At Yu-chan's mockery he flinched, slightly uneasy. Don't think I don't know the sword art you're using. Yoan worried inwardly. Don't tell me that guy knows the sword-breaking form of the blue jade stone tablet. He spewed out accusations without restraint. The sword art you're using is just a combination of the forms of the 7 demon swords used by the martial arts instructors, isn't it? But do you think a sword art like that will work on me? Hearing his accusation, he felt much lighter at heart. Thankfully this guy doesn't know, Yu-chan declared rashly. I'll warn you in advance, I'll only use 5 forms. He clenched his hand, confident that he would win. If you keep using that mishmash of a sword art, I will blow away your right arm in just 5 forms, Yoan also challenged confidently. In that case, will you make a bet with me? At his proposal and provocation, Yu-chan was slightly surprised. A bet? Seeing him hesitate, he added a provocation. Yes. Didn't you boast that you wouldn't be able to withstand 5 forms with this clumsy sword art? Don't tell me you don't even have the guts to try. Provoked, Yu-chan immediately asked, state your terms. He confidently laid out his condition. If I win, you will hand over all the name tags you have to me. Hearing Yoan's condition, he laughed loudly as if watching a comedy. Look at this, what this guy is saying is really funny. Yu-chan's gaze turned cold as he said, I have 4 name tags. If you don't have collateral of that value, it's just a joke. He immediately pointed the tip of his sword at the standing Baek Ji-I and proposed, if you lose, your subordinate Baek Ji-I will be the collateral for this bet. He clenched his teeth and looked at Yoan with a very anxious expression. This guy, hasn't he given up yet? Baek Ji-I looked at Yoan worriedly. Damn it, is this really okay? Suddenly, his eyes lit up as if he had discovered something. Baek Ji-I suddenly saw a very serious and confident expression on Yoan's face. He thought to himself with a slightly hesitant expression, really, can I trust you, Cheon Yoan? Then Baek Ji-I quietly lowered his head to express his agreement. Yu-chan laughed, looking very excited. Good, this bet isn't bad at all. He created his sword chi and said, bring it on. I'll let you attack first this time, he just replied calmly. You seem quite confident. Unable to hold back, he took an attack stance and declared, shut up. If you're so confident, then come at me. Yoan instantly charged toward Yu-chan, who raised his sword chi, ready to cut him down with extreme confidence. Unworried, Yoan calmly raised his hand and sword chi slowly materialized, aiming straight at Yu-chan. Seeing his seemingly meaningless action, he laughed even more confidently. You fool, your stubbornness will cost you everything. Do you have any idea how many times I've read the 7 Demon Swords manual to deal with the martial arts instructors? And Yu-chan attacked head-on. That's why I know every weakness of this sword art. Phantom Demon Saber Art 4th Form, Phantom Saber Cleave. As the 2 sword chi collided, Yu-chan was pushed back by the recoil, flustered and in disbelief. His feet slid sideways as he struggled to hold his ground. Seizing the opening as he was pushed back, he immediately charged forward and delivered a strike. At a disadvantage, Yu-chan was furious. No, how is this possible? Before his eyes, all he could see was Yoan attacking fiercely. It was as if his sword was getting longer, its speed increasing at an unimaginable rate, leaving Yu-chan bewildered. What is this? Is this really the 7 demon swords? The longer we fight, the stronger the sword forms become, and the harder they are to block. Yoan's expressionless, calm face was a constant pressure, like a sharp and dangerous arrow, unnerving his opponent. He was continuously pushed back and his anxiety grew with it. This is bad if this goes on. Yu-chan immediately leaped up, perfectly escaping the range of Yoan's ferocious attack. He crouched low and slid a long way. Yu-chan quickly used the 5th form of the Phantom Demon Saber art, but his face turned pale. His attack speed didn't diminish in the slightest, it continued to accelerate, making him extremely flustered. This is crazy, how can he be this fast? The fierce sword clash between the two kicked up a thick cloud of dust. Terrified, Yu-chan's face darkened. Though his sword forms were powerful, they were several cuts below Yoan's. He's this fast? His frontal strike came down with great resolve. That resolute strike from Yoan shattered Yu-chan's sword chi. A few more incredibly fast slashes followed, leaving bloody cuts on his neck and arm. In addition, Yu-chan suffered a wound in the center of his forehead, and a thick red liquid splattered everywhere. Yoan deftly controlled his sword chi, creating a layer of sharp blades that sliced into his skin. After being subjected to this torture, Yu-chan was wounded inside and out, the sight alone conveying extreme pain. This time he charged forward to attack. Yoan's face showed no mercy as he coldly thrust his sword into his arm. The blade pierced through and a hot stream of blood sprayed out. Yu-chan's eyes widened, his pupils contracted as if he were a soulless doll. The red liquid splattered onto Yoan's face, making his features appear even colder and more severe. His face was blank with disbelief, only a soulless body remaining. Yu-chan's arm flew straight into the air at that moment. A memory of Yu-chan from his younger ambitious rookie days flashed by. Qian Yu-chan, the young lord of the Saber Demon clan. He was different from the swaggering figure people usually saw. Yu-chan was a rare genius. He was extremely hardworking and incredibly diligent. As time went on, he emerged, having grown incredibly strong. It was no surprise, as he had reached the peak master level as soon as he entered the demonic academy. Not long after, he reached the pinnacle of the peak master level, earning the envy of the cadets. Over time, Yu Chan's brilliant reputation grew, and many cadets bowed their heads in admiration, willingly becoming his subordinates. Looking at his current pathetic state, Yu Chan was certainly very strong and qualified, but unfortunately for him, he ran into Qian Yuan, and this was where it all ended. After a long while, Yu Chan finally grasped his situation and cried out in pain. He coldly threw out a reminder. "I won this bet." Seeing him clutch his wound in pain, gritting his teeth on the ground, his comrades were still in disbelief. How can this be? Kim Pil and his group's faces turned pale and their bodies trembled. The young master lost. Impossible. How could this happen? Impossible. How could he be defeated in a single move? Yu Chan endured the bone-chilling pain and pressed on his bleeding points with his remaining arm. But even after pressing on them, the bleeding didn't lessen but instead increased. Seeing Yu Chan's poor condition, his comrades were very worried and about to step forward. "Young master," but Kim Pil sensed danger and stopped them. "Wait." Yuan approached him with a sharp sword chi. His face was terrifyingly demonic as he warned, "If you take one more step, I won't hesitate to cut off his remaining arm." Seeing Yuan's threat, Kim Pil took the hint and had everyone back away. Everyone fall back. Meanwhile, Yuan used his weaponized energy to point at Yu Chan's neck. "Now it's time to fulfill your promise, Yu Chan." But he just asked, "How on earth did you do it?" Yuan didn't understand what he meant. He shouted in anger, "How could you execute such a high-level form with that ordinary 7 demon swords?" Hearing this, he still didn't grasp the problem. "Ordinary 7 demon swords," Yu Chan immediately confirmed. "That's right," Yuan sighed lightly, "if that's what you think." He sneered contemptuously. "You're still a long way from discussing sword techniques with me." Hearing those words, he was startled. It reminded him of someone else who had said he wasn't qualified to judge their life. Yu Chan clutched his severed arm and thought, "I trained so hard to become the young lord." Then, unexpectedly, he ordered his subordinate, "Give him the name tags." Everyone couldn't help but worry. Kim Pil stammered, "Young master." He gritted his teeth and growled, "Qian Yuan." A moment later, unable to endure any longer, his voice grew faint. "This isn't over." Yu Chan finally collapsed to the ground, barely managing to utter the last 2 words. "Remember this." Everyone shouted in unison. "Young master." Veins bulged on Kim Pil's face as he took out the golden tags in anger, vowing to himself, "Just you wait, I will definitely repay today's debt." He approached Yuan and slammed them into his hand. Displeased with this attitude, Yuan stared at him intently. Although Kim Pil feared him, he still had to speak. The young master said, "Don't think this is the end of it." Yuan, unconcerned, sent a straight punch into his stomach. All the subordinates behind him gasped at the sight. After taking that one blow, Kim Pil immediately spat out blood. He fell to the ground, coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, and cursed him with a trembling voice. "You son of a bitch," Kim Pil coughed and demanded. "Hey, we kept our promise. Why are you doing this?" Yuan immediately sneered. "I never promised that everything would end with me taking the name tags." Kim Pil grew more and more afraid of him and asked in shock, "What?" Looking at the injured people on the ground, he spoke again. "Thanks to Yu Chan, I just learned something very interesting, and that is to eliminate future troubles." Couldn't accept it. Even in pain, he had to ask, "You cruel bastard, how can you be so vicious to the defeated?" When Kim Pil asked, he answered with his actions. Yuan slapped his face hard and mercilessly broke Kim Pil's arm. Seeing him fall, his subordinates all called his name. "Kim Pil." He was in too much pain to move anymore. Yuan asked contemptuously, "Is it okay when you do it, but when others do the same to you, you call them vicious? There's a limit to bullying people." In a rage, he commanded his subordinates, "Capture all the remaining ones and break their arms and legs." They immediately accepted the order. Yes, and they rushed toward the group of defeated soldiers standing over there. Terrified, they all wanted to run, damn it. But in the end, no one escaped. Screams rang out one after another. "On my leg!" In another peaceful corner, Yuan took out the golden tags and gave them away. Gon's group didn't understand the sudden situation. "What is this? Why are you giving us the name tags?" Yuan smiled and said, "It's useless for me to have all these name tags anyway." As they watched his departing back, they still stood there in a daze. Gon thought to himself, "In a place that follows the law of the jungle, there's no reason for him to give us name tags. This person is truly different." His worry outweighed his joy. What if this incident makes the Lord hate the Saber Demon clan? If so, is it really right for me to help young Master Qian Yuan become the young lord? Meanwhile, several people suddenly knelt at the same time. Seeing this, Yuan didn't understand what was happening. "What are you all doing?" Before anyone spoke, they kowtowed. Then they sincerely said in one voice, "We pledge our loyalty to young Master Qian Yuan. Please accept us." A smile spread across Yuan's face. Baek Ji looked at Guang Hyuk with surprise. "Everything went according to your plan." He just smiled triumphantly. And Heo Bong also looked at him with disbelief. "You really can't judge a book by its cover." Scene change. The evening glow of the Demonic Academy greeted the falling leaves. Outside the infirmary on the 2nd floor of the Demonic Academy, 2 guards stood at the door. Dong Myung smiled and said to himself, "Thank you, Yuan." The poor patients piled up on the floor due to a lack of beds were groaning in pain. Every time a punishment period ends, we get this many patients. "My arm, my leg, the bone is sticking out." The instructor next to him found it very strange that he was smiling to himself. The patients are in pain, yet he's smiling. What a strange guy. Dong Myung remained very relaxed and composed. "Who should I treat first?" What a happy dilemma. This time another person said, I think the guy with internal injuries came in a few days ago. The instructor was helpless too. Who knew? I thought that guy was as strong as an ox. Dong Myung approached the bed, preparing a hot towel to wipe the patient's body, but didn't forget to wave his hand and call out, "Hey, instructor, stop chatting and come hold this guy down." He also walked over. "All right," he suddenly lifted the blanket and smiled. "Bruised on the outside, in love on the inside. I greatly respect my lord and wish to be his subordinate for life." In the Demonic Academy superintendent's office, Hua Myung observed In Myung lying on the bed deep in thought. This is definitely the blood reversion demonic art. He saw his pale skin and the dried blood on his face. He placed one hand on his stomach and the other on In Myung's forehead and circulated his internal energy. Under its influence, purple veins slowly rose on the boy's body. The method seemed to be effective. Unexpectedly, he quickly opened his eyes and shot up. The pain was still distinct, but thankfully his skin was less pale than before. Hua Myung asked, "It seems you've come to your senses." In Myung was startled as if he had seen a ghost. Superintendent. Seeing him turn to leave, he stammered, "Why am I here?" In Myung didn't seem to remember clearly. "I was clearly with that bastard Cheon Yo-un." Hua Myung sat in his chair, his face looking quite displeased. "That's what I should be asking." He understood nothing. Yes, he only knew that he was angry. "How is it that you know the blood reversion divine art?" Hearing those words, In Myung was horrified and saw Hua Myung's angry gaze. In Myung stammered, that is, in the end he feigned ignorance. "Superintendent, what are you talking about?" As if he had expected this outcome, he sighed. Then Hua Myung extended the hand that had circulated his chi, and with just a light wave, In Myung was lifted into the air. He screamed in fear, Superintendent, what on earth is going on?" Hua Myung still said nothing and gently waved his hand. His blood and chi were sucked straight toward him. Startled, In Myung's eyes widened and he screamed so loudly in pain that the entire room echoed. There were 4 guards outside the door, but they all pretended not to hear. Unable to bear it, he screamed even louder under Hua Myung's pressure. Only then did he open his mouth. "My true chi has sealed this room off from the outside. So even if you, Cadet 108, scream your lungs out, no one will hear you." Hua Myung spread out a few scrolls on the desk and added, "Cadet 108, Ha Il Myung, from a minor sect called the Red Rain Sword Sect, a sect that has almost no interaction with the outside world." He tapped the information scroll. "That is all the information recorded on you in the report so far." Tears streamed down in Myung's face. Hua Myung rose from his chair again and threatened, "Do you think you can get away if you keep your mouth shut and don't confess?" He approached him step by step. "Of course, a 17-year-old cadet like you couldn't have trained in a forbidden art like the blood reversion demonic art, which has been banned for decades. If you don't speak, do you think your sect can escape suspicion?" Not just with words, he clenched his hand, which was filled with energy. "Do you wish to see your Red Rain Sword sect face the disaster of annihilation?" In Myung's ankle was immediately twisted. He gritted his teeth in pain, but eventually couldn't bear it as it twisted more severely from his ankle to his shin, and he screamed loudly. Hua Myung stopped the game and choked him. He smiled threateningly. "You seem to take the reputation of this cult's left guardian as a joke, or did you think I really know nothing?" Hua Myung saw in Myung's terrified face and added, "Isn't the Red Rain Sword sect just a front to hide the power of the Sword Demon clan? Wasn't it a sect belonging to the Dark Sect's dual swords?" His tears and snot worsened, and he could only curse inwardly. Damn it. In Myung's whole body trembled. Damn it, how did he find out? In the end, he bit his own tongue and blood immediately gushed out. The blood from In Myung's throat flew down his chin and onto Hua Myung's hand. He cried out at the unexpected situation. "Ha!" Hua Myung immediately put him on the ground. "Ha In Myung, you son of a bitch!" He put his hand in Myung's mouth to check. "Damn it, why didn't I think of this possibility, this bastard to be so cruel to himself? Not only did he bite his own tongue to commit suicide, but he even used his internal energy to sever his own heart meridian." He hurriedly tried to circulate his internal energy. "Damn it, no matter how much internal energy I pour in, I can't revive him." Hua Myung ground his teeth in anger. "I thought I had him, but I failed again. It's really not easy to catch those bastards by the tail." In Myung's eyes only showed the whites, but with his last shred of consciousness he left a final thought. "Damn it, how frustrating." In Myung's hand went limp. "This is the last thing I can do for that damn sect." That was his only thought until the moment he died. "But I, Hua Myung, cannot let this go." At the hour of the rooster, a few people were fighting for a spot in front of the dormitory cafeteria. "Young Master Cheon Yo-un, move aside, I came first." "You brat, I've been waiting the longest. I should be first." They continued to argue, calling the young master's name. "Cheon Yo-un, young Master Cheon Yo-un, young Master Cheon, please listen to just one word from me." Many people pushed and even threw punches to talk to Yo-un. "Young Master Cheon, please spare me a moment and give me a chance to speak." "Shouldn't I be first? You damn bastard, you came late. What are you shouting about?" "Young Master, please look this way." Heo Bong was also pushed around in the crowd, his face contorted, and from all around shouts of "no, this way" were incessant, swept along. He got so annoyed that he pushed people aside and shouted, "Everyone be quiet and line up properly." Heo Bong angrily continued to gesture for them to back away. "Fighting, what kind of behavior is this? Who would want to meet you like this? If you want to see our lord, line up properly." He stood in the midst of his fellow cadets looking at the chaotic crowd with anger and authority. "I really have to say something. Hey, line up properly. No cutting in line." The other team leaders couldn't help but laugh at his effective display. Guang Hyuk praised him. That's Heo Bong for you. Yumin said she thought that guy was a talent for this kind of thing. Guang Hyuk frowned, his smile disappearing for a moment, but on second thought, they must have heard the rumors. I just didn't expect it to be this fast. He couldn't help but be surprised by how quickly the rumor had spread. I never thought the news that our lord defeated head instructor Ho Jin-song and cut off one of Yu Chan's arms would spread so quickly. Over here, Yo-un patted his back and praised him. Good work, Heo Bong. He was as happy as a puppy to receive the praise. It's nothing, my lord. Only Guang Hyuk was still lost in thought. Perhaps right now in the Demonic Academy, the only cadet with skills equal to the Lord is Qian Mu Yin of the Mystic Demon Clan. He saw Yo-un standing alone in front of the group of cadets exuding an immense presence, so it was no coincidence that so many cadets had gathered here. Immediately, a person knelt on one knee. Young Master Qian Yo-un, I am Cadet 71 from the Yado sect. The people next to him were surprised to see this. That guy is kneeling? I come from a small sect, but I want to be a source of strength for you, young master. The next person followed his lead. I am Cadet 22 Gong Jin-ho from the Suda sect. I heard that young Master Qian's team is very short on members, so I gathered my courage to ask to join. Please accept me. Yo-un felt tired and thought to himself, there are so many. They introduced themselves one by one. I am Cadet 907, Lee Mu-gyo. I think there will be a spot for me since you have obtained 6 name tags, young master. Please accept me graciously. He was truly helpless. He didn't know how long it would take to listen to all of their words. The long string of self-introductions continued in his ears. I am Cadet 35, I am, continued until late at night when the crescent moon rose. Only then did Yo-un get a chance to speak. I sincerely thank everyone who has gathered here to join my team, but before that there is something I must make clear to you all. His calm voice echoed under the bright moonlight. I am not looking for team members just to pass the test, but for companions who can become my subordinates. Companions who can create a new heavenly demon cult with me. In front of many eyes, Yo-un declared clearly. It is a thorny path, difficult and not easy, but I will be with you. If there is anyone here who does not share my will, I, Yo-un, will respectfully refuse your entry. Hearing his serious words, Guang Hyuk felt a sense of pride. The Lord is becoming more and more considerate. He recalled Yo-un's words that had shocked everyone before. The old Lord said he would change the 6 major clans, the foundation of our cult. Guang Hyuk felt that things were much better now. Instead of showing hostility toward the 6 major clans, the Lord now knows how to hide it by prioritizing the heavenly demon cult when he speaks. This reduces the burden on the cadets' choices. Especially when the battle for the young cult lord's position takes place, they will think carefully before making a decision. But he also identified quite a few problems. But the undeniable fact is that most of the cadets here are related to the 6 major clans, big or small, so it was unknown how many people would remain this time. At this time, a person stood up and opened his mouth. I'm very sorry, young master, this is a bit difficult for me. After all, my sect belongs to the Yin Demon Clan. Few other people also left. I'm sorry too, young master, this is too difficult for me. I am sorry too, young master, I'll give up. I just want to pass this test. Guang Hyuk's calculations were never wrong. It was just as I expected. It's a real shame, but how can I blame them? The moon in the sky was still bright and the wind still blew, causing leaves to fall. Yo-un just smiled upon hearing those words. He was slightly surprised to see the cadets kneeling before him. So many people remained. The ones who decided to stay now opened their mouths. After hearing young Master Qian's sincere words, though my skills are somewhat lacking, I want to walk that path with you, young master. Please accept me. Those people were still kneeling on the ground, everyone said in one voice. We earnestly hope that young Master Qian Yo-un will graciously accept us. But before he could say anything, a person stood up from the line. Young Master Qian Yo-un, Yumin thought this person looked familiar. Huh? Could young Master Yo-un spare a moment to speak with me? Even Guang Hyuk thought this person looked familiar. 408, that person is. He looked at the name tag on the person's clothes. Yumin was also certain. No, it's definitely her. Moon-gyu. He immediately sent him a telepathic message. Lord, you must accept that Moon-gyu somehow. Yo-un didn't understand and asked back telepathically. Why? Yumin hesitated. Because Moon-gyu is. He saw her standing and revealed her identity. She is the granddaughter of one of the 12 elders of our cult, Elder Ji-yu Moon-yin, young master, from the demonic dragon lance sect, Cadet 408, Moon-gyu. First I must speak of the leader of the heavenly demon cult, Yumin, quote. She is the person with the highest position. Besides the 12 elders, excluding the 6 major clans which are the foundation of the demonic cult, the position of elder is held by masters who have risen through their own strength. Elder Ji-yu Moon-yin is from a prestigious upper-tier sect called the demonic dragon lance sect. He has made many contributions to the demonic cult and rose to the position of elder. He has grown the demonic Dragonlance sect into a power comparable to the 6 major clans. Therefore, the heir of the demonic Dragonlance sect is considered one of the most important candidates to compete for the position of young cult lord. As Moon-gyu walked forward from the line, Yumin was slightly puzzled by her gait. Why is she limping like that? Guang Hyuk said casually. She must be uncomfortable somewhere. At this time, Moon-gyu stood before Yo-un and asked, Young master, you have 6 golden tags, right? He asked back coldly. So, she said immediately, one of them is mine then. Moon-gyu began her story. Because I am the heir of the demonic dragon lance sect, the 6 major clans have continuously contacted me. Each time I politely refused, but it was the 3rd time Yu-chan came to find me. That bastard said this at that time. I'll make you one last offer. Will you become my subordinate? Moon-gyu quickly bowed her head and refused. I'm sorry, young master. I intend to remain neutral. Right now I only want to focus on the demonic academy. But that bastard recklessly attacked me, and in the end I was defeated. She recalled Yu-chan's disgusting appearance at that time and her own miserable state. While taking my golden tag, he broke my left leg and right arm. If you want to pass the 3rd stage, become my team member. That bastard threatened me like that and left. Baekji was extremely angry hearing those words. This crazy bastard, that's not recruiting talent, that's being a greedy beggar. Moon-gyu still trembled recalling that incident. I was thinking of joining any team and getting revenge after my body recovered, but she couldn't suppress her emotions and her voice became urgent. They said my limbs were broken so no one would accept me. Yo-un was in a difficult position after hearing this explanation. What should I do? He tried to comfort her a little. You have skills, so there will be people who wait. Moon-gyu quickly replied. There was a team leader who accepted me, but he rejected me in less than a shichen. It was Yu-chan's doing. Haobong despised him. What a vicious bastard. Thankfully our lord cut off that bastard's arm, the person next to him agreed. That's right. Moon-gyu said dejectedly. I was originally going to give up on the 3rd stage and focus on recovering my body to get revenge, but I heard the news that young master Cheon Yo-un had cut off that bastard's arm. To be honest, I don't know whether to be happy or discouraged. She let out a sigh and her expression showed no pretense. So young master, please take responsibility for me. Yo-un was surprised. What? He seriously sought an answer. I know the situation is not good, but why do you conclude that I have to take responsibility? The onlooker's heart skipped a beat. Take responsibility? Why am I getting goosebumps? Moon-gyu's leg was in great pain, but she managed to kneel on one knee. This time her voice was softer and more sincere. I'm sorry, I was so sad that my words were a bit clumsy. Please don't look down on me because my limbs are broken. Please accept me. Yo-un had to know her intentions. Do you want to be with me or do you just want to be a team member? Moon-gyu now hesitated and thought. She recalled what the elder had told her. Gyu-ya, you must remain neutral even if you enter the demonic academy, if you truly want to become the lord. Or if there is someone you like, observe and judge carefully. After a moment she also found a reason to stay and suggest. Could you please take a moment to consider accepting me as a team member and letting me act as your subordinate, young master? It won't take long. Yo-un didn't need to think for long either. Is that so? Then he said firmly. In that case I refuse. Moon-gyu didn't want to give up and hesitated. That's not it. At this time Yu-min came to the rescue. Lord, it's really a pity. Could you please reconsider? He wore a very regretful expression and even had to use telepathy to persuade him. My lord, if you let a talent like Moon-gyu go, you might regret it later. All the young cult lord candidates want talent, so why do you give up so easily? Gwang Hyuk also voiced his opinion via telepathy. My lord, if a team leader level expert with a broken leg knelt, she is more than qualified to become your subordinate later. Please accept her as a team member first. But he was not easily swayed by the words of 1 or 2 people defending her. He asked directly, if everyone has their own story, would it be fair to the cadets I rejected? I cannot break the principles I've set just because she is an outstanding talent. Moon-gyu's resolve did not waver even after hearing those words. Young master then, could you give me just 3 days? He still refused coldly. No, she bargained again. Then just 2 days. Yo-un's stance remained firm. No, before Moon-gyu could even say ha, Yo-un cut her off angrily. Enough, he crossed his arms helplessly and asked, do you want to join my team that much? Moon-gyu hadn't calculated properly and thought for a while. Well, Yo-un couldn't stand it any longer and thought he should use a technique to check this person. Nano face analysis mode. The system appeared immediately. Activating analysis mode. Face, the analysis screen was immediately displayed in his ears, he heard her say hesitantly. Well, I want to see what kind of person you are, young master. Suddenly the screen turned bright red and he heard the system announce, error, error, error. The mechanical voice rang out. Unable to execute face analysis mode. Yo-un was surprised, stared intently at Moon-gyu below and asked inwardly, why? Unexpectedly, the system reported, the target's body is covered with artificial skin, making analysis impossible. Only now did he look closely and was shocked to see that the skin on her neck and ears was slightly different. Could she be wearing a human skin mask? Why is she covering her face? The system also discovered other details. Body analysis results excluding the parts covered by artificial skin. Yo-un was confused. Why on earth? The mechanical voice in his ear delivered a shocking fact about the person before him. Age 15 to 17, gender is female. Yo-un rubbed his chin and thought, she's hiding her identity, he thought to himself and was startled. Moon-gyu was still kneeling below, but she was a bit on guard, as if pricked. I feel like he's looking at my neck and ears. Could it be? No way. Even the left guardian didn't recognize it, so there's no way young Master Cheon would. But Yo-un immediately asked back as if he had uncovered her identity. You're a woman. Moon-gyu was startled and jumped. She was flustered and pretended not to have heard him. I want to become young Master Cheon's subordinate. You don't need to think for long. Please accept me. I will risk my life and do my best. Gwang Hyuk and Yu-min had the same thought when they saw her reaction. Why so suddenly? Moon-gyu knew she couldn't fool Yoan and sent him a telepathic message. "What you were about to say just now, young master, I'll tell you when we're alone later." Unexpectedly, he no longer refused and agreed at this time. "All right." Yu-min was happier than the person involved to hear this. He quickly ran over and helped Moon-gyu up. "Team leader Moon." "Oh no, Moon-gyu, it's been a while," she tried to ask him quietly. "Oh right, you minimum." Before she could finish, she heard Gwang-hyuk speak from above. "Nice to meet you. I've heard a lot about you. I'm Go Gwang-hyuk." Baek-ji also gave a short greeting. "I'm Baek-ji." The next person also introduced himself. "I'm Heo Bong." Everyone gathered around Moon-gyu like that and warmly welcomed her. Yoan was also satisfied with this scene. "Anyway, since the number of team members has increased, I think I'll have to create another new team." The number of new subordinates was 26, totaling 53 people. They were divided into 6 teams, matching the number of golden tags currently held. 5 team leaders were selected primarily based on their reputation and skills. First, Go Gwang-hyuk became the leader of Team 1, followed by Baek-ji as the leader of Team 2. After that, Ho Chang-hwa of Team 3 was put in charge of the female martial artists. Additionally, Ga Yu-min became the leader of Team 4, and finally, Gon of Team 5 was put in charge of the former members of Team 12. He was the only one they were worried about, so he resolved, "I really have to work hard." With this, Cheon Yoan now held the greatest power in the demonic academy. The hour of the pig passed, and in the quiet night, only Moon-gyu and Yoan were behind the training hall building. Yoan was surprised by Moon-gyu's story about her twin brother's face. She confirmed it once more. "Yes." Moon-gyu continued seriously. "Before we were born, our father left the sect and died in an attack. Devastated, our mother passed away after giving birth to us," she recalled with a hint of sadness. "My brother Manhwa was born with a congenital disability because of our mother's difficult labor. My grandfather concealed the truth from the public due to this shock." Yoan was still not clear. "In any case, you were fortunate enough to have a natural talent for martial arts, but a talent in hiding will eventually be revealed. Why go to such lengths?" Moon-gyu replied. "It's because of the 6 major clans. They want to place the demonic Dragonlance sect under them, creating a constant connection with our sect. Before I entered the demonic academy, they would occasionally send gifts. If they found out about our situation," Yoan finally understood. "So that's why. I heard that the demonic Dragonlance sect has always been led by a man." He looked at the person before him, thinking continuously. "If the world knew that Manhwa was born with a disability, each clan would want to marry this woman. So they sent Moon-gyu to the demonic academy in Manhwa's place. In any case, it was a great inconvenience for her. They could invade the demonic Dragonlance sect, which had no heir, and disrupt the balance among the 6 major clans." Moon-gyu continued speaking as she walked. "That's why I disguised myself as a man and entered the demonic academy. If I achieve good results, the 6 major clans won't be able to touch our sect easily." He crossed his arms and asked in a solemn voice, "No one knows your gender, yet you use your name instead of your brother's." Moon-gyu had no intention of hiding it. "This was my own decision. If I am discovered later, it won't affect my sect or my brother." As Yoan watched her walk away, he saw her in a different light. "So that's how it is. This woman also grew up without parents." Suddenly, Moon-gyu turned her face and made a request. "Now you know why I wear a human skin mask, young master. As promised, you must keep it a secret." Yoan agreed but was still curious. "But does your voice change too?" She thought for a moment before answering, then replied cheerfully, "Of course, if I'm not careful I'll be found out immediately." It was as if Yoan was hearing her voice for the first time. It was like a boy's voice that hadn't gone through puberty. Hearing it like this, she was clearly a girl. Moon-gyu smiled and explained the technique she used. "It's my normal voice, so my throat is much more comfortable. If I deliberately make my voice hoarse, it will get strained quickly." Then she looked at the moon again and guessed the time. "Oh, I almost forgot, we've been talking for so long." Suddenly hearing her say that, Yoan didn't understand anything. Moon-gyu took out a small medicine bottle and said, "It's time to apply the medicine to my face." She scratched at the fake skin as if to take it off. "If I don't apply the adhesive every night, I'm afraid my face will fall off one day." It seemed a little difficult. Why won't it come off? But she could still do everything by herself. Moon-gyu also untied her hair tie. She secretly rejoiced and let her hair down. "So comfortable." The girl's pink lips and sweet voice were about to reveal her intentions. "My arm is broken, so it's very difficult to apply the adhesive to my face." Yoan's eyes sparkled as if he were seeing a beauty for the first time. His face had already turned red upon witnessing this woman's true beauty. He hadn't realized how gentle she was, so different from her disguised appearance. "Thankfully the young master is here." For a moment Yoan still didn't understand Moon-gyu's meaning and asked back. "Thankfully," she gave him the mask. "Could I borrow your hands?" Yoan didn't understand but still held out his hands for her to place the mask on. Moon-gyu applied the medicine to the inside of the mask. She smiled and asked, "Is it troublesome?" Her smile was as beautiful as the bright moonlight, and Yoan remained dazed, his face continuously blushing. He subconsciously turned his blushing face away and asked himself, "Is this what beautiful is?" Moon-gyu happily took back the mask. "It's done. Thank you, young master. There's no harm in telling you my secret." Under the bright moonlight she also admitted it herself. "As you can see, young master, I haven't recovered yet." so training is very difficult. After that, she disguised herself again with the fake identity and followed him as he led the way. Are you going to the private training room to sit, young master? This time Yoan didn't answer coldly. Yes. Moon-gyu continued to ask. Dormitory. Which room is your dormitory, young master? Yoan pointed to a room in front of them. Building 4, room 7. That was all Moon-gyu needed to know. She turned back again. From today I am a member of your team, young master, so I should move my luggage to the dormitory first. I'll see you again. Yoan watched Moon-gyu's departing back. He still hadn't escaped his daze after seeing her true beauty. Then Yoan was startled. Wait a minute. Building 4, dormitory, over here. A very fierce battle was taking place. Cadet 321 of the Beast Demon Clan Han Pyongwal. He was fighting a black young lord. He seemed very determined, and his fist flew straight toward Pyongwal's face. He tried to hit the opponent's acupoint, but the fist was too strong and he had little strength left. In the end, he could only leave 2 scratches on the black young lord before collapsing to the ground. This black young lord was the 3rd heir and young lord of the subduing demon clan, Cheon Mu-yin. After his victory, he clutched his injured shoulder, breathed heavily, and looked at his opponent with disgust. He kicked the person one more time. Damn it, Ga-hyung watched from the outside and commented. While the young master was in the infirmary for 10 days, the cadets' levels have risen. The upper-tier clans have also trained for over 30 stances, he continued to think as he watched Moon-gyu's departing back. Since the young master has also absorbed the demonic dragon pill, his internal energy has also surpassed 1 cycle. More than 60 years. He snatched the golden tag from the opponent's body. Damn, he thought to himself. I was too hasty. I've only just reached the peak level. After taking everything, he walked to one side. Now that I have the golden tag, let's go. On the other hand, he was still thinking, as expected. The cause is, Ga-hyung answered him from over here. Yes, young master. Moon-gyu's resolve was hardening in her heart. If I want to deal with that damn monster, I have to improve my martial arts to the point where I can easily defeat others. I will definitely catch up. The scene changed back to Building 4, Room 7 of the Demonic Academy dormitory, a place exclusively for Yoan's team. Moon-gyu was reading a book on the bed with her bandaged arm. Seeing the person who had returned, she greeted him brightly. Oh, you're back? The 3 of them, Yoan, all looked exhausted. Heo Bong sighed. I'm tired. Ma Chil gave a long yawn. Only Yoan was concerned about something else. This is bad. Of course, thanks to the human skin mask, there's no way I'll be discovered. But the problem is that trouble has already come knocking. Heo Bong immediately took off his shirt. Aw, it's hot. Yoan didn't know how to stop him. As expected, he took off his shirt, passed by Moon-gyu's bed to get a towel, then he took off his pants and went to take a bath. A happy hum at the corner of his mouth. I'm going to take a bath. Yoan was more embarrassed than Moon-gyu and lamented secretly. I couldn't protect her. Heo Bong, it wasn't just Heo Bong. The other men also threw off all the clothes on their bodies. I need to wash up quickly. Let's go together. We'll go first, my lord. After they left, Yoan turned to her and asked, Are you okay? Unexpectedly. Moon-gyu replied very calmly. Yes, I'm fine. I've been through so much that it's no longer a problem, she told Yoan. You should also wash up comfortably, young master. Yoan was looking for a chance to have the system analyze her condition. It informed him that her body temperature was rising rapidly, and he sighed. It's nothing, yet she can't look me straight in the eye. He scratched his head and walked away, calculating inwardly. I'll have to ban taking off all clothes in the dormitory. The next morning, the 7th day of the 3rd stage test, Yoan and his subordinates arrived at the main building of the Demonic Academy. They reported that they had received the golden tags and were officially recognized as team leaders for the 3rd stage. There were a total of 17 golden tags, but in the end there were only 16 team leaders because one team leader possessed 2 golden tags. So among the 206 cadets, the 15 who couldn't find a team leader would have to do something to find one during the remaining 21 days. After breakfast at the foot of the mountain behind the dormitory, many people had gathered. Since Baek Ji-I was in charge of the team members, he said to Yoan, I will teach these people the 7 demon swords. He was a little surprised to hear that. Oh, so Gwang-hyuk added an explanation. It's too much for the Lord to teach the team members as well. Since we are team leaders now, we will each teach our own team members. But he didn't look very amused. These guys talk as if they're doing it just for me. They continued to argue while sitting at the table. Gwang-hyuk said, Isn't the 7 demon swords supposed to be practiced for 7 days? Baek Ji-I disagreed. That's too long. 3 days is enough for the 7 demon swords and 7 days is enough for the sword demon's heavenly formation. Yoan was helpless. It's because they were competing when they were eating breakfast just now. If I hadn't heard it, I wouldn't have known. Over here. Gon also raised his hand to voice his opinion. I agree with Go Gwang-hyuk. I want to follow the previous training method. He reluctantly agreed. All right, have it your way. Then he stood behind them and observed competition. Baek Ji-I said with annoyance. I'll choose this side, Gwang-hyuk replied with a sneer. Then I'll go that way. Baek Ji-I, angry that Gon had chosen Gwang-hyuk instead of following him earlier, shouted at Gwang-hyuk. Don't peek. Gwang-hyuk laughed. That's what I should be saying. Gon was so scared that he said cautiously, I'll go to the other side, and asked inwardly, a friendly competition wouldn't be bad, right? Yu-min also had an opinion. I need to find more team members. Changhua immediately followed his words. You too, brother Ga Yu-min, you're the same as me. She immediately entrusted him with it. I'm sorry, my lord, please help our team members until we have filled all the spots. Yoan accepted immediately. Alright, don't worry, Yu Min also bowed. Then I'll be going, my lord. He was left alone to think. It's not just about finding team members but also persuading them, so it will take some time. It can't be helped on second thought. Baek Ji also still needed to recruit more team members. Well, that guy hates being helped, so he'll manage on his own. Yoan's team leadership. Yoan and 11 others plus the injured Mong Wu. Team 1 Go Guang Hyuk and 11 others. Team 2 Baek Ji and 6 others. Team 3 Ho Changhua and 8 others. Team 4 Ga Yumin and 7 others. Team 5 Gon and 11 others. In an empty lot. Yoan's subordinates lined up seriously while Moon Gyu observed from the side due to her injuries. She was very focused. Since there are many people, the young master will choose an assistant. It's difficult for the young master to take care of everything. Heobong, who was below, was very excited. It's the first time the Lord is teaching me martial arts. Yoan at the center was slightly worried. It's my first time teaching, so I'm a bit nervous. Let's start. He gripped the sword firmly. I will demonstrate first. I will perform the sword form slowly, so you all watch carefully. They replied in unison. Yes, Yoan had just gotten into his stance. Wind rose around him. He took a breath and gathered his momentum, then swung the sword step by step with great skill. It was only the first sword routine, but the subordinates couldn't help but be amazed. It's exactly like the drawing in the secret manual. Am I learning a new martial art? How can it be so perfect? He was very focused on his stances. Moon Gyu, sitting over there, was no less surprised than the people below, finding it unbelievable. I heard he was locked in the confinement cave for 5 days and only practiced with a rock wall, so how can he be so proficient in the stances? No matter how talented one is in martial arts, it would be difficult to be so skilled. After showing off his strength for a moment, Yoan finally stopped. He asked loudly, "That's all for now. Did everyone see it clearly?" They all replied in unison again. "Yes," Yoan smiled. "Then I will teach you one by one now. Draw your swords." They were all as happy as if they had received a confession. Really? How did I get so lucky to receive private lessons from the Lord? This kind of opportunity doesn't come easily. Heobong was already very excited. Then who should we start with, my lord? He confidently held up his sword and thought to himself, of course it'll be me first. But Yoan asked him back. What do you mean? Heobong was surprised and flinched slightly. Yes, he said seriously. Everyone has to draw their swords at the same time so I can see quickly. If we go one by one, when will we finish? Did they misunderstand his intentions? Everyone shouted in disbelief. Yes, Yoan still didn't know they were disappointed. He urged, come on, hurry up. Let's all practice the 7 demon swords together. The subordinates stood there in a daze, their dreams shattered. Moon Gyu also felt that his method was making it difficult for both sides. This way you can check the uniformity of the sword formation, but since they are executing it at the same time, it's almost impossible to adjust the stances. I should also observe and help the young master. Heobong forced a smile and persuaded everyone, hey, let's just try it first. Then Yoan shouted loudly again. Everyone draw your swords. He couldn't help but use support, could he? He immediately called for the skill. Nano, activate augmented reality. Analyze the stances of the 17 people here in map mode and tell me who is wrong. It immediately replied with a mechanical sound. Understood. Activating various map modes for the 17 designated individuals. The martial arts standard is the 7 demon swords. Yoan stood above and didn't forget to command everyone to move in the same rhythm. Start with the first stance. 1 sword. They all acted, but their movements were different. 1 sword. Moon Gyu immediately noticed. When performed as a group it looks fine, but most of the stances are indeed messy. Through the very sensitive technology system, Yoan directly tracked and marked each person's incorrect position. Moon Gyu watched and commented with admiration. At a glance you can tell that the young master is only informing the cadets with incorrect stances via telepathy. He was indeed speaking to them seriously. Since we're training, I'll call out your numbers. First, 31 in the first row. The one who was pointed out admitted it. Yes, Yoan stood before him, unfolded his blade and had him follow. From the first sword, the power in your arm extension is weak. If so, the following forms will inevitably be weak as well. Cadet 31 listened and answered clearly. Yoan turned to another place to correct another person's movements. Cadet 95, you lost your balance when you executed the form, didn't you? Cadet 95 grasped the point like a student answering a teacher. Yes, he busily went to the next person and pointed out the mistake. For the third sword, your right foot should step forward, but you stepped with your left foot. If you're not careful, it will be a mess and the form will be meaningless. That person accepted it. Yes, I understand. Yoan passed by without missing a single person and continued to call out. Cadet 23, Heobong was restless. Yes, he immediately demonstrated. Every time you execute the sword, the tip of your sword keeps pointing down. And for the third sword, when you step with your right foot, use the strength of your wrist and at the same time the strength of your back turning. Heobong listened. Yes, thank you, my lord. Moon Gyu still couldn't hide her surprise. How can this be? She looked at Yoan's back and thought to herself. The weaknesses I found by observing Heobong closely are completely accurate. The young master is observing everything. Yoan was a truly busy expert. Next is Cadet 508. If you keep executing the stepping motion like that, you might lose strength in the next move. That person looked carefully at his stance. Yes, thank you, young master. Moon Gyu had another opinion. This person's gaze is not just about sentiment. After going around once to each person, Yoan shouted loudly, all right everyone, execute the first form again. Pay attention to what I pointed out and execute it a bit more slowly. they shouted in one voice again. Yes, as everyone got into their stances, their movements were much more uniform than before. Yoan was not the least bit negligent. His nanosystem was operating at full power. He wasn't just teaching people separately, he vowed to himself. There's still a lot to fix. I should remember it and fix it later. Moon-gyu was very impressed watching this round. The stances are so beautiful they can't be compared to before. He's no ordinary person. Yoan watched them improve carefully. Not everyone is foolish enough to keep repeating their weaknesses. At this rate, 7 days will be enough, but it took more time than expected for everyone to master the 7 demon swords. 7 days were enough for the cadets from the sects, but the warriors from martial families took quite a long time to learn the final complex form of the 7 demon swords, the 7th sword. Since Oh Young was in the infirmary for 5 days, he joined late, but thankfully he said, "My talent for imitation is quite good, so I was able to learn the 7 demon swords in just 5 days. 10 days later, when everyone had gathered in the empty lot, Baek Ji clicked his tongue in disappointment. I lost. Go Guanghyuk seized the chance to smile brightly. You're truly a man who knows how to admit defeat, he sighed and casually asked his friend. Ga Yumin was sick too, so how could you teach them in just 7 days? Go Guanghyuk still laughed loudly. It's nothing special. It turned out he used a ruthless disciplinary method, beating them until they mastered it. Baek Ji hadn't expected it at all. Is that so? Not only did they learn the 7 demon swords in 10 days, but the teams of Baek Ji and Changhua, which were originally short on members, were all filled. Among them, Cadet 708, Chai Tiam Gai, who had team leader level skills, came to volunteer. He politely cupped his hands and opened his mouth. Stagnant water is bound to rot. I do not wish to see the strength of our cult wasted because of the conflict with the 6 major clans. If the young master leads, I believe we can change that. And Changhua brought a close friend. She wore a dissatisfied expression. Is there anything more to say? If you convince me with your skills, I will be loyal to you for life. This person was Cadet 52 from the Heat Demon sect, So Young. As a result, Yoan only used 3 forms of the butterfly dance saber art. She was defeated. Just like that, 2 experts at the entry level of the peak master stage became Yoan's subordinates, and for 10 days Go Guanghyuk and Changhua did not neglect their personal training and entered the peak master stage directly. They were very proud. Yoan was also happy with this result. Congratulations to both of you for entering the peak master stage. Changhua cupped her hands. Thank you, my lord. Go Guanghyuk humbly bowed his head. I still have many shortcomings. As the Lord's first sword, I will work harder so that no one can surpass me. Baek Ji was surprised by those words. First sword. Chai Tiam Gai was also puzzled. First sword. Suddenly, one person raised his hand to voice his opinion. I don't intend to cause conflict, but I think the title of First Sword is more suitable for our team leader Baek Ji or Moon-gyu. A person from another group agreed. That's right, aren't their martial arts skills higher? A person from this group would not let their team leader be wronged. With team leader Go Guanghyuk's skills, he is more than qualified to be called the First Sword. If this isn't causing conflict, what is? A member from Baek Ji's side continued to complain. If you want to call him something, call him the second or third sword. Go Guanghyuk's team member got even angrier. What did you say? Second sword, third sword? Only the 2 team leaders whose names were called were the most embarrassed. I can't step up. Yoan watched from above, not having expected this. Baek Ji stood by his side and reminded him via telepathy. With so many people, I thought a time like this would come, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. My lord, in any case, you must set the order straight this time. He stared at him intently. Loyalty is important, but strength is the core of our cult. You must keep that in mind. Yoan also thought, that's right, to lead many subordinates a clear hierarchy is needed, but it's almost time for the 3rd stage test. What if they get injured while fighting? Below, they were still in a tense standoff. He thought of a plan and immediately shouted for everyone to be quiet. Once everyone had calmed down, Yoan opened his mouth. I have heard your opinions well. On this occasion, I will establish a clear ranking system. I will select the 6 with the most outstanding skills. There will be no separate ranking among them, and they will be called the 6 fists, that is, the 6 swords. Changhua didn't understand and immediately raised her hand to ask. My lord, why divide them into 6 swords? He explained to them. When we graduate from the demonic academy later, we will have to face the 6 major clans. I want the 6 swords to stand at the vanguard and face them. All the subordinates went in a daze. Go Guanghyuk thought, if we overthrow the 6 major clans, their status might be even higher than the 6 swords, or will history repeat itself? Yoan continued to explain. Those who become the 6 swords now will not simply remain as the 6 swords later. Once every year, a competition will be held to award the title of the 6 swords to the most outstanding individuals. This will not change even when I stand at the peak of glory. Baek Ji felt it was a good idea. If he truly wins the power struggle and stands at the top of the demonic cult and uses this method, the current 6 major clans might disappear. After that, Yoan demanded. For the 3rd stage test right before us, I will simplify the method of selecting the 6 swords. Only those whose martial arts have reached the peak master stage should remain standing. The rest of you step back. A few subordinates willingly stepped back. The familiar faces stood confidently. Yoan asked everyone, all 6 of these people will become the 6 swords. Are there any objections? They truly had no objections and replied, no. Having received their agreement, Yoan had to think again. Then the first sword is suddenly. Baek Ji raised his hand. Wait, I have a suggestion, he said seriously. Since the Lord has chosen the 6 swords, I believe the ranking among them must be decided. So Young had the same thought. That's right, my lord. Since you've already decided, I think it's right to rank them from first sword to sixth sword according to their skills. Yoon didn't argue. That really makes sense. Alright, as I said before, you must not inflict injuries and no one is to use more than 3/10 of their power. Over here, Moon-gyu opened her mouth. I haven't recovered yet, so I will withdraw. Baek-ji was quite sad. What a pity, I wanted to have a match with you, brother. Moon-gyu waved her hand in greeting. Let's have a match next year. Baek-ji looked at her and asked again. Then will Moon-gyu become the sixth sword? Before he could finish his sentence, a shirt flew over their heads and an unattractive laugh was heard. Alright, the two women, Changhwa and So-young, showed the most disgusted reactions. Let's see, look at that bronze skin and those muscles. Go Gwang-hyuk had already gotten into a stance and asked confidently, can we start? Baek-ji didn't understand. What is he thinking? Why is he taking off his clothes? Go Gwang-hyuk immediately took a combat stance. We can fight now, right? Seeing his action, Changhwa and So-young were speechless. Eyes that foolish gorilla trying to show off his muscles? The two immediately rushed toward Go Gwang-hyuk. You'll be the first to die. He wasn't afraid at all and instead said with great interest. Good, the two sides started fighting right in front of everyone. Seeing the scene before him, Chai Tiam-gai also laughed and said, I am Chai Tiam-gai of the Seo-moon clan. I may be very lacking compared to Moon-gyu in skill, but I sincerely wish for brother Baek's guidance. Baek-ji nodded and quickly replied, I am Baek-ji of the Sun-gak clan. In that case, I will yield the first move to brother Chai. He didn't hesitate at all and took a combat stance. Then brother Baek don't regret it. Immediately Chai Tiam-gai rushed toward Baek-ji without the slightest delay. Over here the two Changhwa and So-young fought very fiercely, but their teamwork was not yet in sync. Noticing an opportunity, Go Gwang-hyuk was slightly surprised. There's an opening. Without delay, he used his feet to send the two flying back after creating distance. His recent action made So-young very displeased. Damn it, recalling her recent action, Changhwa turned her head in anger and shouted, Hey So-young, why do you keep tripping me up? She was not to be outdone and quickly retorted, Who do you think should be saying that? This time neither of them attacked Go Gwang-hyuk but rushed at each other and fought. Good, in that case I'll let you taste defeat first. Try me if you're so great. He was speechless watching the two fight. How dare a shrimp like you talk back to me? I'm better than a simpleton like you with undeveloped limbs. Changhwa looked very fierce when fighting So-young. Yoon observed all of this from the side. It's already been 2 gaks since the two started fighting. I have a rough grasp of their skills. 1 gak is 15 minutes. Noticing an opportunity, So-young threw a punch forward and shouted, This is the end, Ho Changhwa. HMPH. Just as she was about to knock her opponent down, Changhwa suddenly leaped into the air. So-young froze on the spot for a moment, seeing this scene. Before she could react, Changhwa hit her with all her might. So-young fell to the ground and shouted continuously, Ah, my shoulder. She looked very pitiful right now. Oh my shoulder isn't dislocated, is it? How could I lose to someone like Ho Changhwa? Changhwa sighed and glanced at her. Since you're so noisy, just be the 5th sword. But So-young was still crying, looking very pitiful. It's unfair, Ho Changhwa. Aren't you familiar with my footwork, so you predicted the form I would execute? While the two were still arguing, Go Gwang-hyuk took the opportunity to rush in. You two let me play too. At these words, the two were slightly surprised. His recent action made Baek-ji very displeased. That bastard Go, where did he come from and interfere in my duel? But Go Gwang-hyuk didn't seem to care and continued to attack him with all his might. Come on, don't be so heartless. Wouldn't it be more fun for 3 to play together than 2? Suddenly at this moment a foot appeared, slightly surprising Go Gwang-hyuk. The strength of the two seemed to be evenly matched. The more Baek-ji thought about what Go Gwang-hyuk had done, the more displeased he became. Hey, are you seriously using your fists? If I had hit you seriously, you probably wouldn't have been able to block it. Go Gwang-hyuk held Baek-ji's leg and endured until his body trembled. Let's see if my fist technique is enough to compete with your foot technique. While the two were still arguing, Chai Tiam-gai immediately rushed toward them. Don't blame me if you two fight and both get injured. Chai Tiam-gai's face was filled with more excitement than ever. The title of first sword will be mine and no one else's. Seeing that he had also joined the fight, Baek-ji and Go Gwang-hyuk hurriedly dodged to either side. Changhwa looked at the two people in front of her very seriously and asked, I think you've forgotten someone. What makes you say that as if it's a given? Who is the first sword? She took advantage of Chai Tiam-gai's lack of reaction and continued to look for opportunities to attack. Fortunately, his movements were fast, so he was able to dodge in time. That was close. Nevertheless, Baek-ji from the side joined forces with Go Gwang-hyuk and kicked him aside. Just like that, in this fight, Chai Tiam-gai was eliminated. Only 3 people remained. Yoon sighed upon seeing it. Moon-gyu laughed and quickly added, This is truly a case of avoiding the pit only to fall into the well by Kan Luo-jing. Note, this means trying to avoid a pit only to fall into a well. Similar to the English saying, out of the frying pan and into the fire. She continued to add, It seems the 4th sword has been decided. Over here, the 3 people were still looking at each other and talking. Now it's just the 3 of us, then let's have a match and decide the winner. Go Gwang-hyuk was very excited. Bring it on. Baek-ji was speechless at his attitude. Why has this guy been saying nothing but bring it on since a while ago? Changhwa sighed as if she couldn't understand. It's really annoying. A very long time passed here. After fighting for a while, Changhwa was tired and panting. I give up. She lifted her head and watched the fight between the two in front of her. I was originally very proud of my stamina, but compared to those two ox-like guys it's nothing. The more they fought, the more interested Go Guanghyuk became. The first sword is mine. Baek Ji heard those words and secretly calculated. It's really not easy fighting this ox-like guy. That guy's limbs are much longer than an ordinary person's. He watched for an opportunity and struggled to attack Go Guanghyuk little by little. That being the case, since the fist demon sect emphasizes fist techniques and the upper body, seeing a rather unfamiliar form, Go Guanghyuk froze for a moment. Ha! Before he could react, Baek Ji kicked him right away. If I attack from below, he will definitely lose. At this attack, Go Guanghyuk couldn't react in time and fell forward. A golden opportunity. Baek Ji took the chance and rushed straight toward Go Guanghyuk. He continued to attack Go Guanghyuk's body with overwhelming force. This sent the arrogant Go Guanghyuk crashing to the ground. Time seemed to stand still as everyone around waited with bated breath to see how the match would unfold. Realizing he had little strength left, Go Guanghyuk sighed, "I lose." All the onlookers erupted in joyful cheers. He won. Team leader Baek Ji is the first sword, the first victor. First sword Baek Ji. Number 2 was a fitting title for Go Guanghyuk. The second sword, followed by number 3, third sword Ho Changhua, number 4, fourth sword Chai Tiam Gai, and number 5, fifth sword So Young. Last was the sixth sword, Moon Gyu. Seeing this, Yoan silently and carefully considered the situation. Although I have formed my own team to confront the 6 major clans in the future, it's still not enough. The most important thing is that I must become stronger, more powerful, so strong that no one in the cult will be able to surpass me later on. Time flew by, and the day of the third stage test arrived around the hour of the dragon, 7 to 9 a.m. The scene was now the Demonic Academy's main hall in the superintendent's administrative office. Soldiers stood guard outside. Why am I on? Looking somewhat surprised, asked, "Excuse me, but may I ask if this has truly been approved?" Ga-hyung just stood there coldly. The great guardian, after a moment of thought, continued to recount the whole story. The day before yesterday, the head office held a meeting about this. It was only yesterday that the cult lord finally approved it. The story slowly unfolded, returning to a time before. In truth, aside from the first test, which could be predicted to prevent the test content from being leaked, the superintendent and the martial arts head instructors would only decide the test method shortly before each test, after the cadets had entered the academy. They would write a report and send it to the head office for discussion and approval. The head office was usually comprised of the highest-ranking figures in the demonic cult, and gaining their approval required 2 rounds. The first round was approval from the elders, and the second was approval from the cult lord. However, if they felt there was a problem with the proposed test method, the head office had the right to change the test. While working with Ga-hyung, I learned many things. Although this was not rare, changing the test method so close to the exam date was unprecedented. Hearing this, Hwa Myung thought to himself, the reason given for this change in the test method is that this test is too easy, and there is a need to raise the overall standard among the cadets. He had come up with many different plans. I just don't understand why the cult lord would agree to this proposal from the elders. Lately, the cult lord has always advocated for suppressing the 6 major clans, but it's really hard to guess what he's thinking. Seeing his thoughtful expression made Ga-hyung fall silent. He suddenly took something out from his person. Then he handed a piece of information to Hwa Myung, which caught his surprised attention. Though a bit confused, he still opened the letter to examine it. As soon as he saw the content of the letter, Hwa Myung's face was momentarily stunned. He just remained silent, looking at the letter in his hand. A second later, he completely burned the letter. After calming down for a while, Hwa Myung immediately called out, "Great Guardian, I will obey." His face had now become extremely serious. I knew the 6 major clans were behind this, plotting some scheme, but no matter what dirty tricks they use, they're just tying a rope around their own necks. The time was now around the hour of the serpent in a large hall at the Demonic Academy's training grounds. The disciples stood in line waiting with great anticipation. Seeing that everything was going according to plan, Yoan was slightly pleased. Good. Although it wasn't easy, everyone has mastered the sword demon's sharp formation, so they're quite confident. He continued to look at the large hall in front of him. It's just that today is a bit strange. It seems we've been waiting for a quarter of an hour, 15 minutes already. Normally the martial arts head instructors would have arrived earlier than us, but today I haven't seen anyone yet. Strange. A voice rang out. They're here. Hearing that, Yoan paid attention. A group of pathetic prisoners was being escorted here by soldiers. Walk straight, not that way. You scoundrel. This made Yoan somewhat curious. What is this? He followed the backs of the escorted people with his eyes. Come on, they're prisoners. While he was still thinking, Hwa Myung's voice rang out. For the past 28 days you must have prepared well for the third stage test, haven't you, cadets? He stood above and announced loudly to his disciples. First of all, I need to announce a change before the test begins. Hearing these words, the disciples were very confused and began to discuss among themselves. A change? Why do I have a bad feeling about this? I wonder what the change will be. Could it be related to those prisoners the head instructors brought out? At the same time, real swords were also being poured onto the ground. The disciples' faces turned pale, unable to believe what was happening. Real swords? Weren't we told the test would use wooden swords? Hwa Myung's attitude remained very calm as he continued to remind them. Originally, to pass this test, you only needed to form the sword demon's sharp formation and defeat the head instructors. The change in the test method now is not very significant. That is, you will still use the sword demon's sharp formation as before, but you must use it to defeat the enemy. Everyone looked at the backs of the escorted people as he spoke. "You must have seen the prisoners being held before you, right? They are prisoners of war from the Murim Alliance's righteous faction and the evil faction's alliance. The standard for passing this third stage test is that you must use the Sword Demon's sharp formation to subdue them. No, to be more precise, you must kill them." But in everyone's hearts now there was a sense of confusion, and they didn't know what more to say. As I said, this can be considered the first real combat experience for all of you. While Myung's face became extremely stern as he continued to remind them, "If they can defeat or even kill all of you, they will be released, so don't be merciful to the enemy if you don't want to become a foolish ghost." On one side, the disciples were so scared they trembled in silence, clenching their teeth. "I don't want to die." Yoan silently observed all of this, his mind constantly filled with his own thoughts. It's not just Jin-guk, everyone's mood seems to have changed, because this is no longer just a simple test to pass, because with the slightest carelessness you will have to pay with your own life. This is no joke. Myung continued to give the order. "First, let's start with Cadet 74, Ma-Tok's group." Ma-Tok suddenly shouted cadet. He was a member of the upper-tier sect, the JWAU clan. Cadet 704 saw Ma-Tok. Without much thought, Ma-Tok quickly stepped toward the prisoner. "Just stand still, I'll release your acupoints." Soon after, the various acupoints on the prisoner's body were finally released. The hood covering his face was also thrown to the side. The prisoner slowly opened his eyes and looked forward, seeing that the time was right. Myung loudly ordered, "Now you may begin." A group of people had now formed a circle around the prisoner. "Here, this is the face." They all tried to remain calm, but deep down they couldn't hide their anxiety. "I volunteered to fight first because I was told that I would be released if I could break the sword formation." Even the prisoner felt very confused by these things, but how was I to know that my opponents would be a bunch of kids? Ma-Tok didn't hesitate or waver. He shouted loudly, "Third sword formation, 2. Everyone quickly charged toward the prisoner and attacked, seeing that the situation was not good. His face was somewhat surprised, not knowing what to do next. So these kids are fighting for real. On one side, Yoan still silently observed all of this. Seeing them able to execute sword moves so uniformly, they must have trained very methodically and correctly. Because if the explanations in the 7 Demon Swords manual are not thoroughly understood, it's easy to mistake it as just an offensive manual rather than a book that teaches sword formations. With no other choice, the prisoner could only use his strength to continuously fight back against all of Myung's disciples, but the large number of people threw him into a state of confusion. Wounds on his body were appearing more and more. The prisoner stood frozen as he realized something important. "My muscles haven't been used for a long time, making it difficult for me to execute moves." On this side, Ma-Tok was silently calculating, and at this very moment he shouted to remind everyone, "Seize the opportunity, second sword formation." In a critical moment, unfortunately, 2 disciples collided with each other. No, it seemed the prisoner had realized his chance was coming. He immediately thrust his sword straight toward one of the disciples among them. "There's an opening." Needless to say, his face became extremely frightened. He could only close his eyes tightly, not daring to face it. Seeing this scene, the prisoner was somewhat reluctant to do so. "Damn it, he's just a kid." Until he was only a few centimeters away, the prisoner suddenly stopped. This also made Yoan, who was witnessing it from the side, very confused. He stopped his sword. At the same time, the swords of the other disciples also pierced straight through the prisoner's body. Unable to bear it anymore, he quickly spat out blood. His eyes were filled with despair as he shed tears of unwillingness. Just like that, this prisoner finally collapsed to the ground before the stunned eyes of everyone. The disciple from just now couldn't bear it and knelt on the ground. Because of me, but this scene made the disciples very excited. "We won." Ma-Tok on the side was so angry that he gritted his teeth and trembled. "Damn it, scum. To kill him, I took advantage of that mistake, which makes me truly disgusted with myself." While he and his teammates were still angry, Myung's loud voice rang out, "Congratulations to you, including Team Leader 704 and Cadets 93, 147, 217, 809, 128. The 7 of you officially passed the third stage test and advanced to the next round." Everyone looked at each other, discussing with great confusion. "Why 7 people? What is he talking about? Could it be that the ones who were eliminated were because they collided while executing the sword formation?" On the side, Yoan had also understood the whole situation. Is this perhaps the meaning behind the cadets training freely? The test is to pass through a group sword formation, but the results of each group member are filtered individually if they make a mistake. He silently glanced at the prisoners who were still fighting with their swords for their lives. Next is Cheon Jeongun's group. Their opponent is a master of the evil faction. Another battle continued. It seemed this battle was somewhat fiercer. Before Cheon Jeongun's group could deploy their sword formation, this evil faction master charged forward and attacked first. This caused Cheon Jeongun's group to hurriedly deploy their sword formation to defend. However, the evil faction master's advance was too fast, causing one team member's hand to be cut off. At the same time, this man also unleashed a very ruthless fist technique on the disciples. This evil faction master was also very cunning. focusing his attacks on the weak point of the sword formation, which was the disciples who were afraid of death and retreated to the back. It was because of this strategy that he succeeded in breaking the sword demon's sharp formation, but even so there was still an opening, and he was attacked by one of the disciples. He didn't expect Qian Jianglun to be lurking like a tiger stalking its prey. He abandoned his sword and used his fists, delivering a blow from the subduing demon fist darts that severely injured him. And just like that, this prisoner's life was also pierced by 3 or 4 swords. Not missing the opportunity, 5 cadets from Qian Jianglun's group rushed forward, executed the first sword formation, and pierced through the body of the evil faction master. Many expressed anger at the task Hua Emyong had given them this time, while many others did not want to face it. The result was that only 6 people passed, including Qian Jianglun. Among them, Cadet 80 Ga Hyong, who was originally Qian Jianglun's trusted subordinate, failed, reducing Qian Jianglun's strength by more than half. In the third round, this group encountered a master of the righteous faction, but this guy was quite stubborn, causing the vast majority of the cadets in this group to be injured. In the end, only 3 people from this group could advance to the next round. Hua Emyong from high above silently calculated as he looked at his disciples. Next, 5 consecutive groups will participate in a life-or-death battle against the prisoners, but there is only one group where all members passed, and that is the young lord of the Mystic Demon Clan, Qian Muyian's group. His face showed clear disappointment. I haven't seen anything special so far. He continued to look at Yoan, who was still standing quietly on the side. If so, could their scheme be aimed at that kid? At the same time, the change in Yoan was also completely remembered by him. 4 or 5 years probably felt too long for them. In just a few months, that kid has cut off the arms of 2 young lords and destroyed the dantian of another, turning him into a cripple. If it weren't for the pressure from the cult lord and the rules in the demonic academy, they would have wanted to make mincemeat of that kid immediately. Thinking of this, a very strange smile appeared on Hua Emyong's lips. So they can only tamper with the test method. But will things go as you think? As time passed, different disciples had to go up and try their luck. Next will be the group of Cadet 7, Qian Yoan Cadet. Seeing the scene before them made the disciples somewhat scared. Damn it, we're done for. This prisoner had a very scary face that made everyone wary. Even without releasing his acupoints, just looking at his ferocious face and his man-eating aura, no matter how you look at it, this guy can't be from the righteous faction. After his acupoints were released, he angrily turned his head to another direction. This action of his also made Yoan feel very confused. Strange, this guy doesn't seem like the prisoners from before. He seems to be looking for someone. I just don't understand why. While he was still silently thinking, Ho Jinsong quickly gave a signal. Kid, be careful. Hearing this, Yoan's face gradually became more serious. Did head instructor Ho just remind me? I was very suspicious why the test method was changed at the last minute. As expected, there's a conspiracy from above. While Emyong announced loudly, begin, the cadet prisoner quickly got into a fighting stance. He also raised his sword and wondered in his head after getting into position. Why is that guy not moving? Could it be that this guy is not confident enough? After seizing the opportunity, he continuously shouted to signal everyone. 4th sword formation. Suddenly, the death row prisoner turned his head to look at him. Startling Yoan, his face had become extremely grotesque as he laughed. Found you. At the same time, the disciples also charged straight toward the prisoner, attacking with anger. But this prisoner looked so dangerous it was terrifying. The old man blocked all the cadets' attacks with just a few basic fist techniques. At this sight, they froze for a moment in fear. What kind of power is this? Light began to emanate from the blade of the sword in the old man's hand, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Nevertheless, they did not give up and continued to charge forward with their swords attacking. Just then, the old man triumphantly sent a strike forward. With this one blow from the old man, the cadet's swords shattered into pieces in an instant. Seeing the old man's power just now, Hua Emyong seemed unable to sit still any longer. Impossible, how? As soon as that bastard touched the sword formation, the kid's swords all broke. A clear worry showed in his eyes. Don't tell me that bastard's martial arts level isn't that of a peak master. Over here, Baek Ji felt something was wrong. Something is strange. Jin Song realized that if this continued, everyone's lives would be in danger. He shouted urgently, "Stop the test immediately." His face became very worried. If that bastard's level is that of a supreme master, the kids will surely be in danger, Jin Song continued to suggest. I command Qian Yoan's group, Yoan. Everyone fall back. He quietly recalled everything. I definitely confirmed before the test started that that bastard's internal energy was only at the level of a peak master. Don't tell me this bastard hid his internal energy. But it seemed it was already too late. The old man grabbed Ma Chil's neck tightly, causing him to scream. The old man didn't forget to throw him aside, and so he fell painfully to the ground. Fortunately, Jin Song caught him in time. The more he thought about it, the stranger he felt. Just how strong is that bastard that even I, who have just entered the Supreme Master level, couldn't stop him from getting to the kid. The old man's recent attack sent the two flying far away. The people around seemed to have noticed something upon seeing this scene. Don't tell me that bastard. Wait a minute, that's the blood reversion demonic art. The old man smiled and turned his head wickedly to look at Yoan. Kid, now that no one is interfering, this old man will deal with you right now. But he showed no fear at all and stood still in his spot. Seeing that he was waiting to face him, the old man was slightly surprised. Why is this kid like this? According to him, this kid's martial arts level has only just reached the peak master stage. The old man stared intently at Yoan's terrifying eyes. And yet he shows no sign of fear at all. Instead, he's staring right at me. What's going on? At this time his mind was also filled with anger as he thought, who is whose prey? Seeing Yoan still standing stubbornly, the old man was displeased and charged forward with his sword. You foolish bastard, this old man will kill you in the most painful way. Seeing the old man attack him, the people around were very worried. My lord, nevertheless, the old man still leapt into the air, preparing to attack Yoan straight on. He seemed somewhat contemptuous, noisy. At this moment his speed increased greatly as he charged. In just 1 second he completely pierced through the old man's body, delivering several decisive blows. The first form of the heavenly demon sword art, thought to be so strong, in the end the old man fell hard to the ground below. At this sight, everyone there froze for a moment. At the same time, Moon-gyu shivered in disbelief seeing this scene. What a monster, that son of a bitch. Yoan was surprised to see the old man's body lying coldly on the ground. Damn it, the recoil from his body was stronger than I thought, so I couldn't thrust the sword all the way through. The old man's 2 hands suddenly moved bizarrely. The old man slowly stood up just as he had expected. Indeed, the old man was furious at the recent humiliation. Die, I'm going to kill you. The old man lifted his head and cried out to the sky in despair. At this sound all the cadets were so scared they had to cover their ears. Yoan still stood still in his spot waiting to see what the old man would do. The system continuously displayed a notification. Detected a powerful roar of high and low frequencies that can harm the master. Deploying an emergency defense system to block all sounds that can spread to the eardrums and body. Seeing him standing there as if nothing had happened, the old man became slightly angry. I used the lion's roar and yet you're fine? Impossible. I will definitely kill you here. He just calmly raised his sword. Let's see if you can survive this move and then we'll talk again. The old man, not wanting to lose, rushed in. Die. You son of a bitch. Just as the 2 sides were about to fight, a familiar figure suddenly appeared and stopped the fight. Seeing Seaman here, he was slightly surprised. The old man realized that Seaman's power had sent his own arm flying into the air. Seaman's face was very triumphant at his own recent attack. He turned his head and laughed loudly. You son of a bitch, who do you think you are to dare lay a hand on my disciple? Yoan called out joyfully. Master! The old man's body gradually weakened and he fell to the ground, his eyes filled with great hatred. Damn it, I can't stand this anger. The old man rushed forward quickly, preparing to attack. Seeing that the situation was not good, Yoan urgently shouted to warn him. It's dangerous, master. Seaman still maintained a calm attitude. In any case, I was ordered to keep you alive and take you away. He lightly raised his sword and cut the old man's body a few times. These attacks completely destroyed the old man's body. The old man painfully fell to his knees on the ground, and seeing this old man completely logged out, Yoan was somewhat lost in thought. All sorts of thoughts flashed through his mind. In an instant, all the tendons and blood vessels in his body were severed. Is this the butterfly dance saber art used by a transcendent master? Compared to the AR avatar master I've been training with, my real master's skill is at least twice as strong. Even though his whole body was cut and disabled, the old man trembled and groaned incessantly. This caught his attention. My body won't move anymore. Since I'm already caught, I have no choice but to use my last resort. Before the old man could even get up, Seaman approached and placed a hand on his head. The old man was somewhat afraid. Seeing his face like this, a contemptuous smile spread across Seaman's lips. Trying to reverse your internal energy and self-destruct. Who do you think you've met that I would let you do as you please? In front of everyone, Seaman struck the old man's head without hesitation. The old man's eyes gradually became dazed and closed tightly. Just like that, the old man fell to the ground below. As if remembering something, Seaman turned his head and angrily questioned, Hey redhead, how much time did you spend on bastards like that? This action made Hwa Myung very displeased. You son of a bitch, he quickly walked forward and retorted loudly. Don't be so triumphant after taking care of just one. I had to deal with a whole bunch, you drunkard. At the whole situation unfolding before their eyes, the cadets were very bewildered and whispered to each other. He took down 7 people in an instant. When on earth did he make his move? Is this a transcendent master? Seaman sighed as if everything was a bother and turned his head. Damn it, who cares? Just then, the sound of mysterious footsteps appeared, and with them, strange people dressed entirely in black. Everyone stared blankly, continuously asking each other. The place gradually became chaotic with whispers. Where did those people come from? Don't tell me they were hiding around here all this time. Why didn't we feel their presence before? But who are they? You idiot, are you stupid? You don't know who they are. They quickly approached Hwa Myung's side as if to quietly protect him. They were the Guardian Squad, the direct guards who listened only to the cult lord's command, composed solely of peak masters. Hwa Myung heard the report, was very angry and commanded, Take all the prisoners who used the blood reversion demonic art into custody. The assassin nodded his head. As you command. Elsewhere, Yoan held his sword, cupped his hands and paid his respects. Disciple Cheon Yoan greets his master. Seaman put his hands on his hips and looked at him with a smile. It's been a while, disciple. I didn't know your skills had improved this much. He crossed his arms and said half jokingly, half seriously, But kid, I still wished you had used the main sex butterfly dance saber art. He was surprised and replied. That is, he could only raise the corner of his mouth and sigh. Seaman changed the subject. How about that sword art not far away? Hwa Myung coughed dryly to remind him. He frowned and said via telepathy, Shut up. Don't ask about that sword art and never reveal it to anyone. After the cough, Seaman grasped the situation and said nothing more. Only after hearing that did he realize the surrounding situation and that it was still the middle of the 3rd stage test. So leave this place quickly. Seaman patted his shoulder in encouragement. There are too many eyes watching, so it's difficult to say many things. Disciple, I just hope you do well on the test. May your martial fortune be prosperous. Yo-un replied, Thank you, master. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw his master fly away in a flash. He looked at his departing back and vowed to himself, It can't be helped. I'll have to wait 4 years to see my master again. When we meet again, I promise I will definitely have become the young cult lord. He leaped over the wall and landed on the ground. Seaman felt uneasy, turned his head to look at him, and thought deeply. It's really hard to guess the cult lord's true intentions. The cult lord only used Qian Yo-un as bait for the trap he set, and perhaps he doesn't even think of that child as his son. He recalled the image of Yo-un killing a person with a single move. But why did he secretly teach that child that sword art? If I didn't see it wrong, that sword art is completely identical to the heavenly demon sword art. The city walls stood tall, he thought to himself. Perhaps even that redhead doesn't know all of the cult lord's arrangements. He walked slowly. Forget it, let's just know this much for now. If the cult lord has arranged for Qian Yo-un to be a hidden card, the future of the heavenly demon cult will change as much as heaven and earth being overturned. Seaman's expression turned sinister. Then I should go and complete the remaining missions. He charged between the 2 rows of soldiers. Let's go, we're heading straight for the Sword Demon Clan's headquarters. The soldiers shouted in unison. As you command. Heobong asked worriedly. Ma Chill, are you okay? He scratched his head awkwardly. I'm fine. Thankfully, head instructor Ho caught me, so I didn't suffer any internal injuries. Yo-un walked by, lost in thought. To think they would target me openly in a place like this. To dare to act so brazenly even in front of the left guardian who is the cult lord's confidant. He thought of Yu Chan and felt anger in his heart. But my master's actions were as if he had predicted this. In that case, am I just his chess piece? Yo-un recalled the image of himself crying by his mother's bedside. I never doubted his love even at the moment my mother passed away, but why did he let my mother die from poison? With his power it would have been more than enough. Don't tell me he didn't love my mother at all? Otherwise, how could he let the person he loves die? His face darkened and his eyes filled with hatred. If he used my mother and me as an excuse and a chess piece to suppress the 6 major clans, I will definitely make him regret it later. Hua Myung observed all his expressions from above. He recalled So Yu. On the first day of the first test, Elder So Yu Yo, who is also the lord of the Yin Demon Clan, revealed her personal feelings while handling public affairs and was sentenced to 1 year of confinement. And Beko, who was sitting in a solitary cell behind iron bars. And Beko, the lord of the Poison Demon Clan. He was discovered trying to inject poison into Qian Yo-un's body, violating the rules of the Demonic Academy, and was imprisoned for 2 years. And now finally Jiang-un, who was fuming in the middle of a group, he thought. The Dark Sword Duel Clan, one of the 2 hidden forces of the Sword Demon Clan, the sect that manages these prisoners is the Dayu Sword Sect. Since these prisoners were able to use the blood reversion demonic art, the Sword Demon Clan will find it difficult to avoid involvement in this matter. He thought deeply and concluded. Everything was the cult lord's use of that bastard, but I didn't expect them to fall into the trap so easily. Hua Myung looked at him, surrounded by everyone. Although Qian Yo-un is on a winning streak in the battle for the young cult lord's position, I feel a sense of unease. In this situation, it's really hard to predict. What other dark moves will they use? He turned his body into the wind and left. Just like before, they poisoned Lady Hua. An uneasy feeling bothers me and is hard to shake off. Hua Myung left a notification. Qian Yo-un's team has just perfectly executed the Sword Demon's sharp formation, so they will be specially passed all members. There was a small accident just now, but it has been resolved, so let's continue. From now on, your opponents will be the martial arts instructors, not the prisoners. The disciples lined up below shouted together. Demonic Path. The faces of Heobong and Gon were both very dejected. We have really shitty luck, so unlucky. But anyway, among the remaining 7 teams, 4 belong to our lord. So as long as we don't meet those demonic heads, it should be fine. The disciples all did their best to fight the martial arts instructors. But contrary to Heobong's expectations, although the remaining 7 teams did not encounter prisoners during the test evaluation became stricter. Because all the martial arts instructors knew the 7 demon swords and were even more proficient in the Sword Demon's sharp formation, the cadets couldn't make it difficult for them when they deployed the sword formation against them. The instructors could easily break the cadets' sword formations. When the 3rd stage test ended, a total of 120 out of 206 cadets passed. Among the 72 cadets who had pledged allegiance to Qian Yo-un, only 38 passed the test. The evening sunlight shone on the pavilion, the Zongzu said. Congratulations to all the cadets who have passed the 3rd stage test. From now on, you have the right to be proud of being upper-class warriors of this cult. Your identities will be announced, you will be awarded a bronze tag, and before you return to the Demonic Academy, you will each be given your own exclusive weapon. The disciples shouted in unison. Demonic Path. One hand excitedly held up the name tag, and Heobong's 2 eyes sparkled as he looked at the name tag. So this is the bronze tag of an upper-class warrior. The other disciples also got their treasured swords back. It's my sword. It's been a long time since I've held it. Changhua shed tears of joy upon receiving her own item back. My baby, do you know how much mommy missed you? My baby, do you even know how much mommy missed you? The people around all looked at her with bewildered expressions. A weapon that big is that woman's son? Pyong held the tip of a sword and reminded them. Cadets without personal weapons, come this way and receive one. Yoan touched his chin and guessed, "A unique weapon? I heard my master can display the true power of the butterfly dance saber art thanks to his unique weapon, the Guangmu saber. In that case, what kind of weapon would suit the heavenly demon sword art?" Hua Mi-ung stood before the crowd and announced, "It feels like just yesterday you all entered the demonic academy, yet we have already reached the 4th test. From now I will announce the information for the next test. From the 4th test onward there is no time limit." He and the other disciples stood quietly and listened. He held up 4 fingers and urged, "You can take the test at any time according to your abilities. You have 4 years in this demonic academy to take the test." The disciples below were somewhat worried. "What, 4 years? Did you hear that? The 4th test takes 4 years. How difficult must it be?" Im Pyong and Yu Sun stood arrogantly below Hua Mi-ung. "The 4th test is actually the easiest of all tests. This is because this test does not restrict any martial arts or weapons. Regardless of the means or methods used, one only needs to defeat the martial arts instructors." Hearing the test rules, everyone chattered loudly. "This is crazy. Even if the instructors only use the 7 demon swords, it's hard for our team leaders to win. When they were snatching name tags, they only used the 7 demon swords, not their unique martial arts. If they use their unique martial arts, how can we win? Stop complaining. We have 4 years, don't we? Nonsense. What makes you think you can surpass the peak master level?" He calculated seriously. "The superintendent's words mean that I have to defeat an instructor alone, not in a sword formation like before. To do that, a cadet's skill must reach at least the peak master level." Baek Ji-I and Go Guang-hyuk listened intently. If a cadet cannot sense the chi of the peak master level, reaching that stage in their lifetime will be a distant dream. This is probably the method for filtering out cadets in this 4th test. Hua Mi-ung's face turned solemn. "I will say this once more, as I said from the time you entered, if you fail the test, you will be expelled from the demonic academy, so keep this in mind." As dusk gradually fell, Hua Mi-ung's voice rang out loudly. "Here, I hope you all pass the 4th test. May your martial fortune be prosperous." Dismissed. All the disciples shouted again. Demonic path. A few figures remained in the courtyard, not having left yet. "I'm truly sorry that I couldn't lead you to the end." The subordinates cupped their hands, bowed their heads and encouraged him. "No, my lord, it is not your fault. If anyone is to blame, it is my own incompetence. From here I will pray for your victory in the battle for the young cult lord's position. My lord, we will wait outside until you leave the demonic academy." Yoan expressed his regret to everyone. "We haven't been together for long, yet we must part already. It's truly a shame." Suddenly, someone called out loudly, "Cadet 7. He looked quizzically in the direction of the call. Moon Hang approached majestically, and someone admired. "It's Instructor Sang Moon Hang." Heo Bong asked with curiosity, "Isn't he the instructor whose ribs were broken by our lord, forcing him to spend 27 days in the infirmary?" Before he could finish, Go Guang-hyuk advised, "You idiot, keep it down." Moon Hang placed a hand on his hip and commanded, "You follow me to the main building." He asked in surprise, "Instructor, what is the matter?" He glared in anger. "Whatever the matter is, a cadet like you has no right to ask. Let's go." His face hardened as he replied, "Understood, disciple." As Yoan followed Moon Hang, he turned his head and told Heo Bong and Go Guang-hyuk, "You two go back to the dormitory first," he said respectfully. "Yes, my lord." He opened his eyes wide in wonder. Could it be that the superintendent called me because of what just happened? Only the shadows of the 2 men walked down the empty corridor. He looked around warily. "I remember this place isn't open yet." Moon Hang's footsteps suddenly stopped. Yoan was flustered to see him standing still in the middle of an empty forest. This should be far enough. Yoan frowned and asked back, "Instructor, didn't the superintendent call for me?" He turned his head, revealing a bizarre expression. "When did I say the superintendent called for you? It was this instructor who called you." Moon Hang drew a sharp sword and Yoan's face immediately darkened. He pointed the sword straight at him and threatened, "You insolent brat, listen well right here." Moon Hang smiled provocatively. "You are challenging this instructor to pass the 4th test." He raised the corner of his mouth and smiled triumphantly. "You bastard, do you know how long I've waited for you to pass the 3rd test?" Moon Hang recalled the scene of Yoan making him spit blood. "How dare you humiliate this instructor in front of everyone?" This instructor endured the shame in the infirmary for 28 days. "For this very moment, I must reclaim the pride you trampled on. This bastard is only at the entry level of a peak master." As Yoan's face darkened and he remained silent, he charged forward excitedly. "Last time I just couldn't use my unique martial art. I can take down a foolish brat like you in less than 10 moves. Needless to say, I'll just knock you unconscious, and if anyone asks later, I'll say you challenged me." Moon Hang was dumbfounded to see him quickly block his sword strike. He opened his eyes wide in disbelief. His astonished face was reflected in his sword. Yoan smiled dangerously. "That sounds good, you just said it clearly." Yoan's expression suddenly changed and he shivered. "You just said that this is the 4th test." Sweat beaded on Moon Hang's face as he thought to himself, "How can this be?" The hand he held the sword with trembled. "I just attacked with 10/10 of my power, so how can he be unmoved? Instead, my hand is trembling." As Yoan withdrew the sword he was blocking with, broken pieces scattered in all directions. He was pushed back by the force and his entire sword arm trembled. Moon Hang ground his teeth. "This bastard is definitely only at the entry level of a peak master. Don't tell me his internal energy has become this strong in just 28 days. Moonhang gripped his sword tightly and said sarcastically, "Impressive, kid. Your skills have improved remarkably. In that case, I will no longer hold back." Yoan raised an eyebrow and replied nonchalantly, "Yes, do as you please." Moonhang, filled with anger, drew his sword back and cursed incessantly. "You insolent brat!" He rode his momentum and charged at Yoan, but he just stood still and watched as Moonhang brandished his sword with all his might, second form of the high-purity saber art, Junjul. Yoan calmly waited for Moonhang to approach quite fast, but he blocked Moonhang's slash with a single move, Butterfly Dance Saber Art HWE1 Jepjiang. He opened his eyes wide in surprise. My saber chi was blocked just like that. Don't tell me this is... Seeing the sword in Yoan's hand emitting light and power, Moonhang couldn't believe it. That bastard is using saber chi too. He was flustered and forcefully retreated, calculating inwardly. This is bad. In that case, that kid's level is the same as mine, a peak of a peak master. I can't attack rashly. Yoan's eyes flashed and he chased after him like the wind. He continuously slashed at Moonhang's sword with the Butterfly Dance Saber Art, and he could only barely block a few moves. Sixth form Du Jep Son Jep. As the sword in his hand flew into the sky, Moonhang's face turned dark. Yoan's eyes glinted as he quickly seized the opportunity and turned his body. As the sword came right above his head, Moonhang squeezed his eyes shut in fear. "I surrender, stop now." His whole body was tense, worried that Yoan would strike his head. When Moonhang had just opened his eyes, he saw the sword pressed against his forehead. Yoan asked seriously, "Then have I passed the test?" He raised both hands in surrender. "Yes, you won, so you can stop now, right?" A clear terror was revealed on Moonhang's face. "Yes, you won, but do you think I'm crazy enough to let you pass?" Yoan pointed his sword at Moonhang. "Good, I understand," although that was in his mind. Facing Yoan, Moonhang still trembled and calculated. "First, I have to reassure that bastard and make him put down his sword. I've gathered 10/10 of my power in both hands, so the moment you let your guard down, I'll smash your head and turn you into an idiot." Having gotten his answer, Yoan turned his back and sheathed his sword. Moonhang suddenly leapt close to his head, raised both hands and smiled sinisterly. "You fell into my trap, you bastard." Before he could even act, Moonhang was sent spinning in the air as Yoan turned and delivered a straight punch to his stomach. After that, Moonhang collapsed with his head half buried in the ground, his whole body trembling as snot and saliva dripped out. "How did you?" The system suddenly appeared and notified him. "The concentrated energy in the enemy's hands has disappeared. The threat level has been lowered." Yoan clenched his fist and advised, "It's simple. If you want to lie in front of me, you should have hidden the internal energy you gathered in your hands better." As Yoan approached Moonhang step by step, he struggled to get up. Moonhang lifted his head and saw the strong killing intent emanating from Yoan's body. "This kid, I can't do anything with my abilities. I'm sorry, I won't lie again." "I admit I lost." As he stepped hard on Moonhang's body, he promised in fear, "All right, I will go before the superintendent and tell him you passed the 4th test." Yoan kicked his face without a word, and blood from Moonhang's mouth splattered everywhere. Yoan glared, somewhat angry. "I don't think so." The dusk had completely fallen, but it still cast a ray of light on the Shumon. An hour later, inside a room, the instructors stared down below with a mixture of helplessness and shock. Hua Mayung rested his chin on his hand and sighed. On the floor was the unconscious body of Moonhang. An instructor looked, shuddered, and shook his head. "I suspected this guy would do this." Pyong stood to the side, speechless, judging inwardly. To think he would try to get revenge on a cadet, what an idiot. Pyong crossed his arms and frowned. "It's not that I don't know," sang Moonhang's intentions. "This damn bastard tried to use the loophole in the 4th test, which requires a cadet to face a martial arts instructor." Seeing Yoan's dignified appearance, he was very troubled, but still, this guy held back. If he had acted cruelly toward Sang Moonhang with malicious intent, he would have surely incurred the wrath of some martial arts instructors. By only breaking both of Sang Moonhang's ribs, he can say it was carelessness during the match. His ability to grasp and control the situation is quite good. Ho Jin-song closed his eyes and had no choice but to accept it. "In that case, Cheon Yoan has passed." He sat in his chair and said with deep emotion, "I thought it was only a matter of time, but I suspected he would pass." Hua Mayung rummaged through a drawer and found something. As he walked out, he didn't forget to turn his head and urge, "You all take Sang Moonhang to the infirmary for treatment." The instructors cupped their hands and received the order. Yoan opened his eyes wide at the name tag he handed him. "Take it." He didn't understand the name tag in his hand. "This is..." As Yoan stared at Hua Mayung in confusion, he took off the insignia on his own clothes. Hua Mayung smiled happily and announced, "Congratulations. You have become the fastest cadet in history to pass the 4th test. To have come this far in just 2 months, from now on your status is equal to that of an instructor." Hearing his words, Yoan was extremely surprised. As Hua Mayung bestowed the title, he couldn't help but be surprised. "From now on you are Master Cheon Yoan." Pyong handed him a box. "Congratulations on passing the test. Master Cheon Yoan, this is the demonic dragon pill for you." He was startled and received the gift with both hands. "Thank you, instructor." He held up 2 fingers and introduced, "There are 2 privileges for passing the 4th test. The first is that you get a private room." Hearing his introduction, Yoan's eyes sparkled. "Really?" He looked at him as if speechless. "Kid, you seem very happy." Pyong put his hands on his hips and stared at him. "The second is to go to the blacksmith north of the main school tomorrow at the hour of the serpent." Yoan asked back with curiosity. "The blacksmith?" Ho Jinsong, who was standing not far away, added an explanation. Passing the fourth test not only earns you the title of master but also allows you to forge your own weapon. This is truly a blessing for a kid like you. Yo-un smiled happily and thought, that's great. Besides getting a private residence for Moon-gyu, I can also get a unique weapon for myself. Hua Myung crossed his arms, stood before him and said, now I will tell you the contents of the fifth test. He frowned and revealed in a serious voice, the fifth test is to pass through the Wind Demon Cave. The minimum requirement to pass the Wind Demon Cave is the peak stage of a Supreme Master. Seeing Moonhang being carried back into the room, Hua Myung's face looked too tired to speak. No, this instructor forcibly discharged himself early a few days ago, so why is he being admitted again so quickly? Hua Myung's face was very solemn. To be eligible to take the fifth test, your skill must be at least at the mature stage of a Supreme Master. Yo-un quietly listened to the requirements he introduced. He calculated each grade in order. The mature stage of a Supreme Master would be a powerhouse in the top 100 of the main cult. That's a 3-grade difference from my current level. Supreme Peak, Supreme Mature. The goal is Supreme Entry, Peak 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 Mature. Currently at Peak Entry, First Class Master, Second Class Master. What on earth is the Wind Demon Cave that one must reach the mature stage of a Supreme Master to pass? No wonder the deadline for this test is so long. Hua Myung lowered his head slightly and uttered a carefully considered statement. The fifth test is extremely difficult. In each term, fewer than 10 people pass. So I advise you absolutely do not decide to participate hastily. He opened his eyes and looked at him straight on. Skill is accumulated slowly, not obtained in a day. May your martial fortune be prosperous. Yo-un obediently cupped his hands and promised, thank you, Superintendent. Your disciple will live up to your expectations. The sunlight shone on the tall pavilion, which was the Demonic Academy's secret manual library. He raised his head and gave a confident smile. I can finally see the blue jadestone tablets on the 3rd and 4th floors. As soon as he arrived, one of the instructors asked a question that made Yo-un's eyes widen. Have you come to return a name tag? He held out the name tag he had just received. The instructor looked at him with a bewildered expression, then bowed his head again. Pointing to the name tag, he said, no, I just passed the 4th test. All the cadets standing behind him looked at him. What, the 3rd test just ended? It hasn't even been an hour, and he passed the 4th test? Is that a lie? Look at the name tag he has. That's a silver tag that only instructors can have. This is crazy. So he really passed the 4th test? The instructor was horrified, sweating profusely. That's truly incredible. If my memory serves me right, the fastest person to pass the 4th test after entering the Demonic Academy's history took 5 months. This kid has only been here for 2 months. The instructor immediately stood up and respectfully bowed to him. Master Cheon, I apologize for my rudeness. He bowed his head and clasped his hands. Not at all, instructor. Yo-un smiled brightly and asked, then may I look around the 3rd floor? The instructor replied, of course. Inside the library, everyone was either searching for or reading secret manuals on the 3rd floor secret manual library. He looked at the lantern in his hand and exclaimed, wow, 4 hours. That's much more time to look around than on the 2nd floor. Yo-un was surprised and turned his head to see Baek Ji, Guang Hyuk and Heo Bong's group gathered in a corner reading books. Those guys are also engrossed in memorizing the contents of the secret manuals. In that case, I too. He held the lantern and went to a secluded spot where no one was around. Here it is. Yo-un looked up at the huge stone tablet covered in scratch marks. Why are the sword marks here more complex than on the 1st and 2nd floors? Yo-un couldn't take his eyes off the stone tablet. He silently requested, I must analyze this in detail later. Nano, save all the sword marks here. The system immediately replied. Understood, Master. Inside the library, the system's report continued to echo. Scan complete. The cadets standing around Yo-un reading books openly expressed their anger as he turned pages. There he goes again, that bastard, seriously. Here we go again, I'd better read somewhere else. When the system's sound stopped, Cheon Yo-un finally scanned all 179 first-class martial arts manuals on the 3rd floor. He turned his eyes to the right. In the 4th floor secret manual library, Yo-un saw a stone tablet as densely covered with scratch marks as the 3rd floor. One corner of the stone tablet was significantly broken. Looking at the cut surface of the stone tablet, what kind of sword technique would it take to cut it like this? He frowned, examining it, and mumbled to himself in thought, why are there so many sword marks? The sword marks are much deeper and the surface is rougher. Suddenly the system warned, Master, the sword marks left here this time contain twice the impact force of the sword marks on the 1st and 2nd floor blue jade stone tablets. Yo-un was surprised and laughed. What? This makes me even more curious. He looked up and examined the stone tablet closely. I want to reproduce the sword techniques in 3D right now, but it won't be too late to analyze it later in my private training room. First, Nano, scan it. The system immediately obeyed. Understood, Master. Yo-un walked toward the almost empty bookshelf. The higher I go, the fewer secret manual books there are, but the fewer there are, the higher the quality. Most of the secret manuals here are unique martial arts. He tilted his head, scanning a few useful books. Manhua's Plum Blossom Sword Art, Kunlun's Taiching Qi Gong, Wuding's Flowing Cloud Sword Art, and the Furious Fist of the Wild Fist Sect. Not only were there secret manuals from the main school's top sects, but also supreme secret manuals from both the righteous and demonic factions. Quite a lot. Yoan pulled a book from the shelf with one finger. If I know most of these sects' martial arts, it will be a great help when I confront figures from both the righteous and demonic factions later. But since I only have 6 hours, I'll start by scanning the martial arts of our own sect first. The system compiled information on what he had done in the library. Finally, Qian Yoan scanned a total of 245 supreme secret manuals on the 4th floor. 112 from the Heavenly Demon Cult, 83 from the Righteous faction, and 50 from the Demonic faction. Yoan held the lantern and went down the stairs. I've scanned everything I can, but thinking about it again, do I have to master all the martial arts I've scanned? It might be better to distribute them among my subordinates from small and medium-sized sects for them to train. The instructor who was reading a book saw him approaching. It's already quite late, Master Qian. It was mid-Zishi 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. He was slightly surprised. Is it already this late? I'm truly sorry. The instructor stood up and let him out. Let's go back. Yoan looked around with a hint of regret. It's this late, so I won't have time to use the training room. When he returned to the room, all his subordinates' jaws dropped. Heo Bong asked, his jaw practically unhinged. What did you say, Lord? You were on the 4th floor of the secret manual library? The cadets clasped their hands and congratulated him while Yoan scratched his head awkwardly. Congratulations on passing the 4th test, Lord. Congratulations, Lord. Moongyu's blank gaze was fixed on him. I knew young Master Qian was outstanding, but to pass the 4th test in just 1 day. At this rate, young Master Qian will be the strongest young lord to become the cult lord. Yoan sat down and announced, Tonight is the last night I'll be spending with everyone in this dormitory. The cadets in the room were startled. Lord, why are you suddenly saying such a thing? He smiled brightly at their bewildered faces. When you pass the 4th test, you get a private room, so I'll be moving to a new residence tomorrow. Heo Bong rushed at him, trying to hug him, but a swift hand pulled him back. No, don't abandon me, Lord. Calm down, Heo Bong. The Lord's residence isn't far from here. Moongyu stood nearby, her eyes sparkling. I just heard that if you pass the 4th test, you get a private room. A small house nestled among towering rocks. The next day, around Sishi 9 to 11 a.m., Yo-un went to a blacksmith shop north of the Demonic Academy. He smiled happily. A unique weapon, I'll have it soon. Ji-Yu Son-wong walked out from inside and asked, Are you perhaps Master Qian, whom I was notified about, the one who just passed the 4th test? He was flustered and clasped his hands, about to introduce himself. I have just arrived. Yo-un saw that his body was muscular, contrary to his gentle face. What is this? Could it be? He examined his face closely and only then noticed that he had no eyebrows. Yoan looked down at his arms. There was no hair on his arms either. Did he burn all his body hair while working in front of the furnace? Ji-Yu Son-wong touched his head and laughed loudly. I know why you're looking at me like that, but what can I do when my work has made me like this? Yoan shook his head slightly. Wasn't it because you kept staring at me? He bowed his head and clasped his hands in greeting. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ji-Yu Son-wong, a descendant of Ji-Yu Yaji. It's a pleasure to meet you. He couldn't believe his eyes and fell into thought. Ji-Yu Yaji, wasn't that the famous swordsmith whose name I heard in the records of the Grand Historian? Yoan recalled the image of his ancestor when he first began forging swords. In the spring and autumn period, there was no one who didn't know Ji-Yu Yaji, the famous swordsmith, known for the anecdote of Zhuanzu assassinating King Liao of Wu with the Yuchang sword. Throughout his life, Ji-Yu Yaji forged countless swords, and half of the swords he made were all famous swords. The Huk Tanlu, Shuan-jun, Yuchang, Taya, Long Yuan, Kung Fu, and other famous swords born from Ji-Yu Yaji's hands sparked the greed of martial artists and people throughout the world. Ji-Yu Son-wong put his hands on his hips and smiled contentedly. That may be so, but my ancestor Ji-Yu Yaji had countless descendants, but only a few were truly taught his secret methods. I too do not dare to show off in front of the young master. Yoan praised Ji-Yu Son-wong generously. Don't say that. How can the secret methods of a family be lost? He heard that and smiled brightly. Master Qian truly knows how to read people. In that case, I will do my best to create a weapon for you. He tilted his head and looked at the sword tied to Yoan's back, curious. Looking at the weapon you carry, it seems you use both a saber and a sword? Indeed, Yoan had both a sword and a saber tied to his front and back. That's right. Can Master Ji-Yu make both? He asserted. Of course I can, but I'm afraid according to regulations, I can only make one at a time. Which one would you like to have made first? He touched his chin and bowed his head in contemplation. Which one first? Difficult. Yoan recalled the scene of him holding a sword and killing people with a single strike. Thinking about it again, when I fought the prisoner who used the blood reversion demonic art, it was difficult to fully unleash the heavenly demon sword art because of the sword. He looked at the sword full of cracks. Looking closely again later, the sword had cracks. As expected, it's difficult to unleash the forms of the heavenly demon sword art with an ordinary sword. He happily raised his head and chose. Then I will have a sword made first. Ji-Yu Son-wong heard that and praised him. Oh, that's a good idea. Actually, I specialize more in making swords than sabers. He smiled gently. Before I make the sword, could you please demonstrate the sword technique you usually use? Yoan didn't understand and replied, Yes. Ji-Yu Son-wong raised both hands and said as if it were obvious, Actually, this is to make a sword suitable for you. I need to see your sword technique to know what shape and strength of sword I should make. His expression brightened as if he had realized something. Understood, Master Ji-Yu. Yoan drew his sword. He quickly took a sword-wielding stance ready to fight. Ji Son Wong couldn't help but admire Yoan as he flew past. His momentum is quite impressive. A powerful aura emanating from the sword followed his footsteps. Ji Son Wong opened his mouth, speechless. He used his hand to block the dust Yoan stirred up as he passed. Ji Son Wong's eyes widened in admiration. He turned his head and asked Ji Son Wong, "It's finished, Master Ji. How is this level of sword technique?" He was still dazed. "Ah, is that so?" Ji Son Wong touched his chin and quietly thought about something. His arm suddenly went limp. His whole body became stiff. "Master Qian, I don't know how to say this." Yoan was flustered, not understanding what was happening. "Why, Master Ji Son Wong's face suddenly turned serious. "I don't think I can make this sword for you." Ji Son Wong crossed his arms and seriously told Yoan, "I probably won't be able to make a sword for you." He was slightly surprised. An expression of disbelief appeared on his face. "You can't make it, Ji Son Wong didn't immediately answer his question. He held out his hand and asked, "Could you show me that sword for a moment?" Then he picked up a hammer, preparing to strike the sword blade, which made Yoan bewildered. "What?" As the hammer came down, the sword blade shattered, sending small fragments flying everywhere. All that remained of the sword was the hilt and small pieces of the blade. Only after looking closely did Yoan realize that the sword hadn't been broken by the hammer. The entire blade was already fractured into pieces. He stared intently at the broken sword, his eyes wide. He thought to himself, "I thought it would be fine as long as I didn't use the sword to fight others with my techniques." As if reading his mind, Ji Son Wong picked up the sword he had just struck with the hammer and examined it. "Your sword techniques cannot be withstood by an ordinary sword." Hearing that, Yoan asked for his help. "Then if you make a very strong sword for me." Before he could finish, Ji Son Wong cut him off. "If I had that skill, I would have helped you already." He glanced at Yoan and said, "To withstand your techniques, I would need to use at least cold steel to make the sword." Ji Son Wong kindly explained to Yoan about the materials needed to make a suitable sword for him. Cold steel is a metal imbued with the cold energy of the North Sea. It is several times harder than ordinary steel, but it is a very rare metal, only distributed to masters at the level of squad leader within the sect. He cried out in surprise at those words, and inwardly exclaimed, "I knew the heavenly demon sword art was very strong, but I didn't know it was this strong." Ji Son Wong stroked his chin and sighed. "I apologize. Seeing your excellent sword techniques, even I, a blacksmith, feel my blood boil." Seeing that he couldn't help, Yoan couldn't force him. He scratched his head and replied, "There's no other way. I'll have to try my best to pass the 5th test and become a squad leader. Then I have an alternative. I'll make you a saber. Can you show me your saber technique?" He immediately agreed. Yes, although Yoan couldn't get the sword he wanted, Ji Son Wong promised to make him another weapon. After seeing the butterfly dance saber art, he fortunately promised that he had enough skill to make a saber that could unleash this saber technique and told him to come back in a month to pick it up. Leaving Ji Son Wong's house, Yoan immediately went to the training room. He looked around and thought, "The training room is more crowded than usual these days. It seems there are more cadets who have reached the Supreme Master level." He vowed to himself, "I can't lose either. I must reach the Transcendent Master level." After that, Yoan opened 2 boxes containing spirit pills in front of his eyes and began to hesitate. Should I take them one by one or all at once? He stared at the 2 for a long time, then finally threw both spirit pills into his mouth. "Oh well, there's not much time, I don't care." Immediately after, Yoan's entire body began to tremble due to the changes in his body. He unconsciously shouted loudly. Yoan swallowed hard. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly. Feeling the 2 spirit pills taking effect, he immediately called the nano system. "I need to circulate chi with the heavenly demon sword art. Help me absorb the demonic dragon pills." It immediately spouted out at length. "Master has consumed a large amount of medicine that enhances physical abilities. The energy source is rapidly circulating through Master's special acupuncture points, the 14 meridians, along with the proliferation and reaction speed of the medicine." It explained to him in detail. "This helps prevent energy loss, and as the metabolic rate increases, blood vessels can expand." Yoan sighed impatiently, thinking to himself, "It said it would be painful, but don't tell me it's going to be difficult." He had some knowledge of the spirit pills he had just consumed. The founder of the poison demon sect was the cult lord Bai Gai Ryu. Known as the Lord of 10,000 Poisons, he was a master of poisons and medicinal herbs. To create the demonic dragon pill, he conducted countless experiments. Therefore, one demonic dragon pill did not strain the human body's acupuncture points, and it was the minimum dosage a person could safely take. However, as Yoan began his training, he made his body adapt quickly and move decisively. Immediately after, blood suddenly spewed from his neck. Yoan's speed immediately slowed and his Dazui acupoint ruptured. Blood vessels continuously burst along Yoan's spine as well. A considerable amount of blood flowed from within his body. Cells would separate and injured areas would rapidly regenerate, but Yoan didn't stop, continuously pushing himself. "If it weren't for Nano, all the acupoints in my body would have burst. I might even be dead already. Should I have used the Mochian heart technique instead of the heavenly demon sword art's heart technique?" A moment later, his body had almost no strength left to endure. Blood vessels inside his body burst one after another. The immediate pain made him scream. His Shenju, Lingtai, Ziyang, Shenteng and Xuanji acupoints were all destroyed and recovery would begin immediately. Yoan didn't stop, gritting his teeth and enduring, vowing inwardly, I almost fainted while circulating chi just now, all because I let my guard down for a moment. I must endure. Anyone who consumed 2 spirit pills simultaneously like Yoan would have the meridians that transport chi and blood in their body destroyed. 2 Shichen. 2 hours later, blood splattered everywhere, and Yoan collapsed completely, gasping for breath. He knelt on the ground, supporting his body with both hands. Sweat poured from his entire body like rain, and Yoan thought to himself, I almost died. I shouldn't overdose on medicine next time. He placed his hand on his stomach, feeling the internal energy within his body. How much has my internal energy increased? With Nano's help calculating it, I must have gained the equivalent of over 40 years of internal energy combined. Immediately after, his 2 eyes widened in surprise. Yoan immediately crossed his legs, formed a hand seal, and circulated his energy. Bright energies gathered in his body like a powerful energy flow. How did it suddenly increase so much? It wasn't just his internal energy that increased. Yoan could feel that he had become much stronger. The flow of internal energy was also very abundant. Could it be that my acupoints became even harder and stronger by repeatedly breaking and recovering? He looked at his hands and smiled brightly with joy. With this internal energy I can use double the power when executing forms. Yoan brought 2 fingers together and unleashed a blue aura. Seeing his powerful sword chi, he was even more delighted. My sword chi has also become thicker and longer. In that case, isn't it even stronger than head instructor Ho Jinsong's sword chi? Nevertheless, Yoan did not become complacent and did not stop training and learning, he vowed inwardly. Although I haven't reached the transcendent master level yet, as there's still much I haven't realized, my internal energy has laid a solid foundation. Yoan clenched his fist and resolved. Now is the time to learn the latter part of the heavenly demon sword art. Nano, extract the internal energy circulation methods of the forms carved on the 3rd floor stone tablet and convert them into the sword demon and heavenly demon sword art's counterforms. The system immediately obeyed his command. Understood. I will transmit the 2 forms to Master's brain. Suddenly his body paused. Yoan asked the system, prompted by a bold thought that had just occurred to him. Nano, can the counterform break the heavenly demon sword art? The system immediately replied. Counterform 93 is sufficient to break heavenly demon sword art 3rd form. Hearing that, he was very surprised. 93 forms? He recalled a small fragment of memory from the past. So that's why the sword marks on the stone tablet looked more chaotic than before. Heavenly demon sword art 3rd form is much more powerful than the first 2 forms. Yoan crossed his arms and thought, Nano, then can you transmit heavenly demon sword art 3rd form to me? It advised him. Master's current body has reached its limit. If more meridians and strength are injected, it could affect Master's growth process, so it is not recommended. Yoan immediately asked back, but it's still possible, right? It immediately replied. If Master is satisfied with the current body, it is possible. Hearing that, he closed his eyes and thought for a long time. Seeing him hesitate, the system suggested, while it's not possible with the current body, 1 form can be executed, Yoan exclaimed in surprise. Oh really? Yoan immediately took a stance and slightly raised the corner of his mouth, since the 2nd form was much stronger than the 1st form. I'm curious too. Let's test it. His 2 eyes shone with resolve and high concentration. Immediately after, Yoan kicked back with force and used sword chi to slash forward. Due to moving too much, he felt all the muscles in his body rupture and pain washed over him like a wave. After stopping, Yoan could no longer endure and knelt on one knee. His entire body trembled and he couldn't move his 2 arms. The system immediately treated him. Full body muscles have ruptured due to unnecessary movements. Initiating emergency recovery procedure. Yoan bowed his head, gritted his teeth and thought to himself, my current body can't handle it. It will be difficult to even execute the forms. After receiving the system's treatment, as his body gradually recovered, he then looked around. The surroundings were completely covered with traces left by sword chi. Yoan was quite surprised to see them. To think that the sharp energy and sword power brought by the form could leave traces on the ground. There was a reason it reached 93 forms. Looking at the deep sword marks on the ground, Yoan thought to himself, then how strong would the 3rd form be that counters this form? I'll have to test it once my muscles recover. He immediately stood up and unleashed a continuous slash in the air with sword chi. The sword chi's slashes created a whirlwind around him. Yoan gasped for breath again. Indeed, it's very powerful. As the wind subsided, he still stood there, lost in thought, and after synthesizing general knowledge, he completely deciphered the heavenly demon sword art 3rd form. My body can endure, but the combination of these sword forms is too complex. Is this the limit of ordinary swordsmen? He sighed. If the 3rd form is so difficult to learn, how much harder will the 4th form be? After that, Yoan commanded the system. Nano, transmit all the forms from the 4th floor blue jade stone tablet to me as well. It immediately obeyed the command. Understood. Yoan sat on the ground with his legs crossed, closed his eyes and trained in his mind. A moment later he opened his eyes, and there was a hint of bewilderment in his gaze. Something strange, but I don't know what. To find an answer to his question, he sought help from the system. Nano, show me the 2 forms in 3D video. It immediately constructed 3D models as per Yoan's request. Understood. Activating augmented reality in Master's visual information. Activating 3D video of the 2 forms' movements in counter mode. The 3D models in the system space immediately moved, accurately simulating each movement. Heavenly Demon Sword Art 4th form. The other model was that model's opponent. The two models rushed at each other and exchanged forms, counterform, fourth form. The collision of the two models made a loud sound and the swords in the hands of both models shattered. Yo-un, witnessing that sight, was extremely astonished. "That's impossible." An expression of disbelief appeared on his face. "The counterform can't defeat the heavenly demon sword art." Yo-un's training room lamp was still bright. He was still watching the 3D models recreate the actual combat scene. He watched it repeatedly, but the result was that both models' swords were broken, and there was no winner. Yo-un rested his chin in his hand and thought to himself, "No matter how many times I try, the result is a draw, but it's strange." He recalled the movements of the yellow model and then asked the system. "The heavenly demon sword art's final sword form adds a rotational movement to prevent the sword power from reaching its peak. Nano, did the counterform leave many sword marks?" It immediately replied. "Approximately 130 sword marks were left," Nano added, "and the 24th sword form of the last move cut off the corner of the stone tablet." Yo-un immediately realized. To cut the blue jade stone tablet one must use not only power but also inner chi. Even the powerful sword power of the heavenly demon divine art's final sword form was defeated by pure inner chi. Was the blue jade stone tablet cut because he was angry that the final form couldn't defeat the combination of ordinary sword forms? He recalled an old battle. He had proposed a duel with a past peak master using sword marks and was so angry that he couldn't defeat him as he wished. "I still haven't properly understood this person's sword forms." Yo-un slumped down and leaned his back against the wall. "There's no other way but to increase my martial prowess. If he reached a higher realm, his body would strengthen, or there would be clear limits to the brain's transformation process." Indeed, there was no other way. At the Demonic Academy cafeteria, Yu-min was happily chatting and eating, while Gwang-hyuk cleared a mountain of dishes. He found it quite amusing to sit in this boisterous atmosphere. "It's really enjoyable to all gather and eat boisterously like this. Everyone has come up with many good ideas." Today's meal was Gwang-hyuk's suggestion to Yo-un. "My lord, I think it would be good for all of us to have dinner together." He spoke indirectly, intending to refuse. "Why, everyone must be busy with personal training." He didn't give up and continued to urge. "That's precisely why we should eat together." Heo Bong also spoke with great enthusiasm. "That's right, my lord." Yu-min tried to persuade Yo-un again. "Personal training is important, but as your subordinates, I believe it's also important to build camaraderie together." He sat at the table and thought, "Indeed, I can't achieve anything alone. We must grow together." At the Demonic Academy's supply room, the instructor said with slight hesitation, "But the great master can use the supplies freely." He couldn't help but wonder, "But why do you need so much paper and so many brushes?" Yo-un slowly picked up a few bundles. "I need to copy secret manuals. I might come back for more if I run out." "What?" The instructor guarding the supply room scratched his head in wonder. That much paper and those brushes would be enough to copy at least 60 volumes. Could he possibly be trying to memorize all that? Half a month later, a man with a ponytail whispered, "I heard the Lord has something important to say." "What could it be?" The man with a top knot next to him said. "I don't know, but we just need to trust and follow the Lord." Moon-gyu touched her chin and thought, "Young Master Cheon has been a bit strange lately." It was when she met him at night. "Young Master Cheon." Moon-gyu took a towel and wiped Yo-un's face. "Why are you always so messy? Your face is covered in soot." He awkwardly avoided her, looking embarrassed. It's because I'm using this." Now, thinking about it again, she felt suspicious. Could it be related to that? Gon saw Yo-un approaching and called out loudly, "My lord." Everyone saw him carrying 2 piles of books and asked what they were. Yo-un placed the 2 piles of books on the table. "Is everyone here?" Someone immediately replied. "Yes." He raised his voice and announced, "I called everyone here today to discuss our future plans." Yo-un immediately said, without delay, "Starting tomorrow, I will enter secluded training." Heo Bong exclaimed in surprise. "Secluded training?" The people below also started murmuring. "Why so suddenly? What about training?" Only Gwang-hyuk remained calm and asked, "My lord, how long do you plan to be in secluded training?" He replied without hesitation. "To be honest, I haven't set a period yet. It could be 1 year or 2 years. In any case, I won't stop until I achieve results that satisfy me." He could understand by looking at Yo-un's attitude. Judging by his gaze, he has already made up his mind. Gwang-hyuk had no intention of stopping him, and offered words of blessing. "I see. May the Lord achieve what he desires." As he did so, others followed suit. "May the Lord achieve what he desires." Baekji stared intently at Yo-un. "In any case, this isn't just about Yo-un. After passing the 4th test, we might also have to enter secluded training." Suddenly, he raised his voice to remind them. "Before I go, I have 2 commands for everyone." Yo-un stated the first one. "First, everyone must pass the 4th test by the time I finish my secluded training." Heo Bong and Gon were very surprised. "EV everyone?" So Young quickly replied, "I will obey your command." Before Chai Tiem could even finish saying, "I will obey," he glared at So Young. Chai Tiem scoffed at her telepathically. "What a loud voice, So Young!" She smiled even more triumphantly. "Since I'm one of the 6 swords, of course I'm confident." He worried about the people behind him. "But this will discourage the warriors from ordinary families. The Lord's intention is good, but for them, this is by no means easy." Yo-un placed his hand on the pile of books and said, "The second command is, everyone must master all the martial arts secret manuals I am giving you." Heo Bong looked puzzled. "Yes?" Ma Chil asked back, full of doubt. "Secret manuals?" Moon-gyu smiled slightly. So this is why young master has been messy every day. He copied them all himself. He must have had a very difficult time. If he had told me, I would have helped, she thought for a moment. Could it be that he intends to share the martial arts secret manuals he read from the fourth floor library with us? In any case, copying peak-level martial arts for subordinates who lack martial arts is not a bad thing. Yoan began distributing the books from his side. When I call your name, come forward and take one. The first is Heo Bong, he quickly replied. Yes, my lord. Heo Bong took a few books and examined them. Ma Chil leaned his face close and peered at them. What did the lord give me? Gon stammered. What is this? Someone read the names of a few books. Phantom Sword Art, Falling Shadow Sword Art, Iron Leg. Others also started murmuring. Isn't the Phantom Sword Art a martial art of a high-ranking sect? The righteous faction's Manhua's Falling Shadow Sword Art and the demonic faction's Iron Leg. Both are peak-level martial arts. Heo Bong knelt and kowtowed. I will dedicate this humble life of mine to becoming stronger and repaying the Lord's boundless grace. I will surely accomplish what the Lord has commanded. Gon, watching this scene, thought to himself, the Lord is so thoughtful, even taking such meticulous care of those from small sects. Ma Chil vowed in his heart, even if I die, I must remain loyal to the Lord. Until this point, the subordinates still didn't know that the remaining 99 copied manuscripts were all different martial arts. The secret manuals received by Heo Bong, Jin Ok, Ma Chil, Dong Qian, and Go Ha Ri were mostly different martial arts. If everyone learned peak-level martial arts, they would be astonished and bewildered. Moreover, those who had encountered Qian Yuan while looking at books on the second and third floor libraries had all witnessed his actions firsthand. Suddenly, Changhua realized something. I heard the Lord was called the troublemaker of the secret manual library. Could it be that he didn't observe proper etiquette when looking at books? Guanghyuk was now astonished. My lord, did you possibly memorize all these secret manuals? Yuan fidgeted, unable to look directly at him. He was greatly impressed. You are truly amazing. What can I say? I am deeply impressed with the Lord. Guanghyuk continued to ponder. The limited time for reading books in the secret manual library was designed to prevent any one person from learning too many secret manuals. The 6 individuals to whom the Lord gave high-tier sect martial arts all belonged to the 6 major clans. He also imagined a beautiful future. Knowing the martial arts of various sects would allow him to analyze them. I had thought I knew the Lord quite well, but I was mistaken, yet the Lord is clearly envisioning a much larger picture than we can imagine. Ma Chil couldn't help but be amazed either. Truly, the Lord is a monster. Gon found it unbelievable. How can he memorize so many secret manuals? A man with a topknot, seeing them speak too loudly, reminded them. The Lord is right in front of you, he urged. Stop fooling around and come get your secret manuals. A loud reply echoed. Yes. Yuan called Jinhoon's name. That person immediately replied. Yes, he called the next person. Kim Yun Bei. After receiving the books, everyone below bowed their heads in gratitude. Thank you, Lord. We will train diligently. Don't disappoint me. We will do our best to live up to the Lord's expectations. Moon Gyu hugged the books tightly to her chest. Baek Ji was still slightly uneasy. There's a problem. He quietly looked around. Although we have mastered heart techniques, it's more important for cadets from small sects like Jin Ok to have internal energy heart techniques. Suddenly, Heo Bong shouted, El Lord, is this an internal energy heart technique? Gon also started paying attention to the book. Jian Gon Hanwen Gong. Ma Chil also felt it was familiar. It's mine. Baek Ji quickly covered his mouth. Another slip of the tongue. So Yang seemed very surprised. We also received this Hanwen Gong. Guanghyuk flipped through the pages, puzzled. Which sect's martial art is this? Chai Tiem also found it very unfamiliar. I've never heard of this. Moon Gyu began to find it very strange. Why is there such a heart technique? Circulating qi through acupoints in unusual locations is a very effective method. I wanted to acknowledge this, but compared to the demonic dragon lance sect's internal energy heart technique, this is better. Chai Tiem rushed over and asked, Yuan El Lord, where did you find this heart technique? Then he suddenly stopped. Chai Tiem was warned by his gaze. He quickly bowed his head. Sorry, Lord, I misspoke. Yuan slowly said, Hanwen Gong. He tried to find a reasonable explanation, saying it was a secret heart technique hidden on the 4th floor of the secret manual library, and sighed inwardly. All right. 2 days ago, Yuan muttered, looking at the books scattered on the ground. I've almost copied all the secret manuals, but I'm really pondering what internal energy heart technique to give them. He inwardly asked the nano system, how far has the internal energy analysis progressed? It quickly replied, we are still analyzing the energy source emitted through the breathing process. Yuan continued to ask, but Nano only spoke vaguely. It is an energy source not yet identified by future science and technology, so it will take time. However, I can classify which internal energy heart techniques help increase Dantian energy. He nodded lightly. Then choose one for me. It displayed an information window. The Heavenly Demon Sword Arts heart technique is the most effective. Yuan wasn't very pleased, so he told it to suggest something else. The system continued to suggest, the Mochian heart technique is the second most effective. He was still not satisfied. This heart technique doesn't seem very good either. Yuan didn't forget to remind it. My master said. The system changed to something else again. Next is sample 37. This time he was truly curious. A sample? Where is such a thing? It began to explain. I analyzed the contents of the book Source of Internal Energy on the 1st floor of the library, and referenced the internal energy heart techniques on the 1st and 4th floors to create this heart technique sample. Yo-un was very astonished. You created a new internal energy heart technique, the system's monotonous voice continued to echo. During the process of analyzing the energy emitted by breathing, I created it according to existing samples. He pressed on. When was it made? It answered very honestly. I created it after completing the analysis process for the internal energy heart techniques on the 4th floor, Yo-un asked again. So it was only made 2 days ago. Then you also analyzed the Heavenly Demon Sword Art's internal energy heart technique, right? The system did not hide it. It is an internal energy heart technique that combines kinetic energy generated through movement and the body's breathing energy, so the analysis is not yet complete, he immediately demanded. I see. First, tell me the structure of that heart technique called sample, it replied briefly. Blue energies floated around the room. Yo-un slowly inhaled and exhaled. He couldn't believe it. Impossible. Yo-un was very surprised by its effects. Just testing out a bit of chi circulation, and it's as strong as the Mochian heart technique. It might even be more stable than the Mochian heart technique's chi circulation method. He rejoiced inwardly. Good. This will respond to all kinds of martial arts. Yo-un suddenly had a thought. But what should I call it? Nano-sam Chil-gong. He thought of another new name. How about Hanwon-gong? Yo-un fabricated a story about the origin of this secret manual. This is a secret heart technique hidden on the 4th floor of the secret manual library. Chai Tiam was very impressed. Indeed, the treasures hidden on the 4th floor of the secret manual library are countless. Guang Hyuk was no exception. Anyway, it seemed similar to the heart technique of a high-tier sect that had disappeared long ago. Another person spoke again. Such a thing existed, then we must learn it all without missing a single one, he cautiously instructed everyone. Tomorrow, stay in your rooms, memorize all the secret manuals I've given you, and then destroy them. They all replied loudly in one voice. Yes, the next day at the secluded training ground northwest of the Demonic Academy. Yo-un stood in front of the training ground and said with great emotion, "Thank you for seeing me off." Before going inside, he didn't forget to remind them. While I am in secluded training the 6 swords, if there are any lacking individuals, help them master martial arts. Baek Ji received the order. Lord, don't worry, just focus on your secluded training. Chai Tiam stood nearby and added, this subordinate has heard that teaching others is also a method of training, so I will help everyone. Yo-un waved to everyone and went inside. Then I wish you all good luck, the people there said loudly. May the Lord achieve great success in his training with good fortune. He opened the door. Yo-un went inside alone and first examined everything in the room. Is this the secluded training ground? It's a bit larger than a private training room. Yo-un found an earthenware jar nearby, took out a spirit pill and felt deeply moved. Even though I asked for quite a lot, they still prepared enough. With this amount of Baekokten, I won't fear training for several years. Yo-un stood upright and muttered. But I'm still far from reaching the transcendent master level. He took off his clothes and said to the nanosystem, transmit all the peak-level martial arts from the books on the 4th floor of the secret manual library to my brain. It received the command and immediately executed it, transmitting 245 volumes of peak-level martial arts manuals to the user's brain. Yo-un reached out and grabbed a handful of spirit pills. Though they were high-tier sect martial arts, he put them in his mouth and chewed. The butterfly dance, saber art, and the heavenly demon sword art are still a step below the sword-breaking form. To broaden my horizons, I need to train in various types of martial arts. Yo-un began to plan his daily routine. I must train 3 times a day. In the morning I'll practice stances, in the afternoon I'll fight the avatar, and in the evening I'll circulate chi. After finishing his meal, he immediately began his training. It's afternoon now, so I should fight the avatar. Nano, activate A and select Qian Yu-chan's avatar. The system replied loudly, activating a function. Simulated sample Qian Yu-chan avatar has been generated according to the user's visual information. Yo-un calculated, looking at the simulated figure it created. Right now it's just Qian Yu-chan, but later the number will increase and the difficulty will also rise. The more he thought, the firmer his resolve became. My ultimate goal is my master's avatar. I must surpass what my master initially did to the evil faction prisoner. Yo-un immediately rushed to fight, and let's do it. At this time, no one imagined that Qian Yo-un would extend his secluded training period. Not even Qian Yo-un himself. On the 7th day of Qian Yo-un's secluded training, Qian Mu-yin, candidate for young lord of the Mystic Demon Clan, defeated a martial arts instructor and passed the 4th test. Besides Qian Yo-un, he was the fastest person in the entire Demonic Academy to pass the 4th test. On the 10th day, Moon Gyu of the Demonic Dragon Lance sect defeated instructor I.M. Pyong and passed the test 3rd. That day, the cadets received private rooms and jumped with joy, and it was the first time Moon Gyu showed such happiness. The 4th person to pass the test was Zhang Jiang-un, candidate for young lord of the Sword Demon Clan. He wanted to pass the test as quickly as possible, but he had to be very careful to defeat the instructor, so it took more time. 2 months after Qian Yo-un began his training, Qian Mu-yin and Zhang Jiang-un entered secluded training. Moon Gyu knew she needed secluded training, but she postponed it to teach martial arts to her subordinates from small sects. At that time, Baek Ji, the most skilled swordsman among Qian Yo-un's 6 swords, passed the 4th test. He was the second person from Qian Yo-un's group to pass. All his subordinates were very happy, but Baek Ji was not very pleased because he passed later than Moon Gyu. 4 months into Qian Yo-un's secluded training, Zhang Mu-yom, candidate for young lord of the Subduing Demon Clan, passed the 4th test. and he was also planning to enter secluded training soon. Among the 6 swords, the second sword Go Guanghyuk and the 5th sword So Young also passed the test. After that, 5 cadets failed the test and were eliminated, and for a while no one challenged an instructor. In the 5th month, the remaining 6 swords Ho Changhua and Chai Tiam both passed the 4th test. In the 6th month, Ga Yumin, Imu Wan and Gong Jinho, all from small sects, reached the entry level of the peak master stage. A brown-haired boy said with great joy, "I passed." In the 10th month, Ga Yumin and Imu Wan passed the 4th test, but 15 people were eliminated. On the day the year ended, a martial arts competition was held among Qian Yuan's subordinates to select the new 6 swords. The first sword went to Moon Gyu, the second sword to Baek Ji-ai, and the third sword to Go Guanghyuk. The 4th sword went to So Young, the 5th sword to Ho Changhua, and the 6th sword to Chai Tiam. The new 6 swords were decided. 30 of their comrades had all reached the entry level of the peak master stage. Moon Gyu, Baek Ji-ai, and Go Guanghyuk now entered secluded training with peace of mind. 2 years passed since Qian Yuan began his secluded training. Most of the cadets had taken the 4th test. Out of 120 cadets, 71 passed the 4th test, and the rest were eliminated. Among Qian Yuan's 34 subordinates, 19 cadets were eliminated. Heo Bong trained harder than anyone else. In 2 years, he reached the mature stage of the peak master level. During those 2 years, 80 of the cadets who passed the 4th test all entered secluded training. In these 2 years, no martial arts competition was held to select the 6 swords, so that was the quietest period in the Demonic Academy. Excluding Qian Yuan, all 70 cadets who participated in secluded training completed their training and returned, and 40 of them reached the Transcendent Master level. On the day it became 2 years and 7 months, Qian Muyin, candidate for Young Lord of the Mystic Demon Clan, was the first to pass the 5th Wind Demon Cave test. On the day it became 2 years and 8 months, Zhang Jiang-un, candidate for Young Lord of the Sword Demon Clan, Sama Tak of the Sama Clan, Gok Sin of the Yun Hyeon Clan, Go Guanghyuk of the Ma Quan Clan, and Baek Ji-ai of the Sun Gak Clan. These 6 cadets passed the 5th test. In addition, a total of 7 people, including Zhang Jiang-un, challenged the test together, but he did not pass this test. 3 of the eliminated participants died, and after that, no cadet challenged the 5th test. When 3 years passed, the martial arts competition to select the 6 swords resumed. Unlike before, after secluded training, their martial arts had grown stronger, and all subordinates wanted to participate in the 6 swords. And the results completely changed. The first sword went to Go Guanghyuk, the second sword to Moon Gyu, the third sword to Baek Ji-ai, the 4th sword to So Young, the 5th sword to Ho Changhua, and the 6th sword to Ga Yumin. And 2 more months passed. Someone was walking on the snow. Guanghyuk seemed surprised. How not everyone's here yet? Yumin seemed accustomed to it. Moon Gyu and Heo Bong seemed to have gone there again. Baek Ji-ai also didn't find it strange. Did they go for secluded training again? Changhua said, not too worried. Still, it's a relief they went together. It's the exact opposite of you. Though there are 2 of them, I'm still a bit worried. He was also very relieved. There's no need to worry about Moon Gyu's skill. No need to worry. Guanghyuk changed the subject. That's good then, but the competition for the young cult lord is getting fiercer. Baek Ji-ai, didn't you challenge Zhang Jiang-un at the cafeteria again? Baek Ji-ai was annoyed to hear that. Do I look like someone who can't beat him? He still calmly replied, it's not that I don't trust you, it's that we don't know what those guys will do. Yumin also agreed with Guanghyuk. Go Guanghyuk is right, Zhang Jiang-un and Qian Yu-chan are in league. No one knows what that guy will do. He looked at it and said in a gentle voice, that's why we have to work together. Guanghyuk frowned, thinking, anyway, I have a bad feeling today. I don't know how to express it. Training ground. Heo Bong shouted loudly at someone, what are you doing here with your weapons? Zhang Jiang-un showed no fear at all. I'm not interested in you, so don't interfere, he declared very confidently. This is the last time. Think carefully about my offer. Moon Gyu was not to be outdone. How many more times do I have to refuse? I have my lord. Zhang Jiang-un slowly drew his sword. Indeed, if there's a useful pawn, one must teach them well. He issued a challenge. Let's do this. Fight me. If you win, I'll let you go. And if I win, you must become my subordinate. Heo Bong shouted at Zhang Jiang-un in anger. You bastard, what right do you have to force someone? I don't know how strong you are, but this is too much. His eyes instantly darkened, and he gritted his teeth and retorted, didn't I tell you? Immediately, 3 subordinates appeared behind him. They wielded their swords and lunged at Heo Bong and Moon Gyu. Didn't I tell you not to interfere in my affairs? Heo Bong's face showed surprise, as he hadn't expected them to resort to such a despicable tactic of outnumbering them. In a critical moment, a hand stretched out and a powerful aura erupted. The 3 subordinates suddenly froze, all in shock. What is this? My body won't move. Heo Bong and Moon Gyu were equally astonished. The 3 men seemed to lose control of their bodies as if being pulled backward by a magnet. Impossible. The next moment, all 3 men were slammed hard onto the ground. The door behind them swung open and a hand appeared in the light. Seeing the 3 subordinates sent flying without being able to do anything, Jiang-un's face was covered in bulging veins. These fools, what on earth are you doing? From behind the door, a person slowly walked out. Heo Bong and Moon Gyu were utterly shocked. As Moon Gyu regained her composure, her eyes lit up brightly, and a radiant smile spread across her lips. The person who came out was none other than Yo-un. His clothes were tattered. His eyes glinted with killing intent. The frighteningly sinister face, Moon Gyu exclaimed upon seeing him. Master, the 3 subordinates from earlier were lying at the bottom of the stairs before Yo-un, and the air seemed to be frozen. The 3 men awkwardly rose, their faces filled with incomprehension and dissatisfaction. What is that? Moving objects with internal energy. Could it be that? Jianglun's face darkened and his eyes glinted with hatred. He gritted his teeth. Impossible. Has that bastard really reached the transcendent master stage? It took me 2 years to reach the peak master stage. How could that bastard? He must have used some trick. Even if that bastard has truly reached the transcendent master stage, I can't let him go like this. My reputation would be ruined immediately after. He shouted at his subordinates behind him. What are you dawdling for? Attack quickly. They were startled and immediately replied, yes. Seeing this, Heobong and Moongyu immediately rushed out, their eyes extremely resolute. Do you think we'll just stand by and watch you attack our master? You cowardly scoundrels, attacking one person with many, you should be ashamed. Zhang Jianlun's subordinates also didn't back down, and one of them sneered at the two. You arrogant fools. Do you, a weak subordinate, dare to stop us? Heobong confronted him. He thought to himself, while I hold this guy, master can deal with the rest. He blocked the guy with his sword. The two swords clashed with a considerable sound. Immediately after, the guy darted to the side. Heobong immediately followed closely, blocking him. Seeing this, Moongyu also rushed to help. Zhang Jianlun didn't let her move as she pleased and immediately charged at her. Swinging his sword, Moongyu blocked his sword strike with her bare hands. She blocked each move. She struggled quite a bit to parry Zhang Jianlun's attacks. She gritted her teeth and thought to herself, is this the Saber Demon clan's martial art? I mustn't be afraid. I must gather chi in my palms to block it. In any case, both of them were using peak-level techniques. Meanwhile, his subordinates lunged at Yoan. One of them shouted, die! Yoan showed no panic and raised his hand, and a silver aura shot out, sending the three of them flying into the air. They were like puppets being remotely controlled. Witnessing that sight, the remaining subordinates immediately froze. What? It was as if invisible hands were pushing them forcefully forward from behind. Immediately after, they flew straight into their comrades, pushing away the ones who had just been about to attack him. The group slammed hard against the wall, causing a loud noise and a thick cloud of dust. They were completely subdued, their bodies trembling, unable to stand up. Zhang Jianlun and a few others witnessed all of this. Their jaws dropped in shock and their faces darkened in disbelief. What is this? Zhang Jianlun's eyes glinted with dissatisfaction. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, this won't do. Zhang Jianlun of the Sword Demon Clan. He looked at Yoan, extremely worried inwardly. With that aura, I'm completely overwhelmed. No one here can defeat that monster. Trying to resist any further will only be a loss for us. I have to stop immediately. He raised his hand to stop Yoan. Young Master Qian, stop here. Quite a few of our people have already died. He glanced at him, sinisterly silent. Seeing this, Zhang Jianlun gritted his teeth, trying to bind him with moral principles. Are you really going to push us to a dead end? Even if you are a genius, we are also of equal status to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Yoan moved directly in front of him. He swung his hand, hitting Zhang Jianlun squarely in the stomach and sending him flying backward. His hand power was by no means small. Zhang Jianlun was sent flying a great distance by his punch. All his subordinates stood with their mouths agape, unable to believe their eyes. While they were in a daze, Yoan turned his head to glance at them, his voice frighteningly low. Now it's your turn. Meanwhile, Zhang Jianlun and Moongyu were still fiercely locked in combat. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, using such powerful martial arts with that weak body, truly unexpected. The two seemed to be evenly matched in skill. Moongyu perfectly blocked all of Zhang Jianlun's attacks. Suddenly, at the most crucial moment, her internal energy was depleted, leaving her flustered. Damn it, my chi is exhausted. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Jianlun gathered energy in the sword in his hand, his face filled with triumph. Let's see how you block this attack. Moongyu gritted her teeth and squeezed her eyes shut. I'm finished. After a long while feeling nothing, she slowly opened her eyes and looked at Yoan. He was already standing directly in front of her, blocking Zhang Jianlun's blade with just one hand. His arm trembled, and he gritted his teeth. Damn it, has this guy really reached the transcendent master stage? Yoan attacked lightly without a word. His arm, like a sharp blade, deeply cut Zhang Jianlun's arm. Blood splattered everywhere from Zhang Jianlun's arm and his pupils contracted, his face showing extreme bewilderment as his arm was severed up to the elbow. Pain immediately shot through him, making him scream. My arm. Yoan calmly approached Zhang Jianlun, who lay on the ground groaning. My arm. Knowing he was no match for Yoan, he pleaded loudly. Young Master Qian, please, I beg you. He ignored the desperate plea and coldly stomped hard on Zhang Jianlun's chest. He put force into his foot, making him spit blood. Zhang Jianlun now knew fear, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. Please. Yoan's expression was colder than ice, and killing intent enveloped his entire body. It's too late. A moment later, Yoan's subordinates appeared. Guanghyuk led the way, anxiously asking Heobong and Moongyu loudly, are you two okay? Suddenly he stopped, and his eyes showed astonishment. Seeing Heobong stacking up a few of Zhang Jianlun's subordinates, he asked in incomprehension, Heobong, what are you doing there? After that, Guanghyuk turned his head towards Moongyu. At that moment she was laughing and talking with Yoan, but he still didn't recognize him. Who is Moongyu talking to there? Only when they got closer did the two clearly see Yoan's face. Yumin's eyes widened and he shouted. Guanghyuk muttered in extreme astonishment, impossible. Immediately after, he fell to his knees on the ground, clasped his hands towards Yoan and respectfully said loudly, Subordinate First Sword, I greet the master. The others behind him stared at him with wide eyes. Moongyu suddenly realized something, and immediately after, she also knelt on one knee before Yoan. Second sword Moon Gyu, I greet the master. Meanwhile, Baekji stood frozen in shock, and Yumin called Baekji's name, finding it strange. His two eyes widened and cold sweat ran down his cheeks. He felt a powerful force from Yoan. The master's aura is completely on a different level. It's a suffocating feeling. It's like facing head instructor Hua Mayung. Baekji knelt on one knee before Yoan the next moment and bowed respectfully. Third sword, I greet the master. Changhua stood next to him, covering her mouth with her hand and smiling softly. This is the first time Baekji is bowing and speaking so politely, he said before he was too embarrassed to say such things. After that, all the subordinates knelt on one knee and bowed respectfully. Fourth sword Ho Changhua, I greet the master. Fifth sword So Yang, I greet the master. Sixth sword Go Yumin, I greet the master. Yoan looked at them and smiled softly, satisfied and happy. He also clasped his hands towards all of them and said in a very sincere voice, "Thank you all for waiting for me." They shouted joyfully as if attending a banquet. "It's truly great. Our master has returned." Suddenly, Guang Hyuk noticed behind him. Zhang Jiangun's body was sprawled on the ground and the surroundings were a pool of blood. He trembled and asked Yoan, "Master, isn't that the Sword Demon Clan's candidate, one of the 3 great cadets of the Demonic Academy?" Although his face was covered in blood, Guang Hyuk could recognize that he was Zhang Jiangun. He looked at Yoan and asked as if seeking confirmation, "Master, have you truly reached the Transcendent Master stage?" He crossed his arms and slightly curved the corner of his mouth, letting his silence be his answer. After that, Dong Miang in the Demonic Academy's infirmary stroked his chin and smiled. He's finally out. When Qian Yoan was in secluded training, he defeated Zhang Jiangun, a candidate from the Sword Demon Clan. The news spread throughout the entire Demonic Academy. Looking at the results so far, 5 candidates from the 6 major clans had all fallen at Qian Yoan's hands, and for the first time a small outside sect could become one of the 6 major clans. This made the search for a successor even more intense than before. They also began to view that sect as an obstacle to be eliminated. Qian Mu Yian's subordinates from the subduing demon clan, realizing his existence was a threat, Qian Mu Yian's group became increasingly worried. However, Qian Mu Yian was not interested in that matter. What he was focusing on now was improving his martial arts skills. At this time in Hua Myung's office, the superintendent's study, Hua Myung looked up from reading a letter. "My disciple has reached the Transcendent Master stage," the servant immediately replied. "Everyone is just spreading rumors, but this subordinate is quite certain about this information." He recalled the sight of Yoan remotely controlling the heavenly demon cult subordinates like puppets, quite certain. When the training room door opened, this subordinate witnessed that sight firsthand. Hua Myung put down the scroll and thought to himself, "I thought my disciple would definitely reach the peak master stage if he stayed in the training room for so long, but I didn't expect him to reach the Transcendent Master stage." He propped his arm and was lost in thought for a long time. So far, no cadet in the Demonic Academy has passed the 6th test and reached the Transcendent Master stage. This can only be explained by my disciple being a natural genius. Suddenly, Hua Myung's expression stiffened slightly as if he had sensed something. Seeing this, the subordinate asked worriedly, "Superintendent, what's wrong?" Hua Myung picked up the scroll again and replied with a bright smile, "Then that news is true." The next moment, a knock was heard from outside. The person outside shouted a notification, and Hua Myung replied, "Come in." He curved the corner of his mouth and smiled. "If I hadn't been informed beforehand, I would have thought the person who came here was an elder. Overwhelming power, I can feel its presence filling this study." The person who came was Yoan. Seeing him, Hua Myung rose from his chair to greet him. "Finally, the two of us meet face to face." Yoan was now back to his usual neat and handsome appearance. He clasped his hands in a greeting towards Hua Myung. "What brings you here, young Master Qian?" A moment later, Yoan and his subordinates arrived at a house north of the Demonic Academy. Jin Song said to him, "It's truly unexpected that you have to come here to pass the 5th test immediately after coming out of secluded training." He looked at the house and said, "Perhaps young Master Qian has an urgent matter." Yoan replied with a happy smile. "The subordinates have already passed the test, but I was too engrossed in training and was late. So I just want to finish the test as quickly as possible." Jin Song glanced at him and thought to himself, "Truly astonishing. I too trained hard and reached the pinnacle of the peak master stage, but now I'm the one who has to catch up to him." After that, he opened the door to the house. This way, as soon as he stepped inside, Yoan was surprised. A cold wind continuously blew out from within. "The cold wind here is much colder than outside. This cave is wider than I thought." Jin Song brought down a wooden stick and said to him, "The 5th test you must pass is in the cave north of the Demonic Academy." Looking down from above, the cave was clearly very deep and not without danger. "The mission is simple. Use your senses in the dark to navigate through various traps. Once you enter, there's an exit to the east. We'll be waiting for you there." Yoan bit his lip and thought to himself, "I was warned that there are mechanisms installed to activate traps as I move through the cave." Jin Song continued, "For your safety, if you fail, we will stop the machine, so you don't suffer any unwanted accidents." He heard those words and became even more confident. "It's exactly as they told me." With all preparations complete, Jin Song formally declared to Yoan, "The 5th test begins." His face was very serious and his eyes glinted with resolve. "This temple is a cave sealed by the heavenly demon. There's a large rock deep inside the cave and that cold energy seems to be coming from it. Suddenly, red eyes glinted in the dark space. As soon as he descended into the cave, Yo-un called upon the nanosystem to activate night vision mode. It immediately received the command and activated night vision mode. Immediately after, his two eyes glowed as if piercing through the darkness of the cave. He walked and thought to himself, "I'll probably have to go down very deep. The smell of oil? No, it's quite similar to the smell of blood. Many smells are mixed, so I can't guess what it is." Looking at the empty space before him, Yo-un asked himself, "Is that the way?" He cautiously walked, exploring. It seems the trap formations are installed from this section. Now that everything is clearly visible, should I use lightness kung fu to pass this section quickly? Suddenly, a brick on the floor was pressed down. Yo-un immediately became alert, turning his gaze towards it, ready to react. Pointed arrows suddenly appeared from the wall beside him. They whizzed as they flew towards Yo-un. He swung his hand without the slightest panic. Yo-un used sword chi to slash the arrows, and they all shattered and fell. After passing the first mechanism, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Inside this pitch-black cave, if one's skills were lacking, they would easily fall into a trap. Since he couldn't use lightness kung fu, he had no choice but to walk. Unconsciously, he stepped on a brick that activated the second mechanism. Immediately, Yo-un looked up and, realizing the danger approaching, clicked his tongue once before quickly fleeing the spot. Fortunately, he was able to quickly get out before the wooden cage descended. Only after observing the ground with his night vision ability did he realize why the mechanism had activated. Just one wrong step would trigger a trap. I really need to be careful. With Nano's night vision, these things are useless against me. A moment later, Yo-un stood before a three-way fork, hesitating inwardly. There's only one path in the cave. He looked around to make the most correct choice. He considered entering the path where the wind blew quite strongly, analyzing that he might get lost if there was no wind. Suddenly he stopped, as if realizing something. Wait, where have I seen this structure? 3.5 years ago, a secret place in the confinement cave. Yo-un had been trapped there for quite a long time. He knelt before the stone pillar in front of him and bowed his head deeply as if pleading, "Grandmaster, please accept this grandson who is still very lacking." Yo-un bowed his head for a long time and thought to himself, "It is my honor to have obtained this heavenly opportunity. If that monster, the poison demon Grandmaster, knew this fact, he might die of rage." After that, he looked up at the stone pillar. Now all that remained was to erase all traces of the heavenly demon sword art and its sword formula. Others should not even accidentally think of learning these. Suddenly the ground shook violently like an earthquake. Yo-un also showed a very flustered expression at the tremor. What is this? The wooden pillars supporting the cave also seemed unable to hold on any longer and threatened to collapse. From the cave ceiling, like rotting branches breaking apart, dazzling golden light burst forth. The stone pillar in front of Yo-un struggled to stand up and moved backward. Shining orbs fell from the cave ceiling to the ground. Yo-un quickly retreated, shouting, "What is this?" Dust rose, and a look of surprise was clearly visible on his face. The orbs fell to the ground, arranging themselves in a very orderly fashion. 24 of them. Suddenly he seemed to realize something. Could it be? As he picked up one of the orbs, Yo-un saw writing on it. As expected, it's the forms and formulas of the heavenly demon sword art. Was there a hidden mechanism? As he turned the orb, he saw something protruding from it. Oh, what are these bumpy lines on the back? When the lines on the back of the luminous orbs were arranged to connect, he obtained a map. It was a treasure map showing the location of some item. Yo-un called upon the system and stomped on the luminous orbs, shattering them. But he couldn't tell exactly where it was. "Nano, scan and save this." It immediately obeyed, understood. Returning to reality, it projected the map it had saved at that time and informed him. The map and the cave structure match. Yo-un crossed his arms, smiled slightly, and replied, "As expected, this was information about the Wind Demon Cave." The system kindly displayed the location on the screen, allowing him to easily understand it. "The map coordinates of our current location are here," he exclaimed in quite a surprise. "Oh, there's even something like this." Looking at the map, he calculated inwardly, "I have to go back, but there's not enough time. Since the Grandmaster surely created this with some intention, let's go." Just as he was about to continue walking, he suddenly heard something. Yo-un turned around, a look of vigilance on his face. This sound, he recalled Moon-gyu's worried reminder before he came here. "It will be quite scary if you go deep into the cave at that time," he asked back in puzzlement. Why?" she immediately explained. "No, it's just a sound like crying." Haobong heard it and interjected. So Moon-gyu heard it too." At this, he squinted his eyes and looked around. If this sound is an illusion, isn't it too clear? Even after opening his sensory perception, he couldn't feel any presence. Yo-un looked down at the ground. All the bricks activate mechanisms, but this path is really strange. It's not an exit, and there are more traps than anywhere else. After walking for a long time, he suddenly stopped. Yo-un looked up, a hint of puzzlement on his face. "The treasure map shows this as a dead end." His two eyes widened in surprise. Yo-un immediately retreated. "Could it be that the stone wall in front of me is creating the cold wind in the cave?" Seal Feng. This sharp handwriting, the heavenly demon Grandmaster. The strange crying sound echoing in the cave made him feel slightly afraid, and he asked himself inwardly, "That sound again. What did the Grandmaster place behind this stone wall?" He felt a powerful demonic energy from behind it. What on earth could it be that the demonic energy is so dense? As expected, that's why it's called the Wind Demon Cave. So someone committed a very serious act and couldn't resolve it, leaving it abandoned? If so, why was the location of this place left behind? Yoan immediately drew his sword and held it before him. There's no more time to think. If it was left by the heavenly demon Grandmaster, it surely won't harm me. He imbued the sword with spiritual energy, making it even more powerful. I need to break this wall first. Yoan slashed towards the stone wall with all his might, shouting loudly. A loud sound echoed and stone fragments flew in all directions from the stone wall. After delivering that blow, Yoan was slightly dazed. He looked at the sword marks on the stone wall and thought to himself. It's shallower than the sword marks left by the heavenly demon Grandmaster, the system reminded him. The hardness of the wall is the same as blue jade stone. Yoan was convinced after hearing that. Not just the same hardness, isn't this blue jade stone? Only the surface material is different. His hand holding the sword moved slightly, then clenched tightly. He raised his sword and took a stance. Injecting it only into my body isn't enough. To unleash this form, I need to reach the integration realm. Spiritual power emanated around him, and his strength grew increasingly powerful. Energies gathered around him like a whirlwind. The power was so strong that he had tried not to use it recklessly. But to think he would use it here. The energies seemed to be sucked into the sword blade. Yoan gritted his teeth, rushed forward and thrust his sword forcefully into the stone wall. Spiritual energy violently burst forth along his sword, adding to its destructive power. The energies swirled like a whirlwind. The next moment, dazzling light shone and dust rose thickly, making it impossible to discern the situation inside. Yoan tightly gripped the sword in his hand and sighed. A large hole had been pierced in the stone wall. I broke through. An unpleasant smell immediately assailed Yoan's nose, and he covered his nose, shouting. It's that smell from the entrance. His two eyes narrowed slightly, and he gritted his teeth, thinking inwardly, I have a bad feeling. Did I do something wrong? The next moment, the sword in his hand shattered into pieces. He held up the remaining hilt, a worried expression on his face. Even the sword Master Gu Son Wang made for me shattered. I need to find another sword that can withstand the sword chi of the heavenly demon sword art. Just then, the system urgently cried out, warning, warning. A strange energy source has been detected approaching this way. Yoan asked back in surprise. What? The system continued. Strange energy source has enveloped the surroundings. From behind the hole, red eyes gleamed towards him. His two eyes immediately widened and his pupils contracted. He suddenly flew backward, but he couldn't clearly see who had done it. Yoan crashed hard against the wall behind him, and a loud sound echoed. He struggled to move his limbs, and painful groans escaped his lips. Yoan gritted his teeth in anger. What is that? I couldn't even block it. Something crawled out of the hole, and its body was quite large, so he had to move to the side to avoid it. His feet scraped hard against the ground. After stopping his body, Yoan immediately turned his head, cautiously looking around. The creature was crawling towards him, and its body was covered in hard, impenetrable scales. Upon seeing it clearly, a look of horror appeared on Yoan's face, and cold sweat ran down his cheeks. A dragon snake. The dragon snake in front of him was very large, its entire body pitch black, and its two eyes gleamed wickedly red. As it suddenly appeared here, Yoan couldn't help but be surprised. I heard that dragon snakes usually have white bodies and blue scales and live in sacred swamps. But this one is nothing short of a monster. It bared its fangs and attacked him. It flexed its body flexibly, chasing him. Yoan hung from the cave ceiling, looking down and thinking to himself, if this continues, this cave might collapse. Seeing that the dragon snake's tail was still behind the stone wall, he guessed, the inside is probably all made of blue jade stone. He ran towards it, and the dragon snake immediately chased after him. There's no other way. I need to lure that thing inside. It followed him closely, and Yoan moved in a zigzag pattern to avoid it. Seeing it completely emerge from the hole in the stone wall, he thought to himself, it's chasing me. Yoan immediately increased his speed and jumped down from the cave ceiling. It's time. He swung and leapt into that hole. I lured it inside. Immediately after, he fell into a black sticky pool. He looked down at his feet in surprise. The sticky pool was very large, reaching up to his knees. What is this black goo? The next moment he covered his nose, his expression quite displeased. This is the source of the smell that was bothering my head. Just then, the dragon snake opened its mouth wide and lunged at him, letting out a sharp sound which startled Yoan. Yoan immediately retreated. Damn it. Because he had to move through this sticky pool, his speed was very slow, so the dragon snake quickly caught up. Yoan gritted his teeth and tried to counterattack with sword chi, but it was difficult to move because of this goo. He rushed towards the monster and slashed, but suddenly realized something and his face stiffened. Why didn't the dragon snake get hurt at all? It roared loudly at Yoan, pushing him back. He fell into the sticky pool. Even my sword chi can't harm it. His face darkened. A tension appeared in his eyes. It's like steel. Perhaps its body is even harder than blue jade stone. Suddenly he opened his eyes wide and realized something. He looked at the sticky pool and asked himself, why doesn't the goo around it ripple? His hand slightly clenched. With such a large body, at least the level of the goo should rise, but it hasn't changed at all. To find an answer, he called upon the nano system and activated its visual augmentation ability. It immediately replied, understood, master. Analysis information activated, displaying energy absorption graph. The plasma dark matter in this room, Yoan asked in surprise. Plasma energy, the system explained to him. The energies in the room collided with each other, causing the energy source to suddenly increase, and this phenomenon occurred. Scientists have not yet proven this, so people sometimes call this a spiritual phenomenon, or it can be seen as a supernatural phenomenon. After hearing that, he was momentarily dazed. I understand spiritual phenomena, but what's a supernatural phenomenon? Seeing the dragon snake charging, the system warned him, Master, be careful. That energy source is rushing towards Master. As it slammed its head towards him, he leapt. A look of worry and tension appeared on Yoan's face. Again that giant thing charges at me, but not a drop of water splashes and the walls don't crack. Only a sound is heard. Just then the system brought him information. Analysis complete. 24 metal plates are floating around the plasma energy source. Yoan was very puzzled after hearing that. What? Metal plates? What are you talking about? What does that mean? I don't understand at all. The dragon snake attacked him again. He leapt to avoid its attack and asked the system, Nano, are you talking about those red marked locations? It immediately replied, that is correct, Master. With his augmented vision he saw those metal plates. A look of horror appeared in his eyes. Truly unbelievable. Yoan launched an attack towards the dragon snake, aiming at the locations of the metal plates. If one had mastered the basic stages of the heavenly demon sword art, one could precisely attack the vital points. The dragon snake, not backing down, opened its mouth wide and sucked in all the surrounding air. Yoan looked at it seriously, his eyes filled with determination. I repeated the basic forms of the heavenly demon sword art countless times while training for 3 years. Now I can almost unleash 24 forms simultaneously. He aimed his sword chi at the dragon snake and shouted. Essence gathered in the sword chi in Yoan's hand. He thrust forcefully towards the dragon snake, and both sides collided violently. Yoan poured all his strength into the form. The surrounding air vibrated violently, and his face was drenched in sweat. I succeeded. After subduing the dragon snake, he looked up and forward. Yoan glanced to the side, a look of surprise in his eyes, seeing the metal fragments floating in the air. He muttered to himself, is that the true form of this weapon? Immediately after, the metal fragments suddenly moved, combining themselves into a weapon. A moment later a perfect sword appeared before his eyes, and dense demonic energy emanated from it. Yoan's eyes widened in disbelief, and he stared intently at the characters carved on the blade. Heavenly demon sword. He reached out and grabbed the sword hilt, asking himself inwardly, why is the treasured sword symbolizing the cult lord of the heavenly demon cult here? The moment he grabbed the sword, its demonic energy enveloped Yoan, making him quite flustered. What is this? Demonic energy enveloped his entire body, and now only one eye with a flustered look was visible. Immediately after, Yoan's vision went completely dark. It's so dark I can't see anything. I can't hear anything, and I can't speak. It's as if all the senses in my body have disappeared, but I'm not scared. On the contrary, I feel very peaceful. The next moment, Yoan's eyes flashed open and he regained his senses. No, at this time he found himself in an unfamiliar place, and in front of him was a clear lake. Yoan looked up and called the system. I was enveloped in darkness and almost lost consciousness. Nano, answer me. Nano. Suddenly, a dazzling light flashed on the surface of the water. A pure white dragon snake surged forth, its 2 eyes glowing yellow like amber. Yoan immediately tensed. Still, there was still one more. It opened its mouth wide and roared at him. As its body gradually changed, he couldn't help but be astonished. Its horns grew longer and longer, and its body size also gradually increased. Lightning struck simultaneously. Yoan looked at its form and speculated, could it be trying to transform into a dragon? Then a man, swift as lightning, charged towards the dragon snake. He brushed past Yoan's eyes. He leapt up and severed the dragon snake's gradually lengthening horn. Yoan watched the falling horn. The horn, unable to transform into a dragon, the white dragon snake let out a furious roar. He watched its body gradually turn black. The white scales of the dragon snake were slowly changing to black. Yoan stood there in a daze, watching the movements of the stranger who had just appeared, thinking, who on earth severed the dragon snake's horn? He was pointing his sword directly at the dragon snake, and a powerful demonic energy emanated from the sword. Yoan was quite surprised to see the sword in his hand. Is that sword chi? And that black sword? The dragon snake bared its fangs at him, its pupils turning blood red as it rushed towards him very quickly. He also swung his sword, leapt into the air, and counterattacked. With just one sword strike he cut the dragon snake into several pieces. Its blood splattered everywhere. Yoan watched without blinking. Is that the heavenly demon sword art's 3rd form? His hand clenched tightly and veins bulged. It's incomparable to the form I executed. Dragon snake was annihilated, and its blood dyed the lake red. He approached its corpse and firmly thrust the sword in his hand into it. The sword immediately absorbed the dragon snake's energy. He smiled, turned to Yoan and said, it will take quite a while to absorb all the energy. It seems this isn't my share after all. Only then did Yoan collect himself, realizing the man was speaking to him. His eyes gleamed like cold ice. Yoan was startled by that gaze and his entire body stiffened. The man stared intently at Yoan and smiled. Yoan's eyes widened as he met his gaze, and at that moment time and space seemed to stop. Suddenly, Yoan returned to reality. He collected himself and hastily lifted his head. Having just plunged his head into the black goo pool, he was now coughing violently, trying to spit out what was in his mouth. The concerned system immediately asked, are you all right? Yoan stuck out his tongue, spitting out all the remaining goo in his mouth. It seems I unconsciously swallowed a few mouthfuls of this black liquid. It's truly disgusting. Then he asked the nano system, how long was I unconscious? It immediately replied, you did not lose consciousness when you grasped that sword. You suddenly collapsed. Hearing that, Yoan was slightly surprised, an expression of disbelief on his face. What, I thought I was unconscious for quite a while. Then how long have I been in this cave, the system replied. Less than half a gak, approximately 7.5 minutes. Yoan regained his composure and straightened his body. Good, it was truly in the blink of an eye, so I was just briefly unconscious, the system explained. No, when you grasped the sword, black plasma energy entered your body. At that time your brain's neural cells were 100 activated, it continued. And that energy merged with your internal energy. Hearing that, Yoan couldn't help but be surprised and asked again, merged with my internal energy? He looked at his trembling hands. No wonder I felt demonic energy surging within my body. Why has my internal energy changed so much, he asked himself inwardly. Is it due to the black sword's influence? Lost in thought, Yoan suddenly discovered something. Then the black sword I held, 2 black rings appeared on his wrist. They looked like the scales from the dragon snake's body earlier. Yoan was startled, raised his arm to look more closely and cried out, What is this? Why are my hands? Meanwhile, at the exit of the Wind Demon Cave, Ho Jin-song and the others were still waiting for Yoan. A person behind them spoke worriedly. Strange. Someone who has reached the integration realm would have come out in less than half a gak. The person next to him agreed. It's almost 1 sheech in 2 hours. Could something have happened? Only Ho Jin-song remained silent, thinking to himself, the cave that sealed the demon. After the demonic cult lord established the demonic academy, he permitted those who passed the 5th stage test to enter this place. Just like in the past, only those with the qualifications can enter this cave. A tense expression appeared on his face. Could Cheon Yoan be? As they worried. The door silently pushed open from within. Yoan was covered in blood and black goo. In his hand was the dragon snake's horn. Seeing him walk out, the waiting people cried out, Section Master. Immediately after, they paused and covered their noses with their hands. What is this? Why does it smell so awful? Ho Jin-song covered his nose and said to him, Section Master, congratulations on passing the 5th stage test. Yoan clasped his hands in greeting and awkwardly replied, Thank you. Suddenly his eyes fell upon the horn in Yoan's hand. He asked himself inwardly, What is that? What is that, like an unripe deer horn? After exiting the cave, Yoan immediately went to bathe, enjoying the warm water. He sniffed his body, impressed. Finally, the stench is gone from my body. After soaking in the bath for half a sheech in 1 hour, he lifted his head, and his gaze fixed on one spot. Yoan stared intently at the dragon snake's horn, his face very serious, as if thinking about something. He recalled experimenting with the black sword inside the cave. All the sword strikes were accompanied by demonic energy. He repeatedly appeared and disappeared in midair using lightness kung fu, and his sword strikes were like a sawtooth net. Yoan struck the stone wall engraved with the character seal. The sound of metal and blue jade colliding was quite loud. Yoan looked at the black sword in his hand and thought to himself, the black sword is strong enough to withstand the heavenly demon sword art, but the sword's power that cut through the blue jade stone like tofu is also considerable. Afterward, the black sword transformed into demonic energy and flew to his 2 wrists, attaching itself firmly. Yoan tried to remove it with his hands, but it was no use. Even using internal energy or arm strength, it wouldn't budge. Indeed, it only reacts to demonic energy combined with internal energy. Suddenly, his body swayed slightly. He clutched his chest and asked himself, But it seems my body has been heating up and sweating since a while ago. The system appeared and explained to him. The sticky liquid permeated your body, spreading through all your meridians, and the small amount remaining will be discharged from your body as waste products. Hearing that, Yoan was puzzled. What? He walked through the black goo pool, lost in thought. When I reached the integration realm, all the Ren and Du meridians in my body were opened, and almost all waste products in my meridians were discharged. So this liquid can even discharge the remaining residue from my body? Afterward, he took out the scabbard from his back and dipped it into the black goo pool. This black liquid is the blood of this sword, isn't it? If I give it to my subordinates, it might be a great help. He filled the scabbard. I must take this with me. Suddenly, the cave shook violently, and Yoan's body swayed. What is this, an earthquake? A large crack appeared on the ground beneath his feet, and all the liquid flowed into it. Yoan cried out in some alarm. What is this? He immediately retreated, almost falling into the crack. That was close. Yoan watched the liquid flow deeper below, and exclaimed, Thanks to this, I have a share to give to my subordinates. What a waste! With so much, it could have helped increase the martial power of the entire cult. Suddenly, the horn appeared before his eyes. What is that? Returning to the bathhouse, Yoan held the horn, examining it seriously and evaluating. This is clearly the dragon snake's horn that the man cut in my illusion. But how should I use this? If I boil and eat it, will my internal energy increase? He touched the body of the horn and called the nano system. Analyze this horn. It immediately obeyed. Understood. After a moment, it informed him of the scan results. Based on structural analysis, this horn is composed of ingredients not present in the program data. So its exact nature is unknown, but its hardness is just below that of a diamond. Hearing that, Yoan's eyes widened in surprise. D-diamond, so it's much harder than blue jade stone? To confirm the hardness as per the system's words, he immediately used sword chi. I'll test its hardness with sword chi. The sword chi flew towards the horn. Yoan's eyes were filled with shock and astonishment. Impossible. Yoan couldn't hide his surprise as the sword chi caused no damage to the horn. Not only is it intact, but it also has a repulsive force that resists the sword's power. Is it because it's the horn of a spiritual beast? Afterward, he held the horn and smiled brightly. This is strong enough to withstand the butterfly dance saber art or the heavenly demon sword art. If I make a sword or saber with this, it will definitely be very strong. But can the descendant of Master Gu forge this? Mid-Zishi around midnight, the superintendent's study at the demonic academy. Hua Myung rested his chin in his hand and thought to himself, to pass in less than 2 Shichen 4 hours. He stared intently at Yoan. Moreover, his chi circulation has become stronger. Amazing, not only that the test is over, but why is demonic energy still emanating from his body? Hua Myung asked, is head instructor Ho's report true? He recalled the inscription on the cave wall. I thought it was just a legend that only the qualified could encounter the demonic energy hidden in the Wind Demon Cave. The corners of his lips curled slightly. Despite demonic energy spreading throughout his body the moment he began that sword technique, the entire cult is safe. As Hua Myung remained silent, smiling blankly, Ho Jinsong had no choice but to clear his throat to rouse him. Superintendent. Only then did Hua Myung collect himself and say to Yoan, Section Master, I apologize. I must now call you Section Master. Congratulations on passing the 5th stage test. He neatly placed a dagger and a name tag on the desk. You have finally become a true master. Take it. Yoan immediately bowed his head in thanks. Thank you, Superintendent. He picked up the dagger and drew it, a slight surprise appearing on his face. This is, Ho Jinsong immediately explained. This is a pure steel dagger issued by our main cult to Section Masters. Yoan stared intently at the blade, thinking to himself, Heavenly Demon Cult, I can feel sword chi through these sword marks. It's as if they were carved not by a blacksmith but by a sword master. As if reading his mind, Ho Jinsong stroked his beard and said, these sword marks were personally carved by the cult lord and only Section Masters have the honor of receiving this item. Yoan's entire body stiffened. I want to throw this away but everyone is watching. After receiving the reward, Yoan hesitated and asked Hua Myung, then, his face was very serious. May I ask about the 6th stage test? Ho Jinsong and the others were all startled by his question. Hua Myung's gaze pierced through him very sharply. Yoan faced him without the slightest hesitation. After a short silence, Hua Myung rested his chin in his hand, and a smile played on his lips as he replied, Section Master, you are fully qualified to participate. The others all gasped in astonishment, their mouths agape. Only those who had reached the integration realm or higher could participate in this test. In my era, some took 70 years just to qualify. Hua Myung said loudly to Yoan, the 6th stage test is only for the highest masters. They must challenge one of the 12 elders of the sect. He looked at him with eyes full of interest and expectation. Who do you wish to challenge? A moment later, Yoan stood before the Demonic Academy's secret manual library. His eyes were filled with firm resolve. The right to challenge one of the 12 elders in the 6th stage test. Anyway, when the Demonic Academy ends, the 6 major clans will fight among themselves, so this is an opportunity to eliminate their leaders before that time comes. Yoan walked slowly. He firmly resolved in his heart, after careful consideration, to deliver the most devastating blow to the 6 major clans and bring them down. I must learn the final form of the heavenly demon sword art. In Hua Myung's study, he was diligently writing something. Suddenly, he leaned back in his chair and thought, he's quite cautious. I thought he would choose the poison demon grandmaster for his father. Earlier when he heard his question, Yoan seemed to be biting his lip, deep in thought. After a moment he asked again, may I think about it a bit more and answer later? Hua Myung was quite surprised then. He can openly challenge his enemy, yet he's so cautious. Yes, if he were to challenge out of pure vengeance, he would be a truly dangerous individual. A slight worry and distress appeared on his face. The 4 years you can live under the protection of the Demonic Academy are almost over. What if the severed claws of the 6 major clans grow back? The cult will be in great turmoil then. How should I deal with you, Section Master? Meanwhile, Yoan arrived at the 5th floor of the secret manual library. He looked at the books on the shelves and thought to himself, only about 20 secret manuals. He recalled what Iampyong had said. Butterfly dance saber art is on the 4th and 5th floors. You learned the Mochian heart technique thanks to this master, so be grateful to him, you disciple. Yoan placed his hand on the bookshelf and asked himself, according to master, it must be on the 5th floor of the secret manual library. There's no need to scan it, right? He looked up at the huge stone tablet in the center of the room. The moment I've been waiting for has finally arrived, the final form of the heavenly demon sword art. Afterward, he immediately called the nano system, scan this poem and analyze its core. It immediately obeyed. Understood. Yoan hurriedly went behind the stone tablet. His entire body froze and his face was filled with extreme astonishment. Impossible. Before his eyes, the back of the stone tablet was completely smooth. There are no sword marks at all. Yoan was puzzled, his gaze fixed on the stone tablet as he asked himself, why did the heavenly demon grandmaster not leave sword marks? Because there was no counterform. Nano, are there no other traces here? The system immediately answered his question. There are sword marks left by one person on the stone tablet. Immediately after, it helped him see better, activating a viewing mode to allow the user to see visual information. The system photographed a small hole on the surface of the stone tablet, then enlarged and analyzed it. I will zoom in on the focal point. He was slightly surprised and couldn't understand what he was seeing, but he pointed at the enlarged image. Could this possibly be the sword mark left by the heavenly demon sword art? Is it possible to execute a sword form like this? Thinking so, Yoan turned back to the front. Wait, what about the other side? He touched the characters carved there with his hand. Only then did he see a small hole, similar to the one on the other side. He hadn't seen it because it was covered, but there were definitely traces left on the other side too. Is such a thing truly possible? It's as if no internal energy was used at all. He imagined the heavenly demon Grandmaster using a sword. He must have focused solely on the pure sword power emanating from the sword form, exploding it to create this might. If more than one type of internal energy had been used here, or if sword chi had been employed, this stone tablet would surely have been reduced to dust. The reason no counterform appeared on this stone tablet wasn't because no sword form of the heavenly demon sword art was found. His hand clenched tightly. It must have been because ordinary sword forms couldn't find a way to counter it. After that, Yoan sat cross-legged on the ground and began his training. The secret of the sword that the heavenly demon Grandmaster realized in his later years. It wasn't about executing sword forms, but about unifying everything. The sword intent of the sword form, the will of endurance contained in the sword, that is, the will of the wielder. He closed his eyes and thought to himself. Where will gathers? Immediately after, an aura began to appear around him, and dust on the ground scattered far. Immediately, a powerful force exploded, and its light was very dazzling. The spiritual energy from all directions seemed to gather on Yoan's body. His power created a considerable wind, knocking books off the shelves. The entire room seemed to be filled with spiritual energy. One of the Guardian Squad members, sensing something strange, pushed open the door and hurriedly asked, "Section Master, what's happening?" His two eyes shone brightly, reflecting the dazzling light of spiritual power. The person behind him also saw it, opened their mouth curiously. "What's going on inside?" Another person put a hand to their mouth, signaling them to be quiet. "Shush." At this moment, Yoan also noticed the Guardian Squad members. A few Guardian Squad members rushed around him. One of them turned his head to look at Yoan, his eyes filled with astonishment. "That is definitely 5 energies facing the origin OGI Joan. To think I'd witnessed this scene firsthand. If one reaches the integration realm Wajiang, they will be enveloped by the chi of heaven and earth. The Ren and Du meridians will open and one will achieve 3 flowers gathering at the peak Saoquijang. But that can only be considered half of the integration realm. Only when the 5 elemental energies Ohang Jiji within the body become 1 through 5 energies facing the origin OGI Joan does one truly reach the absolute integration realm." Yoan still had his eyes closed, focusing on his cultivation, and the abundant spiritual energy around him still enveloped him. Suddenly, the bones in his body seemed to shift and cracks appeared on his face. The person who first pushed open the door couldn't help but be startled by that sight. His eyes were filled with extreme astonishment. That Yoan's entire body seemed to be transforming. That person became even more certain. It's undeniable. His momentum was very intense. It was enough to push the Guardian Squad members back a little. Its metamorphosis 1 goal tall TAE. Books on the shelves fell to the ground with a rustling sound. A moment later, everything in the room returned to normal. The Guardian Squad leader stared at Yoan with his mouth agape. He had just exuded such an immense amount of true chi that now no chi could be felt. Yoan's entire body felt depleted of chi. Even the superintendent couldn't sense any chi from the section master now. Yoan now slowly opened his eyes. All the Guardian Squad members cupped their hands and bowed to him. "Section master, congratulations, congratulations." Seeing their reactions, he thought to himself, could it be? Yoan looked at his own hands, clenching and unclenching them. "I can feel it." A slight surprise also appeared on his face. "I've truly reached the pinnacle of the integration realm. This is the first time I've realized a form without needing to send a signal to my brain." After that, Yoan slightly bowed his head to return the Guardian Squad members' greetings. "The 3 of you protected me when I was in an unstable state. Thank you." As he stood up, he finally looked around. Seeing that everything in the room was a mess because of him, he sincerely apologized. "I apologize. The library has become such a mess because of me." The Guardian Squad leader laughed heartily and replied, "Don't worry about it." He spoke to him in a very polite tone, but then immediately turned his head and shouted at the others who were tidying up the library again. "You've achieved a great feat, so what does it matter if the library is a bit messy? Handle them gently. Don't you know how precious these books are?" Seeing them all busy, Yoan thought to himself, "I should seize this opportunity while everyone is distracted by the secret manuals." He touched the protruding characters on the stone tablet with his fingertip. "I need to eliminate all possibilities of anyone learning the heavenly demon sword art." After tidying up the library, the Guardian Squad leader said to him, "Section Master, the secret manuals have been returned to their places. You may read them now." He immediately replied, "Thank you." The first secret manuals Yoan scanned were the martial arts of the 6 major clans: the Sword Demon Clan's Guanghan Sword Art, the Subduing Demon Clan's Bakma Fist Art, the Mystic Demon Clan's Yuhyun Cloud Palm, the Yin Demon Clan's Pagong Soundbreak, the Poison Demon Clan's Seomdok Demon Palm, and the Saber Demon Clan's Wanma Saber Art. Although they didn't contain their most powerful ultimate skills, they were certainly the demonic cult's top-tier martial arts. Yoan touched his chin, looking at the books on the shelves and thinking, Red Flame Sword Art, it seems like the Left Guardian's martial art. A fitting name for that guy. Suddenly he noticed another book and picked it up. Wind God's Steps, Wind God's Footsteps. Is it a secret manual on footwork or lightness kung fu, not a martial art? Yoan immediately called the system. Good, I don't know any special lightness kung fu. Who donated this lightness technique to the library? Nano, scan it. It immediately replied, understood. It was now the hour of the dog, 7 to 9 p.m. in Cheon Youn's private room. His subordinates had gathered here. They shouted in unison. Master, congratulations on passing the 5th stage test. Congratulations, Master. Immediately after, Go Guanghyuk rushed forward, clenching his fists. Master, have you heard the news? Moon-gyu also confidently walked towards him. Young Master, you must have heard too, right? Changhua exclaimed worriedly. That's enough. Where are there monsters in this world? So Young stood next to her, crossing her arms and replying, so you know fear too, huh? Hearing that, Changhua hit her hard on the head and shouted, even if it's a monster, I'll fight. Yo-un, seeing the situation was quite noisy, thought to himself, everyone is making a fuss because of the talk of something similar. Go Guanghyuk, standing next to her, looked at Changhua, and his eyes sparkled again. Ho Changhua, so cute. After that, Yo-un brought a large basin containing the black liquid he had retrieved from the cave. I called you all here today because of this. Everyone immediately covered their noses and shouted, what is this? Why does it smell so terrible? Ma Master, what on earth is this? Yo-un pondered how to explain it. If I say it's dragon snake's blood, I might die trying to explain it. After that, he gave a plausible reason as an answer. I got lost while passing through the Wind Demon Cave and discovered this. His subordinates' faces turned ashen and they dared not breathe deeply. The wee Wind Demon Cave, but this is, Yo-un smiled and lifted the wooden basin towards them. Drink it. Hearing that, they were all extremely astonished. Yes, Ma Master, Yo-un calmly explained. Strangely enough, after drinking this, the poison was expelled from all my meridians and my chi circulation became much more vigorous. It was too precious to keep to myself, so I brought it out in a pouch. Go Guanghyuk and Yumin looked into the black liquid in the basin, and reluctant expressions appeared on their faces, but drinking it directly is a bit, right? No, at this moment, Haobong placed his hand on his chest and exclaimed bravely, how dare you hesitate when our master brought this with such effort? I will drink it first. He took a cup, scooped up the liquid, and his voice was filled with resolve. Move aside, all of you. What if it smells a bit disgusting? Haobong drank it all in one gulp without hesitation. Master, thank you. All the subordinates stared intently at him. After drinking all the liquid, Haobong smiled brightly as if nothing had happened. Seeing that, everyone began to stir. Oh, that guy seems fine, doesn't he? Immediately after, Haobong's face stiffened and he made a gurgling sound trying to vomit everything he had just drunk. Haobong rolled on the floor, trembling all over and clutching his throat. Moon-gyu looked at him with a dark and flustered face and said, is this a spirit medicine? A moment later, the spiritual chi in Haobong's body seemed to break through, and he cried out with joy. It's as Master said. My body feels refreshed and my chi circulation is much faster. Yo-un put his hands on his hips and replied with a smile, I told you so. The disciples behind them thought to themselves, we're doomed. In the end, to test the efficacy of the dragon snake's blood, everyone except Changhua and Moon-gyu, who were worried their masks would be ruined, had to drink it. It was snowing heavily now, and the blacksmith shop north of the demonic academy was still lit. Jiyu Son-won was chopping the dragon snake's horn that Yo-un had brought with an axe. But immediately after, the axe blade bounced off and there wasn't a single scratch on the horn. He looked at the broken axe in his hand as if unable to believe his own eyes. Section Master. Jiyu Son-won rushed towards Yo-un, pointed at the horn and asked flustered, where did you find this? He calmly replied, I cannot tell you that. He didn't ask any further. I see, it doesn't matter. He returned to where the horn lay, his eyes shining like stars, and he carefully lifted it with both hands as if it were a treasure. With such excellent material, I can surely forge the finest weapon for you. Then may I make a saber with this? Yo-un replied awkwardly. Yes, I'll leave it to you. Jiyu Son-won then turned his head back to look at him. The section master will surely receive cold steel. Will you use that to make a sword? Yo-un was quite surprised to hear that. Didn't you say before that you could only forge one weapon for me? He replied with a bright smile. A section master is different from a great master. You can ask me to forge a weapon for you anytime, although the amount of cold steel provided by the cult may not be much. Since you personally found such excellent material, there's nothing more to worry about. Yo-un happily requested him. Then please forge a sword for me. Thought to himself, good, I need to hide this well before he finds out why I engraved the heavenly demon sword on this black sword. It would be good to have a spare sword. Just then, Jiyu Son-won casually informed him, although the materials are good, forging one fully will take about a month. Yo-un exclaimed in surprise, what? So it will take a total of 2 months, then please forge the saber first. A moment later, Yo-un arrived at the Demonic Academy superintendent's study. Hua Myung stared straight at him and asked, Section Master, are you truly certain? He replied with a smile, yes, please leave it to me. Hua Myung crossed his arms and sighed, seemingly deep in thought about something. His fingers lightly tapped the desk. This goes beyond the standard for discussion. Is this guy serious? Hua Myung did not readily agree to Yo-un's proposal. Mu Jin, the leader of the Mystic Demon Clan and one of the 12 elders, he was a very outstanding individual, having reached the advanced integration realm long ago. He and the great guardian Mara Blade vied for the 2nd and 3rd ranks in the demonic cult's martial arts hierarchy, although he wanted to eliminate him first because he was the leader of one of the 6 major clans. This youngster, who had only just reached the integration realm, was no match for him. He sighed deeply again. He thought very carefully, but it's still too reckless. But what came out of his mouth was different. Understood. I will formally notify the Mystic Demon Clan. Thus, everything seemed to proceed according to their respective plans, but the world did not move according to their will. Today marked the 10th day since Cheon Yo-un took the 6th stage test. and an envoy from the Murim Alliance arrived at the Heavenly Demon Cult in the 100,000 Mountains for the first time in 10 years. This was a major event that shook the entire demonic cult, but Cheon Youn's secluded training ground, cut off from the outside world, knew nothing of this fact. On the day the 6th stage test was to be held, Youn was called by Hua Myung and went to his study. "Section Master, have you come?" Youn stood right in front of the door, cupped his hands and bowed to him. "I heard you urgently summoned me." Seeing him close his eyes in distress, he asked, "Is something the matter?" He opened his eyes, looked at him, and replied seriously, "I apologize, Section Master, but it seems we have to change your opponent for the 6th stage test." Youn, upon hearing that, was very puzzled and loudly asked back, "What? Why has the first elder changed his mind?" Hua Myung hesitated and replied, "It's not that." Immediately after, he enveloped the study with true chi, and Youn was slightly surprised. He scanned his surroundings and thought to himself, "The true chi has cut me off from the outside world. There seems to be some secret involved." Hua Myung clasped his hands together and explained, "This is an important matter for the cult, so I cannot tell you the specifics. However, currently, only 4 elders from the 9th elder to the 12th elder remain in the cult." Youn slightly bowed his head, gritting his teeth in disappointment. "Damn it, does that mean all the high-ranking elders are absent? Then I can't compete with the leaders of the 6 major clans." He inwardly clicked his tongue in considerable displeasure. "I didn't want to ask directly, but..." Hua Myung sighed and continued, "The positions of the elders have recently changed." He relayed unbelievable information to Youn. Even sect leader Beck of the Poison Demon clan has been demoted to the position of 12th elder. Hearing that, Youn slightly curved the corner of his mouth and smiled, his face filled with madness, his pupils turned red. Better than nothing. The next day it was still snowing quite heavily, and everything was covered in a pristine white. In the Poison Demon sect leader's study, several elders were present. Becco thought gloomily, what a relief that troublemaker was almost eliminated by the Mystic Demon sect leader. He was considering the current situation. Right now, Cheon Youn is nothing short of a poison chalice. Over the past 3 years, the Mystic Demon clan's prestige has grown much higher than that of the Poison Demon clan and the Sword Demon clan. If the Mystic Demon clan tries to eliminate Youn through this duel, the Cult Lord will further weaken the Mystic Demon clan's power. However, the duel that all 6 major clans, including the Poison Demon clan, were waiting for has been changed due to the appearance of the Murim Alliance envoy. Cheon Wang was not so calm. He slammed the desk and shouted, "Sect leader, we must refuse. You've only just returned to the elder position, and the Cult Lord is continuously watching us." The redhead agreed with his opinion. "I think so too. If we are further pressured, the 6 major clans will collapse." The bald man sprang up, pointed his finger, and shouted, "If we refuse, it's tantamount to admitting our strength has weakened. Our nephew is gravely ill. Our cult has reached this stage. What more do we have to fear?" Another old man also spoke. "I also agree with Elder Brother's words. Even if he's a mere youngster of 20 or so who has reached the integration realm, he's not without a grudge against us, is he? Therefore it's necessary to eliminate him right now," the red-haired man continued. "All 6 major clans think the same. No matter how much his martial arts improve, he has no power backing him. How could he threaten us? It is the Cult Lord who should be threatening him." Becco saw them continuing to chatter loudly and shouted, making them freeze. "Enough!" His entire body exuded murderous intent and his eyes darkened. "Yes, it's true, I'm itching to kill him. But if we act now, we'll lose a lot." He trembled as he reluctantly said word by word, "I will refuse this request." After the discussion, Becco went to visit Dong So in the infirmary. He leaned on his cane and walked step by step to his bedside. Hearing footsteps, Dong So opened his eyes. His body was now emaciated, just skin and bones. Becco trembled as he stroked his head, apologizing. "I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do for you," Dong So whispered with difficulty. "Grandfather?" Just then, someone announced from outside the door, "Sect leader, a guest has arrived." Becco glanced towards the door, a look of displeasure on his face. Who could it be at this late hour? "Tell them to leave." The person outside reminded him, "It's Madame Mo of the Mystic Demon clan. Should I tell her to leave? She's currently in front of the medicine hall." Hearing that, he turned around. "Understood, go ahead." As he opened the door, a veiled woman stood there waiting. As soon as Dong So saw her, he flinched, a surprised expression on his face. That woman is the iron-blooded witch. A fragment of childhood memory surfaced in his mind. He had seen her take something from his mother's hand. Dong So's eyes turned red and sweat poured down his face like rain. "That woman is the one who took my mother's poison." The next day, the Poison Demon sect leader sent a reply agreeing to participate in the 6th stage test duel. Hua Myung read the letter and sighed. As expected, on the day the 6th stage test was to be held, Youn went to see the blacksmith Ji Son Wang. Pushing aside the curtain, he saw him engrossed in his work. Youn hesitated, wondering, "Is it finished?" Half a shichen later, Ji Son Wang exclaimed happily, "It's done." Youn, who had been waiting behind him all that time, spoke up. "Is it finished?" Ji Son Wang cried out in surprise. "Oh my, you startled me." As Youn approached and picked up the saber he had just forged, a satisfied smile spread across his lips. "It's truly smooth." Ji Son Wang told him, "I have engraved the name the section master requested on the blade." Youn was even more pleased. "The name White Dragon Saber suits it perfectly." Then he picked up a thin piece of cloth and said to him, "Now point the blade forward." Ji Son Wang placed it on the saber blade. Youn still didn't understand what he was trying to do. The next moment, the cloth was cut into 2 pieces. His eyes gleamed brightly. "To think it can cut even such delicate threads." Ji Son Wang asked him, "Are you satisfied?" He immediately turned back, his eyes shining brightly. "Yes, master, I never imagined you could forge such a peerless treasured saber. Master, you are truly the greatest blacksmith." Receiving such high praise, Jiyu Sonwang also smiled brightly and replied, "You flatter me." Yuan carefully held the saber. With this saber, a smile curled his lips and his eyes were filled with confidence. "I'll be able to unleash even greater power than the butterfly dance saber art that master performed with the Guangmu saber." This was the moment the white dragon saber, one of the two peerless divine weapons, the black sword and white saber that would become Qian Yuan's symbol in the future, was completed. Currently, the vast auditorium was surrounded by countless people, but in the center, there was only one person. On the day of the 6th stage test, at the hour of the snake 9 to 11 a.m. in the Demonic Academy's training grounds, Yuan stood there in a daze. A man next to him kept chattering, "The 6th stage test. A monster is truly a monster. To reach the integration realm while studying at the Demonic Academy." People next to him quickly chimed in. "That's right, but can he really stand up against an elder?" In the face of these reputations, he just calmly closed his eyes, ignoring them. Who did he challenge? Someone from the 6 major clans? Only a fool wouldn't do that. Suddenly, Yuan opened his eyes and looked forward, a clear vigilance in his gaze. At the same time, people there said, "Is that one of the 12 elders?" In an instant, everyone simultaneously turned their gaze to one side. They praised incessantly. "The superintendent has arrived." "Wait, the person standing next to the superintendent is..." Suddenly a loud voice rang out. "Is it Elder Gu?" The person who had just appeared was none other than Sama Ui, the sect leader of the Sama clan, and Elder Gu. His appearance excited a young man. He couldn't stop the bright smile on his lips, thinking inwardly, "Father, that young man was Sama Tak, the blood reverence of the Sama clan." Suddenly everyone's attention there turned to the door where a figure gradually emerged. "Oh, he's here." The person who came was Beko. His face was filled with gloom and the people there kept stammering, "The poison demon sect leader." A cadet nearby commented frankly, "He's crazy, he's a poisoner." The person next to him also couldn't hide his surprise and spoke up. "Did he really challenge the poison demon sect leader?" Suddenly a calmer voice interjected. "If he gets hit by his poison, not even his corpse will be left." In the face of this spectacle, Yuan still maintained composure on his face, but a hint of doubt still showed in his eyes. Before he could adapt, Hua Emiong's solemn voice rang out from above. "Before we begin the duel, I would like to express my gratitude to the 12th Elder for accepting the section master's proposal." He kept gesturing towards Sama Ui. At this time the opponent still maintained a composed attitude and cupped his hands to the people there. Hua Emiong's voice had not yet stopped. "This 6th stage test will be judged by Elder Gu, sect leader Sama." Hearing this announcement, Beko involuntarily fell silent. A calculating gleam showed in his eyes. His expression caught Hua Emiong's attention, and he kept thinking, as expected, after being imprisoned for 2 years for that incident, his entire body is now filled with poison. In an instant, Beko stood face to face with Yuan. Around the two, only thick dust now swirled, and he looked at his opponent with a searching gaze. Meanwhile, the opponent also continuously assessed him carefully. Immediately after, Hua Emiong raised his hand forward and commanded, "Begin the test." Hearing this command, Beko rushed forward without hesitation at an astonishing speed. He left behind numerous scattered stone fragments flying everywhere. In his eyes, as he looked at his opponent, only unconcealed hatred remained. Thus a fatal blow was quickly delivered. At that moment a dazzling streak of light appeared, along with fragments of power. This sight greatly surprised the people there. They kept commenting, "The sect leader's sneak attack, how despicable, my lord." Despite Beko's surprise attack, Yuan was not harmed at all. Instead, he used his technique to move from his original position in front of his opponent's astonished eyes. Not long after, he stood behind him, his eyes filled with murderous intent. This action struck fear into Beko. He kept thinking, "Is this the shadowless step?" Even Sama Ui, who was above, couldn't hide his surprise and involuntarily blurted out, "Unbelievable, that was clearly the Great Guardian's martial art." Hua Emiong was no exception. He looked at the scene before him with astonished eyes, and a thought quickly flashed through his mind. Was the Great Guardian's lightness kung fu in the 5th floor of the secret manual library? But Beko was able to regain his composure in just a few seconds. He continuously created a series of whirlwinds towards Yuan. In response to this attack, he also quickly dodged, and dirt and stones flew everywhere beneath his feet. When he stopped, a slight hesitation crossed Yuan's face, and he couldn't help but praise, "Quick judgment." Meanwhile, Beko on the opposite side raised the cane in his hand high. He looked at him with a searching gaze, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind, quite fierce. In an instant, a huge energy sphere was launched forward with Beko's resolve. "Then I'll break that leg first." This sight greatly surprised Yuan. He opened his eyes wide and said, "Iron palm." In just a moment, the people here witnessed an earth-shattering explosion, and dirt and stones also flew around due to it. However, Yuan was not harmed at all and leaped high into the air in front of Beko's calm demeanor. He continuously scanned his surroundings, and in a few seconds he charged straight to Yuan's position with a hateful face. This action was clearly seen in his eyes, and he drew his wooden sword and continuously counterattacked. Along with that, Yuan guessed that he was aiming for his feet to prevent him from moving further. Yuan's action completely surprised his opponent. He looked at him with wide, astonished eyes. Immediately after, a clash of martial arts occurred between the two, and dazzling energy spread throughout the surrounding area. Yoan's attack was the second form of the butterfly dance saber art, Hwe1 Jepjeong, and Beko used the fifth form of the subduing demon palm art, Makiangyek. Meanwhile, the people here continuously covered their ears and screamed with pained expressions. My ears are bursting. Not only that, Yoan and Beko quickly separated from each other. But between the two, the aftermath of the previous attack still lingered. Their gazes continued to sweep across the surroundings. The moment the dust gradually cleared, Yoan's gloomy face was revealed. But at this time, Beko was somewhat startled. He tightly gripped the cane in his hand and a purple light emitted from it. A thought flashed through his mind. In the end, the two stood face to face in the dust. What on earth is that treasured saber? To think such a thin blade could withstand my illusion iron palm without breaking. At this time, Beko's eyes contained a calculating gleam. He continuously assessed his opponent. Not only that, I thought he had just reached the integration realm and would lack combat experience. But he's like a seasoned warrior. Meanwhile, Yoan still maintained a calm attitude, staring intently ahead. But is he really just at the entry level of the integration realm? From the beginning I haven't used my full strength, yet the force contained in my saber couldn't push him back. Beko involuntarily raised the cane in his hand forward. Sweat was now dripping down his face along with the same thought. To face this old man without using full strength? I've never seen anyone whose martial arts improved so rapidly. Now I understand why Madame Mo said what she did. The time goes back to 6 days before the test. At that time, Beko spoke nonchalantly. He thought Madame Mo had unexpectedly accepted the Demonic Academy's request. Doesn't Madame seem to be overstepping her bounds? Even as the cult lord's wife, she has no right to order someone like me, a sect leader and elder of another sect. As soon as he finished speaking, the iron-blooded witch on the opposite side quickly replied, I've found information about the divine doctor. Those words startled his opponent. He shouted loudly, what? At his opponent's astonished attitude, she spoke calmly, would you like to hear it? They say that divine doctor is the best physician in the Central Plains, able to save anyone who isn't already dead. If so, he might be able to cure your grandson. The more he heard, the more excited Beko became, and he snorted coldly, asking, no one knows where he is. Suddenly, the iron-blooded witch held out a token in front of Beko. She said, my grandfather received this token from the divine doctor a long time ago. He said that carrying this token would allow him to meet him anywhere. A mysterious smile gradually spread across her face. Kill that fellow. If we can use this opportunity to escalate the situation, the Illusion Demon clan will gain even more. Meanwhile, her inner thoughts were filled with constant admiration. The next young cult lord has already been decided. Returning to reality, Beko stood calmly, leaning on his cane. A thought continuously flashed through his mind. Madame Mo, the reason she chose me over other elders. Such a strong person, no one with less than the ability of a third elder or higher could face him. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes as if making a judgment. Therefore, I might be facing the strongest enemy of the 6 major clans. Immediately after, Beko used all his abilities to unleash a fatal blow. He continuously shouted loudly, and numerous dazzling lights appeared around his body. Therefore, Cheon Yoan, you will surely lose your life here today. This action couldn't help but surprise Yoan on the opposite side. Wa Amayong, who was above, involuntarily screamed, is he spewing poison? Even Samaui, who was next to him, couldn't hide his fear and spoke up, Elder Beck, what is that man doing? Is he trying to kill his opponent? Wa Amayong's face grew increasingly dark. He involuntarily thought, Cheon Yoan. Meanwhile, Beko below was laughing loudly. He was using his ultimate skill, shattering demon poison palm explosion. The scene here frightened the people there, and they continuously whispered to each other, is that poison? How can that monster win? He's going to die. Not only that, a group of people were trembling all over. They continuously prayed, their voices stammering, my lord, please surrender. A magical foot inadvertently appeared, and its owner was Beko. He was approaching Yoan step by step. At this time he was also already in a defensive stance. In an instant, Yoan rushed forward with hateful eyes. Sight surprised his opponent, making him open his eyes wide. He quickly swung his hand to block his attack. Witnessing this scene, Moon-gyu involuntarily screamed with a terrified face, young master. At this time Beko said arrogantly, if you do this, not even your ashes will remain. You brought this upon yourself, you foolish wretch. But a ray of light pierced through the thick dust in an instant. This surprised Beko, making him involuntarily blurt out, ha! He quickly unleashed a defensive attack with a determined face, but Yoan stood there without the slightest fear. He also quickly unleashed a counterattack with a cold voice, now it's my turn. This unexpected action momentarily surprised his opponent. He opened his eyes wide, thinking inwardly, what? But very quickly, Beko's anger in his heart reached its peak. He gritted his teeth and said, his skin is burning. Is that bastard's regeneration ability? Thus a shockwave was unleashed. This made it several times more difficult for Yoan to approach his target. In an instant, Beko screamed miserably, and with it, plasma continuously splattered. Outside, only thick smoke was visible. One of them inadvertently cried out in a worried voice, I can't see anything. It's because of the poisonous smoke. What happened inside? On the other hand, continuous mournful wails echoed, making Gwang Hyuk furious. He clenched his fist, thinking there was no hope. With this amount of poison, even if my lord is strong, his bones will melt. Suddenly, he saw Moon-gyu, tears welling up in her eyes next to him. Why did we have to fight the poison demon sect? Meanwhile, the scene before them was still tense. From the thick smoke, a black shadow suddenly burst out. It shook the wide space, sending dirt and stones flying everywhere. Moon-gyu, seeing this sight, was horrified and cried out without realizing it. Is it over? Jin-sung was very surprised by the situation unfolding before his eyes, his face darkening as he fell into thought. Why did he treat him so harshly? Suddenly his two eyes widened as the smoke gradually cleared. The sight of Baeko lying on the hard ground astonished everyone there. It was Baeko, not Cheon Yo-un. Just then, Yo-un walked out calmly. He stood there with a majestic appearance. Sama-ui was utterly astonished by Yo-un's appearance. He blurted out, "How can this be? How did that bastard endure Elder Beck's poison?" At that very moment a thought quickly covered his entire mind. 20 years ago in that battle his poison was so potent that it brought death wherever it passed. Moreover, even the top poison masters of the Murim left no trace on the corpses. It was because Baeko's poison corroded everything. Hwa Myung stood by, grinding his teeth in anger. "I can't believe this, even seeing it directly." Meanwhile, Baeko continued to gasp for breath with his hands on the ground. His face was now filled only with anger. "Damn it, I set up an internal energy shield, but my bones were crushed. That bastard's internal and external martial arts exceeded my imagination." Baeko's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he looked forward. "I didn't expect his recovery ability to be so great. Who are you? Are you even human anymore?" Suddenly a sharp voice echoed, surprising him somewhat. "Now get up." Immediately after, Yo-un delivered a fatal blow towards Baeko, startling him greatly. Butterfly dance saber art. The moment the attack came, Baeko's entire body began to tremble non-stop. His face now showed a mix of panic and thought. "Damn it, my cane," he continued to frown. "He's not giving me any other choice." Immediately after, dazzling light began to emanate from Baeko's entire body. Yo-un on the opposite side was surprised by this sight. Did it bounce off? Suddenly the system notification sounded. Removing toxins and infiltrating the body to heal wounds. At the same time, only determination remained on Yo-un's face. He vowed inwardly. The poison has been removed, but his attack has become stronger. Suddenly Baeko shouted, his eyes now burning red, and powerful light continuously emanated from his entire body. At this, Yo-un involuntarily raised his hand to cover his eyes. Baeko unleashed immense power, sent Yo-un flying backward. But he did not give in there. He continued to resist with the sword in his hand. Suddenly, Yo-un frowned as if realizing something. What is it? Before his eyes, the scene of Baeko unleashing his fury unfolded. Immense power emanated from his entire body. Wasn't the poison he unleashed earlier his strongest move? Even Hwa Myung, seeing this sight, couldn't hide his fear and frowned. The poison demon has transformed. No one can stop him now. Baeko's body had completely transformed. He now had ashen skin and vacant white eyes, he said triumphantly. This is the 8th and final stage of the demonic poison scripture. He himself was poison. It triples the activation of over 100 types of poisons in the body, making it as hard as a shield. The amount of poison is so powerful that even dirt and stones would melt instantly. His voice had also changed strangely. A deep voice continuously echoed throughout the entire space. I didn't think you'd push me to this state. Baeko looked at his opponent with vicious eyes. Let's see if your sword can block this. At his words, Yo-un on the opposite side fell into thought. He gripped the sword in his hand tightly and carefully observed his opponent. My white dragon saber won't work. Suddenly, he lowered his sword. Baeko was slightly surprised by this action, but as the sword in Yo-un's hand touched the ground, a wide crack appeared on the ground. He frowned slightly as if carefully observing his opponent. Immediately after, Yo-un put force into his sword and plunged it deep into the ground. Then green light continuously emanated from his body. At this action, dirt and dust flew everywhere. Gwang Hyuk, seeing this sight, was astonished and cried out, "What's going on?" The young man next to him also quickly replied, I can't see anything. His face was now filled with worry, and he continuously called out to his lord in his heart. Meanwhile, Baeko continued to laugh triumphantly as he launched his next attack. Foolish brat, do you want to fight until you die? Suddenly a strange hand appeared, creating thick red energy. Baeko was very surprised by this sight. At that moment, Yo-un appeared behind him. Baeko was so surprised that his face turned pale. He inadvertently judged, what is this dark energy? At this time, Yo-un's sword had gathered enough energy. Baeko's two eyes widened in fear. He was extremely afraid, but Baeko quickly collected himself and counterattacked with another move. Too dangerous, I must attack first. Thinking this, Baeko involuntarily cried out loudly. Die! His attack quickly flew forward, but it was swallowed by Yo-un's energy. This surprised Baeko for a moment. Before he could grasp the situation, Yo-un was already standing right in front of him. He seized the opportunity and attacked precisely. Baeko was extremely afraid of this sudden action. He opened his eyes wide and continuously shouted in his heart, "What?" His two hands were now quietly gathering strength. Immediately after, Baeko unleashed a fatal blow with all his might. The moment it erupted, he shouted with satisfaction. But Yo-un was completely unaffected by this attack. He rushed forward like an arrow with all his might, and with it, dirt and dust continuously billowed. Baeko's eyes were now filled with extreme astonishment. He continued to stare at his opponent with wide eyes. Not long after, Baeko was completely defeated. Yo-un's power quickly enveloped the wide space. He was defeated in the blink of an eye, and blood droplets continuously splattered. At this time, Yo-un inadvertently turned the sword in his hand slightly, and in the blink of an eye he successfully defeated his opponent. Yo-un's sharp gaze quickly swept across another place. At this time, Baeko had fallen but was still standing in a solemn posture. Meanwhile, outside, seeing the thick dust, the people there were continuously engaged in a heated discussion. What's going on inside? There's too much dust, I can't see anything. A few minutes later most of the dust here had cleared. At this time Youn's sturdy body gradually emerged. One person standing nearby involuntarily cried out, "Who is it?" The person who walked out was none other than Youn. His entire body was covered in blood and he held Beko's head in his hand. At this sight the people there were very surprised, and even Hwa Myung and Sama Ui couldn't hide their astonishment. They all looked at Youn with fearful eyes. At this time Moon Gyu, who had been shedding tears, also stared at him blankly. Another young man also blushed and whispered, "My lord," the murmuring began to grow louder, "it's Cheon Youn, that bastard beheaded the poison demon sect elder." What's going on? Suddenly a thought quickly flashed through Hwa Myung's mind. That bastard beheaded the poison demon sect elder. Even I wouldn't have the confidence to fight him in that state. His face now showed a hint of wariness. A child who knew nothing about martial arts. In just 4 years he rose to the 5th rank in the sect's martial arts hierarchy. Suddenly, someone in the crowd gritted their teeth. He was a young man and his face was filled with extreme hatred, his hand unconsciously clenched. Suddenly a flustered voice echoed, drawing the attention of those around. "Young Master Cheon Ma Ryan." Jin Song was very surprised. He inadvertently fell into thought. Indeed, the blood of the Cheon family flows in him. Jin Song praised Youn inwardly, with eyes full of anticipation. "I thought Cheon Youn would die in front of everyone because of the poison he used. But who would have thought that the person beheaded would be the 6th elder? This news will spread far and wide." Meanwhile he calmly closed his eyes and thought, "I still have a long way to go. I thought I could defeat him with the butterfly dance saber art, but I had to use my special weapon. If Beko had a trump card, others will too, so I need to become stronger." Suddenly he looked forward with resolute eyes and opened his 2 eyes wide. "Avenge my mother, it's just the beginning." Beko's cold body was placed on a stretcher and covered with a white cloth. Youn stood quietly in front of the pavilion, and behind him his subordinates were carrying Beko's body far away. Hwa Myung came out from inside, waved his hand and shouted loudly, "Section Master Cheon Youn, congratulations on passing the 6th stage test." Youn bowed his head and cupped his hands to his chest, and admiring whispers echoed around. "My lord." The people there surrounded him and all praised him. "Congratulations, my lord, congratulations, my lord." Haobong laughed loudly, shedding tears of joy. "Shouldn't we call him elder now?" The person next to him rubbed his nose and agreed with that opinion. "That's right." Ma Chok, who was watching from the crowd, suddenly turned his head. "Father," he happily shouted loudly. "Father." Sama Ui approached and patted Ma Chok's shoulder. "You've grown so much, my son." He bowed his head and respectfully greeted him. "How have you been, father?" Sama Ui asked him with his eyes. "Son, have you found a lord to serve in the young cult lord competition? I wanted to talk to you about it before you left." He guiltily avoided Sama Ui's gaze and turned his head. "I'm sorry, I had intended to find one of the 6 major clans to serve, but, thinking about it, I think young Master Cheon Youn is the best." Instead of reprimanding him, he smiled and praised Ma Chok. "Indeed you are my son." He was puzzled by his father's attitude. Sama Ui began to walk. He turned his head and smiled. "Father respects my decision. Young Master Cheon Youn is indeed worthy of being served." He carefully instructed his son, "If everything goes well he might become your brother-in-law, so help him a lot." Ma Chok, hearing that, was even more puzzled and gaped. Half a shichin later, in front of the Demonic Academy superintendent's study, Hwa Myung stood at the door and said to those who came with him, "Instructors, please wait outside for a moment." Youn opened the door and looked around with a puzzled expression. As soon as the two entered, a dark energy emanated from the room. Hwa Myung immediately knelt on one knee on the floor. He said loudly in an emotional voice, "Young master, you have truly suffered a lot. Congratulations on passing the 6 stages of the test at our academy." Youn had a huge question mark in his mind about the situation before him. He stammered in puzzlement, "Why so suddenly? What is this situation?" Hwa Myung was still kneeling on one knee, his head bowed deeply. "This is the appropriate treatment for someone of Cheon's bloodline who has passed all 6 stages of the test. The Demonic Academy has always had strict rules, so we could only watch you until now, as we couldn't prove it. I apologize, young master." He finally stated his purpose. "May I ask you briefly, young master, have you obtained the Heavenly Demon Grandmaster's realization?" Youn still didn't understand what was happening and stared blankly. "I don't know what you're talking about." He put his hand in his pocket and took something out. "Of course, young master might find it hard to believe. This humble one is." Hwa Myung took out a command token and respectfully offered it with both hands. "I, Hwa Myung, left guardian of the great heavenly demon cult, pledge to assist young master Youn in the young cult lord competition, and as proof I offer my guardian token to the young master," he continued. "Young master, please accept it." Youn's face hardened even more and he moved his lips but said nothing. His face became serious and he carefully opened his mouth. "I'm sorry, but how can I trust the left guardian, a close confidant of the cult lord?" Hwa Myung thought inwardly. He's become much more cautious. "He now possesses sufficient qualifications," he said reluctantly. "Young master's words are correct. This humble one is the left guardian who serves the cult lord, and strictly speaking, according to the rules, I should not assist anyone." Hwa Myung looked up at Youn and said in an earnest voice, "But this humble one has a priority that outweighs all those rules." He clenched his fist and asked back, "What do you mean?" He explained to him. "Our guardian family acknowledges the young master as the true successor to the heavenly demon grandmaster. What I just told the young master is a fact known to very few within the sect. Only the young master will know." Having said this much, he closed his 2 eyes tightly. The heavenly demon sword art currently inherited by the cult lord is not the true sword art of the heavenly demon grandmaster. Yoan, hearing that, was utterly astonished and stammered in disbelief. It's not the true sword art? Hua Mayung replied seriously. The true sword art of the heavenly demon grandmaster, which was passed down to direct cult lords, was lost 500 years ago. He slowly recounted the past. The Guardian family, divided into the Great Guardian, Left Guardian and Right Guardian, has served the sect from the first cult lord who founded the sect, the current cult lord Qian. Originally, the demonic cult did not have as many powerful in-laws from the 6 great clans as it does now. The cult lord could not directly choose a spouse. Instead, he took a celestial maiden, a woman chosen by the sacred fire of the demonic cult's grand altar, as his wife, and they had children together. Since the celestial maiden's child became the young cult lord, power was never concentrated in a specific sect. Hua Mayung spoke about the river that was the beginning of a terrible incident that occurred in the demonic cult 500 years ago. The demonic cult originated from the sacred river's fire worship cult. The cult lord and his subordinates crossed that river. The chosen cult lord had to pilgrimage to the heavenly mountains of the sacred river for 10 years, and at that time the cult lord was His Holiness Zhang He. He completed 5 years of pilgrimage. As his voice changed, the atmosphere in the room grew heavier. Most of those who embarked on the pilgrimage with the cult lord at that time returned as corpses, and the right guardian was also among them. What did you say? Yoan asked in astonishment, unable to believe it. Who was so audacious as to harm our cult's cult lord? The one who was called one of the 5 great masters of the Central Plains. Hua Mayung hesitated and then spoke a name. Extreme Saber God. Yoan's eyes widened in shock, unable to hide his bewilderment. He muttered to himself, Extreme Saber God, a name I've heard before. Hua Mayung, who was beside him, explained without being asked. That person was a rare swordsman in our cult known as the World Demon. The only saber master he couldn't defeat was the Extreme Saber God. Neither of them had sons to inherit the throne. There was a child between His Holiness Zhang He and the Celestial Maiden, but it was a daughter. The heavenly demon sword art, which was directly passed down to the cult lord, fell into disuse from then on due to issues of bloodline. In the year his daughter turned 8, His Holiness Zhang He passed away without seeing his successor. The powerful gathered to discuss. Coincidentally, the Grand Elder also passed away from illness, and the sect faced its worst situation. To resolve this, an elder council was held, and the first elder, the sword demon, became the vice cult lord. But the situation was quickly resolved. Fortunately, the sword demon was talented in more than just martial arts, and he quickly stabilized the chaotic situation of the demonic cult. Later, the sword demon learned that the heavenly demon sword art had fallen into disuse due to the dire circumstances. Knew nothing of internal energy heart techniques or chi circulation methods, so there was no way to restore that sword art. They had no choice but to break this law. It was the first time someone not of the bloodline entered the confinement cave. But even after several generations of cult lords entered the confinement cave, including the sword demon, no one understood the heavenly demon grandmaster's realization. Hua Mayung still knelt there, continuing to speak with persistence. He could reproduce the sword marks left on the blue jade stone, but without an internal energy heart technique or chi circulation formula, he couldn't execute those forms. Yoan turned his head, feeling conflicted. In the end, no one could uncover that secret. The sword demon left that place after a considerable amount of time. 3 years after leaving the confinement cave, the sword demon gained insight from the sword marks left on the stone tablet and created a new heavenly demon sword art. The giant jade stone was moved elsewhere. At that time, all the elders acknowledged that it was also an unparalleled sword art. The lost heavenly demon sword art was passed down to the cult lord's daughter. The sword demon moved the stone tablet from the confinement cave to the Demonic Academy's secret manual library. Hua Mayung mentioned the traces on that jade stone. The young master must have seen it too. But the sword marks overlaid on the back of the stone tablet were left by the sword demon. Yoan frowned, asking a series of questions. Why did he leave sword marks there? Was there a reason to damage the heavenly demon grandmaster's realization? Hua Mayung slowly answered each of his questions. The sword marks left by the heavenly demon grandmaster were re-engraved by the sword demon, and he personally rewrote the forms in the secret manual library. The traces on the blue jade stone would be helpful. A Buddhist monk was brutally murdered under a tree. At that time, the Shaolin monk grandmaster Gong Wun, one of the 5 great masters, was killed by the extreme saber god exactly 2 years later in Mount Song, Henan. From then on, everything became chaotic, and 2 years later the body of Iron Fist King Yuk Jiamzhong was found murdered by the extreme saber god by a river in Jiangsu province. Perhaps he had undergone a very brutal fight. As Yuk Jiamzhong's body was found cut into 10 pieces, Yoan clenched his fist and looked down at Hua Mayung. The 5 great masters again, could it be? He quickly confirmed his words. That's right, the target of the extreme saber god was precisely the 5 great masters. The extreme saber god continued his slaughter. When 3 of the 5 great masters died at the hands of the extreme saber god, his reputation spread far and wide. Among the 5 great masters, there were still the Wudang sword immortal Qing Ming Zhenren and the vice cult lord sword demon. But all martial artists seemed to recognize him as the greatest martial artist in the world. The sword demon looked at his own trembling hands helplessly. The sword demon was an excellent swordsman, but the forms left on the saber marks possessed unimaginable power. At that time he admitted that he was not confident in his own sword art. He had to return to the place he had painstakingly escaped from. He believed that to face the extreme saber god he needed an even greater sword art than his own. That was the heavenly demon Grandmaster's sword marks left on the blue jade stone. The elders thought they couldn't lose the sword demon as well, so they allowed him to use the stone tablet for sword art training. Yo-un, having heard this far, found his answer inwardly. So that's why the counterforms were left there. But why were the counterforms made with ordinary sword forms? Hua Myung's voice cracked, but he continued his story. 4 years later, the extreme saber god appeared in the demonic cult at the peak of the 100,000 Mountains. The Wudang sword immortal couldn't defeat him, could he? That's right, the sword demon was the last. The extreme saber god and the sword demon fought fiercely. They fought for 4 days and nights, so a draw would have been the best outcome, wouldn't it? But the sword demon had to sacrifice something very big. He lost his right arm, which everyone treasured. But from then on, the extreme saber god disappeared as if evaporated from that place. Later, the extreme saber god never appeared in the martial arts world again, only after absorbing all the vital energy of the world and dying. Some say he disappeared, sealed as the first and last greatest saber master in the martial arts world. After that battle there were a few changes. After that incident, our cult changed. The sword demon lost his right arm in the battle with the extreme saber god and stepped down from the vice cult lord position. The cult lord and celestial maiden's daughter inherited the throne after changing the law. That year, the cult lord's daughter, Zhang Muhua, was crowned cult lord at the age of 16. Taking the opportunity of the birth of the cult's first female cult lord, the elders discussed extensively changing the system of choosing the cult lord through the sacred fire. That female cult lord had 5 talented husbands, but after becoming cult lord, she lacked power, which eventually led to the current sectarian system. Her Holiness Mu had 5 husbands, 2 of whom were disciples of the sword demon, thus dividing into the mystic demon clan and the sword demon clan. The remaining 3 were disciples of the first elder and the third elder. They were the ones who founded the saber demon clan, the poison demon clan, and the yin demon clan. The sword demon had retired early and established the demonic academy to nurture his descendants. His voice turned serious as he spoke to Yo-un, young master. Do you know why I am telling you this story? He spoke his conjecture from the story Hua Myung had just told him. The true purpose of establishing the demonic academy wasn't simply to nurture descendants, was it? He reached out his hand and replied, that's right. To be precise, there are 2 purposes. One is for the true successor of the heavenly demon grandmaster. According to Hua Myung, the sword demon was a man of strong will. The sword demon failed to regain the heavenly demon sword art due to his shortcomings, but he believed that someday among his descendants someone capable of understanding the realization and true secret would appear. That's why he stubbornly protected the confinement cave and the wind demon cave, and established this demonic academy to prevent privileged sects from carelessly meddling. Many years passed, but no one carried out his last will. And 500 years passed, but the sword demon's last will had not yet been fulfilled. Before the young master appeared, it was merely a saying of the guardian family. His face saddened as he mentioned this story. His words surprised Yo-un too. During the past time, this subordinate has assisted the cult lord and witnessed countless heavenly demon sword arts in matches. How could this subordinate not recognize the sword art the young master displayed? In the past, Yo-un diligently trained 3 years ago, and this scene was accidentally witnessed by Hua Myung, greatly astonishing him. He widened his eyes and fell into deep thought. The heavenly demon sword art I knew was very refined and noble. Could it be? But at that time he probably didn't know the heavenly demon grandmaster's final realization yet. It's just one form. It might have been passed down to the current cult lord Zhang Yu, so I need to observe more. But at that moment Yo-un used the heavenly demon sword art first form. This made Hua Myung fall into even deeper thought. At that time he might have already obtained it. He unknowingly closed his eyes and muttered inadvertently, during the past time. This subordinate has assisted the cult lord and witnessed countless heavenly demon sword arts, but this subordinate, these words caught Yo-un's attention. He was greatly surprised to hear his words. I don't seem to recognize the sword art the young master displayed. At this point, Hua Myung was kneeling before him. He slowly raised his eyes and said, this subordinate will be so rude as to ask again. Did the young master obtain the heavenly demon grandmaster's realization? These words bewildered Yo-un. He thought to himself, I can't help it now. Meanwhile, the other person still had an excited expression. He kept muttering, Immediately, Hua Myung bowed his head forcefully to the ground, and his voice gradually became more urgent. Left guardian Hua Myung, I greet the true successor of the heavenly demon grandmaster. In front of this scene, Yo-un still maintained a very calm attitude. He slowly opened his mouth. Left guardian, may I ask you one thing? His face now maintained its initial composure, and a low, resonant voice echoed throughout the entire space. You just said that the demonic academy was established for 2 reasons. What is the other reason? Hua Myung was somewhat wary of Yo-un's words. He hesitated. That is, the scenery changed rapidly. Outside a tower, countless people were now gathered. Hua Myung led Yo-un inside. Their appearance greatly surprised the person opposite. He unconsciously opened his mouth. But master, what brings you here? Hearing that, he quickly replied, he wants to enter the underground library. Why Myung's words startled the servant in front. He cautiously asked, "Yes, the underground library, then does that mean he passed the 6th stage test?" But the servant immediately led Yoan and Wah Myung to the underground. He continued to look around this place, his mind filled with thoughts. I heard there was an underground section below the secret manual library, and now that I'm inside it's truly surprising. Suddenly the people inside all shouted loudly at once. "Greetings, master," immediately. Wah Myung ordered the opening of the underground library door. Meanwhile, Yoan, who was following behind, remained lost in his thoughts. This young man passed the 6th stage test. He looks like a young master who knows nothing of martial arts, yet he could defeat an elder of our cult. I thought this door would never open until I finished my duty of guarding this place. It didn't take long for the guards to unlock the lock. The man in the white turban quickly spoke up. "I'll count. 1, 2. The people tasked with opening the door all moved quickly at once. At this time, Yoan was carefully observing all their actions. A continuous creaking sound echoed. Immediately, the door slowly pushed inward. White mist continuously seeped out from inside. At this sight, Yoan frowned in displeasure. His entire body began to tremble non-stop, lost in thought. I seem to smell something strange. Is it leather? What is that strange smell? He unconsciously looked at Wah Myung, who was holding a lantern, his eyes unable to hide his bewilderment. Suddenly he looked at Yoan and slowly opened his mouth. This is the second reason. He quickly looked forward, where the lantern light shone. Here an arm was now neatly placed. Yoan unconsciously muttered, "This is," but his words hesitated with a thought that flashed through his mind. A severed arm and leather. Is this the smell of chemicals used to preserve corpses? Not only that, the arm on the table was carefully wrapped in bandages. Is that wound a saber wound? But it's not a simple saber wound. Immediately, Yoan closed his eyes and fell into deep thought. I can feel a sharp energy. The image of a sharp blade quickly appeared in his mind. Not only that, a mysterious figure whose identity was unknown also appeared. In the past, Yoan and that person engaged in a very fierce martial arts battle. At that crucial moment, he unleashed the butterfly dance saber art 5th form no-end/. But the opponent was no pushover. He quickly dodged most of the forms he unleashed with his small physique. And not only that, he brazenly inflicted a very serious wound on Yoan. Returning to reality, he was somewhat surprised as he remembered these actions. His inner self began to shout, "Impossible." Yoan stood there in a daze beside him. Wah Myung was still carefully watching him. To think such a saber art exists in this world. It's different from a saber art that cannot block more than 2 forms of the butterfly dance saber art. At least there's no way to block it unless it's a counter sword art or a heavenly demon sword art form. Suddenly his cold voice echoed in the cramped space. Is the owner of this arm the sword demon? As soon as he finished speaking, Wah Myung hastily gave Yoan a satisfied answer. The young master has excellent judgment. That's right. This is the sword demon's right arm, and these pieces of leather are from the cult lord's bodyguard and the right guardian who were attacked 500 years ago. He quickly opened the box next to him and said, "And these are the secret manuals left by the sword demon." Upon seeing the contents of the box, Yoan couldn't hide his surprise and unconsciously shouted. Inside were ancient books titled True Demonic Sword, 24 Demonic Swords, and Extreme Saber God Form Analysis. After a moment of contemplation, Yoan asked, "This place was not only established to find the true successor of the heavenly demon Grand Master, but also to find a disciple to inherit the sword demon's realization, wasn't it?" Wah Myung quickly replied, "That is correct," he calmly added. "More specifically, this place is to cultivate a successor who can counter the extreme saber god's saber art." Wah Myung's words greatly surprised the other person. To think the sword demon had said this on his deathbed, he could not hide his curiosity and asked again, "What is that?" Seeing the doubt in Yoan's eyes, he calmly explained the undefeated duel between the sword demon and the extreme saber god. In fact, during that fight he suddenly disappeared. Unintentionally, a mysterious figure appeared in Wah Myung's mind with a very sinister and calculating face. In the blink of an eye he could severely wound his opponent. At this action the sword demon groaned and collapsed on the ground in pain. Meanwhile the extreme saber god revealed eyes as sharp as bullets. He indifferently left behind cold words, "I will return next time." Returning to reality, Wah Myung was still recounting the story in detail with an extremely serious face. After that the sword demon waited for 4 days, but in the end he did not appear, and the duel remained undecided. The extreme saber god did not appear until the sword demon's death 15 years later. His voice continuously echoed in the cramped room. More than 500 years have passed since then. Honestly, I don't expect a descendant of the extreme saber god to appear, but I hope the young master will overcome those saber marks and fulfill the sword demon's wish. Suddenly, Wah Myung held out a small key. He slowly said, "This underground library has no time limit, so I will give the key to the young master. The young master can lock it from the inside and leave, but you will need the key to return." As soon as he finished speaking, he hurriedly left as quickly as possible. Now Yoan was left alone. He slowly picked up a book from the box Wah Myung had just opened and couldn't help but fall into thought. The sword demon's true secret manual. Suddenly he signaled, "All right, Nano, prepare to scan." As soon as he finished speaking, the system clearly replied, "Understood." Yoan casually flipped through the pages, examining the contents recorded inside one by one. These made him ponder. The true demonic sword is superior to the martial arts of the 6 major clans, but it is nothing compared to the heavenly demon sword art or the counter sword art. It would be good to teach my subordinates with this. The analysis of the extreme saber god saber forms found weaknesses by analyzing his saber marks, but there was no progress. Suddenly Yoan's hand flipping through the 24 demonic swords became unusually hurried, and his inner self continuously cried out, "This book, this is a sword art improved upon the foundation of the butterfly dance saber art. This sword art was created by the sword demon to defeat the extreme saber god." Yoan's face grew darker and darker. He slammed the book shut without hesitation, but it was a great pity that if the sword demon had fought to the end he would surely have lost. The extreme saber god saber form that he felt pierce his heart was a peerless saber art, in no way inferior to the heavenly demon sword art fourth form. The next moment he turned around, expressed his thoughts and commanded the system, "I need to check. Nano, activate augmented reality mode." As soon as he finished speaking, the system quickly replied, "Activating augmented reality mode." Yoan unhesitatingly made a frank request. "Nano, can you reproduce a 3D video of those saber marks?" Hearing this, the system said, "Yes, I can." At this, he also spoke more specifically, "Reproduce the heavenly demon sword art fourth form, and make it fight against that 3D video." As soon as he finished speaking, the system clearly replied, "Understood." Activating dual mode between saber forms and heavenly demon sword art fourth form, and created this 3D video. In the blink of an eye, a video appeared before Yoan's eyes, showing two figures continuously charging at each other and performing martial arts. Neither of them gave way to the other. Powerful attacks were continuously unleashed upon the opponent, but at a critical moment one side was defeated and an attack missed by a beat. Witnessing this scene, Yoan could not help but be astonished. He continued to evaluate. "Unbelievable, it can counter the extreme saber god saber forms by just one move, but it was pushed back about 3 steps. The heavenly demon sword arts form is 1 step more refined than the extreme saber god saber forms, but its power is not as strong." The defeated figure quickly disappeared into thin air. If the saber marks left by the sword demon were the final form, then his saber forms are still 1 step below the heavenly demon sword art. But if there are other forms left, as far as I know, his saber forms are the only martial arts that can contend with the heavenly demon sword art. He wants me to counter the saber forms. No. Suddenly, Yoan smiled contentedly, calmly thinking that he still had Nano, which could accurately reproduce all the remaining saber forms. A saber art with power comparable to the heavenly demon sword art. What a strange connection. The scene before him was now only large and magnificent mansions. 7 days after Yoan passed the 6th test, 56 cadets who had been enrolled for 3 years and 7 months passed the 4th test. 7 passed the 5th test, and 1 passed the 6th test. Out of nearly 1,000 cadets, only 64 remain. This is the most successful result in the last 100 years. This magnificent base was contended by 3 handsome men. However, the fight for the young cult leader position was completely different from before. In the past, candidates who passed the 5th test would build factions and compete with each other. But there was a change in the power struggle as Qian Yu-chan, the strongest candidate for the young cult leader position of the Saber Demon clan, was eliminated, and after that, even Qian Ji-un, the leader of the Mystic Demon clan, left the academy after having his arms severed. Now, only Yoan and Mu Yin face each other. An incident occurred where 5 out of the 6 candidates left the academy early without completing their term. Currently, only Zhou Yu and Qian Mu Yin remain among the candidates. With only 5 months left until graduation from the Demonic Academy, a martial arts competition for the young cult leader position was held. A group of people is currently gathered in an open area northwest of the Demonic Academy. The first to speak was the red-haired girl. She said, "Young Master Qian Mu Yin is not here and has given us no instructions. Is it all right for us to discuss how to deal with Yoan ourselves?" As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Jin-yoon, who was next to her, replied, "It's not that the young master hasn't given instructions. The young master has entrusted me with full authority over external matters and is focusing on martial arts training. If we leave Qian Yoan as he is, we will miss the opportunity to put him in a difficult position." His words were quickly acknowledged by Goksin, the blood reverence of the Yun Hyeon clan. "Jin-yoon, you're right, but how can we put someone who defeated the poison demon sect leader in a difficult position? It would be better to recruit the 10 people who haven't yet decided who to serve to our side." Hearing what Goksin said, Jin-yoon continuously assigned tasks. First, as Goksin said, recruiting the remaining 10 cadets is very important. Even if it doesn't work out, we must definitely recruit Sama Chok of the Sama clan and Wanai of the B1GWI clan. If we get those 2, we will gain the upper hand. At this time they were mentioning the following individuals: Sama Chok and Wanai. Their fathers are the 9th elder Sama Ui and the 11th elder Cheon Mayan GWI Wanai. But Goksin continued to show disgust and repeatedly refuted. "Sama Chok is fine, but that guy Wanai is a bit." At this impulsive action, Jin-yoon calmly replied, "Now is not the time to be picky." Goksin, very quickly after that, he reassured the people there with a contented smile. "I've heard that Yoan has been cooped up in the training room lately and hasn't come out at all. So now is the best opportunity. Let's cut off his limbs and deal with him." At this impulsive action, Goksin was terrified. He stammered, "Are you crazy?" 2 candidates had their arms severed for touching his subordinates. Qian Jong-so had his dantian crippled for touching Baek Ji-I. At the opponent's fearful attitude, Jin-yoon calmly maintained his composure and replied, There's a saying, use barbarians to subdue barbarians. We don't necessarily have to confront such a strong person head-on, do we? Hearing this, Goksin looked bewildered. He continued to question his opponent. What? Who can contend with him? At this, Jin Yun merely gave a cunning smile. He laughed loudly and said there were 4 people who extremely hated him. At this hesitation, Goksin seemed to have guessed something. He continued to ask. Are you saying? The scene changed rapidly. On top of a magnificent tiled house around Sishi 9 to 11 a.m. the next day in the isolated training room of the Demonic Academy. At this time, Yoan was diligently training. In just a few minutes he continuously unleashed fatal attacks forward. The white smoke around him instantly disappeared. At this moment, Yoan exclaimed excitedly, Success, Nano, we have executed the extreme saber god's saber art first form. He began to recall what he had encountered in that dark basement. From the bandaged arm to the mysterious books he had extracted the sword demon's remaining sword art and the extreme saber god's saber marks under the Demonic Academy, and learned 6 forms, but he couldn't complete them due to the lack of chi circulation methods. But Yoan did not get discouraged. During his 3 years and 3 months of secluded training, Nano, through various analyses, researched the numerous martial arts stored and simulated the chi circulation methods that created the power of the forms when executed countless times. Through this he was almost able to execute the original forms, and even at a more stable level. Thinking this, Yoan unconsciously opened his mouth. If the former sword demon knew that forms could be reproduced through saber marks, he would surely have been very surprised. Immediately after, the system replied, I will begin analyzing the chi circulation method of the second form. The scene changed once again, this time inside a small restaurant with a few customers, the Demonic Academy cafeteria. Yoan also quickly arrived here. His face flushed with excitement as he smelled the food. His brain began to think, tonight's dinner is spicy food. Good, I was craving something spicy. Suddenly, a spoonful of food was extended towards him. Yoan could not hide his surprise as he saw it placed in his bowl. His appearance here had accidentally caught someone's eye. Yoan seemed to have noticed this. He was slightly flustered when he asked, Uncle Bang, are you all right? At the sudden question, the cook was slightly flustered. I'm fine. I guess I've been standing in front of the boiling pot for too long, so I feel hot. Immediately after, Yoan also left without asking further. This action caught Chiang-gu's eye. Yoan calmly took his portion of food and settled down at a table. However, his complexion darkened. He stared intently at the bowl of soup in front of him for a long time. This made Chiang-ji, who was sitting nearby, restless. He continuously stared at the other person, thinking, was I caught? Yoan slowly tasted the food in front of him, and a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. Suddenly, his 2 eyes shone with surprise. The next moment, Yoan emptied the bowl of soup in front of him in one go. To Chiang-gu's astonishment, a slightly awkward expression appeared on his face, but his smile was very sinister. Good. Night quickly covered the entire area. Outside the door, in front of the isolated training room, currently illuminated by 2 large flames, Oji-eon was also here. He opened his mouth with an indifferent attitude. Is the Lord skipping dinner again today? Haobang replied worriedly. He should eat at least once every 2 days, shouldn't he? Gwang-hyuk stood leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. I didn't see him at the cafeteria yesterday, so he's probably eating now. Moon-gyu purred deeply. If Baek-ji-I had come a little earlier, he could have eaten with young Master Chian. Gwang-hyuk smiled gently, looking at her as if evaluating her. Moon-gyu also seems to like the Lord as much as Haobang now, doesn't she? Sometimes he seems to like that rational style. Besides, his martial arts are very strong, but his body is as delicate as a woman's. Suddenly, he shook his head vigorously, trying to shake off that thought. A woman? I'm starting to get weird too. Night deepened, and Yoan's subordinates were still outside, unable to reach the cafeteria. Moon-gyu was scolding Gwang-hyuk at this time. You should come on time, thinking of the people waiting for you. Haobang tried to calm the situation. We came earlier than yesterday. Let's go eat quickly. Suddenly, they were blocked by an arm. Yumin and Changhua immediately became alert. Goksin led a group of people with torches and moved forward. He had a smile full of confidence and arrogance. On the other hand, Yoan was also blocked by a group of people. He tilted his head slightly, looked at them, and smiled gently. All familiar faces. There was no hint of fear in his voice, but rather a slight hint of interest. To see the subduing demon clan and the Yun Hyeon clan like this, it's truly special. The group surrounding Yoan consisted of 4 people. Gong Pyo, the blood reverence of the sword demon clan. Hang Ui-k, the blood reverence of the Yin demon clan. Bu Yang, the blood reverence of the saber demon clan. And Cheon Ji-yu, the blood reverence of the poison demon clan. Cheon Ji-yu pointed his finger at his face and shouted, Cheon Yoan, you crippled my brother Cheon Jong. So's Dantian and harmed my grandfather, yet you think you can live safely after committing such acts. Bu Long, who was behind, immediately drew the sword from his back and pointed it at him. A person of lowly blood trying to become the young cult leader? Do you think you're happy? Ui-k also held a sword, ready to attack at any moment. Only Gong Pyo was somewhat fearful and flustered. Saying nothing, Yoan looked at the 4 people in front of him and sneered. Do you think the 4 of you combined can defeat me? You seem to have some backing. Cheon Ji-yu curled his lips and laughed inwardly. He's nothing more than the son of a lowly slave. I put my Sangong poison and toxic chi into the spicy soup you just drank. You wouldn't know how much trouble I went through to do that. He was very triumphant and arrogant. No matter how suspicious you are, you would never have expected the cook to poison you. Moreover, the ladle was already covered in poison. Qianjiyu thought he had done a very good job without any flaws. You may be able to prevent the poison from entering your body from the outside through protective qi, but can you stop the poison you drank from spreading throughout your body? Due to the Sangong poison, you won't be able to circulate internal energy for 3 shichen 6 hours. The poison pellet, having absorbed the essence of the demonic poison scripture, will melt your 6 internal organs and all your meridians, causing you to die a miserable death. He stood with his hands on his hips, full of confidence. You seem very relaxed, Qian Yuan. You'll soon meet your subordinates in the infirmary. Do you think you can walk out of here alive? Yuan's face immediately darkened. My subordinates? A thought flashed through his mind. Could they have joined hands with the mystic demon clan? If even Qian Mu Yin gets involved, it's too dangerous. Without saying much, he drew his sword, intending to finish quickly, and rushed to check on his subordinates. Yuan said to the four in a cold voice, I don't have time for this, let's finish quickly. Uik was the first to rush forward, shouting furiously, You arrogant fool, are you still boasting? He instantly lunged, aiming for one of Yuan's arms. You cut off her arm, so now I'll cut off both of yours. With a single move, he broke his sword and the sword tip flew high into the air. Uik was utterly astonished at that moment, opening his eyes wide in disbelief. Seizing the opportunity, Yuan, with a single move, severed the arm that held his sword. The sword stroke was exceptionally clean and decisive. He slightly turned his head and spoke to Uik. Yuan's eyes were filled with killing intent at this time, and every word he spoke sounded like an echo from hell. I told you I didn't have time. The current scene showed Yuan having severely wounded Uik in their martial arts confrontation. Uik screamed in pain, clutching his injured arm, and writhed in a pool of blood. While Yuan still gripped his sword tightly, his face was now filled only with indifference. Uik's pained voice began to echo throughout the entire space. Ah, this Gangi. Qianjiyu was flustered by his words. How can this be? He could only stammer. I clearly saw that bastard drink all the soup. Suddenly, Yuan calmly extended his hand forward and spoke. Uik was still groaning. Are you talking about this? A purple liquid flowed from his palm, drawing much attention. It quickly flowed into Uik's body. This made him scream in agony. Yuan maintained his indifferent expression and lightly cleared his throat. Did you really think a petty trick like yours could harm me? The timeline returns to dinner just before. He cautiously asked the system, Nano, analyze the ingredients of this soup. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the reply, Understood. Afterward, Yuan reluctantly tasted the food before him. His brows furrowed slightly. Then his eyes suddenly lit up. At this moment, the system also sent a notification. The soup contains toxic ingredients that dissipate internal energy. Yuan stared intently at the soup bowl on the table. He continuously thought, just as I expected. If I had shown any suspicion, those targeting me wouldn't have appeared. Suddenly, he said to the nano system, Can you filter out only the harmful ingredients so they aren't absorbed into my body? Immediately after, it replied to him, Yes, I can. Trusting it, he emptied the soup bowl in one gulp. Yuan didn't forget to give the system an order. Good, then handle it before I speak. The system replied clearly. Understood. Qianjiyu had observed very carefully and was convinced that Yuan had been poisoned. But strangely, how could he filter out and expel the internal toxins after drinking Sangong poison? Unbelievable, even I can't do that. Returning to reality, the group before them was continuously terrified as they saw a giant shadow approaching. Qianjiyu involuntarily screamed, Everyone watch your backs! But unfortunately for them, Yuan had already appeared behind him. In an instant he collapsed, and powerful streaks of light continuously burst forth around him. Yuan spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and screamed with a pained expression. He rushed forward amidst the testimony of those present. Everything unnerved Gong Pyo. He continuously chastised his opponent. Damn it, I shouldn't have listened to Qianjiyu. Now I can't escape this bastard's clutches. The chest wound that bastard inflicted still hasn't healed. Do I have to go to the infirmary again? Yuan's next action astonished both him and Qianjiyu. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly stomped on Bu Yang's body, and someone's agonizing scream echoed. Wait! Yuan's foot pressure grew increasingly strong and the screams became more intense. Stop! Before long, Bu Yang was completely subdued by Yuan. This sight terrified Qianjiyu. He stammered, Impossible! Even Gong Pyo, who stood behind, couldn't hide his surprise. He muttered in shock, Dead. Suddenly, Yuan's cold gaze swept over them, and his hoarse voice began to echo continuously. Now it's your turn. This action terrified Gong Pyo, and his face grew increasingly dark. Gong Pyo stood there, turning his gaze toward the enraged Yuan. His whole body began to tremble involuntarily, and a thought quickly flashed through his mind. No, I won't be able to escape this bastard alive. Meanwhile, Qianjiyu was still boasting loudly. Are you truly insane? Don't you fear the wrath of the 6 major clans? At these words, Yuan merely waved his hand calmly, and his mocking voice began to echo, Who should fear whom? Immediately after, the sword from Uik's position was swiftly engulfed in demonic energy. Yuan swung his hand forcefully, his face still filled with indifference. With his control, the sword from Uik's position flew at astonishing speed. The next moment, it plunged directly into Gong Pyo's chest, giving him no chance to retaliate. Thus Gong Pyo screamed in agony amidst Qiangu's desperate cries. Gong Pyo, Yuan was quite amused. He didn't stop mocking his opponent. If I feared their wrath, I wouldn't have started. At the same time, elsewhere, Yoan's subordinates were continuously rushing forward, thinking, they don't seem to be around the training room, so let's check the dormitory. Suddenly, their attention was drawn to a figure approaching them, and both sides quickly landed on the ground. The group exclaimed in surprise, "My lord, young Master Qian," they continuously asked after him. "My lord, are you all right?" At this, Moon Gyu could finally let out a sigh of relief. She couldn't help but marvel. Thank goodness what I feared didn't happen. A moment later, Yoan calmly answered everyone's concerns. "I'm fine. Were you not attacked by Qian Muyian's subordinates?" At these words, Guang Hyuk was slightly surprised. He involuntarily exclaimed, "How did you know, my lord?" He involuntarily recalled what had happened in the past. At that time, Jin Yun had thrown out mocking words without hesitation. "Go Guang Hyuk, I heard you are very loyal, but right now, no matter how strong Yoan is, he is only under the protection of the demonic academy."